Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Apocalypse 1 month prior. Parallel universe. Please do not associate with reality. Brain repository. The claws of the Dragon Emperor pierced through Lin Feng's chest, instantly crushing his heart. As he watched his comrades retreat into the distance, an overwhelming tide of hatred and fury surged within Lin Feng. With a furious roar, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, which splattered directly onto the central orb of the Dragon Emperor's treasury, a white sphere radiating a faint azure glow. In no time, Lin Feng's consciousness began to fade. Unwilling. I am unwilling. Whoosh. Suddenly, Lin Feng jolted awake, as if he had just emerged from the depths of a watery abyss. Upon realizing his surroundings, he stood there in utter shock. Is this my home? Indeed. It was the very house he had inhabited a decade prior to the apocalypse's outbreak. I have been reborn. 10 years since the onset of the apocalypse, from the initial earthquakes, extreme heat, and cold, to the hailstorms and tsunamis, culminating in the mutation of creatures and the outbreak of the zombie virus. Lin Feng had struggled for survival in this harsh world. Little did he expect that the very brothers he had trusted most, with whom he had braved countless dangers, would betray him in the face of the Dragon Emperor's treasury, using Lin Feng as bait to appease the Dragon Emperor while they absconded with its treasures. The mere thought of this ignited a furious blaze within Lin Feng, causing his entire body to tremble with rage. Perhaps the heavens, in their mercy, decided to grant Lin Feng a second chance at life, for he awoke to find it was May 23rd, 2088. If memory served correctly, the apocalypse was set to commence at 10 o'clock on the night of June 23rd, 2088. This meant Lin Feng had a full month to prepare. Instinctively, Lin Feng yearned to seek vengeance on those scoundrels who had caused his demise, but with the current timeline, he did not yet know them and thus had no means of contacting them. Moreover, with only a month remaining before the apocalypse, the priority was to stockpile supplies. After regaining his composure, Lin Feng rose to compile a list of essential items for the impending crisis. However, just as he began to move, an inexplicable sensation surged through him. In an instant, Lin Feng's consciousness appeared to connect with a vast, boundless space. He was certain that even a decade after the apocalypse had begun, he had never encountered such a space. Though many had awakened supernatural abilities post-apocalypse, the rare spatial powers like this were seldom seen. As Lin Feng knew, the Dragon Emperor, ranked first among the 10 corpse emperors, possessed such spatial abilities. How could I have access to such an expansive space? As Lin Feng explored this realm with his mental prowess, he was utterly astonished. While it was rumored that some could awaken spatial abilities, the dimensions they controlled were typically no larger than a football field, already a considerable space. Yet, the space Lin Feng now commanded was truly infinite, seemingly without end. After verifying time and again, Lin Feng confirmed he indeed possessed such an extraordinary ability. When he attempted to use his mental force to draw objects into this space, he discovered it was unnecessary to physically touch them. Anything within a 10-meter radius could be instantly absorbed into the space. This single fact surpassed Lin Feng's understanding. He had heard that to transfer objects into a supernatural space, one must physically contact them. Clearly, the spatial ability Lin Feng wielded now was far superior to any other supernatural being he had encountered in the apocalypse. In an instant, Lin Feng was overwhelmed with excitement. However, as he sought to further investigate this spatial prowess, he found himself drawn directly into the supernatural space. Instantly, 3 radiant white orbs above him shone with a soft glow. He reached out, intending to pluck the central orb from its place. Yet the moment his fingers brushed against the orb, a torrent of information flooded into Lin Feng's mind, and simultaneously, he was ejected from the supernatural space. The Qingquan Pearl, a treasure of the spatial realm. As these two phrases echoed in Lin Feng's mind, he recalled the moment he was slain by the Dragon Emperor. The blood he had spewed upon that orb glowing with a faint azure light. Was it not this very Qingquan Pearl? A shiver ran down Lin Feng's spine at this realization. It must have been the miraculous power of the Qingquan Pearl that enabled his rebirth and returned him to the time before the apocalypse. As Lin Feng continued to process the information regarding the Qingquan Pearl in his mind, He realized that the orbs within the supernatural space were connected to it and could serve as portals for transportation, causing his excitement to reach new heights. In simple terms, aside from the Chinquan Pearl, Lin Feng also noticed two additional metallic spheres within the supernatural space. No matter where he placed the metallic spheres, Lin Feng could use the Chinquan Pearl to teleport directly to their location. Upon grasping this, Lin Feng's heart soared with exhilaration. With such a wondrous ability at his disposal, he could undoubtedly amass an unimaginable stockpile of food and water before the apocalypse struck. Lin Feng rose, first drafting a comprehensive list of supplies needed for the apocalypse, then proceeding to organize his possessions. After 10 years since the apocalypse began, Lin Feng had lost much recollection of his current assets. Before long, he had gathered everything. As an orphan, aside from the villa his parents had left him and his shares in a publicly traded company, he possessed only around 15 million in cash. Having calculated his wealth, Lin Feng immediately scoured his phone contacts and soon discovered a familiar name. Zhang Dehai. Zhang Dehai was the general manager of the Lin Group and a former business partner of Lin Feng's parents. Lin Feng had once held him in high regard and trusted him deeply, but after the apocalypse began, he learned that this scoundrel had been deceiving him all along, and that his parents' untimely demise was also linked to him. Even after the apocalypse erupted, Lin Feng had avenged his parents by severely injuring Zhang Dehai and his son, Zhang Guiqiang, yet they had still managed to enjoy a few years of prosperity in the apocalypse thanks to their substantial assets. Since he had been granted a second chance at life, Lin Feng resolved that the first matter to address would be this father-son duo. Without hesitation, he dialed the number. Soon, Zhang Dehai's voice echoed from the other end. Lin Feng, what brings you to call me? Is there something you need? Lin Feng chuckled lightly, replying, Uncle Zhang, why would you say that? Is it not acceptable to call you without any pressing matters? However, I do have something important to discuss with you today. I wonder if you would be interested in acquiring my shares? Just a modest offer, at 70% of the market value. What? Are you serious? Zhang Dehai's voice on the other end was a mix of surprise and joy. Of course I am. Wasn't it you who always wanted to acquire my shares? Lin Feng's tone exuded sincerity. You previously expressed interest in purchasing my shares, yet I was always unwilling. What has changed now? Zhang Dehai still seemed somewhat skeptical. To be honest, I really did not wish to sell my shares. After all, the company's dividends have been steadily increasing, and with those dividends, I could live comfortably for the rest of my life. But my girlfriend, Lily, wants me to accompany her abroad, and I find myself unable to refuse her. Lin Feng feigned a look of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dehai burst into hearty laughter from the other end. Lin Feng, you truly embody the spirit of a hero, prioritizing love over power. Nevertheless, I agree with your decision. You have no idea of the challenges and hardships of running a company. I am currently overwhelmed. Selling your shares is indeed a wise choice. Rest assured, I will offer you a satisfactory purchase price. Zhang Dehai replied robustly. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. With that, Lin Feng promptly ended the call. Without a moment's hesitation, he dialed his former girlfriend, Lu Li. Lu Li, would you like to visit the Neon Country? Really? Lin Feng, how sudden? Lu Li exclaimed, though her voice was filled with joy. Of course it's true. After a brief discussion about their travel plans to the Neon Country, Lin Feng began a frantic rush to procure supplies while simultaneously experimenting with his supernatural space. Lin Feng first placed a metallic sphere in the living room, while he positioned himself in the bedroom. With a mere thought, he entered the supernatural space and, using it as a springboard, appeared in the living room. In an instant. The entire process was nearly instantaneous. Having completed the experiment, Lin Feng was filled with joy, and he named his newfound skill spatial traversal. After several attempts, Lin Feng discovered that he could remain within the supernatural space for no more than 10 seconds, and living creatures were unable to survive in that realm. In his past life, after the apocalypse erupted, the world order collapsed. In the Neon Country, amidst such dire conditions, the resilience of its people proved crucial, and their long-standing awareness of crisis led to substantial food reserves, thereby minimizing their losses. That I end the third year following the cataclysm. the land of Neon found itself besieged by mutated marine creatures that surged into the territory of the Summer Nation, inflicting immense calamity upon it. Lin Feng, as a member of the Summer Nation, naturally joined the struggle against the incursions from the land of Neon, bearing witness to the devastation wrought upon his homeland. At present, with the apocalypse yet to unfold and Lin Feng possessing such an expansive realm of supernatural abilities, he resolved to stifle the burgeoning ambitions of the land of Neon in their infancy. Over the course of one afternoon, Lin Feng placed orders for 1,000 meals from KFC, 1,000 from McDonald's, and a variety of local delicacies, ensuring he covered every item available for delivery. Remarkably, he spent less than $1 million in total. This, however, was merely an appetizer. Lin Feng subsequently made phone calls to the top 10 hotels in his city, negotiating to reserve 100 tables of their finest feasts each day, starting the following week, urging them to promptly procure the necessary ingredients over the course of the week. "Sir, are you serious?" The manager on the other end of the line questioned, initially suspecting Lin Feng was jesting. Yet, Lin Feng dispelled any doubts with resolute action. "Certainly, I'm not joking. I can come by this afternoon to sign the contract and provide a deposit of $1 million. If you are fully prepared by next week, I can pay the entire amount in advance," Lin Feng asserted. Upon hearing this, the hotels were understandably elated. The 10 premier establishments, each providing 100 tables of the finest offerings, could potentially yield between $3 to $5 million for that day alone, based solely on Lin Feng's order. Welcoming Lin Feng's proposal with enthusiasm, the hotels eagerly awaited his arrival. Without hesitation, Lin Feng proceeded to sign contracts with all 10 hotels, each securing a deposit of $1 million. Once these arrangements were finalized, Lin Feng entered a restroom in a shopping mall and, utilizing his spatial abilities, swiftly returned home. As soon as he arrived at his villa, a steady stream of deliveries began arriving. "Boss, why have you ordered so many snacks?" the delivery person inquired with a grin. Lin Feng responded with a smile. "There's a gathering tonight." With no further questions, the delivery person left after placing the food down. Once the delivery driver departed, Lin Feng swiftly absorbed all the items into his supernatural space. Deliveries commenced at 2 in the afternoon and continued until around 8 in the evening. Passers-by, witnessing the influx of snacks, cast curious glances but refrained from inquiring further. After organizing all the snacks in his spatial realm, a melodious doorbell chimed. Lin Feng smiled inwardly. The guest had finally arrived. Having spent a total of $11 million throughout the day, he still had $4 million remaining. With the apocalypse looming, he knew he must expend this money swiftly, lest it become nothing more than a string of meaningless symbols. "Lin Feng, why did it take you so long to open the door?" As Lu Li stepped inside, Lin Feng was reminded of the green tea girl from his previous life, who had bewitched him utterly. Yet, she was indeed a woman of considerable allure, strikingly beautiful with alabaster skin, perfectly proportioned curves, and a pair of seemingly innocent autumn-hued eyes. She was undoubtedly a heartthrob for many young men. "I was busy contemplating how to draft the contract. I've decided to heed your advice, sell my shares in the company, and go abroad to truly enjoy life," Lin Feng replied with a smile. "Really? My dear, you finally made a decision? I knew you would come through," Lu Li exclaimed in excitement, throwing herself into Lin Feng's embrace. In his previous life, this green tea girl had deceived Lin Feng profoundly, having been sent by Zhang Guoqiang to coax Lin Feng into selling his company shares. In that lifetime, Lin Feng had been completely entranced by her, and just 2 days before the apocalypse struck, he had been swindled out of all the proceeds from the sale of his shares by Lu Li and Zhang Guoqiang. What made Lin Feng feel particularly foolish was that Lu Li had consistently refused to consummate their relationship, insisting on saving the most cherished moments for their wedding night. Ensnared by her deceitful words, Lin Feng had believed her to be the best girl he would ever encounter in his life. Chapter 3. Ugh! Lu Li's body stiffened, completely taken aback by Lin Feng's sudden boldness. That it was well known that the Lin Feng of the past would never have dared to act in such a manner towards her. Whenever he sought to take things further, Lu Li would present herself with tear-filled eyes, inevitably softening his heart and preventing any transgressions. "Lin Feng, what are you doing?" Lu Li attempted to free herself from his grasp, but her strength was no match for his. Lin Feng had realized today that since his rebirth, his body had noticeably gained strength. As Lu Li struggled, she found herself unable to escape his clutches, and tears began to flow freely down her cheeks. Lin Feng, how can you treat me like this? I am not that kind of frivolous girl. She bit her lip, looking exceedingly aggrieved that I am the past. Lin Feng would have been heartbroken at such a sight, but now he merely thought to himself, what excellent acting. Aren't you my girlfriend? I'm practically preparing to marry you, so what does it matter? Lin Feng said, completely indifferent to Lu Li's feigned tears, showing no inclination to comfort her. That Lu Li was surprised by his lack of consolation, but her ultimate goal was almost within reach, so she paid little heed to Lin Feng's peculiar behavior. She reassured him, and Lin Feng understood that she was merely trying to placate him. Yet he chose to play along as if he were still the same naive boy, easily swayed by her sweet words. Just wait until we arrive in Neon Country. I shall teach you a lesson. Having already promised to take her to Neon Country, Lin Feng felt no hesitation, especially since he had already purchased the plane tickets in advance. The two brought little luggage and headed straight to the airport. The flight from Onqing to Neon Country took a mere 4 hours. During the decade of the apocalypse, Lin Feng had learned several foreign languages, including Neon language, through interactions with other surviving abilities users from different countries, and his pronunciation was remarkably standard. Were it not for the knowledge of his Chinese origins, one might easily mistake him for a native of Neon Country based solely on his accent. Lin Feng, how do you speak Neon language so fluently? Lu Li was taken aback by his proficiency. With a smile, Lin Feng wrapped his arm around Lu Li's waist. And aren't we supposed to enjoy life abroad together? I've been practicing day and night. Impressive, right? Yes, impressive. Lu Li offered her compliments at the right moment. Lin Feng did not dwell on this topic any longer. Instead, he quickly located the 5-star hotel he had booked online. Even though it was already midnight, the entire Sakura city was still bustling with life. Lin Feng and Lu Li dropped off their luggage before embarking on a shopping spree in various luxury boutiques, spending nearly $1 million in less than 2 hours. Initially, Lu Li had been somewhat cautious around Lin Feng. Even when he spent money on her, she would feign reluctance while secretly accepting more. Once they had transported all their extravagant purchases back to their hotel room, Lu Li's excitement was impossible to contain. Lin Feng took the opportunity to embrace her waist, gazing intently into her eyes. Lu Li, you've worked up a sweat, haven't you? Let's go wash up. Without waiting for a response, he scooped her up and carried her to the bathroom, done on such a wonderful night, having just spent nearly $1 million on her. Lin Feng desired to deepen their relationship. However, Lu Li now adopted an attitude of chastity, prompting Lin Feng to frown. He released her and feigned displeasure. That Lu Li, do you truly not like me at this moment? Why are you treating me this way? If you don't like me, we might as well break up. Consider these gifts as parting presents. With that, he turned to leave the bathroom, soaked and disregarding the water dripping from him. Lu Li, who had been pretending to be a victim, was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated such a swift change in Lin Feng. That no, Lin Feng, it's not like that, woo. Lin Feng, I just want to preserve our most beautiful memories for our wedding day. Please believe me, I truly love you. No matter how Lu Li pleaded, Lin Feng remained silent, showing no interest in her tears. Such tactics had no effect on him now, just as he was about to turn away. Lu Li could no longer maintain her facade. After putting in so much effort, she could not afford to fail at the last moment. Not only would she be unable to forgive herself, but Zhang Guiqiang would never let her off the hook. Lin Feng. Lu Li suddenly called out, her demeanor shifting from pitiful to alluring as she threw herself into his arms. Lin Feng, believe me, I truly love you. Lin Feng smiled, lifting Lu Li effortlessly. The following morning, Lin Feng awoke feeling invigorated. With no shred of compassion, he spat out, ugh, what a shameless creature. I must have been blind in my past life to be ensnared by such a conniving wretch. Lin Feng looked at Lu Li before him, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Chapter 4. The heist begins early in the morning. Lin Feng found himself at the largest state-owned bank in Sakura City, Neon Country, holding a suitcase. Hello, how may I assist you today? Greeted a sweet and charming receptionist. Seeing her, Lin Feng smiled. Hello, I would like to arrange for a storage service. This is a legacy left to me by my mother, and I wish to store it in the bank safe with the highest level of insurance for 1 month. Upon hearing this, the receptionist smiled back and led Lin Feng to process the paperwork. Lin Feng's eyes scanned the surroundings as she inspected the contents of his suitcase, confirming there were no prohibited items. Afterward, they signed a custody rental agreement, since Lin Feng had requested the highest level of custody service. The fee was exorbitant, 20,000 for just 1 month of storage. After receiving the custody agreement, Lin Feng left the bank and drove directly to his next destination, that in his past life. Neon Country had managed to endure through the species mutation and had thrived, largely due to their significant stockpile of reserve grains. Having returned from the apocalypse, Lin Feng knew exactly where their reserves were hidden. His next goal was to steal all of their stockpiled grains. Lin Feng believed that the grain depots of various nations would be among his future targets that in the apocalypse. Food and water were the most valuable resources, and other items were equally essential. He first wandered through the largest chain wholesale supermarket in Neon Country, the Yom Supermarket, to locate their warehouse. Once he confirmed its position, he discreetly hid a metallic sphere behind the shelves. Finally, he meandered near the largest national grain reserve in Neon Country. After completing these tasks, it was nearly evening. After enjoying a delightful dinner, Lin Feng concealed himself near the bank. Once all the employees had left for the day, he donned a black outfit and began his operation. With a shift of space, Lin Feng appeared directly in the bank's vault. As soon as he arrived, he absorbed all the surveillance cameras in the safe into his ability space. Then, one by one, the contents of the vault vanished before his eyes, all collected into his ability space. After all the contents had disappeared, Lin Feng approached the innermost, most sophisticated titanium alloy security door, which was half a meter thick. Without a key or a retinal scan, it was impossible for an ordinary person to unlock this door. However, such obstacles were trivial for Lin Feng. Standing before the security door, he opened his ability space and swallowed the entire titanium alloy door into it. As the door vanished, a blinding light nearly blinded Lin Feng. Before him lay a mountain of gold, and his heart raced with excitement. Lin Feng had long known that the National Bank's underground vault housed nearly half of Neon Country's gold reserves. But seeing nearly 300 tons of gold before him stirred immense exhilaration within him. With the current gold price at 600 per gram, this hoard was worth a staggering 1,800 billion xia currency. After a moment of slight astonishment, Lin Feng, without the slightest hesitation, dashed forward like a whirlwind, swiftly collecting all 300 tons of gold into his spatial realm. Having arrived at the treasury, Lin Feng was determined to leave no treasure unclaimed. Adjacent to him stood 2 titanium alloy vault doors, and employing the same method, he plundered the mountains of neon coins and heaps of silver within. Lin Feng roughly estimated that the cash alone in these 2 vaults amounted to at least 200 billion neon coins, equivalent to 10 billion xia currency. After completely emptying the treasury, Lin Feng swiftly vanished, using spatial traversal to transport himself directly into the Rome supermarket. First, he retrieved the metallic spheres, then immediately disabled the internal surveillance of the supermarket. Following that, it was once again Lin Feng's time to reap. Rows upon rows of shelves, along with all their merchandise, were entirely stripped bare by Lin Feng, and naturally, nothing in the vast warehouse could escape his grasp. After a full hour, Lin Feng had thoroughly scavenged both the supermarket and warehouse. It was now precisely 3 o'clock in the morning. Upon exiting the Rome supermarket, Lin Feng did not proceed to the largest grain storage facility in Neon Country. The primary grain reserves were located in 3 distinct areas. Yet Lin Feng possessed only 2 metallic spheres, making it rather challenging to raid all 3 simultaneously. However, for Lin Feng, plundering just 2 of these grain depots would suffice, ensuring that the splendor of the Neon Country's apocalyptic era would never return. After the apocalypse broke out, the survivors of Neon Country would still hold great value for Lin Feng. He could not allow them to perish all at once. Following his successful heist at a Rome supermarket, Lin Feng returned to the hotel. Having gone an entire day without a meal, Luli in the room was both hungry and frightened, utterly bewildered by her sudden confinement upon awakening, especially with Lin Feng nowhere to be found. Lin Feng approached her, promptly untying the ropes and tape binding her. Lin Feng, have you lost your mind? Why would you treat me like this? After a day of terror, Luli could no longer hold back her outburst towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, grinning, glanced at her before opening the box that Li, who had been berating Lin Feng moments ago, was taken aback upon seeing the contents of the box. It was filled to the brim with money and jewels. Li, I was worried you might run away. So, I tied you up in a room that I spent the entire day preparing these gifts for you. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you? Lin Feng said with a smile, Of course not. Lin Feng, I love you the most. All of Lu Li's grievances dissipated as her eyes widened at the sight of the treasure trove of jewels and neon coins, easily worth over 1 million. Having not eaten all day, you must be starving now, right? Lin Feng said with a chuckle as he retrieved a cake from the bag, smearing it on himself. Come, eat. Chapter 5, 2 Major Grain Depots After a Long Night. Lin Feng was utterly exhausted. He slept until nearly noon, finally rising to change into a fresh outfit before heading towards the nearest 2 grain depots. Along the way, Lin Feng searched for news online. Evidently, the news of his audacious heist at the underground treasury of the Neon Country state-owned bank had not yet surfaced, as the ramifications were too severe, potentially shaking the very foundations of public trust. However, the news of the Rome supermarket being completely emptied overnight was rampant across the internet, causing quite a stir. Many citizens, eager to buy goods early in the morning, discovered the shelves were bare. Such an occurrence was impossible to conceal. As the online chatter in Neon Country grew increasingly tumultuous, Lin Feng had already rented a vehicle to circle near the grain depots. After half a day, he concealed the 2 metallic spheres approximately 1,000 meters from the grain storage locations that he then made his way to the trading market in Neon Country, renting a warehouse exceeding 1,000 square meters while simultaneously seeking an agent. This agent was a familiar face from Lin Feng's past life, one of the former comrades who had betrayed him during the infiltration of the Dragon Sovereign's treasury. Upon seeing the man, Fujiwara no, Lin Feng's rage nearly overwhelmed him. Fortunately, he managed to suppress his anger, instead displaying a cordial smile. Sir, are you looking to hire me as your agent? I wonder what I can assist you with. Fujiwara no inquired, his demeanor shrewd. Did I end the previous apocalypse? He had successfully awakened Earth-based abilities, mastering them better than anyone else in their team, akin to a mythical Earth deity, capable of moving through the ground undetected. Mr. Fujiwara, I indeed wish to hire you for my services. I am affiliated with a large foreign trade company, and we require assistance for an internal exhibition over the next month, necessitating daily meal orders. Lin Feng explained 0.3 meals a day for 1,000 people each. Fujiwara no exclaimed, astonished. Lin Feng nodded emphatically, correct. Our company has exceptionally high standards, hence those 1,000 meals must meet superior quality. The cost per person is 10,000 neon coins. 10,000 neon coins. Fujiwara no was once again taken aback by Lin Feng's declaration. Atio put it in perspective. 10,000 neon coins were equivalent to 500 Xia currency. What kind of standard would that entail? Mr. Lin Feng, are you serious? Fujiwara no asked, still somewhat incredulous. Indeed, absolutely. To demonstrate our sincerity, our company is willing to pay in advance for the next day's meals, and provided that your meals are delivered on time and meet quality standards, we shall offer you a 10% commission on the total meal cost. Lin Feng reiterated with utmost seriousness that in the past, due to the treasures housed within the Dragon Sovereign's treasury, Fujiwara no and his associates had betrayed Lin Feng. However, if Lin Feng provided him with sufficient incentives, such as 10% of the daily meal costs, that amounted to a potential earning of 30 million neon coins in 10 days, or 90 million in a month. This commission was far more lucrative than simply donating 30 million neon coins daily, and should Fujiwara no attempt to abscond with the funds, he would face severe repercussions. Given these comparisons, Fujiwara no would have no choice but to choose the former option. If you can indeed fulfill this, let us sign a contract right now, Lin Feng urged. Upon reviewing the terms of the contract, which mirrored Lin Feng's proposal, Fujiwara no meticulously analyzed every clause to ensure no traps lay hidden. Before finally signing his name, the contract was finalized. Lin Feng retrieved a large suitcase from the trunk. Fortunately, the highest denomination in Neon Country was 10,000, or else this 30 million neon coins would not fit into a single suitcase. Seeing Lin Feng produce such a substantial sum of money, Fujiwara no was positively elated, assuring Lin Feng that the meals would be delivered to the designated location promptly the following day. Before hurriedly departing to make arrangements, after completing these tasks, Lin Feng noted that the time was nearly upon him, that he concealed the rented vehicle, and, once darkness fell, made his way to the first location where he had hidden the metallic sphere, excavating it. Subsequently, he used a drone to transport the metallic sphere towards the grain depot. Before long, once Lin Feng had identified the location, he landed the drone atop the grain depot, in the next instant. Lin Feng utilized spatial traversal to appear on the roof of the depot, swiftly tossing the metallic sphere into the ventilation shaft. Without waiting for the sphere to touch the ground, Lin Feng performed another spatial traversal, reappearing inside the depot and catching the metallic sphere. Upon witnessing the warehouse brimming with grain, Lin Feng wasted no time in opening his spatial realm to consume all the surrounding grain. Following the same procedure, he spent a full hour to completely empty the first grain depot. Next, Lin Feng employed spatial traversal once more to reach the second metallic sphere's hiding place, utilizing the same tactics. It took Lin Feng an additional hour and a half to clear out the second grain depot, which was also the largest among the 3 major grain reserves in Neon Country. After accomplishing this, Lin Feng was filled with elation. Just as he executed his final spatial traversal to escape the grain depot, he stumbled upon landing, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. His spatial energy had been depleted. A wave of anxiety washed over Lin Feng, and he felt a slight dizziness, as if he might faint at any moment. Gritting his teeth, he persevered until he finally located his vehicle. The car roared to life, speeding away towards the center of Sakura City. When Lin Feng regained consciousness, the high-ranking officials of Neon Country were already in an uproar, teetering on the brink of collective madness. Chapter 6. Where is the gold? Damn it. What on earth happened? Where is all the grain from our depots gone? And what about our reserve gold? At this moment, the sovereign of the Neon Nation was in a fit of rage, vociferously reprimanding the high-ranking officials who wielded considerable power within the country, his spittle flying as he berated them. Your Excellency, we have already established an investigative team and will, without fail, uncover the culprits as swiftly as possible, reclaiming all the lost grain and gold. One individual promptly declared, "You imbeciles! Expedite the investigation. I grant you 3 days. Should you fail to recover everything, you shall present your heads to me," the sovereign thundered. The others present fell silent, paralyzed with fear, too intimidated to move before their ruler. The mastermind behind this dire situation had just regained consciousness in the vehicle. Lin Feng quickly surveyed his surroundings. Relieved to find the vehicle parked by the roadside, that in his previous life, Lin Feng had never possessed spatial powers, nor did he comprehend the extent of energy required for spatial traversal from his performance the previous night. He realized that, when sufficiently charged, he could execute spatial shifts up to 20 times consecutively. Exceeding this limit would lead to a perilous state, akin to the near-fainting episode he experienced the night before due to depletion of spatial energy. After assessing his spatial energy, Lin Feng noted that, following a night's rest, it had replenished to 60%. That it was common for individuals with extraordinary abilities to regain their powers after a period of rest. However, there were also alternative methods for expedited recovery, that if he refrained from utilizing spatial shifts throughout the day, his energy would be fully restored by nightfall. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 6:30 in the morning. In half an hour, he was to meet with Fujiwara Nozomi to collect the meals. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng drove directly to the warehouse. Upon his arrival, it was scarcely 5 minutes before Fujiwara Nozomi led a grand convoy to his location. 5 small trucks arrived, each laden with meals sufficient for 1,000 people. Lin Feng conducted a cursory inspection of one meal, which not only included eggs and milk, but also fruits and pastries. All notably light and nutritious. Much to his satisfaction, that Mr. Fujiwara, you have done exceptionally well. This breakfast will undoubtedly impress our company, Lin Feng praised. Hearing Lin Feng's commendation, Fujiwara's tension eased slightly. To Mr. Lin, you have no idea the lengths I went to in order to secure these 1,000 meals. I called in every favor and enlisted the help of 2 agents to finalize this, Fujiwara replied with a smile. This speaks volumes of your commendable capabilities, Mr. Fujiwara. Should our company find today's meals satisfactory, I shall recommend that all future procurement of fruits and snacks be entrusted to you. Might you be interested? Lin Feng continued. With 200 billion neon coins still at his disposal, Lin Feng knew that even with this extravagant stockpiling of meals, his expenses would be minimal, likely no more than 10 billion neon coins over the course of a month. The prospect of amassing various food items without needing to intervene personally was indeed appealing. I am certainly interested, Fujiwara nodded eagerly, recognizing the lucrative opportunity. Very well, once today's meals are delivered, I shall propose this to my company. Thank you immensely, Mr. Lin. After the 1,000 meals were fully unloaded, Fujiwara departed with his team. With no one around, Lin Feng promptly stored all the food in his spatial realm. meticulously organizing them. Having completed this task, he then drove back to the hotel. Lin Feng, where have you been? Why did you tie me up again? You have no idea how I endured the day, Lu Li lamented, her voice laden with distress. First, take a shower. I will switch rooms, Lin Feng replied, descending to change his accommodation. Upon his return, he cast a somewhat disdainful glance at Lu Li, who, of course, noticed the unspoken reproach. With a pitiful expression, she retorted, I just cleaned myself. It wasn't my fault you tied me up for an entire day. How could I possibly hold it in? Before she could begin to cry again, Lin Feng raised a hand to halt her. Order room service for food. I need to sleep for a bit, he instructed. With that, he succumbed to slumber once more. When Lin Feng awoke the following day, Lu Li was still sprawled on the bed. Sleeping like a log, he ignored her, wrapping her in a blanket before checking his spatial realm. Yet, as he surveyed the area, he was struck with an alarming realization. Where was the gold? The 300 tons of gold had vanished. Lin Feng rummaged through his spatial realm, turning it inside out, yet there was no trace of the gold to be found. Had it simply disappeared? His mind buzzed with confusion as he double-checked, confirming that the 300 tons he had stolen were indeed gone. He distinctly remembered seeing the gold that morning when collecting the 1,000 meals. But now it was entirely absent. Upon further inspection, the silver remained, but the gold was nowhere to be seen. Reflecting on it, he recalled that the amount of gold he had seen earlier seemed considerably less than what he had initially stored. Exhaustion had clouded his judgment, and in his haste to return to the hotel for rest, he had not paid due attention, never anticipating that upon waking, the gold would be completely missing. Lin Feng meticulously searched every corner of his spatial realm for any sign of the missing gold, but found nothing. Just as he was about to abandon the search, he noticed a section of land within the storage area emitting a faint glow, stretching over 300 acres. Instinctively, he felt this area was linked to the lost gold. However, aside from the slight golden hue, there was no other anomaly. After considerable contemplation, Lin Feng concluded that this area must possess some extraordinary quality, that he took some seeds and scattered them across 2 plots of land within his spatial realm, one in the golden glowing area and the other in a normal plot. He was eager to discover whether the golden land possessed any special properties. Next, Lin Feng continued to assess his spoils, but he discovered a staggering accumulation of grain, exceeding 5 million tons. Furthermore, these grains were of exceptionally high quality, free from any genetically modified organisms, indicating they were suitable for planting as seeds. The Neon Nation officially claimed to have only 2 million tons of grain reserves, yet in reality, their stockpiles soared to over 8 million tons, which had been their lifeline during the cataclysmic events of the past. However, with Lin Feng's intervention, their advantage had been severed, rendering their hopes of capitalizing on this stockpile futile. Subsequently, Lin Feng noted various snacks and staple foods amounting to nearly 300 tons, alongside approximately 1,000 tons of fruits and vegetables, and around 8,000 tons of frozen meat, not to mention 30 tons of cooking oil, salt, and assorted sauces. Additionally, he discovered a plethora of household goods and appliances. As the Dorong supermarket was renowned as the largest and most comprehensive store in the Neon Nation, Lin Feng had essentially commandeered the entire establishment, which boasted a diverse array of goods. After categorizing and storing everything meticulously, Lin Feng glanced at the time. It was nearly noon. With a single spatial shift, he returned to the warehouse. After a brief wait of around 10 minutes, Fujiwara arrived with lunch. Lin Feng conducted a general inspection and confirmed the variety and quality were exceptional. In the afternoon, Lin Feng once again surveyed the terrain. His next target for plunder would be the Neon Nation's final objective, an indispensable resource in apocalyptic times: oil. Currently, the Neon Nation held the world's largest oil reserves, boasting over 800 million barrels of crude oil. Lin Feng was already well aware of the location of the underground oil storage facilities in the Neon Nation. However, oil has always been a strategic resource, and such matters concerning the nation's vital assets have been meticulously guarded, especially after the bizarre incident where the grains from the 2 major granaries mysteriously vanished overnight. The Neon Nation has tightened its grip on such significant strategic resources far more than before. Now, if Lin Feng wishes to procure crude oil from the Neon Nation, it is no simple task. Nevertheless, Lin Feng remains unperturbed. Acquiring such resources at a later time poses no disadvantage to him. After concluding his transaction with Fujiwara Noah on the first day, Lin Feng was thoroughly satisfied with the meal provided. By evening, he raised the payment to 55 million neon dollars, which included the cost of the meals and the hiring fee for Fujihara Noah, with a surplus of 20 million neon dollars earmarked for purchasing an assortment of fruits and snacks. Upon receiving such a substantial order from Lin Feng, Fujihara Noah was so elated that he knelt before him in gratitude. "This is all you deserve. If possible, could you add an additional 500 meals daily?" Lin Feng inquired. "That I shall do my utmost." Fujihara Noah, treating Lin Feng as if he were a benefactor, was overwhelmed with joy. After all, collaborating with Lin Feng for just a month could yield him over 100 million neon dollars, a rarity in the realm of trade. Such good fortune landing in his lap was a cause for great delight. "Excellent. Keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you." Lin Feng patted Fujihara Noah on the shoulder, exuding an air of expectation that on this very day, Lin Feng received yet another call from Zhang Dehai, marking the 15th call in 3 consecutive days. Having previously ignored the calls, Lin Feng imagined Zhang Dehai must be frantic by now. Since he had nearly completed his affairs in the Neon Nation, it was time to return to Xian Nation, resolve the matters concerning the father-son duo, and continue preparing for other resources. More importantly, Lin Feng needed to seek out a sanctuary. Given the current timeline, he had ample opportunity to construct an apocalyptic fortress, yet he found no inclination to squander time on such endeavors. Lin Feng was acutely aware of the trajectory of the impending apocalypse. Even if he were to invest heavily in creating a fortress now, it would hardly endure beyond 5 years. Instead, it would be far wiser to purchase a ready-made one, saving both time and effort. While Lin Feng had arrived with Lu Li, he did not inform her of his return, opting instead to board the flight back home alone. Furthermore, Lin Feng reclaimed the jewelry and cash he had previously left in the hotel, which he had feigned as gifts for Lu Li. Such possessions were certainly not to be left for that unworthy woman. Upon stepping onto the land of An City once more, Zhang Dehai's 16th call came through. This time, Lin Feng answered without hesitation. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Dehai's furious voice erupted from the other end. "Lin Feng, you finally decided to pick up? What do you mean by this? Are you deliberately avoiding me?" Feigning an air of contrition, Lin Feng replied, "Uncle Zhang, it is entirely my fault. Lily insisted on visiting the Neon Nation for a few days, and that caused a delay. But rest assured, I am back in the country now and will come to sign the contract with you right away." After hanging up, a wicked smile crept across Lin Feng's lips. Chapter 8. 600 million upon returning to An City. Lin Feng first contacted Zhang Dehai and his associates, then reached out once more to the top 10 hotels in An City that he had previously arranged business with. "I would like to expedite the timeline. I hope you can provide meal delivery services starting tomorrow. Additionally, please increase the number of banquet tables to 150, Lin Feng declared, upon hearing that Lin Feng had suddenly advanced the timeline by 3 days. The top hotels found themselves in quite a predicament. Due to the sudden change and the increased number of tables, the price will need to rise by 20% from the original amount. "Is that acceptable?" Lin Feng inquired with a smile. The hotel managers and owners readily acquiesced to the new terms. Although the timeline was indeed tight, allowing them little room to breathe, the prospect of earning nearly a year's worth of profits in just a month was too enticing to resist. Thus, Lin Feng assured them that he would transfer half of the payment to their accounts before delivery the next day. The hotel owners were overjoyed and set about mobilizing resources, even sourcing supplies from other provinces as needed. Moreover, not only did Lin Feng contact the top 10 hotels in An City, but he also reached out to every hotel he could connect with at this stage, dispatching substantial orders to each. After concluding the calls, Lin Feng headed straight to Zhang Dehai's residence. Zhang Dehai lived in a luxurious villa in the city center, each villa in the area valued at over 100 million, with Zhang Dehai's villa surpassing 300 million, making it the undisputed king of the neighborhood. The entire structure was built to withstand an 8-point earthquake, and even after the apocalypse in his previous life, Zhang Dehai's villa sustained only minimal damage. "Uncle Zhang," Lin Feng greeted with a smile upon his arrival. Seeing Lin Feng, both Zhang Dehai and Zhang Guiqiang were present, their faces alight with joy, as if they viewed Lin Feng as a plump sheep ready for slaughter. Observing their delight, Lin Feng could only smile in response. "Enjoy your laughter. You may find yourselves regretting it later. Lin Feng, we've been waiting for a long time. The contract is already prepared. Please take a look," Zhang Dehai said, his grin somewhat forced. Lin Feng took the contract, and upon seeing the figures, his expression feigned shock. Zhang, this amount seems incorrect, does it not? I hold 30% of the shares in the company. And based on current valuations, it should normally be worth 30 billion, that even at a 70% discount, I should be entitled to at least 20 billion. Yet the contract states only 12 billion. That seems rather insufficient. Listening to Lin Feng's words, Zhang Dehai immediately adopted a look of feigned concern and sighed deeply. Lin Feng, you have no idea how dire the company's financial situation is. The figures on paper are merely for show to other shareholders. The reality is far from those numbers that I only share this with you because I consider you family. 12 billion is my highest offer. If it were anyone else acquiring, 10 billion would be a generous deal. Lin Feng was aware that Zhang Dehai and his son were attempting to swindle him. However, if they were to realize that the apocalypse was merely a few weeks away, they would never consider such a price for shares that would soon become worthless. All right, I shall heed Uncle Zhang's advice. Lin Feng maintained his usual demeanor, which pleased Zhang Dehai immensely. Lin Feng, 12 billion is no small sum. Even after all our efforts, we have only managed to gather 6 billion, that we can offer you 6 billion now. And in a month, we guarantee the remaining 6 billion will be transferred to you. How does that sound? Zhang Dehai proposed. Before Lin Feng could respond, Zhang Wuqiang chimed in. Yes, Lin Feng, just wait 1 month. We are like family and would never deceive you. We will include these terms in the contract. In his previous life, Lin Feng had been similarly manipulated by this father-son duo, a folly of his own, making as he had handwritten the supplementary terms on the contract, making it impossible to win any subsequent legal battles. Before Zhang Wuqiang could suggest that Lin Feng add additional clauses, Lin Feng's expression hardened, and his tone grew serious. That will not do. Even brothers keep accounts clear. We are not brothers, after all, that if your current funds are insufficient. Perhaps you should offer other assets as collateral at this point. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the villa. How about temporarily mortgaging this villa to me? Lin Feng proposed with a smile. Absolutely not. Zhang Wuqiang immediately rejected the idea. Lin Feng chuckled. He had merely mentioned the villa offhandedly. Although it possessed remarkable earthquake resistance, it was not his primary target. That I in that case. How about the foreign trade company you own, along with the warehouses and their contents? As collateral? That should be acceptable. No, Lin Feng continued, as this was his true objective, that I end the previous life. After the apocalypse erupted, Zhang Dehai and his son managed to thrive for several years due to Zhang Wuqiang's foreign trade company, which owned 3 warehouses filled with vast quantities of rice, flour, cooking oil, and instant noodles. Although the total value of these goods was only around 30 million, in the apocalypse, such provisions became a treasure trove. Enough to establish their dominance in the new world. Agreed. It's a deal. Zhang Dehai readily acquiesced, unable to suppress the mirth dancing in the corners of his eyes. The two parties swiftly executed the contract. And within 3 minutes, Lin Feng received a staggering transfer of 600 million. Uncle Zhang, do not forget the remaining 600 million. Lin Feng chuckled, turning to depart. As soon as Lin Feng exited, Zhang Dehai and his son erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter within the confines of the room, mockingly branding Lin Feng a fool. That I've never encountered such a simpleton. We secured 30 billion in shares and only had to part with 6 billion. He thinks he can claim the rest. Let him dream his spring and autumn dreams. Indeed, this lad is as foolish as his parents. How could he possibly trust me so much, were it not for his parents' demise? The police would have long suspected me, that I would have arranged for him to meet the same fate. Truly a family of imbeciles. Zhang Dehai and Zhang Wuqiang continued their derision towards Lin Feng. Yet at that moment, Lin Feng had no inclination to heed their taunts. With the foreign trade company and the warehouse now mortgaged to him by Zhang Wuqiang, the company was effectively his own. Lin Feng was poised to exploit this foreign trade enterprise to great advantage. With this thought in mind, he dialed another number. Before long, a melodious voice resonated from the other end of the line. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? Chapter 9. Golden Land Li Shuer, an employee of the Qin Group, had ascended to the position of supervisor due to her exceptional abilities. Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, such a fragile woman as Li Shuer did not awaken her powers immediately. By a twist of fate, she sought refuge with Lin Feng, becoming the first woman he encountered in this tumultuous new world. Unfortunately, after being attacked by rioters, Li Shuer met a tragic end amidst the chaos. a painful memory that lingered in Lin Feng's heart. Had she not risked her life to warn him and facilitate his escape, her fate might have been different. Now that he had the chance to live again, Lin Feng was determined to honor her sacrifice. Yes, it's me that I have an important personnel arrangement for you. Come to the Hongwan Pier immediately. After stating his command, Lin Feng hung up the phone. In less than half an hour, a red sedan appeared before Lin Feng at the pier. Upon encountering a woman of graceful stature and captivating beauty, a flicker of long-buried memories stirred within Lin Feng. She retained her innocent and charming demeanor, despite her efforts to present herself as a mature adult. Her inner naivete was unmistakable. Mr. Lin, Li Shuer approached him. Lin Feng smiled at her and continued, "Do you see these 3 warehouses before you?" Li Shuer nodded, though she remained perplexed by his words. "The Guiqiang Foreign Trade Company is now my enterprise, and I hope you can utilize it to procure a substantial quantity of various foodstuffs and fruits from abroad within the next month. You must fill these 3 warehouses to capacity within 7 days. Can you manage that?" Lin Feng instructed her, almost as a command. The 3 warehouses stood empty, their previous stockpiles of food having been absorbed into Lin Feng's power space. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Shuer appeared somewhat bewildered, and remembered to acquire additional sunscreen, antifreeze, and various common medications. Don't forget. However, the bewilderment for Li Shuer did not end there, as Lin Feng proceeded to transfer her 100 million as funds for the upcoming procurement. "I have faith in you. Do not let me down, understood? Once the 3 warehouses are filled, call me immediately. The day is drawing to a close, so you should return now." With that, Lin Feng patted her shoulder and turned to leave. Mr. Lin. After Lin Feng departed, Li Shuer finally grasped the situation. Yet, no matter how she called out, Lin Feng had already vanished from her sight. Upon returning to his dilapidated villa, with half an hour remaining until Fujihara delivered a feast for 1,000, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to examine the pale yellow land within his power space. When Lin Feng beheld the faintly golden land emanating from his power space, he was momentarily taken aback. He had sown 2 batches of seeds. While the seeds on the other side lay lifeless, those on the golden land had begun to sprout. To his astonishment, the vegetable seeds had already produced tender shoots. This revelation sent Lin Feng into a frenzy of joy. It was known that following the apocalypse, with earthquakes and extreme temperatures, over 90% of plant life had perished. The climate was so inhospitable that cultivating food became nearly impossible. While subsequent efforts by wood-type ability users had enabled some replanting, large-scale cultivation remained a daunting challenge. Now, with 300 acres of land at his disposal, Lin Feng realized that 1 ton of gold could cultivate 1 acre in his power space. Understanding this, he erupted into exuberant shouts within the villa. What did this signify? It meant a continuous supply of food, granting him absolute initiative and authority in the wake of the apocalypse. However, 300 acres alone were far from sufficient. Lin Feng yearned for more, at least thousands or even tens of thousands of acres of golden land. As he reveled in excitement, he continued to scrutinize the interior of his power space. Soon, he noticed a distinct change. A faint shadow appeared where the Qinquan pearl floated on a metal sphere. Is a new metal sphere about to emerge? This revelation invigorated Lin Feng with a wave of happiness. A sense of unexplainable elation washing over him. Previously, he had pondered how to procure resources from abroad, as 2 metal spheres were simply insufficient for his needs that if a 3rd were to emerge, it might alleviate his predicament. Lin Feng resumed his search within the power space, certain that the appearance of the 3rd metal sphere was linked to the resources within. His mind first turned to the silver amassed within the space. At least 10 tons had been clearly visible during the day, yet it had now vanished entirely. This only reinforced Lin Feng's theory. Gold could develop golden land for cultivation, while silver could be absorbed to yield new metal spheres. With this realization, Lin Feng's spirits soared. After a thorough search of the power space revealed no further changes, he traversed directly to the vast warehouse in Neon Country that in less than 10 minutes, a convoy appeared before Lin Feng. Upon seeing Fujihara arrive with a feast for 1,000, Lin Feng lavished him with praise. This time, not only food but also an assortment of fruits and snacks had come. Currently, Fujihara barely enjoyed 4 hours of rest daily. The rest of his time consumed with tirelessly assisting Lin Feng in sourcing various food items. Such a grueling workload was undeniably taxing, yet upon receiving a suitcase full of cash from Lin Feng, all his fatigue seemed to dissipate. Wait a moment, Mr. Fujihara, did I wonder if your company offers services for procuring precious metals? Lin Feng inquired with a smile. That Mr. Lin, does your company wish to invest in precious metals? Fujihara asked, his eyes heavy with fatigue. Lin Feng smiled slightly, confirming his interest. Indeed, but I wonder if you would be interested in this venture. How much do you require? When he posed this question, Fujihara had already mentally braced himself. As Lin Feng's current demeanor suggested, he had substantial appetites. At least 100 tons, though the more the better. We can provide a 10% deposit in advance. Upon delivery, we will settle the full amount. If our first collaboration proves successful, we can pay in full for subsequent purchases. Lin Feng declared, effectively dropping a bombshell of monumental proportions into Fujihara's consciousness. Chapter 10. The third metal sphere. Upon hearing Lin Feng's request, Fujihara's heart surged with excitement. That as for the compensation Lin Feng had offered, it remained consistent with previous agreements. A 10% reward upon successful completion. Mr. Lin, are you serious? Fujihara asked, clearly still grappling with disbelief. Lin Feng nodded earnestly. Of course. Why would you doubt our company's capabilities? This is part of our strategic plan. You must not disclose this to anyone else. Otherwise, our company will never collaborate with you again. And we will hold you accountable for any breach of confidentiality. Particularly as he spoke the latter part, Lin Feng's demeanor grew stern, making it clear to Fujihara that he was not jesting. Can you secure 100 tons of silver? How long will it take? Lin Feng pressed. How much time do you require? Fujihara countered. About a month should suffice, Fujihara contemplated. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng responded, a month? I need you to expedite this. No more than half a month, and remember, 100 tons of silver is just the initial batch. Subsequent needs may be even greater. Listening to Lin Feng's words, Fujihara Yi immediately became exceedingly excited. All right, just half a month. After the two concluded their conversation, Lin Feng stored the meal in his ability space and then traversed through space, returning once more to his home in Angshi City. Currently, Lin Feng's space contained nearly 200 billion neon coins, and it would be a formidable task for him alone to deposit such an immense sum into the bank. Moreover, Lin Feng intended to procure even more supplies, making cash transactions for each trade evidently impractical. Soon, Lin Feng contacted a professional agent with whom the Lin family company had previously collaborated that I need to deposit a substantial amount of foreign currency into an account. Can you facilitate this? Lin Feng stated directly. How much? The other party inquired. 200 billion neon coins. What? How much? The other party was taken aback. Although Lin Feng was indeed a wealthy heir, the revelation of such a vast sum of foreign currency left them astounded. Not waiting for further questions, Lin Feng explained, my parents were the presidents of the Lin Group. I only just discovered the foreign currency stored in the basement. I have no idea why they saved so much. While Lin Feng's explanation may have seemed somewhat far-fetched, its outrageousness lended a degree of credibility. Young Master Lin, I will contact the bank manager immediately, and they will come to discuss this with you. The other party assured. Lin Feng smiled, finding the situation more manageable. He proceeded to the basement of his home, retrieving all the remaining neon coins stored in his ability space, filling the entire basement to the brim. When the bank representatives arrived and beheld such a tremendous quantity of neon coins, they were utterly astonished. After a thorough discussion, they agreed to convert these coins into 2.8 billion xia coins and $1.2 billion coins. However, due to the staggering amount, they would need 3 days to apply for approval from higher authorities. Lin Feng was unfazed by this and readily agreed, signing the necessary agreements in the following half-month. Lin Feng dedicated himself to studying his ability space and acquiring a vast array of supplies while continuously sampling the local delicacies. During this time, all the xia coins and dollar coins he had exchanged at the bank were deposited into his account. To avoid raising any suspicions, Lin Feng even placed nearly 1,000 takeout orders daily, keeping him quite busy. Nevertheless, this busyness brought Lin Feng immense satisfaction. When the apocalypse arrived, even the takeout from a single day would draw a swarm of followers. As for Li Shuer, her performance over the past half-month had also been commendable, with Lin Feng having cleared the warehouse twice. The 100 million he initially provided her had already been spent halfway, prompting Lin Feng to reward her with 2 million as a bonus. Despite knowing Lin Feng's wealth, Li Shuer was still taken aback by the 2 million bonus. You have performed excellently. This reward is well-deserved. Thank you, boss. Thank you, young Master Lin, Li Shuer exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Seeing her joy, Lin Feng felt a surge of happiness that in a previous life, such a display of delight would have inevitably led to entanglements between them. However, Lin Feng had no inclination to dwell on romantic matters at present. Just as Lin Feng had completed the collection of supplies for the day, he received a call from Fujihara Yi. Mr. Lin, the 100 tons of silver you requested will be delivered tonight. Well done. Upon receiving the goods, I will promptly settle the remaining balance. Lin Feng directly addressed Fujihara Ye's primary concern, to acquire this 100 tons of silver. Fujihara Ye's company had leveraged extensive connections to procure it from several precious metal companies, finally managing to obtain it within half a month. That a few hours later, Lin Feng reappeared at the warehouse in Sakura City. Having previously visited to procure dinner, he now awaited the arrival of 3 large trucks. As the tarpaulin was lifted, Lin Feng beheld the gleaming silver. Excellent, Mr. Fujihara. Your services are indeed reliable, Lin Feng remarked. Immediately, Lin Feng transferred $1 billion coins to Fujihara's company account. Upon seeing the successful transaction, Fujihara Yi was overjoyed that in the next 12 days, I hope your company can assist me in gathering more silver or gold as long as you can acquire a sufficient quantity. The price is negotiable, Lin Feng continued, further demonstrating his sincerity by transferring an additional $10 million coins to Fujihara Yi. Upon witnessing this, Fujihara Yi bowed deeply, assuring Lin Feng of their commitment to fulfill his request. Once the trucks departed, Lin Feng closed the warehouse doors and stored all the silver in his ability space. He then meticulously observed the changes within that space as the silver was absorbed. The metallic sphere that had been hovering near the Chinquan pearl began to solidify at a visibly accelerated pace. Within 10 minutes, the third metallic sphere finally emerged. Lin Feng retrieved the sphere from his ability space, and it appeared identical to the previous two. Overjoyed, Lin Feng realized that the plans he had devised over the past half-month were finally ready to be implemented. Chapter 11. Draining the 5 Great Lakes of Blue Star. Have you observed? Where did their trucks come from? In the darkness, one individual questioned the 2 who were covertly observing. These individuals were spies sent by Fujihara Ye's company, as Lin Feng's actions had been overly conspicuous. Not only did he require an extraordinary amount of meals daily, but there were also no signs of significant activity from those around him. Now that he had purchased such a vast quantity of silver, they were eager to uncover which company Lin Feng was associated with, that if they could stealthily track him to his destination, there might be an opportunity for them to engage in underhanded dealings. Especially given Lin Feng's astonishing display of power. In just half a month, he had spent 100 billion neon coins, leaving them in awe. However, despite their efforts to lurk and wait, they could find no trace of Lin Feng. After acquiring the third metallic sphere, Lin Feng had already returned to Engshi City in Xia Country. Aside from the confusion among those at Fujihara Ye's company, the person most eager to locate Lin Feng was Lu Li. Lin Feng had left Lu Li alone in the Neon Country, taking away all the jewelry and money he had given her. Had she not called Zhang Guiqiang to transfer funds, she might have found it impossible to return home. Over the past half-month, Lu Li had continuously attempted to contact Lin Feng, but he had remained unresponsive. Even when she visited Lin Feng's villa, she could not catch a glimpse of him. Lin Feng was preoccupied with gathering supplies, spending each day buying and acquiring. He had no time to linger at home. Today, Lin Feng ordered 1,000 cups of milk tea, 1,000 servings of KFC, 500 roasted chickens and ducks, and even 100 roasted whole lambs daily across the city. That he had completely monopolized Burger King, McDonald's, and various Chinese fast food outlets. The days dwindled with only 10 days remaining until the apocalypse. Lin Feng grew increasingly unrestrained, directly contacting stalls and shops to secure all their meals for the next 10 days. He instructed them to simply prepare the food, assuring them he would take everything, regardless of quantity. Furthermore, Lin Feng was spending money extravagantly, never delaying payment, settling all expenses for the next 10 days in one go, as long as they delivered to the designated warehouse. Fortunately, Lin Feng arranged for the meals to be delivered at a consistent time each day. Even if people noticed, they would merely think him mad. With only 10 days remaining until the apocalypse, Lin Feng decided to venture abroad to store water and food. With 3 metallic spheres at his disposal, Lin Feng now had ample time to collect supplies domestically and in the Neon Country, while also raiding and plundering in other parts of the world. His first destination was Lake Baikal. After all, the water resources of Lake Baikal were not only abundant, but also of exceptional quality, requiring no filtration for direct consumption. The water from Lake Baikal alone could sustain 50 billion people for 50 years. Logically speaking, collecting water from Lake Baikal would suffice. However, considering the vast irrigation needs for the golden land within his ability space, one Lake Baikal would hardly be adequate. While humanity's lifespan has exceeded a century, which is already considered remarkable, following the apocalypse, some individuals may become ability users, their lifespans also extending. Experts estimate that each elevation in ability level could add at least 10 years to one's life. Rather than traveling alone by plane to Lake Baikal, Lin Feng opted to send the metallic spheres via express courier, utilizing super express shipping to save time. In less than a day, the metallic sphere was delivered to a courier station in a small town near Lake Baikal. After Lin Feng collected all the supplies for the day, he promptly traversed time to reach the courier station. Upon exiting, he made a beeline for Lake Baikal, situated 10 miles away, renowned as the largest freshwater lake in the world. Its water quality was exceptional, and the surroundings were extraordinarily picturesque. Lin Feng leaped into the lake with abandon, swimming several hundred meters before maximizing the capacity of his anomalous space. Soon, a colossal whirlpool emerged at the lake's center, with torrents of fresh water surging into Lin Feng's anomalous space. According to his current absorption rate, it would take at least 10 hours to completely siphon all the fresh water. As Lin Feng absorbed this vast aquatic resource, countless fish and shrimp from Lake Baikal were also drawn into his space. However, it became evident that, aside from Lin Feng, no other living creatures could survive within that realm. Furthermore, he discovered that he could not draw in any fish longer than 1 meter. Thus, from 7 o'clock in the evening until 7 o'clock the following morning, Lin Feng managed to absorb 99% of Lake Baikal's water into his anomalous space. Simultaneously, the aquatic life within his anomalous space amounted to nearly 10 million tons. 10 million tons of sustenance. The bounty from Lake Baikal alone was monumental for Lin Feng. Meanwhile, a significant uproar erupted across the nation of the Great Bear, as the world's largest freshwater lake had seemingly been emptied overnight, an inconceivable occurrence for them. Lin Feng, however, paid no heed to the commotion and, with another temporal shift, returned directly to the Neon Nation. It was early morning, and it was time for Lin Feng to gather breakfast for 1,500 people. An increase from the previous demand of 1,000 servings from Fujiwara Yi. After collecting the breakfast, Lin Feng promptly sent the metallic sphere to a town near Lake Superior, once again opting for express delivery. Engaging in the same operations yielded the same astonishing results, and for 5 consecutive nights, Lin Feng remained tirelessly occupied. Lake Superior, Lake Victoria, Lake Huron, and Lake Michigan all fell under his dominion, with over 90% of their water resources siphoned away. The bizarre occurrences over these 5 days sent shockwaves throughout the international community. Once these tasks were completed, Lin Feng felt an immense sense of relief. After all, on the very first day of the apocalypse, a tremendous earthquake had primarily struck these lakes and oceans. The 5 Great Lakes Lin Feng had drained would flow into the Earth's interior within 3 days, meaning that even if Lin Feng chose not to extract the freshwater from these lakes, they would vanish entirely within a mere 10 days. Now he possessed an almost inexhaustible supply of fresh water capable of sustaining 2 billion citizens of Summer Nation for 500 years, along with an astonishing 480 million tons of aquatic resources stored within his anomalous space. Regardless of the uproar on the internet, Lin Feng remained unperturbed, turning his thoughts to another pressing matter. As Lin Feng pondered, he finally received a return call regarding the inquiry he had posted on an online forum. Chapter 12. The Underground Shelter. Is this Mr. Lin Feng? A melodious voice inquired, sounding somewhat familiar to him. Hello, it is I. May I ask who is speaking? Lin Feng responded politely. My name is Baikur. I saw your post on the enthusiast forum expressing an interest in acquiring a refuge for the apocalypse that I happen to have one available and wondered if you might be interested. Baikur said with a smile. Of course, I am interested. Where is it located? I can head over right now. Lin Feng replied eagerly. Upon hearing her name, Lin Feng instantly recalled that Baikur was the renowned leader of the Blood Cloak Women's Legion in the previous world, known for possessing an extensive refuge capable of gathering numerous female warriors. Following the agreed-upon location, Lin Feng drove directly to the site. Upon arrival, however, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Clearly, the refuge Baikur intended to sell was not the vast structure rumored in the previous world, but rather a standard shelter, albeit one spanning 500 square meters, which was sufficient for Lin Feng's needs. "Miss Bai, how did you come to possess such a place?" Lin Feng inquired with a smile. "I grew up in the Eagle Nation, where many affluent individuals construct such refuges that my interest in these places led me to invest in a company specializing in building apocalypse shelters, and I subsequently commissioned one of my own," Bai Kuder explained with a smile. Lin Feng nodded slightly. "Shall we go inside and take a look?" With that, Bai Kuder led Lin Feng into the shelter. This particular refuge was situated on the outskirts, near 3 universities. Due to its somewhat remote location, the land acquisition costs were relatively low when Bai Kuder constructed the apocalypse shelter. Soon, Bai Kuder began detailing the construction specifications of the refuge, which had been designed to meet the standards of the world's wealthiest individuals. The exterior was constructed of brick and concrete, yet within, there were robust 30-centimeter thick steel walls. Moreover, the surface structures were merely decorative. The essential refuge was located underground. The underground shelter boasted a comprehensive array of systems, including heating and cooling, air purification, oxygen generation, diesel generators, oversized batteries, high-voltage electric traps, and intelligent AI assistants. Many of the features exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. Furthermore, the entire underground facility could withstand an earthquake of up to magnitude 8, comprising 3 levels, with the 3rd level divided into 2 sections, one for equipment and the other serving as a warehouse. The warehouse contained nearly 1/3 of the supplies. While the value of these materials was modest, they would represent a significant fortune once the apocalypse truly commenced. After Bai Kuder concluded her presentation, Lin Feng expressed his satisfaction with the refuge. "This is indeed impressive. I never imagined Miss Bai would be willing to part with such a fine place. The main reason is that I find the space somewhat limited. I am seeking something larger," Bai Kuder stated without hesitation. "Does that mean you already have something bigger and better?" Lin Feng asked, a smile playing on his lips. Bai Kuder returned Lin Feng's smile, her silence confirming his assumption. "Miss Bai, please name your price for everything here, including the underground supplies. 200 million. Lin Feng was taken aback upon hearing Bai Kuder's price, although he was uncertain about her total investment. "It surely did not reach that figure that I spent 2 years developing this shelter. 200 million is undoubtedly a fair price," Bai Kuder reiterated, clearly unyielding on her stance, since Lin Feng was not lacking in funds. He nodded in agreement. "Deal." With that, under Bai Kuder's slightly astonished gaze, Lin Feng promptly paid the full amount. "But Mr. Lin Feng, your willingness to pay so readily, aren't you afraid I might renege on our agreement?" Bai Kuder chuckled. Feigning surprise, Lin Feng replied, "I almost forgot. But would you really go back on your word, Miss Bai?" The two exchanged smiles, and Bai Kuder then transferred the refuge's AI directly to Lin Feng, making him the sole owner of the shelter from that moment on. Additionally, as the owner, Lin Feng could designate 10 individuals permitted to enter and utilize certain functions of the shelter. "Mr. Lin Feng, we have a group for enthusiasts. Would you like to join?" Bai Kuder inquired. "Absolutely." Lin Feng responded with enthusiasm that he was aware of the existence of such a group, where those who managed to endure until the end were formidable figures. Their presence would prove invaluable for Lin Feng's future resource exchanges. After concluding the transaction with Bai Kuder, both parties signed the contract and agreed on a time for the transfer of ownership. Although Lin Feng outwardly complied, he remained unconcerned. With merely 5 days remaining until the apocalypse, amidst the ruins, would there even be a need for a formal transfer? Next, Lin Feng began formulating his plans for the remaining 5 days. Based on his recent observations of his anomalous space, he concluded that the golden soil could indeed support plant growth. To cultivate more golden land, he would need to acquire additional gold. Where is the world's largest reserve of gold? Naturally, it lies within the underground super vault of the National Bank of the Eagle Nation. That facility houses over half of the world's refined 24K gold, with the total gold reserves exceeding 12,000 tons. In terms of summer currency, that equates to a staggering 72 trillion. This was indeed an astronomical figure, and now it had become Lin Feng's target. According to Lin Feng's plan, whether before the apocalypse or after its outbreak, as long as he could send his metallic sphere into the underground vault, the 12,000 tons of gold would undoubtedly be his. In the last 4 days, Lin Feng finally received good news from Fujiwara Yi. "Are you certain?" Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Fujiwara Ye's words. "Mr. Lin Feng, I am absolutely certain. We have contacted the largest precious metals company in Eagle Country, and they have agreed to sell us 300 tons of silver and 10 tons of gold. Fujiwara Yi spoke with palpable enthusiasm, but the other party required an 80% upfront payment. No problem. We can forego the immediate return of that gold. You and I shall head to Eagle Country tomorrow. Lin Feng replied with equal fervor, adding, Rest assured, the commission I promised you will not be diminished by even a fraction. Chapter 13. Objective achieved. Lin Feng was remarkably swift, having announced his intention to travel to Eagle Country. He set off the very next morning. However, Fujiwara Yi harbored some concerns, as he was currently responsible for the meals of Lin Feng's 1,500 men. Would this journey to Eagle Country cause delays? You can delegate this matter to someone from your company that I will arrange for someone to take over my responsibilities regarding the goods. So there is no need to worry, Lin Feng reassured him. Upon hearing Lin Feng's arrangement, Fujiwara Yi felt a sense of relief. For Lin Feng, who possessed the spatial traversal ability of the metallic sphere, these matters were trivial. He could gather everything in the time it took to visit the restroom. Even while on the plane, Lin Feng did not forget to order takeout from his warehouse in city, as he had no qualms about accumulating resources. The more he stored now, the more secure he would feel when the apocalypse arrived. After flying for over 10 hours and taking numerous restroom breaks, Lin Feng finally managed to gather all the supplies. However, since he was officially on a flight to Eagle Country, he had disguised himself thoroughly to avoid recognition while collecting the goods. Upon arriving in Eagle Country, thanks to Fujiwara Yi's introduction and assistance, Lin Feng easily met with the head of the company. Upon first encountering Lin Feng, the counterpart was quite surprised, never expecting to see such a young Oriental man. Hello, Mr. John. I trust you are already aware of our purpose here, Lin Feng greeted with a smile. Hearing Lin Feng's impeccable Eagle language only added to the surprise, as if he had lived in Eagle Country for many years. When inquiring about Lin Feng's intentions for purchasing such a substantial amount of gold and silver, Lin Feng showed no signs of concealment. The price of silver is currently rather unremarkable, while gold is less than 1% of that. He explained that I intend to deposit the gold directly into the national bank, while the silver will be stored at the docks for transport back to my country. Lin Feng continued, If your company could assist me in depositing all the gold into the underground vault of the national bank, I will pay the full amount immediately. Upon hearing this, John stood up and shook Lin Feng's hand. That it's a deal. Consequently, with John's company's coordination, Lin Feng signed a contract and paid an 80% deposit of $800 million. With 10 trucks setting off directly to the National Bank of Eagle Country, Lin Feng had ample funds at his disposal, so he wasn't concerned about the expenditure of $1 billion. After all, if the weight of the gold was insufficient, it could not be deposited into the underground vault. Once the gold was counted and prepared for transfer underground, Lin Feng naturally took the opportunity to place the metallic sphere amidst the gold. Watching as both the gold and the sphere were sent into the vault, this sight, a satisfied smile crept across Lin Feng's face, and he promptly transferred $200 million to John's company. Mr. Lin Feng, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you, John expressed. Likewise, I kindly ask you to send the remaining 300 tons of silver directly to the docks. Lin Feng replied that no problem, after agreeing on a timeline. Lin Feng waited 5 hours before exchanging the remaining 30 billion summer currency for $500 million. Once the 300 tons of silver had arrived at the docks, Lin Feng settled the payment of $300 million. Having previously rented a container, once the 300 tons of silver were delivered, and he found himself alone, Lin Feng swiftly absorbed all the silver into his spatial realm, based on his previous experience. 100 tons of silver could produce one metallic sphere. Thus, 300 tons should yield 3 spheres that if he could produce 3 additional spheres, Lin Feng's grand heist could almost be completed in a single day. However, as he reveled in this delightful fantasy, reality shattered it. Over 90% of the silver had been absorbed into his spatial realm, and beside the Chinquan pearl appeared a spectral image of a metallic sphere. Far more solid than the last one Lin Feng had encountered, yet it still fell short of solidifying into an actual sphere. To Lin Feng's discerning eye, it seemed only about 30% of a typical metallic sphere's solidity remained, implying that he would need 1,000 tons of silver to solidify a sphere this time. Was this an exponential increase? Lin Feng felt a wave of confusion, yet the likelihood of this possibility seemed quite high. But where would he procure the remaining 700 tons of silver? Time was short, with only 3 days left. Thinking thus, Lin Feng contacted Fujiwara Yi once more. Mr. Lin Feng, how may I assist you? Fujiwara Yi asked as soon as he answered the call. Please reach out to John for me. I require 700 tons of silver within 2 days. I can provide a $100 million deposit up front. Lin Feng instructed. Lin Feng had already formulated a plan in his mind. Given that his current $200 million would clearly not suffice for 700 tons of silver, even securing a deposit would be challenging, especially since he intended to use those funds to purchase firearms. After all, in the early days of the apocalypse, particularly before many ability users reach level 3, firearms would pose a formidable threat to them. Once ability users reach level 5, only heavy weaponry like rocket launchers and mortars could inflict significant damage. Regardless, weaponry was undeniably crucial in the early stages. An idea struck Lin Feng as he retrieved approximately 10 tons of silver from his space. Since he currently lacked the funds to purchase 700 tons of silver, he would have to devise another means to acquire it. Understood, Mr. Lin Feng? I will attend to it immediately, Fujiwara Yi exclaimed, filled with excitement. After completing these tasks, Lin Feng scrolled through his phone and noticed a message in a survival enthusiast group about someone selling simplified versions of apocalypse bunkers for 50 million each. With 2 available, the seller inquired if anyone was interested. Lin Feng realized that these simplified bunkers could serve as mobile shelters during the apocalypse, effectively concealing him in many situations. I'll take them. But I am currently abroad. I will finalize the transaction in person when I return in 2 days. Lin Feng replied directly. Upon seeing Lin Feng's prompt agreement, the seller expressed delight and added Lin Feng as a friend. When Lin Feng noticed the real name left in the friend request, he couldn't help but feel a thrill. It was indeed a stroke of luck. Chapter 14. Touring the Armory. Shirley, the leader of the largest private base for humanity in a city after the apocalypse, was undoubtedly the undisputed ruler for at least 3 years post-outbreak. The primary reason was his ownership of an apocalypse bunker, along with his position as the regional head of an international company, granting him swift access to firearms. This enabled him to rise above many in a short span, considering Lin Feng's understanding from his previous life. Shirley was undoubtedly the person to connect with. As Lin Feng contemplated how to procure weapons in Eagle Country, it just so happened that Shirley's company headquarters was located there, making it exceedingly easy to acquire heavy weaponry through his connections. Before long, Lin Feng was engaged in conversation with Shirley, simultaneously transferring 10 million as a deposit. The speed at which Lin Feng sent the deposit took Shirley by surprise, fostering a significant sense of goodwill towards Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, I am currently in Eagle Country, and I am seeking merchants who can provide firearms. Do you have any leads? Lin Feng asked directly after transferring the funds. Shirley was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. Mr. Lin, private firearm possession is not permitted in our country. I am well aware that I do not intend to bring them back. I am exploring business opportunities in this regard. Lin Feng replied with a smile, offering no further explanation. Such matters were not something he could elaborate on with outsiders. Mr. Lin, which specific weapons are you interested in? Shirley inquired further that my clients desire a wide variety of weapons, and the quantities are substantial. What is the total cost? I need to estimate. Shirley reiterated, the amount lies between $100 million to $200 million. Lin Feng responded, and upon hearing his words, even Shirley, who frequently dealt with money, was somewhat taken aback. In terms of private arms purchases, this was indeed an astonishing figure. Very well, Mr. Lin, I will reach out to you shortly, should there be any updates. I will get back to you, Shirley remarked. Lin Feng was actually well prepared at this moment. If he could manage to procure a 4th metallic sphere within these 3 days, he had resolved to embark on a grand venture. However, should the 4th metallic sphere materialize, Lin Feng would cease his activities, waiting for the arrival of the apocalypse and the onset of the great earthquake before reassessing his opportunities. At the very least, the metallic spheres had already been delivered to the underground vault of the Eagle Nation, and the primary objective of Lin Feng's journey had been achieved. Nonetheless, the failure to produce the 4th metallic sphere from the 300 tons of silver left Lin Feng somewhat unprepared. Without any metallic spheres at his disposal, he would be unable to fully unleash his potential here in the Eagle Nation. Casting a glance at the time, despite it being 7 in the evening in the Eagle Nation, it was already 7 in the morning in Summer Country. Lin Feng promptly utilized his spatial traversal ability to arrive in Neon Country, first retrieving his breakfast, subsequently, after settling the entire day's meal expenses. He declared, from today onward, there is no need for further meal deliveries. Should we require your services again, our company will reach out. Although the other party was puzzled by the sudden change, they had been exhausted from the high-intensity work over the past few days. Thus, upon hearing Lin Feng's announcement of halting their collaboration, they felt a mix of regret yet relief, as they had profited immensely during this period. After acquiring the metallic spheres, Lin Feng immediately booked an early flight back to the Eagle Nation. He once again set his sights on the storage warehouses of the top 3 chain supermarkets in the Eagle Nation. Fortunately, these 3 warehouses were in close proximity, each holding goods valued at over 10 billion. Given Lin Feng's current reserves, he did not necessarily require the resources from these warehouses. His primary concern was that when the apocalypse struck, these immense warehouses would be requisitioned by the Eagle Nation, providing significant support during the initial chaotic phase. Even after the arrival of the apocalypse, the Eagle Nation continued to dominate the world stage due to its formidable foundation. Should Lin Feng raid all 3 warehouses early on, it would undoubtedly deal a substantial blow to the Eagle Nation's disaster relief efforts. After finalizing his plan on the plane, Lin Feng reclined in his seat and fell into a deep slumber. As his flight neared landing, a message from Shirley arrived, providing Lin Feng with a contact number for him to reach out. That a smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips. It seemed that this time, things were falling into place. He expressed his gratitude to Shirley, and, once he disembarked the plane, he promptly contacted the individual. The call was answered by an elderly man, who, upon learning he was referred by Shirley, requested Lin Feng to provide an address, so he could send someone to pick him up. Within an hour, the designated person arrived. Lin Feng entered the vehicle and, after 2 hours, reached the territory of this individual. To Lin Feng's surprise, he was led directly to their arms depot. Upon seeing the heavily armed men surrounding him, Lin Feng thought that, had it not been for his spatial traversal ability, he might have instinctively attempted to take the elderly man hostage in hopes of escaping. Noticing Lin Feng's calm demeanor, the old arms dealer regarded him with admiration. Mr. Caton, do you mean for me to select weapons here directly? Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Of course, for a esteemed client like Mr. Lin, we would never exhibit even the slightest negligence. Old Caton replied with a grin. Following this, Lin Feng, under the guidance of Old Caton, surveyed the entirety of the arms depot. After witnessing the impressive array of weaponry, Lin Feng could hardly conceal his astonishment. K-47S mortars, long-range artillery, various models of heavy machine guns, bombs, suppressed sniper rifles, and grenades were all present, not to mention the M50 super heavy machine guns. These were merely the firearms. Advanced weaponry such as multifunctional field tanks also appeared before Lin Feng. Seeing all of this, Lin Feng's heart surged with excitement. Had he possessed even one of these weapons prior to the apocalypse in his past life, it would have granted him an undeniable advantage. Now, with these marvels before him, it felt as though fate was smiling upon him. Mr. Caton, I would like to procure 1,000 units of each type of weapon you have, and I will purchase the remaining ammunition. Lin Feng declared with a smile. My client has offered a total of $100 million. Do you have sufficient inventory for this? Certainly. When will you need it? The sooner, the better. If everything could be ready by tomorrow night, that would be ideal. Lin Feng responded cheerfully. In response to Lin Feng's request, Old Caton extended his hand. Then we shall meet tomorrow night. Chapter 15. The plunder of 3 warehouses with the weapon secured. Lin Feng now needed to procure the remaining 700 tons of silver. Although he had retrieved the last 10 tons of silver from his spatial realm, Lin Feng had previously amassed a significant quantity of silver items when he raided the underground vault in Neon Country, with various silver artifacts collectively far exceeding 10 tons. Based on Lin Feng's estimations, acquiring an additional 700 tons of silver should suffice to construct another metallic sphere. Lin Feng had already transferred $100 million as a deposit to John's company, which was undoubtedly busy preparing inventory and aggressively acquiring silver. Should there be a shortfall, Lin Feng still possessed 1 metallic sphere. If necessary, he could resort to theft under the cover of night. Resolute in his decision, Lin Feng contacted a staff member from another precious metals trading firm, selling 10 tons of silver to them at a price 10% below market value. Once the buyer confirmed the silver was in good condition and $5 million had been credited to his account, Lin Feng discreetly concealed the metallic sphere beneath the pile of silver. Given John's ongoing aggressive acquisition of silver, there was no doubt that this batch of 10 tons would also be sent to their warehouse for storage. With only 2 days remaining, Lin Feng remained unhurried. while he continued to leisurely collect domestic takeaway meals and daily banquets totaling 1,500 tables into his spatial realm. He finally received a call from Old Caton. The weapons and ammunition are all prepared. Lin Feng arrived at the agreed-upon location, where soon after, Old Caton and a large entourage approached. However, upon realizing that Lin Feng was the sole recipient present, he appeared somewhat astonished. That Mr. Lin, are you here alone? Old Caton inquired with a smile. What? Are you suggesting I should be concerned about you pulling a fast one on me? Lin Feng jested, while Old Caton indeed harbored such thoughts. Seeing Lin Feng arrive unaccompanied made him hesitate to act recklessly. That Mr. Lin, you jest. Where shall we unload the goods? Old Caton asked again. Lin Feng pointed to a massive warehouse nearby, which he had rented through Fujihara Yi to maintain a low profile. Once the weapons valued at $200 million were unloaded, the vast warehouse was filled to 70% capacity. That in truth, Lin Feng was fully aware that he had been taken advantage of. He understood that the weapons he purchased for $100 million were worth only about $60 million at market price. Nevertheless, Lin Feng did not mind in the slightest to him. Money had become mere scrap paper, entirely devoid of value. Acquiring such an extensive arsenal was more than sufficient. Moreover, these were light weapons. Obtaining such a substantial quantity in a short time was no easy feat. After the transaction concluded, an Old Caton received the $100 million. He left in high spirits. Lin Feng first closed the warehouse door, ensuring the area was clear before he stored all the weapons into his spatial realm. After all, if Old Caton thought of him as an easy target, he would just have to turn the tables. Lin Feng harbored an intense desire for the weapons housed within the Old Caton armory. Once he acquired the fourth metallic sphere, he planned to plunder the armory without a second thought. After waiting an entire day, Lin Feng finally received a call from Fujihara Nozomi, who informed him that John had accumulated enough silver and arranged the details for the impending transaction. That a smile spread across Lin Feng's face as he readily agreed. As soon as he hung up the phone, he swiftly sought out an isolated spot to execute his spatial transference, subsequently manifesting in the warehouse where the metallic sphere was located. Upon his arrival, Lin Feng immediately concealed himself and retrieved a silenced sniper rifle, shattering all the surveillance cameras within the warehouse. Having honed his marksmanship during the apocalyptic era, using a sniper rifle to dismantle the warehouse's surveillance proved to be a trivial task. Once he confirmed the absence of monitoring, Lin Feng turned his attention to the towering piles of silver before him. He promptly opened his ability space, absorbing all the silver within, and then surveyed his surroundings in search of an escape route. However, the thick concrete walls surrounding him were solidly cast, and their height and length were formidable. Lin Feng attempted to absorb the walls into his spatial realm, but found it impossible. Realizing the predicament, Lin Feng remained unfazed. He produced a timed bomb from his ability space and placed it at the top edge of the semi-subterranean warehouse as the countdown approached the final 2 seconds. Lin Feng swiftly retreated into his ability space. 10 seconds later, he emerged to find the area engulfed in dust, with a massive breach where he had set the bomb. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his escape. Reflecting on the recent events, Lin Feng felt a twinge of relief. During his earlier venture into the underground vault in Neon Country, he had effortlessly absorbed the titanium alloy door into his ability space. Had he failed to open that door, he would not have been able to acquire the 300 tons of gold within. Although the reasons behind these occurrences eluded him, now is not the time for contemplation. After his escape, the commotion naturally drew the attention of nearby citizens. The Eagle Nation's police swiftly dispatched personnel to investigate, while Lin Feng had already hidden himself, awaiting the fourth metallic sphere at 2 o'clock in the morning. After a full 7 hours, Lin Feng's long-anticipated fourth metallic sphere finally materialized. Upon seeing the sphere, Lin Feng's heart swelled with joy. This was his moment to indulge in unrestrained acquisition. His first destination was the warehouses of the top 3 supermarkets. Lin Feng concealed the 2 metallic spheres using a drone and then, under the cover of night, meticulously set 3 timed bombs. When the first bomb detonated, Lin Feng had already slipped into the first large supermarket's warehouse, where the power was cut, plunging the entire area into darkness and rendering all surveillance useless. Armed with a high-powered flashlight, he raced through the warehouse, taking half an hour to completely loot the place of its $100 billion worth of goods. Just 2 minutes after finishing his task, the second timed bomb exploded. Lin Feng executed another spatial transference and continued his previous actions. Following the same method after clearing the third warehouse, he once again found himself amidst the bustling streets. He dared not pause for even a moment, for he had waited over 10 days for this opportunity, and now was the time for bountiful harvest. Chapter 16. Nightmare at the Base Eagle Nation Naval Base, as the nation with the most formidable navy in the world. The Eagle Nation boasted a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier and 2 nuclear submarines docked at its military port, alongside 5 cruisers and 10 frigates. Were it not for the 2 metallic spheres at his disposal, Lin Feng would never have dared to entertain such reckless thoughts to ensure the success of his impending audacious actions. Lin Feng resolved to retrieve the metallic sphere hidden within the bank vault. After all, the sphere within his homeland could guarantee his safety, allowing him to escape back home in any perilous situation. Thus, it was never to be tampered with. Initially, Lin Feng had planned to infiltrate the vault to seize gold after the apocalypse erupted. However, it soon became clear that there was no need to wait for such an event, that he first approached the surroundings of the old Keaton Armory and planted a metallic sphere. Then, with remarkable speed, he rode a brand-new, heavy motorcycle, obtained from the 3 major warehouses, to the vicinity of the military port. Upon arrival, he stored the motorcycle in his ability space and concealed the metallic sphere nearby. In the next moment, Lin Feng executed a spatial transference directly to the Eagle Nation's vault, taking half an hour to absorb the 12,000 tons of gold into his ability space, alongside other safes and hundreds of billions in cash. After completing these tasks, Lin Feng once again transported himself back to the area near the military port. His heart raced with excitement as he had prepared meticulously for this day. He promptly donned a diving suit and used an unmanned remote-controlled boat to deliver the metallic spheres to the sides of the 200,000-ton super nuclear aircraft carrier and the other 2 nuclear submarines. In the next instant, Lin Feng executed a spatial transference, appearing around the aircraft carrier at that moment. Lin Feng felt a pang of uncertainty. After all, not long ago, he had been unable to absorb the walls of John's warehouse into his space. And now he faced such a colossal object. As he reached out to activate his ability space on the aircraft carrier, an extraordinary sensation surged within him, witnessing the aircraft carrier vanish before his eyes. Along with the crew members who fell into the water, Lin Feng was initially taken aback, followed swiftly by overwhelming joy. It worked. It truly worked. In the blink of an eye, a thought crossed Lin Feng's mind. It seemed his ability space possessed a natural affinity for metallic objects, which explained why he could not absorb the concrete walls previously. This fleeting thought barely registered before he continued his spatial transference, racing towards the 2 nuclear submarines, in less than a minute. He successfully absorbed both submarines into his ability space. Next, Lin Feng directed the unmanned remote-controlled boat towards the nearest 20,000-ton cruiser and 8,000-ton frigate. As he maneuvered the unmanned boat, cries of despair and terror echoed around him. The Eagle Nation's Navy, undoubtedly the world's premier naval force, responded with remarkable swiftness to this bizarre incident. By the time Lin Feng had absorbed the 2 cruisers and 3 frigates into his space, a large contingent of troops had already converged to pursue him. With the darkness enveloping the night, finding Lin Feng swiftly was nearly impossible. Moreover, with only a few hours remaining before the apocalypse would commence, there was no time to spare for them to search for his whereabouts. Lin Feng had initially intended to absorb all the naval vessels on the surface, but at that moment, he sensed an impending danger and promptly retreated back into his ability space. He distinctly felt a threat to his life. Had he lingered any longer, the weapon station near the port would have surely targeted him. Although Lin Feng was unsure of the accuracy of his instincts, he saw no need to absorb the remaining warships. He executed another spatial transference, returning to the vicinity of the old Keaton Armory. With the remaining time, Lin Feng prepared to thoroughly empty the armory. Drones effortlessly transported the metallic spheres into the warehouse, and Lin Feng, utilizing his spatial transference, entered the armory. Rows upon rows of weapons vanished in a thin in warehouses he had not previously accessed. He discovered 20 of the latest multifunctional tanks and armored vehicles from the Eagle Nation's military, alongside a warehouse brimming with ammunition, which nearly brought Lin Feng to the brink of exuberance. The combined value of these weapons and equipment easily exceeded 20 billion in cash. At this moment, Old Keaton surely felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Following the complete acquisition of the weaponry, Lin Feng left one metallic sphere in the Eagle Nation before instantly returning to his villa back home. Despite having toiled throughout the night, Lin Feng felt no fatigue upon returning to his homeland. As he reviewed the staggering spoils of his nocturnal endeavors, he was filled with such excitement that sleep eluded him. Yet, it was not the time for Lin Feng to revel in his success. He swiftly arranged for the two metallic spheres to be expedited to Neon Country and the southwestern nation of Silver Elephant, that he had acquired one of the world's most powerful nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. Complete with 200 of the latest 7th-generation stealth fighter jets, that it was worth noting that the Eagle Nation itself only possessed 1,600 of these super stealth jets, and now Lin Feng had seized an astonishing 1/8 of their fleet. Furthermore, he had secured 2 world-class nuclear submarines, each equipped with nuclear missiles, which was truly the most terrifying aspect of his haul. In addition to the nuclear warheads aboard the aircraft carrier, Lin Feng currently possesses an astonishing 120 nuclear warheads. It is worth noting that a single formidable nuclear submarine can carry over 200 warheads when fully loaded. This does not even account for the existence of 2 such submarines and a super aircraft carrier weighing in at 200,000 tons. It took the United States a full 30 years to design and build this super aircraft carrier, which stands as the largest and most powerful in existence today, yet it has all become a mere adornment for Lin Feng. With these 3 formidable weapons in his possession, the 2 cruisers and 3 frigates appear trifling in comparison. Lin Feng meticulously allocated these super battleships into designated areas within his ability space. And he also arranged a specific location for the arsenal acquired from Old Kadon. After dedicating a full 2 hours to organizing the ability space, Lin Feng checked the time and realized he still had a full 10 hours before the apocalypse would arrive. Without delay, he made his way to the warehouse where Li Shuer was located, swiftly transferring the nearly full warehouse into his ability space. Subsequently, Lin Feng called Li Shuer, instructing her to meet him at 7 o'clock that evening, as he had significant matters to attend to. After completing these tasks, the first metal sphere had already been delivered to the warehouse in Neon Country, and Lin Feng received a call from the courier. Chapter 17. The last frenzy before the apocalypse. The news of the world's most powerful nuclear-powered super aircraft carrier and 2 nuclear submarines vanishing overnight surged to the top of international news trends. As such an event is impossible to conceal. After all, the super aircraft carrier is exceedingly conspicuous, attracting countless tourists to the military port daily. Its sudden disappearance, coupled with testimonies from soldiers and surveillance footage from nearby residential buildings depicting the aircraft carrier's instantaneous vanishing, undoubtedly rendered the situation surreal. Furthermore, the recent reports of half of the world's top 10 freshwater lakes being drained have instilled a sense of panic among the global population of billions. The fact that the largest warehouses of the major supermarket chains in the Eagle Country were emptied overnight, alongside revelations of a precious metals company's underground vault being breached, seemed to attract less attention. Yet all these occurrences hinted at an unsettling mystery. The mastermind behind these events, Lin Feng, was now fixated on the oil tanker before him, directing it to deposit crude oil into the largest underground oil reservoir in Neon Country. With the current advancements in technology, the aircraft and cruisers within Lin Feng's space could utilize crude oil as fuel. It is easy to imagine the significance of possessing the world's largest crude oil reserves in Neon Country for Lin Feng. He was determined to acquire this vast underground oil reservoir. Lin Feng operated a drone to maneuver the metal sphere above the oil reservoir's entrance. That moment, some staff members noticed the drone's presence. But before they could report it, Lin Feng had already dropped the metal sphere directly into the entrance of the oil reservoir. Following this, the drone departed. Upon witnessing something fall, the staff members panicked and fled, fearing it was an explosive device. However, after a tense 15 minutes without any incident, they gradually returned to work, grumbling under their breath. Once the area was clear, Lin Feng executed a spatial traversal, directly entering the underground oil reservoir and seizing nearly 1,000 tons of crude oil. Only 3 countries in the world possess crude oil reserves exceeding 1,000 tons: the Eagle Country, Neon Country, and Xia Country. Time was of the essence, and Lin Feng could only act against Neon Country for now. Although he had already dealt a significant blow to the Eagle Country, he intended to completely drain Neon Country. Thus, in a relentless 3-hour frenzy, Lin Feng emptied the underground oil reservoir of Neon Country. Subsequently, without hesitation, he left the metal sphere within the vast oil storage tank and once again traversed to Silver Elephant Country, Silver Elephant Country holds the third largest grain reserves in the world, surpassed only by Xia Country and the Eagle Country. However, following a catastrophic earthquake, two of its largest state-owned granaries suffered fatal damage. One completely collapsed underground, while the other was partially destroyed. Fortunately, the remaining two granaries remained intact. Otherwise, with Silver Elephant Country's immense population, the potential for mass starvation would be dire. Lin Feng did not wish to strip Silver Elephant Country of all its grain, as that seemed unnecessary. Taking nearly half of the grain that would have otherwise been lost sufficed for him, especially given that time was running short, leaving no room for Lin Feng to visit a third granary. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Upon arriving in Silver Elephant Country, Lin Feng executed the same operation, with the drone flying directly into the granary. Ideally, such actions would take place under the cover of night, but with the apocalypse looming, he was compelled to act during the day. Even in this era of rapid technological advancement, Silver Elephant Country's infrastructure left much to be desired. Lin Feng extracted 50 self-destructing drones from his space that in mere moments, they obliterated the electrical circuits surrounding his targeted granary. Following this, Lin Feng, with the confidence of one unchallenged, leveraged his accumulated experience to empty the granary in just 1 hour. Time was of the essence, and Lin Feng raced against the clock. Riding his heavy motorcycle, he arrived at the second granary 2 hours later. With only 5 hours remaining until the apocalypse, Lin Feng sacrificed another 50 drones and swiftly emptied the second granary as well. After he had cleared the grain from the second granary, he traversed once more to the Eagle Country. With 3 hours left, Lin Feng decided to dedicate this final period to procuring pharmaceuticals. The Eagle Country is home to the largest pharmaceutical companies in the world, with Lala Pharmaceuticals standing as the largest wholesaler globally. Any medication available in the market can be found here. Lin Feng selected this as his final target for plunder, but he did not rush in immediately. Instead, waiting for the perfect opportunity. At this juncture, Lin Feng's boldness had grown. He no longer feared exposure. Furthermore, clad in the combat uniform of the Eagle Country's field troops, it was nearly impossible for outsiders to discern his identity. Lin Feng spent an hour setting explosives, then commanded the drone swarm to launch an assault on the perimeter of Lala Pharmaceuticals, severing their electrical systems. Amid the chaos, Lin Feng used the drone to deliver the metal sphere into the warehouse. As explosions erupted, startled cries and screams echoed around. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng infiltrated the warehouse, riding his heavy motorcycle through the expansive interior and collecting all the pharmaceuticals into his ability space. Although Li Shuer had managed to acquire a considerable amount of medications during this time, they paled in comparison to Lin Feng's future needs. Once Lin Feng had completely ransacked the warehouse, the police had already arrived. He concealed the metal sphere on a nearby shelf, ensuring that such an object would attract no attention. Subsequently, Lin Feng executed another spatial traversal, returning to his refuge in Angxi City. Upon his return to the refuge, Lin Feng felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. After checking the abundant resources within his ability space, he could confidently declare that he was wealthier than many nations. Glancing at the time, he noted that only 2 hours remained until the apocalypse, marking the moment for Lin Feng to settle accounts with Zhang Dahu and his son. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng promptly called Zhang Dahu and then drove out. Chapter 18. The Reckoning of the Zhang Family. On the way, Lin Feng utilized autonomous driving while reflecting on the changes within his ability space. The 12,000 tons of gold he had previously stored was now nearly half consumed by the space, and a vast expanse of golden land was slowly being cultivated. Upon checking the crops planted in the golden soil, he found that some fast-growing vegetables had already sprouted, while the legumes and wheat were progressing at a slower pace. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at the villa of Zhang Dao. Upon seeing Lin Feng approach, the attitudes of Zhang Dahu and his son had completely shifted. Previously, they at least pretended to maintain a facade. Now that Lin Feng had granted them shares in the company, they could hardly be bothered to feign civility. Lin Feng, what brings you here? Zhang Guoqiang asked, feigning ignorance with a nose held high. Observing the duo's pretense, Lin Feng did not indulge them, but instead smiled and inquired, when I sold you shares in the company, we agreed that the outstanding payment of 600 million would be settled by the end of the month. Shouldn't you be transferring the funds to me now? Oh, is that what this is about? Zhang Dahai chuckled, revealing the expression of an old fox. What? Could it be that Uncle Zhang has forgotten such a significant matter? Lin Feng said with a smile as he settled onto the sofa. Before him, Zhang Dehai and Zhang Guiqiang paid Lin Feng no mind. Their current demeanor clearly indicated they were intent on evading responsibility. How could we possibly evade our obligations? Zhang Dehai asserted that it's just that some issues have arisen. When we were assessing the company's shares, there were some discrepancies that led to minor valuation errors. Minor errors. Lin Feng observed with keen interest as the two put on their performance. Currently, the company's operational status is poor. When we calculated the shares, we only accounted for the parent company and neglected the loss-making subsidiaries. Lin Feng, you must understand that the current subsidiaries are all operating at a loss. A comprehensive reassessment would reveal that your 30% stake is worth at most 500 million. And you ought to return us 100 million. What? Say that again. Lin Feng retorted sharply. Although such a scenario had not unfolded in his previous life, when he had no intention of hastily selling his shares, the manipulations of Zhang Dehai and his son were not dissimilar. What? You have an objection to returning 100 million? Zhang Guiqiang glared at Lin Feng, as if he had already secured his submission. Indeed, Lin Feng countered without reservation. At this point, he would not grant the Zhang father and son a shred of leniency. You little brat, I see you've grown restless, forgetting how I dealt with you in the past. Zhang Guiqiang bellowed, striding toward Lin Feng as if ready to strike. Before the apocalypse, Lin Feng had indeed been no match for Zhang Guiqiang and had often suffered at his hands. With Zhang Dehai later appearing to feign kindness and expecting Lin Feng to remember his benevolence. Clearly, they had not changed. Their old tricks were as stale as ever. With a resounding slap, just as Zhang Guiqiang reached Lin Feng, darkness enveloped him as Lin Feng's palm struck his face. The impact left Zhang Guiqiang momentarily dazed, while Zhang Dehai, who had anticipated a spectacle, suddenly found his expression falling. Beast, you dare hit me! Zhang Guiqiang seethed, his wrath escalating as he initially intended merely to teach Lin Feng a lesson, but now resolved to break his legs. Unfortunately for him, as he lunged at Lin Feng retaliated with a swift kick, sending Zhang Guiqiang tumbling to the ground. You thought letting you off easy meant you were capable, didn't you? Lin Feng remarked disdainfully toward Zhang Guiqiang before turning to Zhang Dehai with a smile. Uncle Zhang, you've always said that my playful tussles with Zhang Guiqiang are merely in jest. Haven't you? Lin Feng wore a playful smile, yet Zhang Dehai's face turned a deep shade of anger. Lin Feng, you have gone too far. Zhang Dehai's countenance darkened as he sternly commanded Lin Feng to apologize to Guiqiang, threatening to call the police. That I was prepared to overlook the 100 million as a gesture towards you as a younger generation. But now you've lost that chance. You must return the 100 million. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng chuckled. What is the matter, Uncle Zhang? When Zhang Guiqiang used to hit me, you said he was just playing around. Now that I'm playing with him, you claim I've gone too far? Isn't that a bit hypocritical? Are you also what they call a double-standard dog? Call the police. Go ahead, I'd like to see you try. Lin Feng. Zhang Dehai's face darkened further. It was astonishing that Lin Feng had the audacity to insult him directly, that you're courting death. Zhang Guiqiang, seeing Lin Feng insult his father, charged forward at that moment. Neither of them noticed Lin Feng had produced a military shovel, which he swung mercilessly at Zhang Guiqiang's head, causing blood to spatter, some even hitting Zhang Dehai's face. Guiqiang. Zhang Dehai cried out in panic, rushing to support his son. Lin Feng, have you gone mad? You dare to strike my son so violently? I will not let you go. I will ensure you rot in prison. Zhang Dehai roared, pulling out his phone to call the authorities. In the next instant, darkness fell before Zhang Dehai as Lin Feng swung the shovel, striking him squarely on the forehead, shattering his phone in the process. Both Zhang Guiqiang and Zhang Dehai collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from their wounds. Lin Feng had been careful not to deliver fatal blows. He feared his current strength might easily end their lives. You want to let me go? I'll rot in prison? Lin Feng wore a slightly sinister smile, recalling how he had fantasized about this moment countless times in his previous life. Although he had indeed taken revenge then, it had been too merciful. They had perished without suffering. Lin Feng had always believed they deserved far worse. Fortunately, rebirth had granted him this opportunity. He could not allow them to escape his wrath, nor would he let them die easily. Did you ever consider today when you conspired to kill my parents? Lin Feng sneered at Zhang Dehai. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhang Dehai was momentarily stunned. How do you know? No, their deaths are not my doing. Not your doing. Huh. Were it not for the 10 million you gave to that cancer-stricken driver-s family, could they have driven straight into my parents' car? Did you truly believe your actions were flawless? Lin Feng continued, striking Zhang Guiqiang with the shovel once more. I'll fight you. Zhang Guiqiang, filled with rage, seized a nearby chair and charged at Lin Feng, but he was no match for Lin Feng. With one swing of the shovel, Lin Feng severed part of Zhang Guiqiang's arm, blood splattering everywhere. Help! Help! Someone please! Murder! Zhang Dehai screamed frantically, desperate to intervene and save some semblance of hope for both father and son. With a resounding crash, the side of the shovel struck Zhang Dehai's jaw, shattering it. The once boisterous cries were replaced by anguished moans that you've lost your mind. You must be insane. Today, it's either you or me. I will kill you. Zhang Guiqiang, still dazed by Lin Feng's ferocity, clung to his old habit of thinking he could easily overpower Lin Feng. Charging forward once more, in the next moment, Lin Feng raised a gleaming silver handgun. Its muzzle adorned with a silencer, leaving Zhang Guiqiang paralyzed with fear. He could not comprehend where Lin Feng had produced the weapon from. Much like the shovel, it seemed to have materialized from thin air. The silver gun pressed against Zhang Guiqiang's head, rendering him motionless. Lin Feng wore a mocking smile. Come, take another step forward. Come. He feigned indifference, the gun swaying casually before Zhang Guiqiang, who was too terrified to budge. It's a fake. It must be fake. Zhang Guiqiang steeled himself, preparing to charge at Lin Feng once more. Lin Feng pointed the gun downward, and with a faint pop, Zhang Guiqiang let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig as Lin Feng shot him in the thigh. Zhang Dehai, now reduced to a pathetic state, crawled like a wounded animal to his son's side, that he longed to speak, but his shattered jaw rendered him incapable of uttering a coherent word. Our grievances shall be settled today, Lin Feng declared, firing several more shots, each hitting Zhang Guiqiang and Zhang Dehai. With the training from his previous life, Lin Feng knew precisely how to avoid their vital points. Each bullet struck their joints. Such injuries, if the apocalypse had not arrived, might have been salvaged with medical intervention, but it would lead to a fate of complete paralysis. However, at this juncture, they had no chance of survival left. Lin Feng, you deserve death. You, Zhang Guiqiang, summoning his last ounce of strength, struggled against the pain to curse Lin Feng. Yet Lin Feng, having switched back to the shovel, smashed it down onto Zhang Guiqiang's jaw. Shattering it in quick succession, Lin Feng dragged both men outside, determined not to allow them to die within the confines of such a sturdy villa. That would be far too merciful. Lin Feng had no intention of granting them even a moment of respite. Lin Feng unceremoniously shoved the two individuals into the trunk. Less than an hour remained until the apocalypse would descend. He paid little mind to the possibility of exposure, for both Zhang Dehai and Zhang Guiqiang were now ensconced within his vehicle. Even if they were spotted, the law enforcement officials would hardly have sufficient time to apprehend him. With a decisive press on the accelerator, Lin Feng sped towards the outskirts. The area was replete with abandoned factories, one of which had once been a pig farm. Long left to decay, the environment within was predictably filthy and chaotic, teeming with an abundance of cockroaches and rats. Furthermore, the dilapidated state of such buildings would surely render them incapable of withstanding the impending earthquake. Lin Feng cast Zhang Dehai and Zhang Guiqiang into the pig pen, quickly met with their frenzied cries of despair. Let the final moment seal their fate in unending hopelessness. Glancing at the time, only about 40 minutes remained. Lin Feng once more traversed through space, returning to the warehouse to collect all the banquet provisions and supplies that Li Shuer had procured during this period into his special space. With the apocalypse looming just 30 minutes away, he executed his final spatial transfer, reappearing in the underground refuge. Presently, Lin Feng possessed 4 metallic spheres. The first was nestled within an underground oil tank in Neon Country. The second resided in the current underground refuge. The third lay within the warehouse of the Lala Pharmaceuticals Company in Eagle Country, and the fourth was in the villa where he had previously resided. As the world prepared for a cataclysmic earthquake, the primary epicenter was located beneath the ocean, though the land was not spared entirely, suffering significant tremors in comparison to the ocean's violent upheaval. While awaiting the arrival of the apocalypse, the sudden chime of the doorbell pierced the air. Upon checking the surveillance through his artificial intelligence, a smile crept across Lin Feng's lips. Li Shuer had arrived. In her previous life, when she encountered Lin Feng during the outbreak, she had appeared utterly wretched, besieged by a group of ruffians. Had he arrived even a moment later, she would have been left with an indelible psychological scar. Now, however, she stood outside the door, cradling an adorable white Samoyed in her arms. "Open the door and let her in," Lin Feng instructed. "Yes, master," came the response, and as the voice of the artificial intelligence echoed. The door swung open, with Lin Feng stepping out from the underground refuge. "Lin Xiao, I have arrived," Li Shuer said, her gaze fixated on him. Though her eyes sparkled with clarity, a hint of inexplicable wariness lingered on her face. After all, it was rather late, and Lin Feng had summoned her to his home. Anyone would question his intentions in such a situation. "Come in. I have a task for you." Lin Feng's voice remained calm, which somewhat eased Li Shuer's apprehension. Yet, as she followed him into the house, she was taken aback. How could someone of Lin Feng's stature and wealth reside in such a modest abode? While it could be classified as a villa, it resembled more of an ordinary residence, scarcely adorned with any decor. "Lin Xiao, do you live here?" Li Shuer inquired, skepticism evident in her tone. Just as her question lingered in the air, Lin Feng opened a passage to the underground refuge. "Come in. I will show you the warehouse," he beckoned. Stepping into the corridor, Li Shuer's heart raced at the thought. Was Lin Feng preparing to imprison her underground, subjecting her to torment? The mere notion sent shivers down her spine, causing her body to tense. "Why are you still standing there? Come in." Lin Feng's voice resonated from the depths of the passage. Upon observing Li Shuer's demeanor, Lin Feng was acutely aware of her concerns. However, he knew that waiting any longer would result in a multitude of individuals desperately seeking refuge within this haven as the apocalypse approached. Li Shuer lingered at the entrance for a while, sending a message to her close friend to inform her of her whereabouts before finally stepping into the corridor as she arrived in the underground refuge. Li Shuer was astounded by the sight before her. It resembled a fortified bunker. Lin Feng chuckled softly. "Yes, one could say that. You are the first person I have invited here since purchasing this place." Hearing his words and witnessing that Lin Feng had exhibited no untoward behavior eased Li Shuer's trepidation considerably. "Lin Zong, what task do you wish to assign me?" She quickly shifted into a professional demeanor. "Follow me," Lin Feng replied, guiding her directly to the warehouse on the third underground level. Aside from the equipment room, the remaining storage spaces were filled with provisions left behind by Baikuer, predominantly consisting of food and water, more than enough to sustain both Lin Feng and Li Shuer for 3 years. "Lin Xiao, how can there be so many supplies here?" Li Shuer asked, astonished. "This refuge was recently acquired by me, and the supplies were a gift from the previous owner. If all goes according to plan, I would like you to sell off these provisions. They should fetch at least a few million." Lin Feng smiled out. "Of course, Lin Xiao, that is certainly manageable." Li Shuer beamed back. Just as Li Shuer and Lin Feng returned from the third-level warehouse to the second, Lin Feng instinctively glanced at the time. 10 seconds remained. 10, 9, 8. Seeing Lin Feng stand motionless, Li Shuer felt a twinge of confusion. "Lin Xiao, what?" Before she could complete her thought, a slight tremor surged through the air. Lin Feng had encountered this very scenario in his past life while dining in his villa, initially attributing it to low blood sugar. However, the moment the chandelier fell from the ceiling, he was rendered utterly dumbfounded. "Lin Xiao, what is happening?" Li Shuer exclaimed, her face a mask of shock as she surveyed their surroundings. Unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos, that Li Shuer's heart raced as she looked to Lin Feng for reassurance that I am the face of this sudden calamity. She noticed Lin Feng's gaze remained composed, exuding an aura of calm that suggested he had anticipated this moment. Without warning, a cataclysmic global earthquake erupted. The disorienting sensation of the relentless tremors left both Lin Feng and Li Shuer feeling utterly unsettled. In his previous life, Lin Feng had been terrified as chaos ensued in his old villa, with items toppling around him, threatening to crush him at any moment. Now, within the confines of the refuge, aside from a few minor objects swaying and falling, the overall stability of their surroundings remained intact. The super earthquake was a worldwide phenomenon, and simultaneously, the global network plunged into temporary paralysis. The first wave of the super earthquake persisted for 10 minutes, and the previously retrieved resources from Lake Baikal and Lake Superior had begun to manifest profound fissures at their depths. Had Lin Feng not acted swiftly to siphon off the lake's waters and over 80% of its aquatic life, Both lakes would have inundated Blue Star in a catastrophic deluge. Following the second wave, Lake Victoria succumbed entirely, and Western nations faced devastating repercussions as an immense rift in the sea stretched deep into the interior of Eagle Country. By the time the third wave struck, both Lake Huron and Lake Michigan were similarly afflicted with gaping fissures beneath the surface, leading to the disappearance of Silver Elephant Country's primary grain repositories. Likewise, Summer Country endured unprecedented losses during these three waves of seismic destruction. Every grain storage facility and essential infrastructure suffered severe damage. Unlike Silver Elephant Country, whose infrastructure was woefully inadequate to withstand such a disaster, Summer Country stood as the sole nation possessing a complete industrial system, with ample infrastructure and machinery at its disposal. Most importantly, Summer Country's military was among the most capable in the world, managing to salvage approximately 60% of the earthquake-damaged resources, a feat unattainable by other nations. Each wave of the super earthquake erupted within a span of fewer than 10 minutes, yet the entire ordeal continued, with tremors reverberating for 3 hours before finally subsiding. Despite the ongoing aftershocks, they inflicted no further casualties. 3 hours later, Li Shuer's face was ashen, her eyes glued to the erratic news on her device. Although the signal was weak and intermittent, it still conveyed a multitude of grim updates. Lin Feng, too, was attuned to the unfolding events, and upon witnessing the global devastation wrought by this terrifying super earthquake, as reports of countless casualties flooded in, Li Shuer's complexion grew increasingly pallid. Throughout the cataclysm, Lin Feng's expression remained remarkably serene. After all, he had already endured such turmoil once before. Now, sheltered within this refuge, his circumstances were a far cry from the chaos of his past life. Indeed, it felt akin to paradise. Lin Xiao, am I dreaming? How could this happen? It's impossible. Li Shuer was in a state of utter panic. Even after 3 hours, she still found it difficult to accept the reality that Lin Feng had not spoken a word. Without delay, he took her upstairs. Although the building appeared dilapidated, it had been specially reinforced by Baikur. So despite the disorder within the room, the structural integrity remained intact. Upon returning to the third floor of the small building, the sight inside brought a sigh of relief from Li Shuer. The relentless earthquake had terrified her, yet the current scene seemed far from disastrous, leading her to believe that the situation outside might not be too dire. With this thought, she rushed towards the door. However, as soon as she pushed it open, she was left utterly speechless. What was happening? Was she still trapped in a dream? The rows of collapsed houses before her and the distant cries for help confirmed the terrifying scale of the recent earthquake. Chapter 21. The Acquisition Plan. How could this be? Li Shuer stood frozen, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. During her time in the underground shelter, she had repeatedly questioned whether she was merely dreaming, only to shatter that illusion time and again to cheer. I must find Chi, Li Shuer shouted, ready to charge forward. Wait! Lin Feng called out to stop her. Turning to him, Li Shuer's eyes reflected an indescribable panic and unease, her body trembling uncontrollably. Lin Feng continued, You saw what was happening online. This earthquake is global. If you choose to leave now, I won't stop you, but should you find yourself in danger, you can contact me or come back here. Thank you, Lin Xiao. With that, Li Shuer found her small polo and sped off into the distance. Although it was hardly the right time to drive away, her determination to find her friend was unwavering, and Lin Feng did not hinder her. Having kept her safe in the shelter during the initial tremors, Lin Feng felt a sense of obligation towards her, given their past connection. Should she return to seek him out, he would not mind welcoming her again. However, if she chose not to return, it would signify that their fates had diverged. Regardless, Lin Feng took the precaution of instructing the artificial intelligence caretaker in the underground shelter to allow her entry should she come looking for him again. In the aftermath of the earthquake, the following half-month would bring extreme heat. After watching Li Shuer depart, Lin Feng wasted no time. Even amid such catastrophic global upheaval, currency remained a medium of exchange. And within his unique ability space lay over $300 billion, all acquired from the underground treasury of the Eagle Nation, in these chaotic times. If Lin Feng did not utilize this wealth to procure resources, he risked seeing it reduced to mere scraps of paper within a month. Of course, in addition to stockpiling supplies, he also needed to acquire more critical assets, ability fruits and space stones. After the initial outbreak of the apocalypse, mysterious ability fruits began to appear on the ground, with a certain probability of granting individuals extraordinary powers, transforming them into ability users. Those who failed to obtain these fruits or did not gain abilities after consuming them could, after a year of the zombie virus outbreak, kill zombies to obtain mutated crystals, which could then be ingested to become ability users, or in rare cases, some fortunate individuals could awaken their innate powers directly. In his previous life, ability users were categorized into 5 primary types: strength, nature, animal, mental, and the exceedingly rare special type. The strength type, often referred to as the physical type, was predominant among awakened users, comprising over 90% of all ability users. The nature category included 9 subtypes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, and darkness, with lightning, light, and darkness being the most formidable and least common. Lin Feng had awakened lightning abilities in his previous life, but had only acquired a lightning fruit without its root, preventing him from mastering the full extent of such powers. Consequently, despite his tremendous efforts, he remained constrained by innate factors, ultimately meeting a tragic end at the hands of the Dragon Emperor. The animal-type abilities, while more numerous, allowed users to transform into fierce beasts for combat, with duration depending on individual strength. Mental abilities varied widely, some capable of manipulating mental attacks or even coercing others to self-harm, making them a particularly troublesome category during the apocalypse. The rarest special abilities were the most enigmatic, with space and time abilities being the most coveted. Indeed, space reigns supreme and time is revered, as no other abilities could rival these two. In his previous life, Lin Feng had witnessed powerful individuals wield space abilities, while Tales of Time abilities remained mere legend. Even in his final moments, he could not ascertain the existence of time powers. Now, with the ability fruits yet to emerge, Lin Feng had already mastered space abilities and possessed a boundless ability space, which alone destined him for an invincible position in the forthcoming apocalypse. What Lin Feng yearned to discover now was whether he could awaken another ability that, if given the choice, his preference would undoubtedly be lightning abilities, one of the strongest within the nature category, capable of holding its ground even against light and darkness types of the same tier. Moreover, he was eager to understand just how powerful he would become if he consumed a complete lightning fruit. Enhancing his innate talents for the space stones, their significance to Lin Feng was even greater. For both space ability users and ordinary individuals, space stones were invaluable treasures, capable of enhancing the abilities of space users and facilitating the creation of spatial equipment. Naturally, should Lin Feng have the opportunity, he would prioritize enhancing his spatial capabilities and potentially utilize space equipment to conceal his possession of space abilities. Resolute in his decision, Lin Feng returned to his villa and promptly traversed through space to arrive within a large oil tank in Neon Country. In his previous life, just 5 hours after the apocalypse's devastating earthquake, ability fruits began to appear globally, with approximately 100,000 specimens emerging worldwide, over 10,000 of which were in Neon Country alone. Inside the oil tank, Lin Feng secured the metal sphere and then detonated 2 bombs to create a massive hole in the underground tank before blasting open its enormous valve. When Lin Feng emerged above ground, he found a scene of utter devastation. Without hesitation, he immediately dialed Fujihara's number. Despite being a traitor in his past life, Lin Feng still required his assistance. The call connected swiftly, accompanied by the sounds of chaos and wailing. "Mr. Lin, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I have an urgent matter requiring your help. Let's meet to discuss it." After concluding the call, Lin Feng inquired about Fujihara's location, that he soon found a functioning off-road vehicle by the roadside. Smashed the window and ignited the engine, a skill he had acquired in his previous life. Chapter 22. The priceless acquisition. What was previously a journey of under an hour took 4 hours due to road damage, requiring Lin Feng to switch vehicles multiple times and walk significant distances before finally reaching Fujihara. Fujihara was taken aback upon seeing Lin Feng. He had not expected him to arrive during such tumultuous times. Noticing Fujihara's reddened eyes, it was clear he had recently been engulfed in profound sorrow. "That Mr. Lin, you truly came." Lin Feng nodded slightly, setting his briefcase aside and sending a prepared image to Fujihara's phone. "Our company headquarters has discovered that such mutated plants have emerged globally. To study the earthquake and the composition of these mutated plants, we are prepared to make a substantial purchase." Lin Feng spoke in a serious tone. Fujiwara, realizing that Lin Feng's visit was business-related, lacked his usual enthusiasm that a complete mutated plant, including fruit and roots, is worth $1 million, that if it's just the fruit, it's valued at $500,000. And for only the roots, it's $30,000. Lin Feng continued. What, Mr. Lin, you cannot be serious. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Fujiwara Yi was genuinely taken aback. In other words, the acquisition price for a complete mutated plant that Lin Feng offered was a staggering 130 million neon coins. Indeed, and this time, the entire transaction was to be settled in Dao coins. After finishing his statement, Lin Feng picked up the briefcase from the ground and opened a small gap to present it to Fujiwara Yi. Even though Fujiwara Yi had already anticipated what was inside, upon seeing the more than 1 million Dao coins, his expression was still one of immense excitement. The earlier sorrow and grief had been completely washed away by the allure of the money before him. Observing Fujiwara Yi's reaction, Lin Feng felt a chill in his heart. In his previous life, these fellows had always been driven by greed, and he had been deceived by them, a folly he now regretted. There is another item that our headquarters has discovered. It is a luminescent stone. If you can find it, we will also purchase it at a rate of 100,000 Dao coins per pound. Lin Feng continued. Upon hearing this, Fujiwara Yi became even more exhilarated. However, when he saw the luminescent stone Lin Feng had given him, it was entirely different from the fluorite he had envisioned. More importantly, Lin Feng informed him that this type of stone could emit a faint white light even under sunlight, which was a stark contrast to fluorite. All right, when you have procured the items, just give me a call and transport them to the warehouse I previously rented. Lin Feng added. With that, he departed. Upon arriving at the warehouse he had rented, it was undoubtedly in ruins. Fortunately, there was still a small room that had not collapsed, so Lin Feng placed a metal sphere inside and then utilized space travel to head to the Eagle Country. As soon as he materialized in the warehouse of the Lala Potion Company, he was met with a cacophony of shouting and crashing sounds from outside. The situation here was entirely different from that in Xia Country and Neon Country, with numerous gunshots echoing in the chaos. Lin Feng immediately donned the bulletproof gear he had scavenged from Old Caden's arsenal. It must be said that although Old Caden was quite the con artist, the quality of his merchandise was exceptionally high. Lin Feng equipped himself with nearly all the available bulletproof gear, rendering himself almost completely armed, even wearing glasses made of bulletproof glass. Once he had prepared himself, Lin Feng stowed away the metal sphere and stepped outside. The market was in utter disarray, resembling a scene of rampant looting and destruction in this international metropolis. Less than 1/5 of the buildings still stood, with ruins and cries of anguish all around. Finding someone to assist him in making acquisitions in such a chaotic environment was no easy task. After all, Lin Feng had not experienced the turmoil in Eagle Country after the apocalyptic outbreak in his previous life. Now, immersed in the chaos, he felt somewhat disoriented. Numerous acts of violence were unfolding, accompanied by the anguished wails and protests of many women. In times of upheaval, beautiful women often became the first victims of oppression. Lin Feng chose not to partake in the looting, as he had very little that they desired. Just as he was about to contact John to enlist him as his agent, a series of thunderous booms resonated once more. Lin Feng witnessed the army's arrival as they began to suppress the chaos. In such a situation, Lin Feng knew he had to hide immediately. The military in Eagle Country was known for its ruthlessness toward both foreign and domestic threats. With such violent citizens, they could hardly afford to be gentle. While the army was busy restoring order, Lin Feng finally managed to get in touch with John. Fortunately, John had not perished in the great earthquake. After briefly arranging a meeting place with John, Lin Feng set off toward the designated location. With 1 to 2 hours remaining before the appearance of the ability fruit, Lin Feng sent John all the photographs of the space stones he had created using his computer skills, along with the same pricing he had informed Fujiwara Yi about. Upon hearing that the acquisition involved entire plants, John was somewhat astonished that Mr. Lin Feng, "How many can you acquire?" he inquired. Initially, John had no idea how many such mutated plants existed worldwide, and the price Lin Feng had quoted was exorbitant. 100,000 Dao coins for a complete mutated plant was a staggering offer. With a bit of luck, finding a complete mutated plant or just 1 pound of space stone could instantly make one a millionaire. Such a stroke of luck was something one could have only dreamed of before. "Whatever quantity you can procure, I will acquire," If you can gather 10,000 plants, I will purchase 10,000. If you can collect 20,000 mutated plants, then we will buy 20,000. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Lin Feng had 300 billion Dao coins lying in his ability space, and in less than half a month, that money would become worthless. To assure John of his sincerity, Lin Feng also handed him 2 briefcases filled with 3 million Dao coins. This money serves as a deposit. As soon as you acquire more than 10 mutated plants, feel free to call me, and our headquarters will purchase them in cash, Lin Feng stated. Upon hearing that Lin Feng intended to make a cash purchase, John's eyes lit up, given the current state of the city, where banks were rendered useless. Seeing a string of numbers on a bank card seemed far less tangible than cash. Mr. Lin Feng, may I inquire about your company? Before John could finish his question, Lin Feng simply smiled and made a gesture for silence. That it's a secret. Chapter 23. The unripe space fruit. After concluding the agreement with John, Lin Feng hurriedly made his way to the central square of Mo City. He recalled vividly that the powerful individual who had demonstrated spatial abilities in front of him in his previous life had obtained their powers in the central square of Eagle Country. However, at that time, Lin Feng had only heard vague rumors and was not entirely certain. Now, although the super earthquake had ceased, aftershocks still occurred intermittently. Observing the devastation on the streets, the remnants of looting and violence were still shocking. Setting aside these thoughts, Lin Feng rushed toward the central square. Upon arriving, he found that many of the tall buildings had collapsed. Amidst the chaotic surroundings, Lin Feng located a high vantage point from which he could clearly survey the area. He waited, anticipating the familiar figure to appear. Lin Feng was uncertain where the space fruit might be located, but if he could find the individual from his past life who had consumed the space fruit, acquiring it would naturally be a matter of course. According to Lin Feng's memories, space fruits were extraordinarily precious and rare, with fewer than a handful of individuals in the world possessing spatial abilities. Moreover, the first space fruit that had appeared was singular and the most potent. Even though Lin Feng now possessed an ability space, it was not a gift from the ability fruit itself. Regardless, Lin Feng was determined to obtain this space fruit. As Lin Feng searched the area, after waiting for what felt like an hour, a familiar silhouette finally came into view. That it was him, the strongest space ability user from his past life. Ranked 10th among the top powers during the apocalypse. Possessing an extremely rare and powerful spatial ability, he was relegated to merely the 10th rank mainly because he had improperly consumed the ability fruit, failing to ingest the entire plant along with its roots. Now that Lin Feng had finally encountered the powerful individual from his past life, his heart raced with excitement. This was one of the strongest ability fruits from his previous life. Lin Feng's heart surged with exhilaration as he dashed forward. The man before him, known as Ho Holland, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed figure, appeared dazed. He had just endured a catastrophic earthquake that had obliterated his company in Mo City, destroying years of hard work in an instant. As he grappled with the uncertainty of his future, a faint glimmer caught his eye amidst the ruins. Instinctively drawn to the light, Ho Holland approached. Soon, he discovered a peculiar plant partially buried in the debris. This strange plant was not large, only about half a meter tall, and as he stepped closer, he prepared to extract the space fruit. Just then, Lin Feng arrived on the scene, exclaiming, "Money, so much money!" Lin Feng hurled several bundles of Dao coins toward Ho Holland. Just as Ho Holland's hand was about to grasp the space fruit, he turned to see the large bundles of coins on the ground, and his eyes sparkled with life once more, as if he had suddenly awakened. Suddenly, Ho Holland lunged toward the knife coins before him, as if fearing that Lin Feng might snatch them away. Just as he gathered all the coins into his embrace, a look of excitement and vigilance etched on his face. He turned around only to find that Lin Feng, who had just called out, had vanished. To make matters worse, the peculiar plant he had spotted moments ago had also inexplicably disappeared. Gazing at the 5 large bundles of knife coins in his arms, amounting to a staggering 500,000, the earlier despair and the mysterious plant were all but forgotten. He glanced around and, clutching the money tightly, hastily made his escape. Thus, the once illustrious Ho Holland, ranked 10th among the world's top martial artists in his previous life, was cast down into the dust by Lin Feng. For Lin Feng, problems that could be resolved with money were no longer an issue. However, if Ho Holland remained unmoved by wealth, Lin Feng would not hesitate to offer him a bullet instead. Watching Ho Holland flee in such haste, Lin Feng could hardly suppress the smile curling at the corners of his lips. The space fruit was now in his possession. Lin Feng examined the extraordinary fruit closely, for now that he had mastered the powers of the space ability, he could distinctly sense the rippling spatial energy emanating from this peculiar fruit. Yet it imparted a strangely unsettling feeling. Previously, Lin Feng had consumed a lightning fruit, which in both size and overall stature dwarfed the space fruit he now held. This particular space fruit appeared to be stunted in its development. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Lin Feng. He seemed to grasp the crux of the matter. It appeared that in his past life, Hualan had not only failed to consume the root of the space fruit, but had also uprooted it prematurely, swallowing it before it had fully matured. That fellow truly was a wasteful glutton. Now that Lin Feng had hastily uprooted the fruit in a moment of desperation, there was no way to replant it. Once removed, an extraordinary fruit would cease to grow. As Lin Feng pondered his next steps, a faint glow emanated from his hand, but he could clearly sense that his spatial ability was resonating with the space fruit. And without hesitation, he placed it within his spatial realm. The moment the fruit entered this dimension, it seemed to respond, soaring toward the Chinquan pearl above and settling beneath it as if seeking its protection. Taken aback, Lin Feng wondered, what is the meaning of this? Am I merely dressing the Chinquan pearl? He attempted to retrieve the space fruit from beneath the pearl, but it appeared that the pearl was intent on safeguarding it, constantly shifting positions to elude his grasp. Although Lin Feng felt a twinge of frustration, he remained undeterred. After all, despite the fruit's immaturity and the current inability to consume it, it was still his possession. As for the matter of consumption, that could be addressed at a later time. After a long day, Lin Feng first flooded the city network of Mo City with numerous messages seeking supplies. And once he had secured the metal ball, he finally returned to his family's villa in its city. The super earthquake had ended, yet one of the buildings in his high-end residential complex had collapsed. Upon entering the villa, Lin Feng was met with a scene of devastation, and memories of his previous life surged forth. The primary purpose of leaving a metal ball here was to settle the scores of his past life. In that very complex, an extraordinary fruit had appeared on the second day of the apocalypse that it was on this night in his previous life that he first tasted the bitter treachery of humanity. Now, however, Lin Feng was in his room, enjoying hot pot and music while awaiting the arrival of those vile creatures. Chapter 24. Villains of the past life night had fallen, and it was nearly 10 o'clock. The world had just endured a monumental earthquake. Although the epicenter lay in the ocean, the inland regions experienced only a fraction of the disruption, less than 1/10 of that experienced at sea. Nevertheless, the power supply systems were severely compromised. Even within the entirety of Xia country, half of the regions faced a temporary power outage. Fortunately, and City, being the provincial capital, had not yet lost power, allowing basic residential life to continue without significant issue. Lin Feng awaited in his room, and within just 5 minutes past 10, he heard a flurry of footsteps outside. Excellent. The scoundrels have arrived, Gao Daba and his cohorts, once mere security guards in the complex, were now taking advantage of the chaos wrought by the earthquake. Since Gao Daba was the nephew of the property manager, he had always treated the residents with disdain in the wake of this disaster. He and a few local thugs sought to plunder. Ever since Lin Feng's parents had passed away, he had lived alone in the villa. Gao Daba and his fellow guards had always leered at the young, attractive female residents, while also gossiping about their peers living in luxury. Now, faced with such a calamity, they viewed this as a divine opportunity, while the general populace worked tirelessly to rescue and aid the afflicted. A small, restless faction thrived on chaos in his previous life. Lin Feng had been tormented nearly to death by this very group. Now, seeing them at his doorstep, Lin Feng felt an exhilarating surge of anticipation for revenge. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed through the Is anyone home? A voice called out. Recognizing the voice as Gao Daba's, Lin Feng recalled how, in his past life, Gao had deceived him into opening the door under the guise of a property inspection. Is anyone there? What do you want? It's a property inspection. Please open the door, Gao Daba insisted, his voice booming with authority. I'm eating. I don't have time. Lin Feng retorted loudly. The four outside were momentarily taken aback. They had expected Lin Feng to inquire further and inevitably let them in, believing he would be caught off guard. Upon hearing Lin Feng's response, they exchanged bewildered glances, but soon turned to threaten him. We're here to check for dangerous buildings that if you don't cooperate and something happens to you, the property management won't be liable. Gao Daba raised his voice, trying to intimidate Lin Feng. Not necessary. Lin Feng shot back with 3 curt words. Gao Daba and his companions were infuriated by Lin Feng's defiance that you're asking for it. Gao Daba shouted, signaling the others to circle around the villa's perimeter. Lin Feng's villa had been left unattended since his parents' death. He had no intention of reinforcing or renovating it. In the aftermath of the earthquake, with surrounding buildings collapsed, part of his villa's wall had also crumbled. Finding a breach in the wall, Gao Daba and his companions barged in, completely unaware that Lin Feng had prepared surveillance to capture their arrival. They had caught a whiff of the delicious hot pot aroma before even entering the room, and upon stepping inside, they found Lin Feng enjoying a steaming hot pot, surrounded by an array of drinks and bottles of white tea. Their anger boiled over that we came to rob you, and you're just sitting here eating and drinking without a care in the world. What kind of person are you? As the 4 approached Lin Feng, he barked a stern warning that don't be afraid. We're the property management, Gao Daba said, maintaining his swagger, a smirk plastered across his face. You weren't invited in. Do you realize you're trespassing? Get out, or I'll call the police. Lin Feng fired back in quick succession. Get us out? You really think you can? Go ahead and call the police. See if they're even available to help you now. Their arrogance was palpable, as they regarded Lin Feng as nothing more than a lamb for slaughter. Lin Feng, do you still think you're some rich heir? Listen carefully, hand over everything valuable in this room, and transfer all the money in your bank account to us, and we might spare your life. Gao Daba dropped all pretense, revealing their true intentions that you're trying to take advantage of the chaos. This is a crime, Lin Feng declared, though his body betrayed a hint of trepidation as he took several steps back, disregarding the hot pot before him. Huh. The 4 laughed at Lin Feng's apparent panic. Get out, all of you, did you hear me? As he spoke, Lin Feng pulled out his phone. Just as he was about to call for help, one of Gao Daba's accomplices swung a baseball bat, knocking Lin Feng's phone from his grasp. You intend to rob me openly? Yes, we're outright robbing you. What are you going to do about it? I've had my eye on you for a long time. If you cooperate, we might let you live. If not, your life ends here today. Upon concluding his speech, Gao Daba no longer feigned composure. He promptly brandished the formidable machete concealed within his waistband in a previous life. Gao Daba had similarly resorted to threats against Lin Feng that I shall grant you one final opportunity. Should you choose to remain, I will not hesitate to act harshly. Lin Feng retorted, his voice imbued with an icy chill. Within the confines of Lin Feng's extraordinary spatial domain lay an abundance of weaponry. Even a single handgun could effortlessly dispatch the quartet before him. Yet Lin Feng refrained from silencing them quietly. Recognizing that Gao Daba was backed by the property manager, Gao Jiansheng, whom Lin Feng still needed to confront. Not courteous? I see you are merely inviting punishment, Gao Daba bellowed, swinging his machete directly at Lin Feng. Presently, Lin Feng's physical prowess surpassed that of his former self by over 5-fold, rendering Gao Daba's assault trivial. Nevertheless, Lin Feng feigned a narrow escape from the attack. The sight of Lin Feng's demeanor incited uproarious laughter among Gao Daba and his companions. Seizing the moment while they attempted to close in for a lethal strike, Lin Feng lunged forward, reaching into a cabinet. When he withdrew his hand, he possessed a finely crafted steel crossbow. With a swift whoosh, an arrow struck the chest of the nearest assailant, who, before uttering a cry of agony, merely glanced down at his wound before collapsing lifelessly. Chapter 25. Seeking Justice. Gao Daba, witnessing Lin Feng instantaneously eliminate one of his comrades with the crossbow, froze in shock, his expression one of utter disbelief. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's second arrow was already in flight, piercing through Gao Daba's neck, in a state of panic and astonishment. Gao Daba met his demise, his eyes wide with incredulity as he locked gazes with Lin Feng. The steel crossbow could release 3 arrows in succession. Lin Feng directed the 3rd arrow toward the head of a 3rd foe, which penetrated his eyeball, resulting in immediate death. The 4th individual, witnessing the sudden and horrific turn of events, was seized by sheer panic, shouting as he fled in disarray, "Murder! Murder! Someone please help! Don't kill me!" Thus, the 4th man dashed outside in a state of terror. Lin Feng possessed a myriad of ways to spare the wretch's life. Yet he chose not to. After all, should he eliminate them all, how could he orchestrate the grand performance with Gao Jiansheng? Lin Feng retrieved a mobile phone from his spatial domain, swapped the SIM card, and connected to the room surveillance, capturing the recent events on video that he awaited Gao Jinqing's arrival with anticipation. The three corpses downstairs evoked no discomfort within Lin Feng. Rather, they instilled a sense of exhilaration. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the ground was littered with corpses. Be it humans, zombies, mutated flora and fauna, or aberrant marine creatures, the landscape was indeed a graveyard. The first catastrophic earthquake claimed over 500 million lives across the Blue Star. Yet Lin Feng had only witnessed the remnants of crumbled structures. The sight of piled corpses had yet to manifest. Lin Feng discarded the previously used hot pot and quickly produced a roasted chicken and fries from his spatial domain, alongside a serving of fruit salad. What could be more gratifying than witnessing his adversaries from a past life fall to his hand? Meanwhile, Gao Jinqing was entangled with a corpulent woman when he suddenly heard a commotion approaching the property office, which left him flustered, unable to properly attire himself. Trouble, murder, someone's been killed. The intruder rushed in, disregarding the two occupants before him, continuing to shout in panic. Gao Jinqing, infuriated by the interruption, delivered a resounding slap to the intruder's face. "Get out! Wait until I'm dressed." His fury was palpable, while the woman in the room frantically sought to cover herself. The overweight woman was a prominent resident of the community, after losing her husband in a recent earthquake. She had sought out Gao Jinqing to share the grim news, leading to their subsequent entanglement. After a brief interval, Gao Jinqing emerged, his expression darkened, addressing the intruder with a stern voice. "What is happening?" "Your mother has been killed." "Not me, your nephew." The intruder Binzi stammered. "Your nephew, Gao Debel, has been murdered." It was Lin Feng from Villa 2201, along with Chong, Bin, all of them killed by Lin Feng. Binzi recounted the events. Visibly shaken, "If you dare deceive me, I will have your skin." With that, Gao Jinqing seized his phone and dialed Gao Debel. After a few rings, there was no answer, just as he prepared to hang up. The call connected, and an unfamiliar voice responded. "Is this Gao Jinqing?" "Who are you?" "Lin Feng." "Gao Debel attempted to rob and kill me, but he has been dealt with. Property management should send someone to clean up my room." With that, Lin Feng abruptly ended the call. "Scoundrel!" Gao Jinqing seethed, kicking a table over in rage. "Let us go. We shall exact vengeance," he bellowed as he grabbed an electric baton and rushed out. Binzi, paralyzed by fear, dared not move, hastily warning, "Lin Feng possesses a steel crossbow. It creates a gaping hole upon impact." The three of them were slain by his arrow. Gao Jinqing was taken aback. "What did you say?" "That brat has a steel crossbow? Why didn't you mention this sooner?" His desire to strike Binzi was palpable. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Jinqing ordered, "You go and summon everyone. Bring in a security team and any available personnel. I refuse to believe that brat dares to strike us all. Ensure they bring riot shields and any applicable gear. I will avenge my nephew." With those instructions, Binzi hurried to comply. Though Gao Jinqing recognized the futility of calling the police, he felt compelled to maintain a semblance of order, lest he leave himself vulnerable. However, had he realized that an apocalypse had dawned, rendering the law obsolete, he might have thought differently. Within 20 minutes, per Gao Jinqing's directive, all 15 members of the property and security team assembled at the office entrance, clad in makeshift armor and wielding riot shields. "That we have encountered a villain in our community. I have already contacted the police, who are en route. For the safety of all residents, it is time for us to act. It is our duty to capture and eliminate the criminals," Gao Jinqing proclaimed passionately, inspiring those around him. A fervor ignited among the crowd, and they surged toward Lin Feng's residence, with Gao Jinqing leading the charge as though commanding a vast army, reveling in the exhilaration of his perceived authority. In the resident group chat, he loudly condemned Lin Feng as a murderer and rallied support against him, eliciting fervent outrage and praise from the community members. Witnessing the overwhelming response to his call to arms filled Gao Jinqing with immense satisfaction, and he paid no further attention to the group chat as they arrived at Lin Feng's villa. Lin Feng, aware of the approaching mob, smirked as he sent out the video of Gao Debel's attempted assault on him. Chapter 26. Outrage among the masses. Lin Feng had no intention of engaging in idle pretense, nor did he wish to find himself in a precarious position. Moreover, with his mastery over the spatial domain and the ability to traverse dimensions, He found himself in a position of unparalleled advantage in this chaotic world. With the Qin Kuan Pearl granting him spatial traversal capabilities, Lin Feng stood invincible even amidst the apocalypse that as he savored the last bite of fruit salad. Gao Jinqing's enraged voice echoed from the entrance. Lin Feng, you scoundrel, come out. Do you think that amidst this calamity, the police and the military are preoccupied with rescue, allowing you to slaughter without consequence? Know this. We, the property management, shall not overlook your heinous acts. Murder demands retribution, and you cannot escape. Listening to Gao Jinqing's furious tirade brought a smile to Lin Feng's face. He retrieved a large speaker designed for dance gatherings from his spatial domain, one among the countless others housed within. Lin Feng, holding a microphone, responded directly to the outside. What? After I justifiably defended myself against your nephew's attempt to rob me, resulting in his demise, you, as his uncle, still wish to come here and continue your wicked ways. You are talking nonsense. You are the real murderer. The bodies of my nephew and his accomplices are still within your residence. Do you dare to argue? Gao Jian spoke in a tone of accusation, addressing Lin Feng without any courtesy. Immediately afterward, Gao Jian ordered his men to violently break open the lock of Lin Feng's villa entrance. Observing this, Lin Feng remained unfazed and did not intervene. The outer gate had already been somewhat compromised, and the surrounding walls had collapsed in many places. Thus, the absence of a gate held little significance for Lin Feng. Now, with a loudspeaker in hand, he raised his voice in the tranquil neighborhood, the volume cranked to its maximum. Even a whisper from Lin Feng could cause the eardrums of those at the entrance to ring, naturally drawing the attention of other residents in the vicinity. At that moment, Gao Jian had not yet seen the video Lin Feng posted in the owner's group. He was completely unaware that all of Gao Dabao's actions had been captured on Lin Feng's surveillance. A cacophony of banging echoed as the door was soon breached, and Gao Jian led a group of over 10 individuals into the villa. Lin Feng, a life for a life. There is no escape for you today, Gao Jian shouted. Yet he dared not approach Lin Feng too closely, fearing an unexpected attack. Seeing his demeanor, Lin Feng smirked that a life for a life. Very well, Manager Gao. Let me ask you, why did your nephew and 3 others come to my home in the dead of night? 4 individuals intended to rob me, and I defended myself by eliminating 3 of them. The last one remaining is the one behind you. Lin Feng pointed directly at Binzi, who was trying his best to shrink back. Shocked that Lin Feng could easily identify him among the crowd, "It is you. Step forward and clarify. Did the 4 of you come here to rob me? You even wielded knives intending to kill me." Lin Feng questioned, gesturing towards Binzi. Binzi, terrified, dared not step forward. Vividly recalling Lin Feng's cold-blooded demeanor during the earlier encounter, he certainly did not wish to present himself as a target. You are spouting nonsense. It is you who is ruthless and indiscriminately killing the innocent. Gao Jian continued to lash out at Lin Feng. That I advise you, Manager Gao, to think carefully before speaking. You cannot simply accuse me because your nephew committed a crime. Or is it that your nephew, along with others, was acting under your orders to rob me? Now that I have rightfully defended myself against Gao Dabao, you come here to continue the assault. Lin Feng retorted without restraint, his voice rising as if he were directly hurling insults at Gao Jian's face. Just as Gao Jian prepared to instruct his subordinates to take action, Lin Feng intervened once more, saying, Manager Gao, if you intend to frame me, shouldn't you first view the surveillance video I shared in the owner's group before barking at me? I forgot to mention, my home surveillance is in ultra-high definition. Taken aback by Lin Feng's words, Gao Jian was left uncertain about their veracity. However, amidst the commotion, the surrounding neighbors began to gather. After all, joining in on the excitement is a time-honored tradition among the citizens of Xia country. Any argument on the street inevitably draws a crowd. The video clearly shows that it was your property staff who initiated the robbery. They deserve their fate. Are you trying to rob the entire community? Is there no law left after such a massive upheaval? You think about robbery. Have you lost your humanity? Call the police. We must call the police. The onlookers chimed in, and the once intimidating Gao Jian now appeared somewhat flustered. What are you waiting for? Bring up the video for me to see. Gao Jian barked at one of his subordinates. Upon viewing the video in the owner's group, the residents erupted in outrage, vehemently condemning Gao Dabao and his accomplices without reservation. That it took some time for Gao Jian's men to locate the video, and after watching less than a minute of footage, Gao Jian's face fell dramatically. Lin Feng observed with interest as Gao Jian's expression soured, the yard brightly lit, allowing Lin Feng to capture every nuance of Gao Jian's reaction. After a prolonged silence, Gao Jian found himself at a loss for words. He had no doubt that Gao Debao attempted to rob Lin Feng, but he had initially positioned himself on the moral high ground to seek revenge and make Lin Feng pay a heavy price. Now, Lin Feng had placed him under the scrutiny of the crowd. As more and more onlookers gathered, Gao Jian realized that if this matter was not handled properly, not only would he fail to confront Lin Feng, but his position as property manager would also be in jeopardy. "You scoundrel, a truly vile creature," Gao Jian shouted in rage, violently smashing his phone to the ground. "Manager Gao, that was my phone," one of his subordinates quickly remarked. However, Gao Jian paid him no mind, instead addressing the surrounding residents. "Gao Debao is indeed a despicable scoundrel, and he has met his just deserts. I was previously unaware of his misdeeds, and thus I was deceived. Now seize Binzi and hand him over to the authorities at dawn." With Gao Jian's command, several of his men rushed forward to apprehend Binzi. Attempting to protest, Binzi was swiftly silenced as Gao Jian stuffed a cloth into his mouth. As he turned away, Lin Feng caught sight of Gao Jian's nearly murderous expression. Chapter 27. Absorption. How infuriating. A true scoundrel. After returning from Lin Feng's location, Gao Jian unleashed his fury in the property office, smashing and banging about. Had he not reacted in time, he might have been drowned in spit among the residents. After all, Lin Feng had recorded the entire incident and shared it in the owneress group, causing all the residents to harbor animosity towards the property management. Even if Gao Jian had little to do with the incident, he still bore the brunt of the residents' ire as Gao Jian seethed with anger. Contemplating how to deal with Lin Feng and avenge Gao Debao, Lin Feng, meanwhile, had already traversed through space to the sanctuary, knowing it was a far safer haven. Once back in the sanctuary, Lin Feng enjoyed a restful night's sleep. The following morning, Lin Feng first assessed his spatial power. After 12 hours, it had fully regenerated. He retrieved a breakfast from the ability space and savored it, even without accounting for the nearly 5,000 tons of fish harvested from the Great Lakes. The supplies in Lin Feng's space were sufficient for him to sustain himself for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years. While these provisions would keep him fed, survival in the apocalypse also required formidable strength. Lin Feng did not wish to endure a life of hiding and despair as he had in his previous existence. Although Lin Feng was uncertain about when other types of ability fruits would appear, he was acutely aware of the emergence of a fire-type ability fruit in his neighborhood that in his past life. Lin Feng had been the first to discover this fire-type ability fruit, but just as he grasped it, Gao Debao had appeared at that time. Lin Feng was unaware of the fruit's effects and had been coerced into relinquishing it under Gao Debao's threat. After finishing his breakfast, Lin Feng utilized spatial traversal to return to the villa, then stepped outside holding a skewer of candied hawthorns that he distinctly remembered that the fire-type ability fruit had first surfaced in the flower bed at his doorstep. Ignoring the bloodstains left by Gao Debao and his accomplices, whose bodies had been taken away by Gao Jian, Lin Feng was ready to seize his opportunity. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, ability fruits began to sprout worldwide. Lin Feng witnessed a vibrant red ability plant erupting from the flower bed before him, growing to half a meter in height in less than 10 seconds. Once the fire-type ability fruit had stabilized, Lin Feng promptly uprooted it. "Lin Feng, don't move," just as Lin Feng had uprooted the fire-type fruit. Two individuals sent by Gao Jian to surveil him shouted in unison. Despite hearing their call, Lin Feng showed no sign of halting, clutching the ability fruit and retreating into the villa. With the acquisition of the fire-type ability fruit, Lin Feng was elated that in his previous life, Gao Debao had consumed this very fruit, quickly becoming a fire-type ability user and subsequently dominating several surrounding neighborhoods, instilling fear and chaos. Lin Feng did not immediately consume the fire-type fruit. Instead, he stored it in the ability space. Among the nature-based abilities, only the lightning, light, and dark types caught Lin Feng's attention, with lightning possessing the most destructive and lethal potential. Just as Lin Feng secured the fire-type ability fruit in his ability space, an unforeseen event unfolded before him. Suddenly, the fire-type ability fruit was irresistibly drawn toward the Qingquan Pearl in an instant. The fire-type ability fruit shattered midair, disintegrating into a pure essence of energy that surged directly into the space ability fruit beneath the Qianquan pearl. The fire-type ability fruit, which Lin Feng had just acquired, was unexpectedly absorbed by the space ability fruit as nourishment. After consuming the fire-type ability fruit, the space ability fruit experienced a slight growth. Although the extent of this growth was limited, Lin Feng could distinctly sense the subtle change. Witnessing this scene left Lin Feng utterly astonished that it was undeniable that other ability fruits could facilitate the growth of the space fruit. And the space ability fruit within Lin Feng's ability space was undoubtedly far superior to the lightning-type ability fruit. Previously, Lin Feng had contemplated gathering a large number of ability fruits with the intention of establishing a formidable ability army in the future. However, that notion was now entirely suppressed. He was solely focused on collecting a plethora of ability fruits to enhance the space ability fruit. Lin Feng was eager to discover what immense achievements awaited him once the space ability fruit fully matured, and he subsequently acquired space abilities himself. Envisioning just how powerful he would become. While Lin Feng indulged in these future fantasies, in the Neon Nation, Fujiwara Yi, and in the Eagle Nation, John also received news of the emergence of ability fruits. According to the prices Lin Feng had set, a complete ability fruit was worth $1 million coins, an astonishing profit. As Fujiwara Yi and John fervently gathered ability fruits, Lin Feng was actively seeking agents in nearby cities of the Summer Nation, preparing to purchase ability fruits in bulk as well. According to Lin Feng's recollection from his past life, the initial wave of ability fruits that descended upon the world numbered a total of 100,000. Among them, the Neon Nation boasted over 10,000 ability fruits, while the Eagle Nation had over 30,000, and the Summer Nation was left with a mere 15,000 that the ability fruits had made 3 large-scale appearances. The first wave saw 100,000 fruits, the second wave, a month later, boasted 1 million, and the third wave, after a 6-month wait, surpassed 10 million across the entire blue planet. Simultaneously, 1% of humanity was fortuitously selected to unlock innate abilities and become ability users. Despite the 3 large-scale descents of ability fruits, they remain exceedingly rare compared to the billions of humans. Moreover, the first wave of descending ability fruits was the most potent. Many prominent figures who rose to fame during the apocalyptic era of Lin Feng's past life became ability users during this initial wave. The information Lin Feng disseminated online immediately garnered significant attention, with several individuals in the vicinity discovering ability fruits and eager to contact Lin Feng, uploading captured images as evidence. With pressing matters to attend to, Lin Feng naturally couldn't personally handle such affairs that he promptly called Li Shuer, and shortly thereafter, she answered. Lin Xiao, how are things on your end? Are you well? Lin Feng inquired. Thank you for your concern. Lin Xiao, that I've found Lan Xier, and we are both doing well, Li Shuer replied. Lan Xier. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the name, fragments of memories from his past life flooding back. When Li Shuer had mentioned seeking cheer earlier, Lin Feng had yet to grasp the significance. It was only now that he realized it was that woman. That's good to hear, that I have something I need you to take care of. Lin Xiao, please give your instructions. In the vicinity of An City, Lin Feng entrusted Li Shuer with the extensive acquisition of ability fruits in nearby nations such as Bobo Nation and Silver Elephant Nation. Naturally, this task was not solely hers to bear. He instructed her to connect with former key members of the Qin group, offering them exorbitant rewards to procure these fruits, for every complete ability fruit they acquired. Lin Feng promised a reward of $100,000 coins, with a purchase price of $1 million coins. Should they acquire it for less than $1 million, the difference would naturally be theirs to keep. Upon hearing Lin Feng's generous offer, the core members of the Qin Group's International Trade Department were nearly driven to madness. After confirming that Lin Feng was not jesting, they frantically rushed to overcome various obstacles in order to procure ability fruits. Lin Feng's ability space currently housed over $300 billion coins. At such a purchase price, he could acquire nearly 30,000 ability fruits, though it was evident that he would not procure that many. What Lin Feng aimed to do was seize the opportunity, directly acquiring the highest quality wave of ability fruits at exorbitant prices. Throughout the day, Lin Feng remained at home, awaiting news. The reports of the ability fruits for sale also reached the ears of those residing in the property where Lin Feng lived, especially when they saw the images of the ability fruits circulating online, further solidifying their belief that Lin Feng had stealthily taken the very fruit they had glimpsed 3 days prior. Are you certain? Gao Jianqing inquired of his subordinate. The subordinate turned to another individual. Both had been monitoring Lin Feng and had witnessed him take the ability fruit. Absolutely, I can confirm. Their words ignited a surge of excitement within Gao Jianqing. As there had been no reports of such ability fruits appearing nearby, yet one had been taken by Lin Feng, that cursed figure. Let us go find that brat. Gao Jianqing gritted his teeth and led his subordinates toward Lin Feng's villa. The surveillance system at Lin Feng's villa was linked to his phone. Any intruders would trigger an immediate alert. When Gao Jianqing and his group appeared on the surveillance feed, Lin Feng smirked. In an instant, he traversed through space, materializing at the entrance of his villa. Simultaneously, he retrieved a steel crossbow from his space and, through the window, loosed an arrow at the intruders. With a whoosh, Gao Jianqing instinctively turned his head, only to see a shadow was past his ear. Realizing that an arrow had narrowly missed him, he could only imagine the dire consequences had he not turned at the last moment. Who dares to intrude upon my home? You are incorrigible, seeking to rob me. Lin Feng bellowed angrily at Gao Jianqing and his cohorts. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Gao Jianqing, still shaken, transformed his fear into rage. Cursing back, "What the hell are you doing? You've injured me. I'll take your life." Lin Feng regarded Gao Jianqing with a playful gaze, completely disregarding his words. "What is this? Have I exposed your scheme? And now you're cornered?" Lin Feng replied without reservation that you're talking nonsense. "We, the property management, have witnessed you steal an ability seed from the community yesterday, and now that seed is being sold online for $1 million coins. Since it sprouted in our community, it belongs to all homeowners. We have the right to reclaim it and sell it as a service fee for the community," Gao Jianqing shouted, his tone filled with a sense of entitlement. Prior to approaching Lin Feng, Gao Jianqing had already prepared, having disseminated relevant information in the homeowners group. Upon learning that Lin Feng had unilaterally claimed a seed worth millions of summer coins, the homeowners group erupted in outrage against him. Lin Feng paid no heed to the homeowners group and remained oblivious to Gao Jianqing's maneuvering. However, once Gao Jianqing arrived, several homeowners rushed over to observe, and a few greedy individuals began to attack and accuse Lin Feng. "Wait, let me ask you, how do you know I possess such a seed? Aside from Gao Jianqing and his people, who else saw me take it? If anyone saw it and can describe it, I'll let everyone enter my home to search." Lin Feng retorted sharply, directly confronting Gao Jianqing. "What? Does anyone here have proof?" Lin Feng observed the silence from the crowd and continued, "I believe everyone is aware of the enmity between Gao Jianqing and myself. He seeks to settle a personal score by falsely accusing me of taking some insignificant seed. How ridiculous! I, the scion of the Qin group, with billions in assets, would concern myself with a mere seed for profit? Nonsense. We saw it with our own eyes. Yes, we witnessed it. You stole that seed. Hand it over." The two individuals sent by Gao Jianqing to monitor Lin Feng now stepped forward as witnesses. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh even harder. "Your two lackeys are quite obedient, eager to bite. Just wait a moment." As Lin Feng spoke, he strode directly into the villa, subsequently rummaging through his belongings to retrieve a small leather suitcase, which he swiftly filled to the brim with cash. Presently, Lin Feng possessed merely a few million xia currency in cash, while the remainder was in knife currency. Lin Feng might not have much, but he certainly had an abundance of money that if he desired, he could amass a considerable fortune within a single day. However, once the extreme heat and cold descended, this money would be rendered worthless. And Lin Feng remained utterly indifferent to it. Upon emerging with a small suitcase, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Lin Feng began tossing the xia currency into the crowd. Over $1 million in cash was soon snatched up by the eager masses. And within 2 minutes, many in front of him were clutching large wads of bills. Just moments ago, Gao Jianqing and his subordinates had contemplated rushing forward to seize the money, but at the last moment, Gao Jianqing restrained himself, unwilling to appear foolish before Lin Feng, and sternly instructed his men not to act. Upon witnessing some individuals scrambling to leave with their ill-gotten gains, seemingly fearful of Lin Feng reclaiming the money, he quickly called out, "Dear homeowners, whoever retrieves this money is entitled to keep it. I merely wish for everyone to understand that I am not in need of funds, nor do I place any value on what Manager Gao has mentioned regarding the sale of small seedlings. Such matters are utterly beneath me. Should Manager Gao dare to confront me again, I hope we can thoughtfully consider whether someone who is intent on harming us homeowners truly deserves to remain in the position of property manager. If anyone dares to cast their eyes upon my affairs again, let the fates of Gao Daba and his companions serve as a cautionary tale. You would do well to ponder your choices. Chapter 29. Seeking to engage in underhanded tactics, Gao Jianqing felt utterly dazed as he observed the homeowners around him clutching thousands in cash. A sense of urgency swelled within him. Had he followed suit like the other homeowners and scrambled for the money? His earlier confrontation with Lin Feng would have become a monumental farce, leaving him with no face among the homeowners in the future. Indeed, it was Lin Xiao, the heir of the Lin Group, who had no need for such petty sums. And why would he be concerned about their trivial remarks? By all means, review the surveillance footage. Otherwise, refrain from making baseless claims. The homeowner's sentiments shifted dramatically under Lin Feng's monetary onslaught. Observing this spectacle, Lin Feng couldn't help but smirk coldly. He was acutely aware of the true nature of his neighbors. For Lin Feng, issues that could be resolved with money were hardly issues at all. As he witnessed the crowd rallying behind him and the tide turning against the property management and security personnel, Gao Jianqing had no choice but to flee in disgrace. Upon returning to the property office, Gao Jianqing was seething with rage that if the surveillance cameras in the community were still operational, would he have found himself in such a humiliating position? It was at this moment that he turned to the two individuals who had previously reported to him, demanding sternly, "You two better clarify whether you truly saw everything clearly." Following Lin Feng's earlier disruption, even Gao Jianqing found it hard to trust his own subordinates. The two subordinates hesitated, unsure of how to respond to Gao Jianqing's fierce demeanor. Perceiving their uncertainty, Gao Jianqing assumed they were unsure about witnessing Lin Feng taking the special fruit, prompting his anger to flare. "You two idiots, you've embarrassed me. If this happens again, I will have you dismissed," Gao Jianqing barked. The two men trembled and hastily apologized to him. Gao Jianqing then turned his attention to the two individuals lingering at the back, stating, "I saw you both gather quite a bit of cash from the ground. Hand it over. Do you hear me? Why should we? That money was ours. We picked it up ourselves. You can't just take it from us." The two protested indignantly. "I guess it that you two wish to defy me as well." Gao Jianqing's frustration mounted. Having suffered humiliation at Lin Feng's hands for 2 consecutive days, and with his nephew's death at Lin Feng's hands left unavenged, the defiance of his subordinates only fueled his fury further. Eventually, after some persuasion from those nearby, the two men reluctantly surrendered half of their cash, deepening their resentment towards Gao Jianqing. After driving Gao Jianqing and his entourage away, Lin Feng noticed his phone buzzing incessantly. For over a week now, Luli had been sending him messages. Previously indifferent to her attempts to reach him, Lin Feng found himself somewhat bored in recent days. After all, when a woman willing to alleviate his frustrations was so readily available, he couldn't very well be dismissive. "Tonight at 10 o'clock, come to my house," Lin Feng replied, then disregarded her further messages. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated hotel room elsewhere, Lu Li, upon receiving Lin Feng's response, was elated. After her arduous return from the Neon Country, she had harbored a deep resentment towards Lin Feng, even sending him several resolute messages. However, the aftermath of the recent earthquake had rendered her incapable of sustaining her life. And with no means of contacting Zhang Dehai or Zhang Guoqiang, she turned back to Lin Feng, seeking to cling to him for support. After responding to Lu Li, Lin Feng paid her no further mind. At that moment, he received a call from John, who informed him that he had gathered 500 special fruit plants. "Excellent. I have prepared the cash. I am merely waiting to meet you for the transaction," Lin Feng replied. After discussing the meeting location, they agreed to convene in an hour. Having concluded the call, Lin Feng traversed through space directly to the Eagle Nation. Concurrently, he discovered a truck abandoned by the roadside, forcibly opened its cargo area, and found it filled with alluring garments. Without hesitation, he collected all the items into his spatial storage. Following that, he organized 500 million knife currency into the truck's cargo area. An hour later, Lin Feng arrived at the agreed meeting point. Upon seeing John, he sensed something was amiss, particularly in the way John's eyes glinted, reminiscent of a predator surveying its prey. Even as Lin Feng approached, John managed to mask his intentions well, yet he could not escape Lin Feng's keen perception. Lin Feng even caught sight of gunmen lying in wait not far off, recognizing the unusual atmosphere. Lin Feng took advantage of the moment before exiting the vehicle to discreetly withdraw 250 million knife currency back into his spatial storage. Mr. John, it is good to see you again. Lin Feng greeted with a composed smile. Based on their prior agreement, the 500 special fruit plants were valued at 500 million knife currency. However, upon inspecting the plants, Lin Feng noticed that nearly 100 of them were incomplete, containing only the fruit. Nevertheless, he remained exceptionally pleased with the 500 special fruit plants before him. Very well. As per our earlier agreement, complete plants are worth 1 million knife currency, while incomplete ones are valued at 500,000 knife currency. In total, these are valued at 450 million knife currency. What do you think, Mr. John? Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Absolutely no problem. For safety's sake, I have brought 200 million knife currency in cash with me. The remaining 250 million will be provided after I leave with the goods that I will then inform you of my address, and you can retrieve the rest of the funds. Does that sound agreeable? Lin Feng proposed with a smile. Previously, Lin Feng had always been straightforward and paid in one lump sum, but now he was suggesting a two-part payment, which surprised John somewhat. Mr. Lin, you did not mention this before. That is indeed the case. Yet our company now requires this protocol. It is likely to ensure the safety of our employees. I hope you understand, Mr. John, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Hearing Lin Feng's calm words took John aback. In truth, John had indeed planned to engage in underhanded tactics, but Lin Feng's abrupt maneuver left him momentarily stunned. That if he were to act against Lin Feng now, he would forfeit a significant portion of the funds. Mr. Lin, how many of these mutated plants does your company still need to acquire? John inquired, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Quite a few. As I initially mentioned to you, we will acquire as many as are available, as they hold great significance for our company's research. Lin Feng suddenly spoke in a solemn tone. Chapter 30. The Greatest Opportunity of Plunder. After driving away with 500 mutated plants, Lin Feng had scarcely traveled for 5 minutes when he came across another vehicle by the roadside that he promptly stuffed $250 million bills into it, and then informed John of the vehicle's location and license plate number. Once these arrangements were complete, those who had been covertly monitoring and trailing Lin Feng finally revealed themselves. Lin Feng pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward with great speed. The current state of chaos in the Eagle Nation was palpable, with incidents of vandalism and robbery occurring incessantly. Noticing that no one was pursuing him, Lin Feng brought the vehicle to a halt and stored it entirely within his space. As the compartment opened, the 500 mutated plants were released by Lin Feng. This time, he placed the mutated plants at a considerable distance from the Qingquan Pearl, and the spatial fruit did not immediately absorb all the mutated plants. Among the 500 mutated fruit plants, Lin Feng identified one lightning-type mutated fruit plant, 2 psychic-type mutated fruit plants, and 1 special-type mutated plant. All 4 of these mutated fruit plants were intact specimens. Aside from these, the remaining 496 mutated fruit plants were sent close to the spatial fruit, and before they could come within 10 meters of the spatial fruit, they transformed into pure energy that was entirely absorbed by the spatial fruit. The energy generated from nearly 500 mutated plants was completely consumed by the spatial fruit, yet there remained no sign of imminent maturation. Lin Feng felt no disappointment. Instead, he was exceedingly exhilarated. The more this occurred, the more it substantiated the formidable nature of the spatial fruit beneath the Qingquan Pearl. In the next moment, Lin Feng held the lightning-type mutated fruit in his hand. In his previous life, he had mastered lightning abilities, and he was acutely aware of their power. Just as he prepared to swallow the lightning-type mutated fruit, the Qingquan Pearl suddenly emitted a faint glow, and an influx of information surged into Lin Feng's mind. The Qingquan Pearl was actually preventing him from consuming the lightning-type mutated fruit. In the apocalyptic world of his past life, there were indeed powerful individuals who possessed dual, or even multiple abilities. But their most potent abilities were almost always the first ones they acquired. Now, with the Qingquan Pearl safeguarding the spatial fruit, should Lin Feng consume the lightning fruit, his most formidable innate ability would undoubtedly be the lightning ability. Sensing the Qingquan Pearl's warning, Lin Feng hesitated. Ultimately, he decided against swallowing the lightning fruit. After all, given Lin Feng's current rate of collecting mutated fruit, it would not be long before the spatial mutated fruit plant absorbed enough energy to mature. And he was eager to discover the immense power that a fully matured spatial fruit would bestow upon him. Since he had already arrived in the Eagle Nation, Lin Feng certainly could not leave so easily. The supermarkets, gold stores, and luxury boutiques surrounding the Eagle Nation had all been visited, yet he paid little heed to those items. Lin Feng directly contacted a manufacturer of protective suits in the Eagle Nation, ordering 100,000 suits as well as 10,000 snowmobiles. Even after experiencing an unprecedented earthquake that had caused their production lines to collapse, their warehouses still held ample stock, with money that seemed inexhaustible. Lin Feng naturally sought to procure more supplies. After contacting the manufacturer, he transferred $10 million bills as a deposit into their company account, and shortly thereafter, Lin Feng received a call from John. "Mr. Lin, we have received the money. You truly are a man of your word," John exclaimed with a smile. Had Lin Feng not sensed John's intentions in advance and taken precautions, it was likely that John would have already sent the ambushers to take action against him. "Mr. John, I have just communicated with the headquarters, and they are not very satisfied with your performance. The quantity of 500 mutated plants is simply too meager," Lin Feng expressed with slight dissatisfaction. "We have mobilized all of the company's channels to collect those mutated fruits nationwide. There will definitely be more tomorrow," John responded with fervor. "That would be ideal. By the way, there is one more matter I need you to pay attention to. Mr. John, our company also requires a substantial purchase of gold and platinum. That if you can find a channel for these, we are willing to pay a premium for the acquisition," Lin Feng added. The gold and silver were naturally for Lin Feng's spatial abilities. Aside from the Eagle Nation, Lin Feng planned to continue stockpiling supplies abroad after consuming the mutated fruits. Hearing Lin Feng's words, John readily agreed. After meeting with John, Lin Feng's heart was anything but calm. He felt a sense of urgency. The secret of the mutated fruits would be revealed globally in 3 days, and currently, on the first day of their emergence, no one dared to consume them. Even among the few who had acquired abilities, none were bold enough to publicize their powers. 3 days later, an ability user with fire abilities flaunted his prowess online, leading to the exposure of the secret surrounding the mutated fruits. The next 3 days represented the optimal opportunity for Lin Feng to gather mutated fruits. Lin Feng then made a direct call to Fujihara Nozomi. "Mr. Lin, I was just about to call you." Fujihara's voice was laced with excitement. "Mr. Fujihara, how many of those fruits have you collected?" "There are 1,326 plants," Fujihara replied. "That is so many." Lin Feng was elated upon hearing this. "Indeed. Moreover, we have also located several pounds of that stone you were looking for. We have found the spatial stones." The news from Fujihara greatly satisfied Lin Feng. They arranged to meet in a warehouse 3 hours later. Subsequently, Lin Feng first looted the remaining items from a large warehouse that had been robbed multiple times before he directly traversed space to the Neon Country. Upon arriving at the agreed time, Lin Feng's expression twitched slightly when he saw the items Fujihara produced. It is worth noting that the primary reason for the Neon Country's formidable status in the apocalyptic world was due to the high density of mutated fruits within its borders. After all, the Summer Country, nearly 30 times larger, only had 15,000 mutated plants, while the Neon Country boasted over 10,000. "Mr. Lin, please inspect these fruits," Fujihara urged. Like John, Fujihara had purchased these fruits at a very low price, with John averaging $5,000 bills each, while Fujihara had acquired them for merely $1,000 bills apiece. Fujihara's face radiated joy, unable to contain his excitement as he envisioned the wealth Lin Feng would bring him. Little did he know that his actions had unwittingly delivered the Neon Country's greatest opportunity in the early apocalyptic phase directly into Lin Feng's hands. After a cursory glance at the mutated fruits, Lin Feng then examined the spatial stones. Just as he reached out to touch the spatial stone, Lin Feng felt a stirring in his heart. He distinctly sensed that the spatial fruit within the mutated space had become exceedingly restless. Chapter 31. Teasing 2 women. "Everything is in order. Follow me," Lin Feng stated as he pulled back the canvas covering a massive truck. "The total value of the items you've delivered, excluding some defective plants, amounts to $12 billion bills. Here is $5 billion, and the remaining $7 billion will be sent to your warehouse this afternoon," Lin Feng declared. "Of course, that is acceptable." The reason Lin Feng did not pay the entire amount up front was to guard against a situation similar to John's and to alleviate any doubts Fujihara might have. Seeing Lin Feng indeed transport such a substantial amount of cash was a delightful surprise for Fujihara. After all, in the aftermath of the massive earthquake, the banking system and various digital currency transactions had been significantly impacted. And more importantly, The trust in the numbers displayed on mobile devices and bank cards had waned among the populace. Consequently, cash had taken on a vital role. Lin Feng also urged Fujiwara to intensify the collection of mutated fruits, noting that the headquarters would only be acquiring them for 2 days. Hoping Fujiwara would seize this opportunity, to Mr. Lin, "Rest assured, we will handle this matter diligently," Fujiwara assured him earnestly. Lin Feng nodded and then drove away. Once in a secluded area, he first stored 5 special mutated fruits and 3 lightning-type mutated fruits separately, before swiftly sending all other mutated fruits near the spatial mutated fruit for absorption. After completing these tasks, Lin Feng activated space traversal and returned to City. The task Lin Feng had assigned to Li Shuer was not easy to accomplish in a short time, and it was not his primary method for acquiring mutated fruits. Nevertheless, when Lin Feng inquired about Li Shuer's progress, her response left him quite satisfied. "Lin Xiao, our international trade department has already contacted foreign channels and found 132 of the mutated plants you requested. However, we have not come across the stone you mentioned," that Li Shuer remarked. "Indeed, you have performed admirably. Have them return those plants at the swiftest pace possible," Lin Feng further instructed. During the initial emergence of the extraordinary fruits, Lin Feng had the opportunity to absorb a significant quantity of these fruits. Once the secrets of these fruits are revealed to the public, it would become exceedingly difficult for Lin Feng to gather them again. After an entire day of bustling activity, Lin Feng finally exhaled a sigh of relief once he concluded his discussion with Li Shuer. Lin Feng meticulously observed the spatial fruits within the ability space and noted their remarkable growth. Based on his estimation, to fully mature the entire cluster of spatial fruits, a minimum of 10,000 units of energy from extraordinary fruits would be required. Lin Feng found it perplexing why this particular spatial fruit was so unique, and he surmised that true understanding would only come from consuming it. Nevertheless, Lin Feng felt no urgency regarding this matter. He collected all the selected extraordinary fruits while also securing 15 pounds of spatial stones. In the previous apocalypse, the primary use of spatial stones was to create spatial equipment. However, their greatest value for spatial ability users lay in enhancing their powers, making them the most potent treasures for such individuals. Given that spatial stones were scarce in the apocalypse, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to gather as many as he could, while others remained oblivious to their significance, as he contemplated his next course of action. His phone buzzed with a notification indicating someone had entered the vicinity of his villa. Lin Feng glanced at his phone and smiled, for Lu Li had arrived. Moreover, she brought along her close friend, Sun Mingya, who was equally notorious in their previous lives. Sun Mingya and Lu Li were inseparable, though their sisterhood was merely superficial. During the last days of the previous world, Lin Feng had suffered greatly at their hands. They had ingratiated themselves with Zhang Guoqiang and had come to humiliate Lin Feng once the apocalypse erupted. Recalling such events, a cold smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips in an instant. He traversed space and found himself back at the villa. Upon seeing the 2 women hesitating at the entrance, Lin Feng prepared his steel crossbow. Had it not been for the potential commotion caused by gunfire, which could attract the attention of law enforcement, he would have readily armed himself with firearms. After all, the arsenal he possessed in the ability space was more than sufficient to obliterate a medium-sized nation. "Lin Feng, are you inside?" Lu Li's voice called out. "Lu Li, did you come alone?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Lu Li's face lit up with joy. Meanwhile, Sun Mingya whispered to Lu Li, "You must not let him off easily, that he treated you atrociously in Neon Country. He is nothing but a scoundrel. This time, he must compensate us well." As they exchanged whispers, they assumed Lin Feng was unaware of their little scheming. Little did they know, Lin Feng had installed invisible cameras throughout the villa, and he heard every word they spoke with perfect clarity. Lu Li nodded slightly at Sun Mingya and continued to call out, "Lin Feng, hurry and open the door. Dreamia and I have arrived." Just as Lu Li finished speaking, the side door beside the villa's main entrance swung open gently. The Lu Li and Sun Mingya exchanged excited glances and strode in without a hint of suspicion. "Lin Feng, what is the meaning of this? Why are you treating Lu Li this way? Do you have any idea how heartbroken she has been during this time?" Sun Mingya immediately confronted Lin Feng. "Everyone halt! Do not move!" Lin Feng aimed his steel crossbow at the 2 women. Unfazed by his warning, Lu Li and Sun Mingya remained undeterred, with Sun Mingya even attempting to confront Lin Feng directly. I warned you not to move. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Feng shot an arrow that struck the sofa beside Sun Mingya. Startled by the sight of the pierced sofa, she exclaimed, "What are you doing, Lin Feng? I have no way of knowing whether you were sent by that scoundrel Gao Jianxing." Lin Feng retorted with a cold laugh. "What Gao Jianxing? We don't even know him." Sun Mingya quickly countered, raising her voice in protest. "If you want me to trust you, let me check. If you have no weapons or poison, only then will I believe you," Lin Feng declared, his steel crossbow still aimed at them. "Otherwise, don't blame me for turning you into pincushions." Chapter 32. After eating, come serve me, Lin Feng. "What do you mean?" Sun Mingya was both shocked and furious. Even Lu Li wore a similarly astonished expression upon hearing Lin Feng's words. However, Lin Feng paid no heed to their reactions, maintaining his aim with the crossbow, that if you wish for me to trust you, you must comply with my demands. Quickly. You must allow me to check before you can remain here. If you do not wish to stay, then leave now, Lin Feng asserted with a commanding tone. Fuming, Sun Mingya stepped forward, ready to unleash her fury upon Lin Feng, that in an instant. Lin Feng aimed his crossbow directly at her face. Given the close proximity and the power of the previous shot, a single arrow could either kill her or leave her severely injured. With the current state of affairs, most hospitals were inoperative, and those that remained functional were overflowing with patients. "Lin Feng, what is the matter?" "I am Lu Li, and this is my best friend, Sun Mingya." Lu Li spoke again, her tone unexpectedly gentle, upon hearing Lu Li's feigned softness. Lin Feng's cold laughter intensified. "Lu Li, I could not care less about Sun Mingya's fate, but you are my woman. As long as you do as I say, everything in this villa is yours. You can indulge in whatever you desire. Have you forgotten our days in Neon Country? All I need is for you to prove your innocence. Is that too much to ask?" Lin Feng's demeanor was one of blatant coercion. Yet he wielded the weapon, leaving the two women too intimidated to argue further. "Lin Feng, what is going on?" Lu Li pressed. "I have no time to explain. That if you wish to know, do as I say," Lin Feng replied. Realizing he was serious, Lu Li bit her lip and began to comply with Lin Feng's demands. "Lu Li." Sun Mingya was taken aback, unable to fathom why Lu Li would so readily acquiesce to Lin Feng's commands. Appearing almost like a docile pet, seeing Lu Li's compliance, Lin Feng finally allowed a smile to grace his lips. Not only that, but Lin Feng also instructed Lu Li to perform certain actions to demonstrate that she was not concealing anything. Once Lu Li completed her tasks, Lin Feng turned his gaze back to her and said, "If you do not comply like Lu Li, then get out. You are not welcome here." Lin Feng exuded an aura of intimidation, while Sun Mingya cast a pleading glance at Lu Li. Unaware that the apocalypse had already begun and that order had collapsed, they clung to the last remnants of their dignity. "Dream ya. Just do as Lin Feng says." Lu Li did not hinder Lin Feng, but instead encouraged Sun Mingya. Since the super earthquake struck, neither had changed clothes, and their current attire reeked. They had no desire to wear these garments any longer. "Lu Li," Sun Mingya attempted to negotiate, but upon seeing Lu Li's expression, she realized she was in no position to bargain with Lin Feng. Ultimately, she complied. Following Lu Li's example, Sun Mingya allowed Lin Feng to inspect her as well. "All right, now I believe you two have no dangerous items on you." Upon finishing, Lin Feng wore a look of disdain. "You both should head to the bathroom and wash up. The odor is simply unbearable." As he spoke, he waved his hand in front of his nose in disgust. In response, both Sun Mingya and Lu Li wore expressions of suppressed anger. "There is no need to put those clothes back on. I happen to have some spare clothes here. I'll give them to you shortly. Just change into them." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the two women wasted no time and hurried towards the bathroom on the first floor. Since the super earthquake had occurred, many people had been left homeless, and the chance to take a proper bath felt like an impossible luxury. The two women spent an entire hour in the bathroom, seemingly trying to wash away every layer of grime before finally finishing. "The clothes are at the door. Please change. Once you're done, come out for something to eat." When the two women laid eyes upon the garments at the entrance, they were utterly taken aback. One outfit was a nearly transparent, sultry sheer robe, while the other was a quintessential maid's uniform. Initially, Lu Li hesitated upon seeing the two ensembles, but at that moment, Sun Mingya promptly seized the seductive sheer robe and began to change into it. Witnessing this scene, Lu Li felt a twinge of belated realization. Despite her profound reluctance, She eventually donned the remaining maid's attire. Upon their emergence, however, there was no lavish dinner awaiting them, as they had imagined. Only 2 boxes of instant noodles and a couple of sausages. "Lin Feng, is this all you're serving us?" Sun Mingya exclaimed, clad in the alluring sheer fabric, her face a mask of astonishment. "What? If you don't wish to eat, you don't have to. Do you have any idea how many people are starving outside? Even now, you're being picky. Do you expect me to take you to a 5-star hotel for a grand feast?" Lin Feng retorted without a hint of politeness. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Sun Mingya instinctively wanted to retort. But ultimately, the intensity of his gaze forced her to swallow her words. "That weren't you just asking me why I treated you this way?" Lin Feng seized the opportunity to steer the conversation. "You two eat first. I'll show you a video, and then you'll understand." At the mention of food, the 2 women, already ravenous, rushed forward and began to devour the instant noodles. Meanwhile, Lin Feng played a video of Gao Debao's intrusion into his home. Only to meet his demise, the expressions on the women's faces shifted to one of sheer disbelief upon witnessing the scene. "Finish your meal first. Once you're done, come to my room. Understood? I'm not going to force you. If you don't wish to come, you may leave after your meal," Lin Feng announced with a smile, before turning on his heel and walking away. Chapter 33. The plunder continues. Nightfall, 2nd floor of the villa. The following morning, as Lin Feng rose from his slumber, he discerned signs of rummaging within the villa. After reviewing the surveillance footage, it became evident that Sun Mingya had been searching for supplies. It appeared that she intended to abscond with Lin Feng's provisions. Little did she know that all of Lin Feng's supplies were securely hidden within his ability space. Even if she turned the entire villa upside down, she would never find a single grain of food. Gazing at Lu Li, who lay asleep like a log, Lin Feng couldn't suppress a smirk of triumph. Once he was up and about, he feigned surprise upon encountering Sun Mingya in the living room. "What are you still doing here?" Lin Feng asked bluntly. "That I'm best friends with Lu Li. Why shouldn't I be here?" Sun Mingya retorted. Lin Feng chuckled. "Did you not hear what I said last night? If you don't want to go upstairs, then you're not my guest and cannot partake in anything within my villa." "Lin Feng, you're going too far. Lu Li and I are the best of friends. How can you treat her this way?" Sun Mingya reprimanded him, adopting a moral high ground stance. Lin Feng merely laughed. "And who do you think you are? If Lu Li doesn't wish to go upstairs, I would just as easily throw her out. What, can't you see the situation for what it is? You will face retribution for this. I'm calling the police. They want to let you off the hook." Sun Mingya threatened once more. Lin Feng nearly burst into laughter at her words. With their level of intellect, even without his intervention, they wouldn't survive long in this apocalyptic world. "You truly are clever. Aren't you? If you're unwilling, just leave. I'm not forcing you to do anything. Besides, given the current societal circumstances, do you really think the police will concern themselves with such trivial matters? Mark my words, if you don't leave by tonight, I'll make you." With that, Lin Feng dismissed Sun Mingya and strode away. Seeing Lin Feng's retreating figure, Sun Mingya was consumed by frustration. The Lin Feng before her was entirely unlike the one she had known, that he had always been Lu Li's devoted follower. Now that he was ready to take charge, she felt compelled to become the most significant woman in his life. What Sun Mingya never anticipated was that despite her alluring appearance and her attempts to project an image of virtue, Lin Feng would remain utterly indifferent. This revelation was beyond her expectations. Lin Feng was acutely aware of Sun Mingya's intentions. Yet at this juncture, he had no desire to engage in her petty manipulations. Lin Feng had resolved to seize the opportunity amid the world's chaos to indulge in a spree of plunder. As the most powerful nation, the Eagle Nation boasted unparalleled military might and food reserves. Lin Feng had already raided 2 of the 3 major grain depots in the Neon Nation, but the Eagle Nation had over 30 such storages. With his ability space being boundless, any valuable resources could be effortlessly transferred into it. Thus, Lin Feng traversed through space and arrived in the Eagle Nation, donning the combat uniform of its special forces. The attire was composed entirely of bulletproof materials, offering unparalleled protection. As Lin Feng drove through the streets, even amidst the chaos of looting and destruction, none dared to approach him, given his formidable appearance. He boldly crashed his heavy-duty vehicle through the gates of the largest computer company in the city, swiftly loading thousands of modern electronic devices, including 10,000 computers, into his ability space, along with luxury cars parked at the entrance. Security personnel, alerted by the commotion, rushed to investigate, only to meet Lin Feng's merciless barrage of bullets, their bodies subsequently stored within his ability space. Though these corpses may seem worthless, they would serve a purpose later. In this apocalypse, human life was as expendable as grass. Continuing his rampage, Lin Feng scoured various locations for useful supplies, even raiding large shopping malls that still held substantial stock. Once he had pillaged adequately in the city, he heard the sounds of military vehicles from the Eagle Nation approaching to quell the rioters and decided it was time to leave. He promptly traversed space once more, arriving in the Neon Nation. Without even changing his clothes, Lin Feng drove directly to the oil storage facilities of the Neon Nation, emptying the remaining reserves. After concluding this endeavor and departing, several security personnel attempted to pursue him, but were thwarted by the grenades Lin Feng had carelessly tossed. Flipping their vehicles, Lin Feng reveled in his newfound audacity. Such actions were unimaginable in his past life. Just as he was basking in delight, a phone call interrupted his reverie. Checking the caller, he saw it was Fujiwara Yi. Without hesitation, Lin Feng answered. "Hello, Mr. Fujiwara. How is the matter progressing?" "Mr. Lin, we've successfully gathered 2,020 mutated plants from surrounding countries. They should arrive around 3 this afternoon," Fujiwara replied. "Excellent. I will have the payment ready." "Rest assured," Lin Feng responded with a grin. "What about those luminous stones?" "Regrettably, aside from the 15 pounds from yesterday, we have not found any additional specimens." "Understood. See you at 3 this afternoon." After ending the call, Lin Feng ceased his looting of supplies as many areas had collapsed, rendering them inaccessible, but he had no time to scour partially collapsed malls. His primary focus was on the mutated plants. Before long, it was 3 in the afternoon, and Lin Feng arrived early at the designated warehouse. Upon seeing Fujiwara and his team arrive in 2 trucks, Lin Feng's smile broadened. "Ah, my precious mutated fruits, welcome." Chapter 34. Faking Death 2020 Mutated Fruit Plants. After a quick count, Lin Feng couldn't help but grin at Mr. Fujiwara. "Your efficiency is truly remarkable," Lin Feng praised, unable to hide his admiration. Had it not been for Fujiwara's betrayal in his past life, Lin Feng would have considered nurturing him as a loyal confidant or even an agent in the Neon Nation. "It is all thanks to your generosity, Mr. Lin. Your company's strength has enabled us to procure these mutated plants on such a grand scale." Fujiwara beamed, his face alight with joy. In the short span of less than a month collaborating with Lin Feng, he had ascended to billionaire status. Each partnership with Lin Feng yielded fortunes beyond his wildest dreams, making him view Lin Feng as a benefactor of sorts, treating him with a reverence he did not even extend to his biological parents. "The money is in the truck. Please take a look. We consider you our most loyal partner, Mr. Fujiwara." Lin Feng eloquently offered a series of flattering remarks, which naturally delighted Fujiwara Yi. As he watched Fujiwara Yi depart with 2 large carts of currency, Lin Feng finally closed the warehouse door, and then commenced his search among the over 2,000 anomalous fruit plants. Among these, over 90% were strength-type fruits, with the remaining animal and nature types coming in second. Within the 2020 anomalous fruit plants, Lin Feng discovered 2 thunder-type and 1 mental-type fruit plants, as well as 3 special-type plants that he carefully stored these complete specimens, while the remaining 2,000 plants were entrusted to the space fruit for absorption. Given Lin Feng's current rate of absorption, he anticipated acquiring approximately 10,000 anomalous fruit plants by the following day. After concluding the transaction with Fujiwara Yi, Lin Feng proactively contacted John. Although he was aware of John's unscrupulous nature, he recognized that both he and Fujiwara Yi were his greatest sources for obtaining anomalous fruit. Lin Feng had no intention of relinquishing this opportunity due to potential dangers. That Mr. Lin, we've been eagerly awaiting your call. John's voice was tinged with excitement. Upon hearing John's tone, Lin Feng sensed something amiss. After years of survival in the apocalyptic world, he had become particularly wary of others' voices and tones. It was evident that John's exuberance masked his delight at having ensnared a lucrative target. Yesterday, Lin Feng had countered John's advances, which had prevented him from acting immediately. It seemed that John was now prepared to confront Lin Feng. Realizing this, Lin Feng exchanged a few brief words with John before executing a spatial shift that transported him back to the villa. Before Lu Li and Sun Mingya could notice, Lin Feng stealthily removed the concealed metallic sphere from the room. The survival skills he had accumulated during the apocalypse now proved invaluable for Lin Feng. who was fully armed and possessed the ability to traverse space. John's attempt to ambush him was nothing short of a fool's errand. Once again, utilizing spatial traversal, Lin Feng arrived in the Eagle Nation. This time, he had no intention of personally retrieving the cargo. Instead, he left the truck laden with currency at the roadside. Subsequently, he took a hollowed-out anomalous fruit peel, which had a thick outer layer, and inserted the metallic sphere inside. It fit perfectly. Thus, Lin Feng waited by the roadside for John's arrival. That as John and his entourage approached, Lin Feng immediately sensed that something was amiss. John had claimed over the phone that he was bringing 2,000 anomalous fruit plants. Yet the truck behind him could not possibly accommodate such a quantity. It was clear that John was preparing to confront Lin Feng. Without delay, Lin Feng placed a timed explosive device within a corpse in the truck and set the timer to 1 second. "Mr. Lin, it has been a day since we last met, and you appear most resplendent," John exclaimed with a grin. "Mr. John, let us dispense with idle chatter and allow me to inspect the goods you have brought," Lin Feng replied, advancing with an air of nonchalance. Seeing Lin Feng's demeanor, John wasted no time and instructed his men to open the truck's compartment for inspection. Just as Lin Feng grasped one of the anomalous fruit plants, he suddenly felt the cold barrel of a gun pressed against his waist. "Mr. John, what is the meaning of this?" Lin Feng's voice turned icy. John chuckled, exuding an air of confidence. "Mr. Lin, could you kindly inform me which company you represent? Moreover, your company has recently acquired a substantial quantity of precious metals and these mutated plants. What is the purpose? When did you learn that these mutated plants could grant superpowers?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng understood that these individuals had likely already experimented with the effects of the anomalous fruit. "You are all aware?" Lin Feng retorted. That as they conversed, Lin Feng casually tossed the anomalous fruit plant back into the truck, while John's attention remained fixated on him, oblivious to any discrepancies between the two fruit plants. "That as long as you cooperate, I can guarantee your safety," John reiterated. Lin Feng, however, wore a wry smile and shook his head slightly. "Do you mean to say that you no longer desire such a fortune?" "Of course we do. Now that you are in my grasp, the money has already been brought, has it not? I am most curious about the type of company or organization that would dare send an individual to conduct such a transaction with so much cash." John's expression was one of amusement. "Who said I came alone?" Lin Feng replied, unperturbed, though his gaze towards John conveyed a profound sense of despair. This expression puzzled John. "Mr. John, since you have uncovered the secret of the anomalous fruit and intend to take action against me, you have violated our company's regulations. The company will not spare me, nor will it spare you. I will await you in hell." As he spoke, Lin Feng revealed a look of sheer horror, lifting his clothing to reveal a ticking explosive device. Seeing this, John was instantly struck with terror. As John and his men rushed forward, Lin Feng charged towards John, deftly tossing a button-sized listening device into John's pocket. With a thunderous explosion, the Lin Feng who had moved forward was instantly reduced to a gruesome mess. Chapter 35. Clean Sweep. Lin Feng removed the model explosive from his person and discarded it on the ground, while he himself stood on a rooftop hundreds of meters away, observing John's disarray. At the last moment, Lin Feng had swapped out the corpse in his spatial realm, then utilized spatial traversal to arrive at the rooftop where he had previously placed the metallic sphere. In the final act, Lin Feng dashed 10 meters towards John, startling him. Lin Feng had no intention of eliminating John at that moment. He merely feared losing the anomalous fruit within the truck's compartment to the explosion. John, propelled backward by the blast, was splattered with blood from the remnants of the corpse. As he rose from the ground, he was left in utter shock upon discovering that the Lin Feng had vanished without a trace. "Scoundrel! What a scoundrel!" John, as panic transformed into fury. However, he could not locate Lin Feng and ordered his subordinates to search the truck Lin Feng had driven for any remaining currency, while also instructing them to scout the vicinity for any other vehicles laden with currency. The search yielded disappointing results. Aside from the 200 million in currency within Lin Feng's truck, they found no other vehicles containing any. With no other options, John commanded that all anomalous fruit be returned to the warehouse. "Exercise caution on the road. Should anything go awry, it will cost you your lives," John threatened his subordinates. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled subtly that he had been waiting for this moment. As long as John delivered the goods to the warehouse, it would undoubtedly contain additional anomalous fruit plants. During their initial transaction, John had only produced 500 anomalous fruit plants, indicating that he surely possessed more. After all, Even Fujiwara Yi had presented over 1,000 plants, suggesting that John had been wary of Lin Feng from the outset. John was merely a mid-level leader in their company, and now that they were aware of the formidable power of these anomalous fruits, they would likely scour the nation and even the world for them. Thus, if Lin Feng were to locate that warehouse, would he not find an abundance of anomalous fruits? In this manner, Lin Feng continued to eavesdrop on John's conversations. While on the road, John even made a call to higher-ups, reporting the developments regarding Lin Feng. When they finally arrived at their destination and halted the vehicle, John instructed his men to unload the cargo into the warehouse. Once the anomalous fruits were stored back in the warehouse, he stationed heavily armed guards at the entrance, allowing not even a fly to enter. John received orders from the upper management to further investigate Lin Feng's background. Meanwhile, Lin Feng executed a spatial traversal, appearing directly within the warehouse. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by a mountain of anomalous fruit plants, which filled him with joy. A cursory glance revealed at least 4,000 anomalous fruit plants. Perhaps due to Lin Feng's prior warnings, the majority of these anomalous fruits were intact. Without hesitation, Lin Feng began to collect all the anomalous fruits into his spatial realm, and he was in no rush to depart. Since this was an important warehouse for John's company, it would be remiss of Lin Feng not to empty its contents after putting on such a grand performance. Armed to the teeth, Lin Feng first placed a timed bomb directly on the lock of the vault. To his utter astonishment, the explosion merely warped the vault door slightly, failing to obliterate it entirely. Frustrated, Lin Feng resolved to retrieve a medium-sized bomb from his anomalous space, capable of annihilating 5 football fields if unleashed outdoors. In the moments preceding the explosion, Lin Feng swiftly retreated into his anomalous space, where he could linger for a full 10 seconds. After waiting for the duration, he emerged from the space, only to be greeted by a scene of utter devastation. The location he occupied was now completely buried beneath rubble. Through a narrow crevice, he cast out a metallic sphere and utilized spatial traversal to break free. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that nearly half of the warehouse had been obliterated by his hand. Lin Feng felt no remorse. After all, none of it belonged to him. Just as he prepared to continue plundering the remaining warehouses, the guards within the premises began to rush out. Though Lin Feng held no fear of these individuals, he understood that a misstep could prove disastrous. He hurled grenades indiscriminately, even launching several powerful explosives towards the entrance. With an overwhelming surplus of weaponry at his disposal, Lin Feng met the guards armed with handguns and submachine guns with mortar and rocket fire, quickly overwhelming them with his brazen tactics. Before long, Lin Feng breached the first warehouse, where he was greeted by a treasure trove of precious metals. Among the riches were not only gold and silver, but also a plethora of rare metals. Without a hint of hesitation, he claimed them all for himself. And no sooner had he cleared the first warehouse than he planted a massive time bomb within, and upon entering the second warehouse, he witnessed the first one engulfed in flames, taking with it the guards who had just entered. Inside the second warehouse, Lin Feng found piles of rare earth elements, all of exceptionally high purity. Worth a fortune in the outside world, he collected them eagerly. Thus, with each warehouse Lin Feng plundered, he detonated one in turn. By the time he reached the fifth warehouse, the guards defending it were nearly all slain. Against a mere 100-strong force, they stood no chance against Lin Feng's unrelenting bombardment. The spoils of Lin Feng's endeavors were nothing short of monumental, in addition to various gold, silver, platinum, and other rare metals. He also secured 2 warehouses filled with weaponry and ammunition, as well as another designated for combat drones and small transport aircraft. In this way, he acquired 15 combat drones and 10 small transport planes. As Lin Feng reveled in his plunder, John received the news of the chaos. Lin Feng wasted no time, having already positioned the medium-sized bomb within the warehouse. When John and his men arrived, he was struck with horror upon recognizing the man waving at him. "How is this possible? Lin Feng, I thought you had been blown to smithereens," John yelled in terror. But at that moment, Lin Feng detonated the bomb. In an instant, he executed a spatial traversal, returning to a building 10 kilometers away. The area surrounding his previous location was instantly reduced to rubble, leaving no survivors. Chapter 36. Where are my anomalous fruits? Lin Feng sat atop a skyscraper, pulling out a chair to enjoy the distant view of the destruction, that he then popped open a bottle of champagne while savoring a steak. relishing the scenery. The day's bounty was overwhelming, filling Lin Feng with exhilaration. However, as he surveyed the contents of his anomalous space, he was suddenly struck with disbelief. Where are my anomalous fruits? How could they have vanished? Lin Feng gazed in shock at his anomalous space. Unless his memory had betrayed him, such a scenario was inconceivable that he meticulously examined the space again, aside from the 10 or so plants he had deliberately stored far from the Qingquan Pearl. The 4,000 anomalous fruit plants he had just acquired from John had mysteriously disappeared. Stunned, he instinctively turned towards the Qingquan Pearl, which radiated a more brilliant glow under its protection. Were it not for the visible change in the spatial fruits, Lin Feng would have thought it all a dream. Moreover, having absorbed a substantial amount of gold, silver, and other precious metals, Lin Feng's 100,000 acres of golden land had now expanded to 115,000 acres. As for the fifth metallic sphere, it now cast only a faint shadow. Upon further inspection, he found that all the rare earth elements absorbed into the space had been utilized as fertilizer for the golden land. Having neglected to closely monitor the growth of the crops in his golden land, Lin Feng was surprised to find that, in just a week, they had already grown an inch above the soil. At this rate, they might soon match the growth speed of crops outside. However, without sunlight for photosynthesis in his anomalous space, Lin Feng was uncertain whether they would reach maturity. After categorizing the remaining supplies he had plundered from the warehouse, Lin Feng finished his steak and champagne. The next moment, fully equipped, he set out in a heavy-duty off-road vehicle to scavenge for more supplies in the city, after a long day of searching through dilapidated malls and warehouses. He managed to gather several dozen tons of materials, all of which were safely stored in his anomalous space. Meanwhile, at the polar company where John was situated, chaos reigned as they scrambled to investigate the background of the supposedly deceased Lin Feng. However, he had always operated alone, and their previous contact, Fujihara, had returned to Neon Country. Even if they wished to send someone to investigate Fujihara, the current state of airports, with over 90% of large aircraft and passenger planes rendered inoperative, made such plans unrealistic. After an entire day of scavenging, Lin Feng re-established contact with the manufacturers regarding the delivery of protective gear and snowmobiles. Given the current state of transportation, they were elated to still have orders. They required time to organize their warehouses and return goods from various stores, a task that would undoubtedly take more than a couple of days under the prevailing conditions. After scheduling a meeting 5 days later for transactions at their warehouse, Lin Feng executed a spatial traversal back to the underground shelter in city. Upon checking in with the intelligent artificial steward, he found no news of Li Shuer and her group seeking refuge. With the roads in shambles, cars could hardly navigate, prompting Lin Feng to retrieve his heavy motorcycle, which was adept at traversing various terrains. Although his speed was not fast, he reached his neighborhood without hindrance. As Lin Feng opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of 2 women sitting quietly in the room. Upon hearing the noise at the door, Lu Li and Sun Minya rushed towards him. "Lin Feng, where have you been all day?" Lu Li exclaimed, her expression tinged with concern, while Sun Minya hurried to join her. "Where did I go? Is it necessary to inform you?" Lin Feng replied, tossing a backpack onto the ground and feigning exhaustion. "You don't have to tell me. I was just worried about you." "I feared you might get into trouble," Lu Li retorted, her words betraying her true feelings. "Worried about me?" Lin Feng chuckled. "Just focus on what I've instructed you to do." "And you?" Lin Feng spoke with an air of indifference, and upon observing his demeanor, it was evident that if she were to dissent, he would promptly evict her from the premises, without casting a glance in her direction. Lin Feng opened his backpack, revealing an array of delectable food items, including a roast duck. Sun Minya and Lu Li were left bewildered as to how Lin Feng had procured such provisions. Yet faced with the sumptuous spread before them, they quickly disregarded their previous disdain for greasy fare, especially after enduring days of inadequate sustenance, let alone the luxury of meat. The outside world lay in ruins. With today's power supply already wavering, there had been a 2-hour blackout during the day. Furthermore, incidents of robbery had surfaced within the community, accompanied by the echoes of anguished cries. The entire Blue Star was engulfed in chaos, with heinous crimes rampant across its expanse that in comparison to other nations. However, Xia country appeared to be faring relatively well. After all, the cataclysmic earthquake had rendered the law enforcement system nearly defunct, making it nearly impossible to rely on it for maintaining order. Currently, Xia country remained relatively stable compared to others, a testament to its millennial-old culture that has instilled a sense of basic morality in most individuals in the face of disaster. Yet, with the impending arrival of a scorching week, the severance of water, electricity, and food supplies would further unveil the darker aspects of human nature. Such vile acts were becoming increasingly commonplace. As for Lu Li and Sun Mingya, they found themselves quite safe in Lin Feng's presence, particularly since his notorious reputation had spread throughout the neighborhood in recent days. With so many residents around who would dare provoke Lin Feng, it would be akin to courting death. After the two women finished their dinner, Lin Feng had already made his preparations. Chapter 37. Objective achieved. After an entire night, once Lin Feng accomplished his goals, he shifted through space back to the underground shelter to rest in these tumultuous times. It was only prudent for him to return to the safest haven. Although the likelihood of the two women acting against him at this early stage of the apocalypse was minimal, and even less likely to succeed, Lin Feng could not afford to overlook even the tiniest possibility of danger. After all, it was not unheard of for prominent figures to meet their demise due to minor oversights in the early days of the apocalypse. By the time Lin Feng enjoyed a refreshing slumber, the sun was already high in the sky. Upon awakening, he found a message from Li Shuer informing him that the overseas procurement of the mutated fruit plants had arrived, totaling 200 specimens from yesterday and today. Delighted by this news, Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. Although the surface had collapsed, the airlift via drones posed no issues. The price he had offered was exceedingly generous, prompting those in the International Trade Department of the Lin Corporation to seek a share of the profits, albeit with a lingering fear that Lin Feng might be deceiving them, which constrained their willingness to acquire more. "Have them ready at the warehouse. I will arrive shortly." After uttering these words, Lin Feng hastily consumed a simple breakfast and set off on his heavy motorcycle. Upon nearing the vicinity, he switched to a robust off-road vehicle filled with knife coins. Arriving at the warehouse, he found 4 individuals awaiting his arrival. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng proceeded with the transaction. Prior to the exchange, he had made it clear that the payment would be in cash. And when he produced such a substantial amount of knife coins, his former subordinates were left astonished, but more importantly, elated. Thus, each individual presented several to a dozen mutated fruit plants in exchange for a considerable sum of knife coins. Once the transaction of the 200 mutated fruit plants was completed, Lin Feng's supply of knife coins had been entirely depleted. After their departure, the individuals began to aggressively procure more of the mutated fruit plants, as this was a golden opportunity for substantial profits. Given the proximity of City to the Neon Nation and the Bobo Nation, most of the purchasing efforts were directed towards Bobo Nation, while Neon Nation lay across a strait, complicated further by the overwhelming acquisitions led by Fujihara Yi, making it nearly impossible for others to extend their reach. Lin Feng deposited the 200 mutated fruit plants into the ability space for the space fruits to absorb. None of them belonged to the special or lightning categories. The thought of this made Lin Feng's heart ache. The over 4,000 mutated fruit plants he had acquired from John and the Eagle Nation were now lost, and he had no idea how many of them were of the special or lightning variety. After completing these tasks, Lin Feng traversed space to the Neon Nation. With the gains from yesterday and today, his ability space had absorbed over 8,300 mutated fruit plants. If Fujihara Yi could deliver 2,000 more today, it might suffice to bring the space fruits to maturity. With this thought, Lin Feng cheerfully made his way around the warehouse. Due to the bombing incident at the Eagle Nation's company, a global manhunt had been issued, offering a handsome reward for any information. Unfortunately, they possessed no relevant details about Lin Feng, not even a photograph. During his transaction with John, Lin Feng had taken precautions. Even if the other party had captured images of their transaction, they would remain unaware of his appearance. Furthermore, when John later sought to extract information from Lin Feng, he had already detonated the bomb. The supplies surrounding the warehouse had long been plundered by Lin Feng, and he continued to scour for resources, particularly targeting vegetables that were still in the ground and had yet to be harvested, which constituted the bulk of his bounty. Originally, the local farmers in the vegetable-growing area were engaged in post-disaster recovery efforts. Many only heard the thunderous roar of a heavy motorcycle, and upon turning back, it felt as though they were dreaming. All the vegetables that had once filled the courtyard had vanished without a trace. As for the vegetables and fruits, Lin Feng had uprooted them entirely and securely transported them to the Golden Land within the ability space for cultivation. Throughout the entire morning, Lin Feng plundered thousands of acres of vegetable and fruit fields, all of which he transferred to the Golden Land. Lin Feng was uncertain whether these vegetables and fruits could continue to thrive in the Golden Land. If they could not, he would simply remove them from the Golden Land and store them as backup supplies. After Lin Feng's frenzied plundering, numerous calls flooded into the local law enforcement agency near the Neon Nation. Upon hearing that their vegetables had mysteriously disappeared and that they had been stolen, the law enforcement officers ceased responding to calls. In such dire times, who would bother to assist in locating stolen vegetables and fruits? As the appointed time approached, Lin Feng returned to the warehouse. Upon sighting 3 trucks approaching from a distance, a smile crept across his face. Once the vehicles halted, Lin Feng strode purposefully toward Fujihara Yi. According to their prior conversation, he was delivering 2,600 mutated fruit plants, worth an impressive 26 billion knife coins. Lin Feng briefly inspected the mutated fruit plants, noting that their quality was comparable to those received previously, with over 90% being intact specimens. Excellent, the money is inside. You may verify it. Inside were 26 billion knife coins, sufficient for them to take their time counting. While the others began their inspection, Lin Feng also examined the mutated fruit plants. If it weren't necessary to unload them from the truck, he would have eagerly absorbed all of them into his ability space. After half an hour, Fujihara Yi and his group completed their verification of the knife coins and proceeded to transfer the 2,600 mutated fruit plants to the adjacent large truck. With the acquisition of 2,600 mutated fruit plants, Lin Feng's plans and objectives had finally been fulfilled. Following the transaction, he addressed Fujihara Yi once more. Mr. Fujihara, our company previously engaged in the procurement of these mutated plants for research in both the Eagle Nation and the Neon Nation. Due to the recent incident in the Eagle Nation, I must trouble you to continue acquiring these mutated plants. The price remains unchanged. Additionally, we are also interested in gold, silver, other precious metals, and even food supplies. We are open to large-scale purchases. Of course, Fujihara Yi's face lit up with elation at this, but then he added, by the way, there is something I am uncertain if Mr. Lin is aware of. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a twinge of concern. Could it be that this old fellow suspected him of being behind the bombing of John's warehouse in the Eagle Nation? Chapter 38. Mature Space Fruits. As Lin Feng inquired about Fujihara Yi's statement, he took the opportunity to close the truck's rear doors. While securing the door, he also ensured that all the mutated fruit plants inside were absorbed into the ability space. However, having learned from previous experiences, Lin Feng kept these mutated plants at a considerable distance from the Chinquan Pearl and the space fruits to prevent them from being absorbed inadvertently. Once Lin Feng had finished storing the mutated fruit plants, he could no longer contain the smile on his face. Were it not for the fact that Fujihara Yi still held some utility, Lin Feng would have relished the opportunity to take revenge for past grievances. Oh, what have you heard? Lin Feng feigned ignorance. Only when Fujihara Yi began to speak did Lin Feng realize he had been overthinking the matter. Indeed, how could Fujihara Yi possibly connect the events in the Eagle Nation to him? After all, in Fujihara Yi's understanding, Lin Feng had remained within the Neon Nation and could not have traversed between the two countries so swiftly. This morning, a video was released abroad, claiming that those who consume these mutated fruits would acquire miraculous superpowers. I wonder if Mr. Lin has heard about this. Fujihara spoke in a very serious tone, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng, seemingly trying to discern whether Lin Feng was being truthful. Observing this, a smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips. Having already severed ties with John from the Eagle Nation, Fujihara was now Lin Feng's sole representative abroad. Lin Feng was counting on Fujihara to procure supplies for him before the extreme heat or cold arrived. So he naturally needed to continue to deceive him. Indeed, I have heard of it. Lin Feng replied with a grave demeanor that Mr. Fujihara and I have been collaborating for some time now, and I hold great trust in him. Since you have inquired, I shall share what I know. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Fujihara was momentarily taken aback, then adopted a serious expression. According to our company's research, not everyone can gain superpowers by consuming these fruits. There are also cases where individuals have met with instantaneous demise. Is that true? Fujihara exclaimed, visibly shocked. Were it not for the generous price offered by Lin Feng and the absence of any issues during their recent transactions, He might have considered canceling today's deal. However, hearing Lin Feng's statement seemed to dispel all his previous concerns in an instant. Noticing the lingering uncertainty on Fujihara's face, Lin Feng smiled again, saying if Mr. Fujihara doubts my words, he may allow those around to test the effects of the fruit. Perhaps Mr. Fujihara himself may also attain such superpowers. With this remark, Lin Feng briefly managed to convince Fujihara of his claims. After bidding farewell to Fujihara, Lin Feng closed the warehouse door and then utilized spatial traversal to return to his underground sanctuary. While acquiring resources was crucial, Lin Feng felt that the supplies within his spatial domain were already sufficient. Having finally obtained such an abundance of superpower fruits, Lin Feng was eager to discover whether these fruits could indeed cause the spatial fruits to mature. He took out all the superpower fruits from his space and began to select them one by one. Among the 2,600 superpower fruits, Lin Feng considered himself exceptionally fortunate, as they brought him numerous surprises. There were 6 Thunder-type superpower fruits, 6 Psychic-type superpower fruits, and 10 Special-type superpower fruits. Additionally, there were 2 Light-type fruits and 1 Dark-type plant. Despite having handled over 10,000 superpower fruits, Lin Feng had yet to find a second spatial fruit, highlighting just how rare and precious they truly were. He set aside the 25 selected fruits and sent the remaining 2,000 superpower plants to the spatial fruit for absorption. However, to Lin Feng's astonishment, after the absorption of the 2,000 superpower fruits, the spatial fruit still had not fully matured. It seemed to be lacking just a bit. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng decided to feed the remaining 600 superpower fruits, which included natural and animal-type fruits, to the spatial fruit for absorption. Previously, he had sensed that the spatial fruit would mature after absorbing 10,000 superpower fruits, yet the reality did not align with his expectations. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Many of the fruits he had previously fed to the spatial fruit were incomplete. Perhaps this was why the maturation process had fallen short. Lin Feng's movements quickened, and after feeding the next 500 superpower fruits to the spatial fruit, it emitted an incredibly pure energy in an instant, causing even the Qinkuan pearl before it to momentarily dim. A spatial fruit? No, it was not. Just as Lin Feng felt a wave of confusion, an inexplicable message surged into his mind. This was not a matured spatial fruit, but a time-space fruit cultivated under the meticulous nurturing of the Qinkuan pearl and a plethora of superpower fruits. A time-space fruit? As this revelation dawned upon Lin Feng, his mind buzzed with disbelief. He had never heard of such a top-tier superpower fruit in his past life. Of course, no one could match Lin Feng's audacity to directly use the Qinkuan pearl for cultivation, nurturing it with over 10,000 superpower fruits to reach its current state. Lin Feng could hardly believe what was unfolding before his eyes, yet these events were undeniably real. Just as he was beginning to regain his composure, the fruit that had previously been shielded by the Qinkuan pearl slowly floated into his hands. Gazing at the seemingly ethereal and exquisitely beautiful time-space fruit, Lin Feng was momentarily entranced in the next instant. He opened his mouth and consumed the entire time-space fruit, roots and all. At the very moment Lin Feng swallowed the superpower fruit, he saw Li Shuer and her friend Lan Qier arriving at the entrance of the underground sanctuary. "Shuer, are you truly determined to seek refuge with that Lin Xiao?" Lan Qier asked, appearing somewhat hesitant. "Yes. I've made up my mind. The outside world is too chaotic. Several female residents in our community have already been harmed. Last night, someone even attempted to break down our door, and I no longer wish to remain there," Li Shuer responded, already approaching the villa's entrance. To her surprise, as she reached the door, it opened automatically, accompanied by the voice of the artificial intelligence butler. "Welcome home. The master is currently in the underground sanctuary and in a very unstable condition. Would you like to proceed?" What happened to Lin Xiao?" Li Shuer instinctively inquired, already rushing toward the underground sanctuary. Unbeknownst to her, as she sprinted towards the sanctuary, she was about to confront unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 39. Such devouring pain. The pain. Excruciating, heart-wrenching pain. Lin Feng felt as though his head would explode. He could not have anticipated that. While he had previously consumed Thunder-type superpower fruits, the agony he now experienced was of an entirely different magnitude. Every hair and cell in his body trembled in torment, and he felt his body contorting in agony, unsure if he could endure it any longer. Just as Lin Feng suffered alone, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from above, that as the footsteps approached. Lin Feng found himself lacking even the strength to lift his head. "Lin Xiao, what's wrong?" A familiar voice reached his ears. He recognized it as Li Shuer. The last time Li Shuer had left the sanctuary, Lin Feng had casually instructed the artificial intelligence butler to grant her access, never expecting her to arrive now. At that moment, a chilling thought crossed Lin Feng's mind, causing him to break out in cold sweat. If Li Shuer intended to harm him now, he might very well meet his end here. Given his current state, he was uncertain if he could even utilize spatial traversal to escape. Lin Xiao. Upon seeing Lin Feng's condition, Li Shuer was taken aback and rushed over to assist him. The fleeting thought that had crossed Lin Feng's mind made him instinctively resist Li Shuer's approach. But as she reached his side, a surge of overwhelming emotion welled up within him. In the next moment, Lin Feng, completely beyond his control, lunged toward Li Shuer. Lan Qier, who had accompanied Li Shuer, was horrified by the scene before her and screamed, hastily fleeing the underground sanctuary. Lin Feng's face contorted in agony, coupled with the terrifying aura surrounding him, was truly daunting. As she left, Lan Qier caught sight of the superpower fruits scattered on the ground. That it was widely known that news of acquiring superpower fruits was flooding the internet. And upon seeing so many in Lin Feng's room, she gritted her teeth and snatched up a handful before fleeing. These superpower fruits were all natural and animal-type fruits that Lin Feng had intended to feed to the spatial fruit. Nonetheless, even so, those superpower fruits were immensely powerful, as over 90% of superpowered individuals were strength-type users. Thus, the value of Lan Qier's theft of Lin Feng's superpower fruits was self-evident. Li Shuer, watching Lan Qier escape with the superpower fruits, repeatedly called out for her to return, but Lan Qier paid no heed. The formidable power emanating from Lin Feng was beyond her capacity to resist. 4 hours later, the turbulent energy and aura within Lin Feng finally stabilized. When he regained consciousness, he noticed Li Shuer beside him, barely clinging to life. Li Shuer, what happened? Lin Feng instinctively asked, and his mind involuntarily recalled the actions he had taken toward Li Shuer in that frenzied, explosive state. Lin Feng attempted to help Li Shuer to her feet, yet she appeared utterly terrified of him. Lin Feng was acutely aware of his indebtedness to Li Shuer. Had she not appeared moments ago, he feared he might not have persevered through the ordeal. Moreover, in his previous life, Li Shuer had also perished because of him. Accumulated emotions from 2 lifetimes deepened Lin Feng's sense of guilt towards her. Gently, he lifted Li Shuer and placed her onto the bed. "Do not touch me. Please do not." Li Shuer was filled with intense resistance towards Lin Feng. "That I am truly sorry. It was not my intention. I lost control because I consumed that extraordinary fruit." Lin Feng offered a brief explanation to himself. To Shuer, "I have always held deep feelings for you. Rest assured, I will take responsibility." In this moment, Lin Feng's confession was not solely directed at the Li Shuer before him, but also encompassed the essence of her from his past life. Upon hearing his words and feeling his exceptional tenderness, Li Shuer's previous animosity towards Lin Feng began to wane. Given Lin Feng's abnormal state at that time and his subsequent explanation, she found it easy to believe him. However, the thought of Lan Qier abandoning her in such dire circumstances further plunged Li Shuer into despair, reflecting on Lan Qier's earlier theft of her extraordinary fruit. Lin Feng felt a surge of rage. "Who was the person that came with you? Where is she? She has stolen my belongings." "Her name is Lan Qier," Li Shuer responded, her teeth clenched slightly, her gaze more forlorn. After a lengthy pause, recalling how Lan Qier had forsaken her, she finally disclosed the location where Lan Qier had been hiding. "You rest here. I will seek her out and settle the score." "I will return shortly," Lin Feng declared, promptly departing towards Lan Qier's temporary residence. Although he understood that it was likely a wild goose chase, he could not let Lan Qier escape unscathed. Upon arriving at the location mentioned by Li Shuer, Lin Feng searched diligently, but found no trace of Lan Qier. Frustration boiled within him. She had evidently fled, as she could not possibly still be there. A monk may escape, but the temple remains, he mused. In this chaotic world, as long as Lan Qier remained alive, Lin Feng was certain their paths would cross again. Furthermore, understanding Lan Qier's character from his previous life, he knew that after witnessing Lin Feng's underground sanctuary, she would inevitably come looking for him, even if he did not pursue her. This reckoning was bound to occur. In contrast to his feelings towards Lan Qier, Lin Feng was far more concerned about Li Shuer. After an afternoon of attentive care, Li Shuer recognized Lin Feng's genuine affection, and her earlier anxiety gradually eased. At by evening, her stomach audibly rumbled. "What would you like to eat?" "I have it all," Lin Feng said gently. "That you're boasting. How can you claim to have everything I might desire?" Although Li Shuer was no longer as angry with Lin Feng, her tone still carried a hint of displeasure. "Do tell. What if I do have it?" Lin Feng smiled. "But if you can truly bring me what I want in 10 minutes, I shall forgive you," Li Shuer responded playfully, intentionally making it challenging for him. Knowing full well that even if Lin Feng possessed the ingredients, it was impossible to prepare everything within 5 minutes. The fact that Li Shuer was willing to engage in conversation was already a positive sign for Lin Feng. He understood her well. In their previous life, she had been pure and resolute, and she remained steadfast in her affections for the man she recognized. "What do you wish for?" "I crave boiled beef, stir-fried bullfrog, strawberry milkshake, and beef hot pot. Do you have these?" Upon finishing her sentence, Li Shuer shot Lin Feng a challenging glance, as if to mock him. However, Lin Feng perceived a hint of playful affection in her gaze. "All right, just a moment. I will prepare it now, but let us agree. If I manage to procure the dishes, you must not remain angry with me. Understood?" Lin Feng felt a surge of confidence, thinking to himself that he could deliver the dishes in mere seconds. 5 minutes, Li Shuer reiterated firmly. Chapter 40. The might of the time-space fruit. Lin Feng first stepped out of Li Shuer's room and proceeded to gather all the fallen extraordinary fruit plants scattered on the ground into his special space. He recalled Lan Qi's actions and, upon viewing the surveillance footage, everything became clear that in his previous life, Lan Qi had been a deeply cunning individual, causing Li Shuer considerable harm. When Lin Feng found himself in peril, Li Shuer had attempted to warn him, but was thwarted by Lan Qi. Had it not been for her interference, Li Shuer might have had a chance to escape. That in this lifetime, Lan Qi continued to be equally detestable. However, her current actions would inevitably lead Li Shuer to sever ties with her sooner. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Feng retrieved boiled beef, stir-fried bullfrog, strawberry milkshake, and beef hot pot, along with some exquisite desserts. When he laid these dishes before Li Shuer, her astonishment left her momentarily speechless. "How is this possible? How did you manage this?" Li Shuer gazed at Lin Feng in utter disbelief. Lin Feng reveled in her astonished expression and then clapped his hands. Addressing the artificial intelligence assistant, "Xiao Shui, romantic red, Xiao Shui, romantic red." Li Shuer was utterly perplexed, but in the next moment, the room was enveloped in a romantic, pink-hued ambience, accompanied by soft, melodious music. That, of course, Xiao Shui was a name Lin Feng had whimsically assigned to the artificial intelligence assistant. Witnessing the scene before her, an indescribable complexity washed over Li Shuer's features, and her cheeks flushed slightly. "Miss Li Shuer, please enjoy our intimate setting," Lin Feng teased, causing her face to redden even more. He understood that what Li Shuer needed most was rest, so after their meal, he encouraged her to recuperate. As Lin Feng exited Li Shuer's room, he sensed an inexplicable oddity within her, a faint feeling of reluctance. This inexplicable sensation seemed to echo a memory from long ago. After leaving her room, Lin Feng returned to his own to assess the effects of consuming the time-space fruit. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a faint glow emanated from the Chinquan pearl in his special space, and a message instantly appeared in his mind, leaving him utterly astonished. Lin Feng, time-space ability level 1. Time-space power value, 100 points. Skills, instant teleportation. Consumes 10 points of time-space power to jump to any location within 5 meters, unaffected by any spatial barriers. Spatial traversal. Utilize the spatial golden orb to traverse space, consuming 2 points of spatial power each time. Time-space blade. A blade formed from time-space power that can bypass defenses and break through any obstruction, requiring 10 points of time-space power for each second of maintenance. Time deceleration. Controls the flow of time within a 3-meter radius, slowing it by half, with a consumption of 50 points of time-space power for each second of maintenance. Upon witnessing his 4 time-space skills, Lin Feng was momentarily rendered speechless. This was simply extraordinary. These were merely the skills associated with first-level time-space abilities. It was known that in his previous life, he had encountered powerful individuals with spatial abilities who had mastered instant teleportation. But that required at least an 8th-level ability to attain such prowess. Yet, Lin Feng had just recently become an ability user and had already acquired these skills, given Lin Feng's current capabilities. These 4 skills were nothing short of divine. The time-space fruit had truly proven itself worthy of the time and effort Lin Feng had invested in nurturing it. Undoubtedly, the time-space fruit he possessed was the only one of its kind in the world and the most potent ability fruit. However, the most formidable ability fruit did not guarantee Lin Feng's invulnerability. Caution was still paramount. Despite this, Lin Feng was overwhelmed with excitement. The moment he intended to access his special space, he was astonished to find 2 distinct time-space realms before him. This revelation left Lin Feng bewildered. 2 separate time-space realms, one being the vast and boundless realm associated with the Qingquan Pearl, while the other was the newly acquired time-space realm obtained from consuming the time-space fruit, measuring an impressive 10,000 cubic meters. Although Lin Feng could manipulate the Qingquan Pearl's realm with ease, it always felt somewhat distant. In contrast, the newly acquired time-space realm felt intimately connected to him, as if it were an extension of his very being, fully integrated with his essence. Due to the profound sense of bloodline connection, Lin Feng decided to name the newly discovered space of abilities body space. He attempted to open this new body space, repeatedly verifying its properties, which ultimately led him to discern the differences between the 2 extraordinary spaces. The extraordinary space provided by the Qingquan Pearl possesses the capacity to accumulate limitless materials. However, all items entering this space remain motionless. When Lin Feng hurled a stone into the body space, it was absorbed into the realm, yet upon its release, the stone retained its original velocity and force. Launching forward with an attack, Lin Feng, failing to control its trajectory, inadvertently smashed the television in the living room with the stone that had just emerged from the body space. The distinct functionalities of the 2 extraordinary spaces, coupled with the emergence of the body space, imbued Lin Feng with immense confidence. Just imagine, when others fire upon you, you can simply open the body space to swallow all their projectiles. How could they possibly contend with you? He was uncertain, however, whether natural elements such as fire, lightning, and wind could also be absorbed into the space, that if he could indeed absorb the attacks of natural fruits, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to confront Lin Feng head-on, without inflicting harm upon him. The time-space fruit was truly terrifying. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Feng finally retrieved the space stones he had previously set aside. According to rumors from his past life during the apocalypse, these space stones possess a remarkable enhancement effect for those with spatial abilities. Following the legends, Lin Feng gently placed his hand upon the space stones, earnestly attempting to absorb their energy. As he connected with the stones using his spatial power, a miraculous scene unfolded. The space stones transformed into streams of spatial energy that surged directly into Lin Feng's body. Simultaneously, he observed that his time-space power value had changed, rising from a prior 100 points to 110 points. Realizing this, Lin Feng was elated. Without a moment's hesitation, he took out the remaining dozen or so space stones and absorbed them all, ultimately solidifying his time-space power value at 250 points. Chapter 41. Acquisition of Super Lightning Abilities. Lin Feng, now exhilarated to the point of being lightheaded, was exuberantly shouting within the shelter. Had he not considered that Li Shuer was resting in the room, he would have surely cranked up the music to celebrate. After completely absorbing the space stones, Lin Feng turned his attention to the extraordinary fruits of power he had deliberately retained within his ability space. He now possessed 16 special ability fruits, 10 lightning type, 8 psychic type, 2 light type, and 1 dark type fruit. Additionally, there were 54 fruits of other natural abilities and 46 animal type ability fruits. The time-space fruit was significantly more potent than the other ability fruits, and Lin Feng was keen to keep the secret of his time-space fruit hidden. To protect this secret, he would have to utilize the other abilities as a cover. Just as Lin Feng grasped a lightning type ability fruit, he hesitated, contemplating whether he could successfully consume the lightning ability. Fortunately, with such an abundance of ability fruits, he was not concerned about wasting any point one after another. He devoured the first lightning type ability fruit. After swallowing the entire plant, Lin Feng was astonished to discover that he felt absolutely nothing. Had the awakening failed? Was it possible he could only awaken one time-space ability? Just as he contemplated giving up and was about to set down the lightning fruit he held, a sudden message from the Qingquan Pearl reached him, bearing just 3 words. Can be consumed, seemingly urging him to continue his attempts. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. After all, These ability fruits belonged to him. And even if he used them all, it would not be considered wasteful. He continued to consume the lightning-type ability fruits, and upon reaching the 9th one, he still could not awaken. Gazing at the last lightning-type fruit plant, he hesitated briefly before ultimately swallowing it. The moment he consumed the final root, a thunderous explosion echoed in his mind, reverberating like a clap of thunder. That sensation, it was awakening. A familiar feeling surged within him. And Lin Feng's heart soared with J-O-Y-A-T that moment. The energy from the previous 9 lightning-type ability fruits he had consumed surged into his limbs, directly transforming into his lightning cultivation talent. Noting this, Lin Feng once again communicated with the Qingquan Pearl to check his current status. Lin Feng, Time-Space Ability Level 1, Lightning Ability Level 1, Time-Space Power Value 250 points, Lightning Power Value 1000 points. Skills, Instantaneous Movement. Consumes 10 points of time-space power to leap to any location within a 5-meter radius. Unaffected by spatial barriers. Spatial Traversal. Utilizes the spatial golden orb to traverse space. Consuming 2 points of spatial power per use. Time-Space Blade. A blade formed from time-space power, capable of disregarding defenses and breaking through any obstacles, requiring 10 points of time-space power to maintain for each second. Time Deceleration. Controls the flow of time within a 3-meter radius, slowing it by half, consuming 50 points of time-space power for each second maintained. Lightning Strike. Level 1, consumes 50 points of lightning power to unleash a 10,000-volt lightning strike within a 500-meter radius. Upon reviewing his information, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned that in his past life, when he had just awakened his lightning abilities, he had similarly comprehended the Level 1 lightning strike. However, at that time, his lightning power was only 50 points. Now, even after consuming the complete lightning-type ability fruit plant, he had only achieved around 100 points of lightning power, yet he currently possessed a staggering 1,000 points of lightning power. This was nothing short of a super lightning ability. Undoubtedly, the benefits he reaped were due to the enhancements granted by the previous 9 lightning fruits. Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense that even without the time-space ability, he could stand at the pinnacle of the human ability user's hierarchy solely based on his current lightning power. Unable to sleep from excitement, he decided to use spatial traversal to arrive at the villa. Lin Feng, how did you get in here? Lu Li and Sun Mingya, worried and fearful, had been waiting for Lin Feng in the living room. To their astonishment, Lin Feng had not entered through the front door, but instead descended from upstairs. Lin Feng casually dropped a backpack filled with food at the head of the bed. It was enough sustenance for them for the entire day. Without delay, Lin Feng strode out of the villa. Outside the door, 2 individuals had been lying in wait, evidently harboring malicious intentions toward him. Now that Lin Feng had become a true ability user, he could not allow these ruffians, who posed a significant threat to him, to remain in the neighborhood. Gao Jiansheng, today shall mark your demise. Chapter 42. The Butterfly Effect. Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of the villa, clad in a set of casual sportswear, projecting an utterly relaxed demeanor. The reason he lingered in the neighborhood was not to protect anyone residing there, but rather to confront the scoundrels from his past life who bore ill will toward him, primarily Gao Dabao and his uncle Gao Jiansheng. With Gao Dabao already eliminated, there was no need to spare Gao Jiansheng any longer. Lin Feng's continued presence in the neighborhood was a weight for those individuals tied to his past life. At this moment, he had yet to encounter them or obtain their contact information. However, Lin Feng understood that as long as he remained there, they would inevitably appear in this lifetime as well. It was not that he could not seek them out directly. Rather, if he took the initiative to do so, the ties from his previous life would be severed, and their interactions would cease to exist. That was a scenario Lin Feng was eager to avoid. In this lifetime, he possessed absolute autonomy and advantages, firmly believing that the fate of his past could indeed be altered, along with the destinies of those who mattered to him. Lin Feng would not let any of the traitors from his past life escape his grasp. Likewise, he would not betray the true brothers who had sacrificed themselves for him. With an air of nonchalance, Lin Feng stepped out of the villa and soon approached the location where the 2 individuals had been lurking. After spying for an entire night, you must be quite exhausted, huh? Lin Feng said with a smile. The sight of Lin Feng approaching so brazenly startled both men. How did you know? Just as one was about to question Lin Feng, the other interjected, what nonsense are you spouting? We are merely keeping watch to prevent any villains from sneaking in. Villains? Huh. Isn't it you and your ilk who have been committing robbery and assault these past few days? Lin Feng retorted with a smile, simultaneously aiming his silenced pistol at the man behind him, pulling the trigger and blasting his head off. The other man stood frozen in shock, particularly when the gun was pointed at him. He was utterly dumbfounded, his mouth trembling, unable to utter a single word. They had indeed come at Gao Jinqing's behest to surveil Lin Feng, but more importantly, they were drawn by the allure of the two beautiful women in Lin Feng's room, hoping to capture them first and then use them against Lin Feng, forcing him to submit. Little did they expect that Lin Feng would detect their presence beforehand and act with such decisiveness. Not a shred of mercy was afforded to them. They were executed on the spot. Take me to Gao Jinqing and the lair of your accomplices, or I shall blow your head off with a single shot that do you understand. Lin Feng wore a deceptively pleasant expression, a smile gracing his lips. However, to the man before him, this facade of cordiality was akin to that of a demon. Under the bloody threat that Lin Feng had just unleashed, the man was nearly paralyzed with fear. Too terrified to offer any form of resistance, they made their way toward Gao Jinqing's hideout. The trembling guide pleaded, "I beg you, if you spare my life, I will divulge a monumental secret. Is that agreeable? Please do not kill me." "Oh, what secret do you have? Pray enlighten me." Lin Feng's interest piqued. He was genuinely curious about what secrets could lie with Gao Jinqing. "That if you promise not to kill me, I shall tell you." "Very well, speak." Seeing Lin Feng's demeanor, the guide finally revealed, "Do you remember the peculiar plant with bizarre fruit that Manager Gao mentioned you had taken? Let me tell you, yesterday, Manager Gao fortuitously discovered one. After consuming the fruit, he has become terrifyingly powerful. He can transform into a wolf." Lin Feng was taken aback by this revelation that in his past life, he had never heard of Gao Jinqing consuming animal-type ability fruits. Perhaps this was a result of the butterfly effect stemming from his rebirth. After all, such phenomena involving the consumption of ability fruits leading to the release of powers had only become widely known during the apocalypse of his previous existence. With videos circulating online, moreover, in his past life, no one had openly sought to purchase ability fruits early on, indicating that Lin Feng's actions had undoubtedly garnered significant attention. Considering this, it was not entirely surprising that such an unexpected turn of events had arisen. "Is that all?" Lin Feng inquired further. The man nodded eagerly. "All right, lead the way." Seeing Lin Feng's nonchalant tone, the guide assumed Lin Feng was skeptical of his words, prompting him to explain fervently. Yet the more he spoke, the more Lin Feng ignored him. Lin Feng understood the man's intentions. He sought to inform him about Gao Jinqing in hopes of inciting a deadly confrontation, believing that regardless of who emerged victorious, he would benefit. Gao Jinqing was exceedingly harsh with his subordinates, and if Lin Feng were to kill him, the man's threats would dissipate. Conversely, should Gao Jinqing prevail, Lin Feng would not simply acquiesce, and his weapon would certainly inflict damage on Gao Jinqing. At the very least, having heard this information, Lin Feng might spare his life. Unfortunately for the man, his calculations were flawed, as he had encountered Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued to follow the guide, and within 3 minutes, they arrived at the villa where Gao Jinqing was currently hiding. This villa had been seized by Gao Jinqing after he had acquired his animal-type abilities. With newfound power, Gao Jinqing had become insufferably arrogant. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Feng concealed himself to allow the guide to knock on the door. "It's me, Binzi. Open up." The guide called out as soon as he spoke. Binzi opened the door in that instant. Lin Feng heard the blood-curdling screams of a woman from within, indicating that the men inside were engaged in unspeakable acts. With a rapid succession of gunfire, Lin Feng swiftly eliminated both the guide and Binzi, then whistled into the room before tossing in 5 grenades. A cacophony of screams erupted as Lin Feng wasted no time, charging into the chaos. There were a total of 13 or 14 individuals in the room. Lin Feng's grenades dispatched half of them instantly. The remaining 7 or 8 fell victim to Lin Feng's gunfire as he entered, sending 5 to their demise, just as Lin Feng turned to locate Gao Jinqing. A ferocious roar erupted from behind him, followed by a shadow lunging at him with its jaws wide open, aiming for his neck. Chapter 43. An effortless annihilation. Gao Jinqing had transformed into a wolf, approximately 1 meter in length, lunging at Lin Feng. Just as its gaping maw was about to close around Lin Feng's neck, a colossal titanium alloyed door materialized in front of him. With a resounding crash, Gao Jinqing's head collided with the titanium door, shattering several of his teeth and leaving him dazed, struggling to maintain his footing. This titanium door had been pilfered by Lin Feng from the largest state-owned bank's underground vault in Neon Country. He had long anticipated that, should danger arise, he could utilize this door as a shield, a flawless defense. Even a conventional artillery shell would be thwarted by it. Seizing the moment while Gao Jinqing was still reeling, Lin Feng fired 4 shots, rendering the wolf's limbs useless and incapacitating him. Why forsake your humanity to become a dog? How fitting for you and your nephew, Lin Feng remarked before firing once more, obliterating Gao Jinqing's lineage. This moment, Gao Jinqing, who had only moments ago been howling in agony, reverted to his human form, bloodied and wounded, clutching his groin and wailing in torment. Does it hurt terribly? Lin Feng teased mockingly. Lin Feng, you beast, I will surely. Before Gao Jinqing could finish his furious threat, Lin Feng unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck him, leaving him momentarily paralyzed, smoke rising from his head. What will you do? Yell out. Why the silence now? Never mind, I shall take it upon myself to end your suffering. With that, Lin Feng fired a bullet straight through Gao Jinqing's forehead, extinguishing his life. Even in his final moments, Gao Jinqing was likely consumed by shock and confusion. How could Lin Feng also be an ability user, commanding lightning no less? Lin Feng offered no explanations, ensuring Gao Jinqing departed this world in utter disbelief. After the room had been ravaged by grenades, the floor was left in ruins. Yet fortunately, no one below had been harmed. After eliminating Gao Jinqing, Lin Feng retrieved a dagger and extracted a black crystal from his head. The unique ability core of an ability user. These cores were the source of their power, and consuming another's core could elevate one's abilities, a primary means of advancement during the apocalyptic era of Lin Feng's past life. As Lin Feng gingerly stepped onto the remaining beams and entered the room, he beheld 2 women, utterly ravaged and maimed, the grenades having also inflicted injuries upon them that it was evident that they were beyond saving. Lin Feng felt no remorse, nor did he require any. Had he not arrived in time, their fates would have been far more tragic, subjected to further torment before meeting a cruel end that moment. Lin Feng heard unusual noises from the side. Without hesitation, he fired 2 more shots, eliminating Gao Jinqing's remaining accomplices. Drawing from his past experiences, Lin Feng understood the necessity of eradicating evil entirely. Moreover, with his ambitions spanning the globe, he had far more pressing matters to attend to than being preoccupied with a handful of miscreants in a mere residential complex. After neutralizing the vile individuals, Lin Feng left behind the recording of the confession from Gao Jinqing's subordinate, detailing their recent robberies and various torturous acts against female residents. He placed the phone conspicuously on the ground, confident that other residents would discover it and deduce the reason behind the grim fate that had befallen these men. Before awakening his abilities, Lin Feng had already plundered resources in the Eagle Country and Neon Country. Now endowed with his powers, he felt invincible compared to humanity of the past, unafraid of anything. With a swift spatial leap, Lin Feng reappeared in the Eagle Country. It was daytime in Xia Country, but nighttime in Eagle Country. In a world where global electricity was severely disrupted and surveillance systems annihilated, Lin Feng needed only to be wary of any lurking threats. He donned his heavy motorcycle gear, fully armed to the teeth. Not even a routine firearm, let alone a submachine gun, could threaten his life. Just as Lin Feng was about to rev up his motorcycle after having looted a jewelry store, he suddenly heard a furious outburst from a corner. Such occurrences were commonplace in the Eagle Country, and Lin Feng was indifferent. However, amidst the enraged shouts, a particularly furious exclamation in the essence of Xia Country's culture caught his attention. Hearing this, Lin Feng was taken aback that it seemed that a fellow citizen from Xia Country had been on the receiving end of a lesson. The circumstances did not arise from Lin Feng's overwhelming compassion and sense of justice upon witnessing his compatriots being bullied. Rather, it was purely the curiosity of his fellow countrymen at play. Moreover, Lin Feng felt no fear unless confronted directly by the military. Armed with 2 submachine guns, he strode forward, his weapons aimed at the corner of the street. After becoming a first-tier ability user, Lin Feng's senses had significantly heightened, allowing him to perceive his surroundings even in the dark. That as he approached the corner, suddenly, 5 or 6 figures appeared before him. Among them, 4 or 5 citizens of the Eagle Nation wielded sharp blades, relentlessly attacking a somewhat frail-looking man in the center. Despite his less imposing stature compared to the others, the man was muscular. Clearly a skilled fighter, and even under the onslaught of 5 attackers, he did not waver, despite sustaining injuries. That he clutched a box-like object in his arms, which Lin Feng surmised might contain a cache of money. From a distance of 50 meters, Lin Feng observed the chaotic assault and the cacophony of curses. Unexpectedly, the man executed a flying kick, sending one of his assailants sprawling. However, in that instant, the attacker behind him plunged a dagger into his face. Blood gushed forth, but fortunately, the man's quick reflexes meant the dagger merely grazed him, avoiding a fatal blow. At that moment, Lin Feng finally recognized the face of the besieged man, and a wave of memories surged through him. It was he, the Lava Scar, one of the top 10 masters of the Eagle Nation in his past life, also known as one of the 10 Loyal Dogs. The true name of Lava Scar is rarely known, but he awakened the powers of the Lava Fruit, a terrifying ability that placed him at the pinnacle even among human ability users. That he was one of the few who could stand toe-to-toe with the Dragon Emperor of the dead in their time. During the apocalyptic era of his past life, Lin Feng had only seen Lava Scar from a distance, as his own strength and status were not even in the same league to warrant standing before him. Moreover, Lava Scar was notoriously eccentric, a killing machine with a penchant for bloodshed, and any misstep could incite his wrath, leading to dire consequences. Few knew why Lava Scar, with such formidable strength, capable of overpowering his boss, who possessed the hurricane fruit, remained fiercely loyal, enduring the scorn of countless citizens of Xia and showing no signs of remorse. Rumor had it that during an attack years ago, he had nearly perished, only to be saved by his boss in a fortunate turn of events. That it was this gratitude that solidified Lava Scar's unwavering loyalty, rendering betrayal unthinkable. In a world rife with treachery and familial strife, such steadfast loyalty was indeed a rarity. Seeing the dire predicament Lava Scar faced, it was evident that the 5 individuals surrounding him intended to inflict fatal harm, aiming to bring about a death marked by humiliation and despair. Observing this, Lin Feng hesitated, refraining from rushing to his aid. He understood that the hurricane boss had not yet appeared, and he wished to wait until the moment the boss arrived, so he could eliminate both Lava Scar and those intent on his demise in one fell swoop, thus eradicating a significant threat from his past life. However, as time passed, the hurricane boss failed to materialize, and the ensuing scene left Lin Feng utterly astonished. Before him, the 5 knife-wielding thugs had once again subdued Lava Scar, with 4 of them pinning him to the ground. Lin Feng initially feared they would deal a lethal blow, but to his surprise, they merely restrained him, while the 5th man let out a sinister chuckle. His expression utterly repugnant. In that instant, Lin Feng grasped the reality of the situation. He understood why Lava Scar's psyche had become so distorted in his previous life, were he to find himself in such a predicament. He too might succumb to madness. The thought left him unsettled. With the hurricane boss still absent, it seemed Lava Scar had ultimately met a tragic fate, just as Lava Scar let out a heart-wrenching cry of rage and despair. A flash of lightning erupted from the sky. The 5th assailant, caught completely off guard, was struck down by Lin Feng's thunderous blow. While 10,000 volts may not always deliver a fatal strike, they were sufficient to incapacitate an ordinary person. Without hesitation, Lin Feng unleashed a barrage of gunfire from his submachine guns at the remaining attackers. The skirmish concluded in less than 10 seconds. "How are you?" Lin Feng inquired in the language of Xia. Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Lava Scar finally regained his composure, only to be overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of 5 lifeless bodies lying nearby. Unable to contain himself, he broke into tears. Any normal man would struggle to cope with the trauma of nearly facing such a horrific fate. After venting his sorrow, Lava Scar looked up at Lin Feng and, in a fervent display of gratitude, knelt before him, repeatedly bowing. "Thank you for saving my life. I am forever in your debt. Should you ever require my assistance, I shall face any peril without hesitation." Lava Scar pledged earnestly, almost as if taking an oath. Witnessing Lava Scar's heartfelt sincerity, Lin Feng became increasingly convinced that he was indeed the formidable figure from his past life. Yet, the scene before him struck Lin Feng as somewhat absurd. In his previous life, the very person whom others feared, a being whose name struck terror into the hearts of many, was now a man of unwavering loyalty and brotherhood. Meanwhile, those who had once called Lin Feng a brother ultimately betrayed him, leading him to his demise at the hands of the Dragon Emperor of the Dead. What defined right and wrong? What delineated good from evil? Lin Feng chose not to dwell on such questions. Having been granted a superior start in this life, he simply wished to live freely. "My name is Lin Feng." "What is yours?" he asked. "Lin Xiao," the other replied. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, astonished to discover that Lavascar shared his surname. "It is quite late, and outside is perilous. Why are you out here?" Lin Feng inquired again. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's explanation, Lin Feng learned that he had not ventured out to steal, but rather to find baby formula. The box he had clutched was a can of formula he had painstakingly acquired, albeit for elderly infants. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing. Without sustenance, his child would surely face starvation. "Where is your child? Take me to them. Are they safe in your absence?" Lin Feng urged. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, as if just then realizing the gravity of the situation. After all, he had just survived a harrowing ordeal, and it was natural for his mind to be slow to react. Just as Lin Xiao and Lin Feng prepared to depart, a vehicle suddenly came to a halt a mere 5 to 6 meters away from them. As the door swung open, Lin Feng's eyes widened at the sight of a familiar face emerging, a cigar clenched between his teeth, exuding an air of nonchalance. It was the Hurricane Boss. Any lingering doubt Lin Feng had harbored about Lavascar's identity vanished upon witnessing the Hurricane Boss's arrival. "Hey, you two! Come here!" barked the Hurricane Boss, his tone brusque and commanding. With a wave of his hand, he summoned them as if they were stray dogs. Lin Feng could not help but smile. Who would quibble with a man on the brink of death? "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get over here." The Hurricane Boss's impatience was palpable as he called out to Lin Feng and Lin Xiao. Having distanced himself, he failed to notice the submachine guns in Lin Feng's hands. Otherwise, he might have been more circumspect in his words. "Those individuals are undoubtedly his subordinates. If we kill them, he won't spare us," Lin Feng remarked, turning to Lin Xiao. "You handle the people in the vehicle." Seizing upon Lin Xiao's relief and indignation from his recent brush with death, Lin Feng, while not wishing to encounter the bloodthirsty madman from his past life, recognized the necessity of molding Lin Xiao into a formidable ally, a blade of steel that would cut through all opposition. Upon concluding his words, Lin Feng handed Lin Xiao a handgun. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, yet he firmly grasped the weapon. Lin Feng then proceeded to accompany Lin Xiao forward, simultaneously stowing away his submachine gun in favor of a pistol equipped with a silencer. This particular firearm was an old-fashioned silver Desert Eagle, a model Lin Feng held in high esteem, primarily due to its alignment with his aesthetic sensibilities. The two men advanced together, and even in the face of Lin Feng's heavily armed presence, their adversaries regarded them with indifference. "You two, consume this fruit. Quickly," the leader of the Hurricane Gang commanded. As his underlings inside the vehicle tossed out an extraordinary fruit, simultaneously aiming their guns at Lin Feng and Lin Xiao. "Are you asking us to test the fruit?" Lin Feng found the situation amusing. Yet he was momentarily stunned upon seeing the extraordinary fruit that had been thrown, that it was indeed a special type of ability fruit. At that moment, Lin Feng comprehended the gravity of the situation. In his previous life, the magma-scarred individual had been thoroughly deceived. The leader of the Hurricane Gang had merely sought someone to ascertain whether the ability fruit could indeed be fatal, allowing him to decide whether to consume it himself. Despite this, Lin Xiao had unwaveringly regarded the leader as his sole benefactor and master, remaining loyally devoted. Take action. Having pieced together the intricacies of the situation, Lin Feng swiftly positioned himself in front of Lin Xiao. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning struck the Hurricane leader's vehicle, incapacitating the 4 individuals inside in an instant. Seizing the fleeting moment when they were rendered immobile, Lin Feng discharged 2 shots, executing the armed men in the back seat with precision. Lin Feng refrained from attacking the remaining leader and the driver, instead turning his gaze towards Lin Xiao. Do not engage. Do you know who I am? Do you dare?" At such a critical juncture, the Hurricane leader still had the audacity to threaten Lin Feng and his companion. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Xiao raised his gun towards the despicable figure from his past life. In a flurry of 6 shots, he dispatched both men without mercy. Observing Lin Xiao before him, Lin Feng felt no sense of outrage towards his past brutality. Rather, he perceived him as a pitiable soul. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Feng. Did I end his previous life? Lin Xiao had been alone, without any mention of a wife or children. Having encountered the hurricane leader and become his most faithful minion, it was unfathomable that he could not protect his family. If he had no family in his former life, it was entirely possible that something had gone awry in the present moment. Quickly, go find your wife and child, Lin Feng shouted urgently to AT this critical juncture. He was filled with anxiety, dragging the 4 corpses from the vehicle before collecting the extraordinary fruit from the ground, directing Lin Xiao to drive towards the location where his family was hidden. As Lin Xiao drove, Lin Feng cast a glance at the back seat, and to his astonishment, he discovered a full box of ability fruits, over 10 in total, besides the extraordinary fruit that the hurricane leader had carelessly tossed to Lin Xiao. One among the remaining 10 was a special type, presumably the hurricane fruit that the leader had consumed in his past life. Among the other 9 ability fruits, 7 were strength-oriented, 1 was fire-based, and another was water-based. One could not help but acknowledge that the hurricane leader was indeed fortunate. However, encountering Lin Feng was undoubtedly his greatest misfortune. He could have wielded formidable power in the apocalypse. Not only possessing great strength, but also commanding top-tier warriors like the magma-scarred individual from his previous life, thus reigning as a dominant force. Yet now, he had not even achieved the status of an ability user and had been silenced by Lin Feng. Silently, Lin Feng tucked the hurricane fruit into his spatial storage. Such a precious item was best kept secure. Did I end his previous life? Lin Xiao had awakened with the magma fruit, and Lin Feng was determined not to squander his magma talent. Should he awaken another ability and become a liability instead, it would be a grave loss. As Lin Xiao drove at breakneck speed, they soon arrived at their hideout, which was conveniently nearby, as Lin Xiao had ventured out merely to procure baby formula, cautious not to stray too far for fear of his family's safety. Upon reaching their apartment building, they found the elevator had ceased functioning, forcing them to ascend the stairs. Lin Xiao and his family resided on the 15th floor. Under normal circumstances, climbing such a distance would be excruciating, yet now they could scarcely afford to consider such matters. Lin Feng, having undergone bodily enhancement, found the ascent trivial, while Lin Xiao, having just engaged in a fierce battle and nearly lost his life, was no match for Lin Feng's speed. Observing this, Lin Feng took the initiative to grasp Lin Xiao and propel him upwards. Had Lin Xiao not been conscious enough to persist, Lin Feng might have simply dragged him along. Upon reaching the 15th floor, they were met with the sounds of violent banging and anguished screams. Jing, 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 Lin Xiao called out, rushing forward. Just as he reached his door, he witnessed an individual frantically assaulting it, having already shattered a significant portion. Had Lin Feng and Lin Xiao arrived even a moment later, the consequences would have been dire. You all deserve to die, Lin Xiao bellowed, unleashing a torrent of gunfire at the assailants without a hint of mercy. Seeing this, Lin Feng tossed him 2 submachine guns. Enraged, Lin Xiao paid no heed to the origin of the weapons and fired upon those brutally attempting to break down the door, consumed by rage. He proceeded to unleash his fury upon the nearby rooms, targeting those who had long tormented his family. The air was filled with the cacophony of screams. Chapter 46. Subduing Lin Xiao, Lin Feng offered a cigarette to Lin Xiao, observing his bloodied state with a mix of emotions. Once Lin Xiao had somewhat calmed down, his wife, Huang Jingjing, rushed over, cradling their child and weeping. Lin Xiao. Huang Jingjing disregarded the bloodstains on her husband and threw herself into his embrace, utterly distraught, while the baby wailed pitifully. Had the trajectory of the apocalypse followed its previous course, Huang Jingjing would likely have succumbed to the torment inflicted by the MOB. It was no wonder that the magma-scarred individual from Lin Xiao's past had ended up in such a state. After enduring such profound hardships, even Lin Feng would struggle to maintain his composure. After Huang Jingjing had wept for a time in Lin Xiao's arms, the child's cries served as a stark reminder that he had gone nearly 3 days without sustenance. Given his tender age, they had previously attempted to feed him bread, even soaking it in water, but the infant had violently rejected it. Growing increasingly frail, Lin Xiao retrieved the old formula he had hidden in his arms. Lin Feng abruptly kicked the canister away. Brother Feng, what are you doing? Lin Xiao, having just slaughtered numerous assailants, felt a flash of murderous intent and rage in his eyes as Lin Feng intervened. Only upon realizing it was Lin Feng who had acted did he manage to suppress his sudden surge of anger. How can such a young child consume this? Lin Feng retorted bluntly. He then produced over 10 cans of formula from his ability space as if by magic. Here, take a look and see which ones you need, and if it's not enough, I have more. Both Lin Xiao and Huang Jingjing were left dumbfounded by this display. That it was at that moment Lin Xiao appeared to recall how Lin Feng had conjured firearms out of thin air earlier. Brother Feng, how do you have so much formula? Lin Xiao felt like a fool, realizing that what he had desperately sought was merely handed to him in abundance by Lin Feng, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of disparity. Enough with the chatter. Given your predicament, I'm merely lending a hand. Lin Feng stated, surveying their surroundings, that we cannot stay here any longer. You need to relocate. Follow me. For Lin Xiao, meeting Lin Feng for the first time today felt akin to a life-saving grace. If Lin Feng had truly wished to harm their family, they would have already perished without need for such elaborate measures. In a swift manner, Lin Feng guided Lin Xiao and his family downstairs, and then conjured a heavy-duty off-road vehicle out of thin air. Such an off-road vehicle, along with numerous luxury cars, numbered in the hundreds within Lin Feng's spatial realm, all collected during his time in the Eagle Nation. Yet, he felt a tinge of regret for not having found a bulletproof vehicle thus far. Once Lin Zhao's family boarded the vehicle, they appeared to be hesitant, their expressions betraying their thoughts. Lin Feng, noticing this, showcased the ring on his finger to Lin Xiao and remarked with a smile, "This is a spatial ring, a treasure I stumbled upon. Its interior is vast, capable of accommodating over 500 cubic units without issue." Spatial equipment began to emerge a year later. Previously, Lin Feng had obtained a spatial stone, which he could utilize to forge such gear. However, the spatial stone currently served a significant purpose in enhancing his temporal powers, and he was reluctant to use it to mislead others. That be why merely donning some jewelry and claiming it to be spatial equipment, who could possibly discern the truth? Though Lin Xiao and his wife were taken aback by Lin Feng's claims regarding spatial equipment, there was little alternative explanation, especially since they had witnessed him materialize objects from thin air. Lin Feng drove Lin Xiao and his wife out of the city center, inquiring about their surroundings. After a brief drive of several minutes, they arrived at a nearby villa district, a sanctuary for the affluent, where wealthy individuals often maintained multiple residences. Lin Feng parked directly in front of an unoccupied villa and attempted to unlock the door for some time without success. Ultimately, he decided to crash through the door with the vehicle. Upon entering the villa, the interior was surprisingly decent, which pleased Lin Feng. "From now on, you shall reside here," he declared. However, Lin Zhao's wife voiced her concern. "But this is someone else's property. We cannot intrude like this." Hearing Huang Jingjing's words, Lin Feng turned to her, and upon meeting his gaze, she promptly fell silent. "That I understand your concerns, but the current situation is chaotic worldwide. We cannot afford to think in the old ways, nor can we act with blind benevolence. Otherwise, we risk causing harm to ourselves." Lin Feng stated solemnly that he was acutely aware that expecting an ordinary person to swiftly adapt to the rules of survival in a post-apocalyptic world was unrealistic. Yet he could only convey his thoughts to them. How much they understood was beyond his control. Clearly, the villa had been ransacked multiple times, and the disarray within made it unsuitable for habitation. Recalling that he had 2 mobile, makeshift shelters in his spatial realm, which, despite being rudimentary, could withstand any ordinary firearm intrusion and comfortably accommodate 5 individuals. Lin Feng turned to Lin Xiao and said, "Given the circumstances we've traversed together, I believe you are well aware of the gravity of the situation." Lin Xiao nodded gravely. "That I need manpower. Will you assist me?" Lin Feng inquired. "I am willing," Lin Xiao exclaimed, immediately kneeling and bowing deeply to Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not stop him. Even as blood oozed from Lin Zhao's wounds, that tonight's ordeal felt akin to hell itself. Whether it was him or his family facing the worst-case scenario, he feared he would not survive. Lin Feng had saved their lives, and Lin Xiao would not hesitate to follow him, even to his own demise if required. That in Lin Zhao's eyes, Lin Feng recognized determination and resolve, a true man of steel. "Brother Feng, I will obey your every command. You have saved my family. From this day forth, My life belongs to you. Should you send me east, I shall not venture west if I betray this vow. May heaven and earth condemn me." Lin Zhao's voice rang out with conviction, resonating strongly. Lin Feng nodded slightly, moved by Lin Zhao's demeanor. Reflecting on his past, he had once shared such bonds with brothers willing to sacrifice themselves for one another. Yet those brothers had left him long ago. Seeing Lin Zhao before him resurrected those long-buried memories. "Rise," Lin Feng instructed, helping Lin Zhao to his feet, "that if I were to place my complete trust in you based solely on your words, you would not believe it yourself that I hope today's decision will not lead to my regret. Brother Feng, I will not let you down." Lin Zhao vowed once more with determination. Lin Feng, recalling Lin Zhao's character from his previous life and possessing keen insight, felt a measure of trust in him. However, they lacked a profound friendship, and given Lin Feng's past experiences, he could not afford to trust anyone lightly. Fortunately, he now possessed overwhelming strength, rendering anyone before him inconsequential. Lin Feng briefly acquainted Lin Zhao and his wife with the various facilities of the makeshift shelter. Although rudimentary, the shelter could not be breached by outsiders without the approval of its artificial intelligence. He not only left them with ample food and water, but also 100 cans of milk powder, along with numerous weapons and ointments for treating injuries and scars. While Lin Zhao's facial scars might not vanish entirely, timely application of the ointment would prevent them from becoming grotesque, as they had in the past. After ensuring their well-being, the two exchanged contact information, following Lin Feng's instructions regarding their upcoming tasks. He received a phone call and prepared to depart. The tasks Lin Feng assigned to Lin Zhao were relatively straightforward. Previously, the Hurricane leader had built a formidable organization, and now that he was gone, if Lin Zhao could reconstruct such a powerful network, it would significantly bolster Lin Feng's position in the post-apocalyptic world. Having labored tirelessly through the night without rest, Lin Feng was aware that it was still daytime in both Xia Country and Neon Country. He had just received a call from Fujian Yi. After their last transaction, Lin Feng had outlined his requirements for various items, and it seemed Fujian Yi had gathered the necessary supplies, transporting a substantial haul of ability fruits and resources. However, Fujian Yi appeared to be quite wary this time, or perhaps he had begun to suspect Lin Feng's intentions. The delivery comprised no fewer than 10 truckloads, of which only a scant portion contained ability fruit seedlings, less than 500 in total. The remainder was an abundance of everyday supplies, including pots, pans, toilet paper, and an astonishing quantity of sanitary napkins. 8 full truckloads. Lin Feng's spatial realm already housed millions of sanitary napkins. Now, with these 8 truckloads, he had at least 500,000 more. Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon Fujian Yi, realizing this fellow was rather cunning, attempting to deceive him with such trivial offerings. Nevertheless, these items were not without value. In the aftermath of an apocalyptic winter, sanitary napkins would become exceedingly scarce for women, as they were a monthly necessity for a week. That I will accept all these goods, but these offerings seem rather meager. Don't you think? Lin Feng remarked to Fujian Yi. The latter, fully aware that Lin Feng's reference was to the ability fruits, feigned a look of distress at Mr. Lin Feng. Mutated seedlings are currently being purchased on a massive scale across various nations. Ever since that super-powered individual video went viral yesterday, the prices have skyrocketed, and it's nearly impossible to acquire them. Due to the recent massive earthquake, households are hoarding supplies, causing prices to double daily. Seeing Fujian Yi's contrived demeanor, Lin Feng, who knew him well, recognized the act for what it was. Yet with Fujian Yi already engaged in this charade, Lin Feng felt no immediate need to call him out. Very well, should you procure more of these coveted items alongside any other resources you can find, my company is willing to make a purchase. The price is not an issue, Lin Feng affirmed. Initially, he believed this transaction would conclude without incident. But then he noticed Fujian Yi displaying a sly grin reminiscent of the last time he and his accomplices plotted against Lin Feng. In that moment, Lin Feng felt an urge to take drastic action. But Fujian Yi produced an object from his pocket, prompting Lin Feng to suppress his impulse. What is this? Lin Feng inquired, noticing that Fujian Yi held a spatial ring, which emitted a faint glow characteristic of spatial equipment. However, Lin Feng was taken aback. Spatial equipment was not supposed to appear until a year later. How could Fujian Yi possess one now? It seemed almost too coincidental that he had just mentioned his own spatial equipment to Lin Zhao. And here was Fujiwara Yi presenting one to him. Fujiwara No was consistently attentive to Lin Feng's expression, and upon witnessing Lin Feng's astonished demeanor, it was evident that he too felt a twinge of uncertainty. "Oh, it's nothing much, merely a ring that I wish to inquire if Mr. Lin Feng likes it." As Fujiwara No's words fell, just as he was about to retract the ring, Lin Feng suddenly reached out and seized it. Donning it upon his own finger, at that moment, Fujiwara No's face froze in disbelief. What was happening? Hadn't Lin Feng just expressed ignorance regarding the nature of this item? I quite like this ring. Is it a gift from you, Mr. Fujiwara? How exceedingly gracious of you. I would not want to squander your kindness. Thank you, Lin Feng said, displaying a somewhat shameless demeanor, given that Fujiwara No had presented the item. Lin Feng saw no reason to decline. While observing the spatial ring, Lin Feng's mind was occupied with even deeper thoughts that to create spatial equipment, one must possess spatial stones. Initially, Fujiwara No had been unaware of what spatial stones were, having sold Lin Feng 15 pounds, yet he had not procured any more since then. Now, with the emergence of this spatial ring, it seemed he was deliberately probing Lin Feng's reactions and words. This indicated that Fujiwara No likely had other spatial stones in his possession. Mr. Lin Feng, this ring was entrusted to me by our company as president for your consideration, that if it were mine to give, I would certainly bestow it upon you. Fujiwara No spoke again, clearly reluctant to part with the item. That so? Lin Feng feigned disappointment, removing the ring from his finger. Observing Lin Feng's actions, Fujiwara No smiled, reaching out to reclaim the spatial ring. However, Lin Feng unexpectedly clutched the ring tightly in his palm, turning to Fujiwara No with a smile. How about this? I truly like this ring. How much is it? I shall accept it. Chapter 48. Eavesdropping. Seeing the situation unfold, Fujiwara No found himself in an awkward predicament. After all, it was he who had initially proposed selling the ring to Lin Feng. Yet after testing Lin Feng's reaction, he wished to withdraw from the sale. Regardless, Lin Feng now presented himself as someone who would not relinquish the spatial ring, and Fujiwara No could not possibly resort to theft. Witnessing Fujiwara No's discomfort, Lin Feng chuckled and patted him on the shoulder, deliberately engaging him in conversation to divert his attention. Seizing the opportunity while Fujiwara No was distracted, Lin Feng once again slipped a listening device into his pocket. Mr. Fujiwara, you mentioned earlier that you would sell this item to me. Now that I wish to purchase it, you seem reluctant. Could it be that you and your company as higher-ups intend to toy with me? If that is the case, our future cooperation may require re-evaluation. After all, there are numerous agent companies in the Neon Nation, are there not? Lin Feng spoke in a deliberately harsh tone. Upon hearing Lin Feng's serious tone, Fujiwara No grew anxious. After all, Lin Feng was currently purchasing these materials and ability fruits with substantial sums of money, and their company's performance had soared nearly 100-fold compared to the previous year. Fujiwara No himself had become a billionaire. All of this was thanks to Lin Feng and the company he represented, yet human greed knows no bounds. To push such a cash cow out the door would be sheer folly. Mr. Lin Feng, you jest. Since you desire this ring, I shall certainly discuss it with the president and take it upon myself to sell it to you. Fujiwara No quickly changed his tune upon hearing this. Lin Feng finally revealed a genuine smile. Now that he possessed the spatial ring, he would no longer need to conceal his intentions and could freely deceive others. Once the transaction concluded, Lin Feng promptly inspected the internal dimensions of the spatial ring. It was indeed comparable to those from the apocalyptic era of his past life. Generally, the larger the internal volume of spatial equipment, the more spatial stones are required, and consequently, the greater the space created. The internal space of a spatial ring typically range between 200 to 500 cubic units, while a spatial pendant ranged from 500 to 1,000 cubic units, a spatial bracelet from 3,000 to 5,000. And a spatial backpack could store between 10,000 to 100,000 cubic units. As for larger spatial storage equipment, it was not something one could casually carry. Moreover, spatial equipment cannot be stored within other spatial equipment for extended periods, as this could lead to catastrophic explosions. The spatial ring Lin Feng had acquired from Fujiwara No boasted an impressive internal volume of 500 cubic units, suggesting that those involved in its creation had been oblivious to the quantity of spatial stones used, thus overstuffing the ring. In light of this, Lin Feng had indeed made a fortunate acquisition. Previously, he had extracted $300 billion coins from the underground vault of the Eagle Nation's national bank. And to date, he had only spent around $100 billion, that if he did not exhaust the remaining $200 billion within the next fortnight, they would soon become worthless. Lin Feng stored all his acquisitions within his ability space and swiftly found 5 special ability fruits among 500. Additionally, he discovered a light-type ability fruit and a mental-type ability fruit. Among the remaining ability fruits, there were approximately 50 nature-type fruits, while all others were strength-type. Lin Feng collected these ability fruits and organized everything within his ability space. Once accomplished, he mounted his heavy motorcycle and departed dead on the way. Lin Feng disguised himself anew and resumed his work. Previously, he had rampaged through various fields and vegetable plantations in the rural areas of the Neon Nation. But now the local farmers were exceedingly vigilant. Even though Lin Feng targeted a different direction, he had managed to raid less than 10 acres of vegetables within half a day. The times had indeed made work increasingly difficult. Of course, while Lin Feng sought out potential targets, he was also eavesdropping on conversations involving Fujiwara No. From the dialogue between Fujiwara No. and his associates, it became evident that the old fellow had started harboring suspicions about Lin Feng days prior. Had it not been for the viral video of the superpowered individuals yesterday, he might have surrendered all the acquired ability fruits today. After all, their company had been compelled to engage in a joint acquisition with 4 or 5 smaller neighboring countries at Lin Feng's behest. Although these countries were minor, the sheer scale of their acquisitions was substantial that as the group conversed, they soon broached the topic of Lin Feng's familiarity with the spatial ring. Fujiwara No inadvertently revealed that their company's treasury contained over 20 pounds of spatial stones. However, for those like Fujiwara No, who had already grasped the mysterious intricacies, it was utterly impossible for them to sell any spatial stones again. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a rush of excitement. If these scoundrels transformed all their spatial stones into spatial equipment, Lin Feng would be thoroughly vexed. Today, Lin Feng had not anticipated Fujiwara No's sudden betrayal, and he planned to return and rest well. Contemplating his next steps, that he had set his sights firmly on those spatial stones. Given Lin Feng's current situation, the ability fruits were of lesser significance to him. It was the spatial stones that he urgently coveted. After concluding his transaction, Fujiwara No had met with the higher-ups of his company and conveyed the news of Lin Feng's forceful acquisition of the spatial ring. President Mu, I have always found Lin Feng to be exceedingly enigmatic, with erratic movements. None of the personnel we dispatched to monitor him succeeded, and from the onset of our collaboration, we never witnessed how he transported the goods. Could it be that they possess spatial equipment akin to that ring from the very beginning? Fujiwara No expressed his doubts. Such matters are not for you to ponder. Should you engage with him again, since one group has failed to track him, dispatch multiple teams. We must uncover his true identity and capture them all at once. Above all, remember not to alarm him until we are certain. Does he not collect various materials? Simply trade him some worthless items. When the opportune moment arises, strike decisively. President Mu's voice resonated once more. Understood. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Everyone seeks to be the mantis stalking its prey, yet who truly plays the role of the mantis remains uncertain. As Lin Feng contemplated this, a phone call came through, and upon glancing at the caller ID, a smile crept across his lips. Chapter 49. An ambiguous feeling. The conversation between Fujiwara and his company's higher-ups unfolded precisely as Lin Feng had anticipated. After several days of such significant actions, if he failed to attract the attention of some astute individuals, it would imply that the world was populated solely by fools. The reality, however, is that there are indeed many clever minds in the world. Lin Feng, leveraging his rebirth and the advantage of infinite space, acted swiftly and acquired substantial resources and ability fruits ahead of time in his previous life. Lin Feng had only obtained a lightning-type ability fruit during the third wave of the ability fruit surge, and it had not even been a complete plant. Now, Lin Feng's ability space contained over 600 complete ability fruits, each one a coveted treasure in the apocalyptic era of his past. But what of the present? Lin Feng was almost too indolent to even look. After receiving a call from Li Shuer, he did not linger in the Neon Country, but instead traversed space and returned directly to his homeland. Miss me? Lin Feng deliberately smiled and asked Li Shuer that at this moment. Li Shuer harbored extraordinarily complex feelings towards Lin Feng. Previously, he was her highly respected boss, but after that incident, he should have been her nemesis. Yet now, she found it impossible to harbor any hatred towards him. However, since waking up this morning, Lin Feng had not contacted her, nor returned to the sanctuary, which left Li Shuer quite displeased. She felt a sense of neglect and abandonment. Coincidentally, the core members of the International Trade Department of the Lin Group called her again, delivering news of the second batch of supernatural fruits' arrival. It was this reason that prompted Li Shuer to call Lin Feng. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would start off with such words, instantly causing her cheeks to flush? Who said I missed you? I'm just here to report on work, Li Shuer retorted stubbornly. Oh, very well. Lin Feng immediately feigned disappointment. Upon hearing Lin Feng's unmistakable tone of disappointment, Li Shuer grew anxious to know you. What is wrong with me? Lin Feng swiftly shifted to a more relaxed tone. Realizing Lin Feng had been teasing her, Li Shuer suddenly recognized that she had been duped. Lin Feng's earlier tone was intentionally playful. On the other end of the line, Li Shuer stammered, and Lin Feng could almost envision her adorable expression. In his past life, he enjoyed teasing Li Shuer and adored her shy demeanor. Why haven't you returned? Li Shuer mustered great courage to inquire. It's to bring back more supplies. Otherwise, how would I support you in the future? I promise to take responsibility for you, and I must fulfill that duty. Lin Feng declared earnestly that he understood Li Shuer's character well. She was quite innocent and easily trusting. Yet, once trust was lost, it would never be regained, no matter how one begged. Presently, Li Shuer was in a vague, uncertain state regarding Lin Feng, reminiscent of a couple just embarking on a romantic relationship. This feeling was one that both Li Shuer and Lin Feng found immensely delightful and somewhat shy. Such experiences had only been fleeting in their past life, and now that fate had granted Lin Feng another chance at life, he naturally wished to prolong these sweet moments. No need. I'm easy to take care of. I don't eat much, Li Shuer murmured toward the end, her voice barely audible. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle that Li Shuer, embarrassed by his laughter, was about to hang up. Wait, don't hang up just yet. Lin Feng hurriedly interjected that there's something else. Indeed, there is. Lin Feng maintained a light-hearted tone that I've granted you access to the underground warehouse. Feel free to take whatever you wish. Don't starve yourself. And certainly don't skimp on food. Let me know what you want, and I'll bring it back for you. No need. I'm not craving anything right now. Just come back safely, Li Shuer admonished like a worried little wife before quickly ending the call. The moment she hung up, she felt her cheeks burn, experiencing a fluttering heart for the first time. Lin Feng smiled to himself, as he was already back in his room at the villa. For him, Sun Mingya and Lu Li were merely ways to pass the time. With the property manager Gao Jianxing and his nephew eliminated by Lin Feng, as long as the two women stayed in the room and did not venture outside, their safety was assured. When Lin Feng unexpectedly descended from upstairs, both women were once again taken aback. Lin Feng, you're back again? Sun Mingya exclaimed in shock. Yesterday, Lin Feng had mentioned he had specific channels to return, and while he had left during the day, the two women had searched around the villa multiple times without finding the other entrance he had spoken of. They had only discovered the entrance to the basement. However, it was locked with heavy chains, and without a key, they could not access it. During this time, Lin Feng had been well fed and had seemingly brought back a plethora of supplies without anyone noticing him stash them in his room. This could only mean one thing. All the supplies were stored in the basement. With the social environment becoming increasingly unstable, the rampant violence and looting, while not as unchecked as in the Eagle Country, were escalating. It was perplexing how Sun Mingya and Lu Li had managed to infiltrate the owners group of Lin Feng's community over the past couple of days. They had seen various short videos circulating, depicting people being robbed or killed while trying to procure supplies. Such sights made the two women even more hesitant to venture outside. The situation in society had reached such a state that even if the higher-ups attempted to intervene, they were utterly powerless. With a population exceeding 10 billion across the Blue Star and over 2 billion in Xia Country alone, who could maintain order as it gradually disintegrated? When citizens were content and had enough to eat and drink, large-scale riots were less likely. But in the current scenario, the government was ineffectively controlling the chaos. Lin Feng was acutely aware that, 3 years hence, the concept of nations would effectively cease to exist, replaced instead by international coalitions aimed at maintaining safety on the Blue Star. What? Are you unhappy that I'm back? Lin Feng's demeanor toward Sun Mingya was now as cold as it had been gentle with Li Shuer. Chapter 50. Coward, don't speak bravely. Upon seeing Lin Feng's frosty demeanor, Lu Li couldn't help but smile. Previously, Lin Feng and Lu Li had been in a romantic relationship, and though Lu Li had been instigated by Zhang Guoqiang to ensnare Lin Feng, with Zhang Guoqiang now untraceable, her past actions against Lin Feng were unprovable, that Lu Li still regarded herself as Lin Feng's legitimate girlfriend, and now her friend Sun Mingyao had come along, competing for his affection, which irked her greatly. Seeing Sun Mingyao falter before Lin Feng only brought Lu Li joy, but the next moment, her expression soured as Lin Feng continued to regard her with indifference. Lin Feng had returned here through spatial traversal for two reasons, one being the proximity to the warehouse, and the other to avoid startlingly Schwer, who had yet to witness his spontaneous appearances in rooms. None of you are allowed to touch anything in the basement. It contains your rations for today. With that, Lin Feng tossed down a backpack containing a large pack of instant noodles and 2 packets of sausages. Given the dire circumstances outside, many families had gone days without food. The surrounding large supermarkets and small convenience stores had long since shuttered. With some having been looted, in light of such occurrences, the government was unable to manage the situation, as small factions sprouted like weeds, proving difficult to guard against in these times. Merely having something to eat was a significant blessing. After tossing down the food, Lin Feng mounted his heavy motorcycle and headed toward the warehouse. Along the way, Lin Feng keenly sensed the hostility in the air. While riding, he was subjected to attempts of assault, but the speed of his heavy motorcycle made it impossible for them to reach him. Such incidents were not uncommon, and with the passage of time, they would only worsen upon arriving at the warehouse. Lin Feng found those who had previously traded with him waiting at present. Currency remained in circulation, with the majority of people still believing that the devastation wrought by the global super-earthquake could be overcome with years of effort under the nation's leadership, restoring civilization to its former glory. However, this belief would shatter once the extreme cold swept in, plunging humanity into despair. When the zombie virus erupted and plants and animals mutated, human civilization would regress dramatically, facing extinction risks. As Lin Feng approached the warehouse, he noticed that the gazes directed at him were markedly different from yesterday. These individuals had once been employees of the Lin Group, and thus held a certain level of respect for Lin Feng, albeit just a trace. Today, much like yesterday, Lin Feng arrived alone. Yet this time, he bore a substantial amount of cash. In a society where order had collapsed, Lin Feng found it hard to believe that these people harbored no ulterior motives. Whereas the goods, Lin Feng inquired without a hint of concern. Lin Xiao, is your money sufficient? How about we first see your cash before we bring out the goods? The items we are procuring this time are considerable. If you can't produce enough money, we'll have to retract some of the goods. At that moment, the individual spoke up, prompting Lin Feng to smile inwardly. His inquiry was almost a blatant attempt to ascertain how much money Lin Feng possessed, perhaps to facilitate their impending actions. Lin Feng had long anticipated such a scenario and was utterly unfazed. Money? I have plenty. It's all in the trunk of my car. You wish to see it? With a grin, Lin Feng pressed the button on his car key. Opening the trunk, in an instant, the sight of an array of knives and coins dazzled the eyes of the onlookers upon witnessing such a vast sum of money. The bravado that the 5 individuals had previously displayed evaporated. They were 5, while Lin Feng stood alone. Moreover, these men had arrived armed and prepared for confrontation. Now, faced with the reality of Lin Feng's wealth, they realized that if they were to seize the money and split it, they could secure a comfortable life, even amidst the current chaos. Who would have thought that young Master Lin was so affluent? One of them chuckled. We've all been working at the Lin Group for years. While we can't claim much credit, we've certainly put in our share of hard work. Why not show us some mercy and give us all that money? What do you say? As he spoke, the weapon in his hand was already drawn. Of course, no problem. Lin Feng replied with a smile. I can even give you this car. The group was taken aback by Lin Feng's unexpected generosity. It was almost as if he was offering a buy one get one free deal. Initially, they had intended to kill Lin Feng and then take his possessions, but now the situation had become significantly simpler, just as they were marveling at Lin Feng's apparent understanding of their plight. He suddenly interjected, Wait a moment. What? Does young Master Lin have more to say? Or perhaps you're having second thoughts? Neither, Lin Feng replied. Where are the plants you found? I am willing to give you all the money, but those items must come to me. Upon hearing this, the group stared at Lin Feng in disbelief. Ha, young Master Lin, you truly are adorably naive. Everyone knows those things can grant superhuman abilities. Even if we had more, what could we possibly give you? One of them mocked, So you do have some, then? Lin Feng continued with a smile, that if you were so certain of their power, why not consume them? Lin Feng's straightforward challenge rendered the group momentarily speechless. He recognized that they were merely cowards who dared to confront him only because they were united in numbers. The various opinions circulating online about the anomalous fruits varied greatly. Some claimed they bestowed extraordinary powers while others warned of fatal consequences. Consequently, many who obtained these fruits hesitated to ingest them, that if you were too afraid to eat them, then just hand them over to me. You can keep the money in the car, Lin Feng stated with an air of authority. His words provoked irritation among the group. Kid, just because we call you young Master Lin, you think you're still the same wealthy heir from before the earthquake? Keep talking, and I might just kill you. One of them growled, advancing toward Lin Feng, that if you're cowards, then spare us your bravado. Lin Feng replied coolly, then swiftly drew a handgun from his waistband, aiming it at the forehead of the approaching man. Chapter 51. Attention from high. As the moment Lin Feng brandished his firearm, the 5 men who had been so boastful moments earlier fell silent, their expressions frozen in shock. Impossible! How could you possibly have a gun? It must be a fake. Lin Feng, you are quite the adorable fool. You think you can deceive us with a toy? The man at the back continued to jeer, attempting to approach Lin Feng. Given that the laws in Xia country were notoriously strict regarding firearms, it was reasonable for the average citizen to have never seen a real gun, let alone believe that someone could carry one. Unfortunately for them, their assumptions were misguided. Without hesitation, Lin Feng fired a shot that struck the 2 men who had been speaking, eliciting screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Seeing this, Lin Feng's smile broadened. What now? Do you still intend to attack me with your kitchen knives? He inquired, training the gun on the remaining 3. No, we wouldn't dare. Young Master Lin, please spare us. They pleaded in a chorus. Young Master Lin, we realize our mistakes. Please, we beg you not to shoot. They stammered, their fear palpable. Annoyed by their incessant chatter, Lin Feng commanded, Silence! I never said I would kill you. Just hand over all the anomalous fruits you possess. And you're free to go. Reluctantly, the group produced the anomalous plants they had brought with them. They had prepared for 2 scenarios. If Lin Feng had been cautious, they would conduct a normal transaction and make a tidy profit. If he had come alone and vulnerable, they would have robbed him. However, the situation had not unfolded as they had anticipated, and now they faced a threat to their lives. Once the 5 men handed over a total of 103 anomalous plants. Lin Feng smiled and walked over to the trunk, pulling out a nylon bag and theatrically placing the 100 plants inside it before stepping aside. All right, the transaction is complete. You may take the car and the money, Lin Feng declared with a grin. What? Young Master Lin, we don't dare. This is your vehicle, and we want no money. We only ask that you let us go. Upon hearing their protests, Lin Feng shook his head. I pride myself on my integrity. Since I promised to give you the car and money, I shall not retract my offer. Take it. Seeing that they hesitated, Lin Feng's expression turned icy as he aimed his gun at them once more. What? Do my words hold no weight? Realizing Lin Feng was serious, they hastily jumped into the vehicle, not even pausing to check the trunk. Hastily dragging their injured companions along as they fled, the 5 drove away. Lin Feng smiled to himself. The next moment, he discovered 2 psychic anomalous plants and 1 special type anomalous plant among the 103. He deliberately set these 3 aside, preparing to store the remaining fruits in his anomalous space when suddenly, a series of thunderous sounds erupted nearby. Startled by the noise, Lin Feng paused. There was no doubt that those arriving by helicopter were either representatives of a major conglomerate or high-ranking officials. Upon seeing the helicopters approaching, Lin Feng confirmed they were sent by the Ministry of Defense. Initially, he had noticed just 1 helicopter, but now 3 were converging on his location. At the same time, a loud explosion erupted in the direction where the 5 men had just departed. Lin Feng chose not to glance at the explosion, focusing instead on the helicopters that he had intentionally opened the trunk and removed the knives and coins, leaving behind a 1-minute timer bomb. The likelihood of the 5 surviving was non-existent. What intrigued Lin Feng most was why the Ministry of Defense had dispatched helicopters to this location. He was unaware of how much the ministry knew about him, but when the 3 helicopters hovered above, He remained obediently at the side, ensuring that the nylon bag containing the 100 anomalous plants remained concealed. The moment the helicopters appeared, Lin Feng realized he could not carelessly store his items away. It was highly probable that the helicopter's target was him, that to his surprise, his assumption proved correct. Fortunately, Lin Feng had refrained from making any rash movements. Otherwise, he would have risked exposing his anomalous space or spatial ring. If only the spatial ring were to be exposed, Lin Feng wouldn't be overly concerned, but he feared the ministry's personnel might not be easily deceived. "Hello, I am Sergeant Yang Kuan from the Qinglong Battle District." Upon finishing his introduction, the other party saluted Lin Feng, in response. Lin Feng also adopted a respectful demeanor. Regardless of the circumstances, the Ministry of Defense was always regarded as a steadfast hero by the people of Xia country. Moreover, standing before him was a sergeant, which deepened Lin Feng's respect. At present, the citizens of Xia country were enduring tremendous hardship, and millions of soldiers from the ministry were providing aid across the nation. However, the situation had grown increasingly chaotic. Even 1,000,000 troops seemed insufficient to address the needs of nearly 2 billion citizens spread across more than 10 million square kilometers. Even so, this did not diminish the sacred status of the military in Lin Feng's heart. "Greetings, I am Lin Feng, a resident of An City." He introduced himself succinctly. Yang Kuan's gaze fell upon the nylon bag Lin Feng held, indicating that their mission was likely to acquire the anomalous plants. "Mr. Lin Feng, we have received reports of individuals using drones to purchase those mutated plants from abroad. Were you the one orchestrating this?" Yang Kuan, the commander of 10,000, posed a question. In response, Lin Feng exhibited no signs of concealment and nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I dispatched individuals to procure such items as soon as I first heard similar news. Might I inquire how this pertains to our military department?" Lin Feng wore an expression that suggested he was feigning ignorance. "Of course, this matter itself bears no direct relation to our military department. However, the fruits you have acquired are significantly linked to our nation's critical scientific research. May I ask if you would be willing to relinquish these fruits? We are prepared to offer appropriate compensation." Compensation? Lin Feng felt a stir of intrigue at this juncture. The vast territory of the Summer Nation far surpassed that of the diminutive Neon Nation. Now that someone from the military department was willing to propose compensation, Lin Feng certainly felt compelled to weigh the implications carefully that DOU possessed such luminous stones. Upon uttering this question, Lin Feng promptly retrieved his mobile device to show Yang Kuan a photograph. Chapter 52. Terms of trade. The Summer Nation is divided into 4 major war zones: the Azure Dragon War Zone, the White Tiger War Zone, the Vermilion Bird War Zone, and the Black Tortoise War Zone. Lin Feng's city, An City, falls under the jurisdiction of the Azure Dragon War Zone. The expanse of the Summer Nation is so great that even a single province is comparable to the surrounding smaller nations. Although the per capita possession of ability fruits is limited in the Summer Nation, Lin Feng was unaware of the situation regarding spatial stones, having never heard that their quantity was particularly abundant in this region. However, Lin Feng was certain of one thing: spatial stones would manifest periodically, with the highest yield occurring after the first cataclysmic earthquake. Regardless of the circumstances, it was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action for Lin Feng to seize the opportunity to accumulate these stones while their significance remained largely unrecognized by others. Upon viewing the photograph Lin Feng produced, Yang Kuan furrowed his brow, narrowing his eyes slightly. Lin Feng understood that the Azure Dragon War Zone must indeed possess spatial stones. "Are you aware of the purpose of these stones?" Yang Kuan inquired further. "Indeed." Lin Feng nodded emphatically. Given that the Neon Nation had already begun researching the application of spatial stones for the fabrication of spatial equipment, it was only logical that the Summer Nation was also aware of this. As its researchers are not lacking in creative prowess or scientific capability compared to any other nation worldwide, that if Lin Feng were to withhold the truth at this moment, not only would he leave a negative impression on Yang Kuan, but he would also betray his own convictions. Even in the twilight of the previous world, the upper echelons of the Summer Nation's military department sought various means to preserve the legacy of the Summer Nation and human civilization, even when the nation itself had ceased to exist. This mentality, cultivated over millennia, had become deeply ingrained in the soul of every Summer citizen, rendering it immutable. "Oh!" Yang Kuan expressed his surprise, as such knowledge was not easily attained. It had required extensive experimentation and trials for them to glean any understanding, while Lin Feng appeared to possess this knowledge effortlessly, leaving him astonished. Without further ado, Lin Feng displayed the spatial ring he held and subsequently immersed the ability fruit plants contained within a nylon bag into the spatial ring. This revelation startled Yang Kuan. Lin Feng truly knew what he was doing. Holding a prominent position within the Azure Dragon War Zone, Yang Kuan was well aware that spatial stones had been successfully researched into spatial equipment within the military department. However, Lin Feng's proposal for an exchange would still require the approval of the War Zone commander, given its gravity. The military ranks of the Summer Nation are categorized from lowest to highest as follows: 10 Commander, 100 Commander, 1,000 Commander, 10,000 Commander, Governor, Deputy Commander of the War Zone, and Commander of the War Zone. Generally speaking, the Commander of the War Zone oversees the highest command of the entire region, while the specific affairs of the War Zone are managed by the Governor and Deputy Commander. Beneath them are 10,000 commanders, with Yang Kuan ranking among the foremost. Even so, Yang Kuan could not make a unilateral decision regarding such an important matter as Lin Feng's desire to exchange ability fruits for spatial stones. Brother Lin Feng, spatial stones can indeed be utilized to create spatial equipment. Our war zone, previously located nearly 100 pounds. However, most of it has already been crafted into spatial equipment, leaving less than 50 pounds. Of which at least 30 pounds must be reserved as a strategic stockpile. I will do my utmost to secure 20 pounds of spatial stones for you. How does that sound? Yang Kuan contemplated for a moment before articulating his thoughts. Upon hearing that only 50 pounds of spatial stones remained, Lin Feng's heart surged with elation. At this juncture, Lin Feng was uncertain whether he could continuously enhance his temporal power through intimate encounters. And even if that method proved effective, the rate of improvement was woefully slow. 50 pounds of spatial stones equated to 500 points of temporal power. If Lin Feng were to acquire this through other means, it might take him an entire year to achieve. With such a golden opportunity before him, Lin Feng could not afford to let it slip away. Moreover, Lin Feng harbored reservations regarding the authenticity of Yang Kuan's statement. Would a 10,000 commander divulge the fact that their war zone had previously acquired 100 pounds of spatial stones, and that they currently had 50 pounds, to someone he was meeting for the first time? Only a fool would take him at his word. Yang Kuan's revelation seemed to indicate that 50 pounds of spatial stones represented the maximum quantity he could procure on behalf of the military department. He likely revealed this figure to gauge what Lin Feng would be willing to offer in exchange. The military personnel, upon learning that Lin Feng possessed ability fruit plants and spatial equipment, did not immediately resort to seizing them. Instead, they genuinely sought to negotiate an exchange, which reassured Lin Feng that he had made the right decision. Lin Feng even entertained a bolder notion. If Yang Kuan could indeed procure 50 pounds of spatial stones for trade, he would not hesitate to offer crucial information in return. In the previous world, the Summer Nation, despite its vast resources, had its number and quality of ability users suppressed by the neighboring Neon Nation during the early stages, marking a dark period for the Summer Nation. Now that Lin Feng had been reborn, he would not allow such bleakness to recur. Commander Yang, are you suggesting that I should trade these 100 ability fruit plants for 20 pounds of spatial stones? Lin Feng inquired once more. You must possess more than just these 100 plants, correct? Yang Kuan promptly countered. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile internally. Those who reached the rank of 10,000 commander were not only formidable in combat, but also astute individuals. Furthermore, Yang Kuan's response reinforced Lin Feng's earlier suspicion that the Azure Dragon War Zone indeed had more than just 50 pounds of spatial stones remaining. I am willing to offer 300 ability fruit plants in exchange for 50 pounds of spatial stones. Moreover, I will disclose a secret that could transform the entire landscape for ability users in the Summer Nation. However, I hope the military department can enter into an agreement with me, Lin Feng stated with a serious tone. What agreement? Yang Kuan's interest was piqued by Lin Feng's proposition that if, in the future, the Azure Dragon War Zone acquires surplus spatial stones and requires other items, you may contact me first, if I possess what you seek. I hope to engage in trade or exchange that if I do not, then you may reach out to others. Lin Feng articulated his terms directly to at present. Lin Feng's reserves of resources could only be described as vast beyond measure. Yet Yang Kuan remained oblivious to this fact, that I will consult with my superiors and get back to you. Yang Kuan observed Lin Feng for a moment longer before responding. Lin Feng nodded slightly. a sense of pride swelling within him. The conditions he proposed were not excessive. They resembled a verbal agreement, and the military department would have no valid reason to refuse for the 50 pounds of spatial stones. That was certainly not a problem. Chapter 53, Invitation. As it turned out, the situation unfolded as Lin Feng had anticipated. Among the 4 major war zones of the Summer Nation, the Azure Dragon War Zone alone had obtained no less than 200 pounds of spatial stones, and the total amount found across the entire Summer Nation reached a staggering 1,000 pounds. Currently, the Azure Dragon War Zone retained 160 pounds of spatial stones, though 1,000 pounds may sound substantial. Globally, during the initial emergence of ability fruits, the total quantity of spatial stones was less than 10,000 pounds. Among these, 1/10 were buried deep within remote mountains and oceans, leaving approximately 9,000 pounds of spatial stones, of which over 90% had been refined into spatial equipment. Fortuitously, Lin Feng had acted swiftly and encountered personnel from the Azure Dragon War Zone early on. Otherwise, once the subsequent wave of ability fruits arrived, their numbers would multiply tenfold, while the quantity of spatial stones appearing on Blue Star would dwindle to less than 5,000 pounds. As time progressed, the value of spatial stones would only increase, while the worth of ability fruit plants would diminish. Lin Feng awaited news from Yang Kuan, all the while secretly calculating the various extraordinary plants in his possession. In total, Lin Feng held 636 extraordinary fruits. Excluding 24 special-type extraordinary fruits, there were 11 mental-type extraordinary fruits, 2 light-type extraordinary fruits, and 1 dark-type extraordinary fruit. These were kept as his trump cards and were certainly not available for trade. Beyond these, the remaining 600 extraordinary plants comprised 400 strength-type extraordinary fruits, 150 nature-type extraordinary fruits, and the final 50 were animal-type extraordinary fruits. Yang Kuan reported that the remaining weight of the spatial stones was less than 1/3, while Lin Feng claimed that his extraordinary fruits in the ability space were less than half. Neither party was entirely truthful. After a 10-minute wait, Yang Kuan finally finished the call. Mr. Lin Feng, the request you made requires us to return to the Qinglong battle zone to discuss matters face-to-face with the governor or deputy commander. May I inquire if you have the time? Yang Kuan asked. Of course, I have time, Lin Feng replied with a hearty laugh. Seeing Lin Feng exhibit no trace of fear surprised Yang Kuan, deepening his admiration for him. The military department despised cowards, and naturally, they appreciated someone as bold and resolute as Lin Feng. However, what Yang Kuan did not know was that Lin Feng's confidence stemmed from his ability to traverse space. No one could detain him. Lin Feng boarded the helicopter, which flew for a full 4 hours before finally arriving at the Qinglong battle zone. Upon arrival, a solemn and grand military headquarters appeared before him. In the past, it would have been nearly impossible for an ordinary person to enter such a heavily guarded area of the country. Now, Lin Feng found himself here, fulfilling a wish from a past life to engage in military service. Yet, he was now more accustomed to solitude and had no intention of being constrained or relinquishing his advantageous position to enlist. Once the helicopter landed, Yang Kuan promptly led Lin Feng to the governor's office. The military department was known for its straightforwardness, leaving no room for delays. Within mere minutes, Lin Feng stood before the governor. Report, Mr. Lin Feng has arrived, Yang Kuan stated solemnly to the office. Come in, came the reply. Yes. Yang Kuan then ushered Lin Feng into the office of Governor Chen Jinli, who was a middle-aged man with graying hair, yet full of vitality, emanating a dignified presence that stirred a sense of solemnity within Lin Feng. Lin Feng, is it? Please take a seat, Governor Chen Jinli spoke in a congenial tone. Lin Feng did not hesitate and walked over. Without any small talk, they immediately delved into the matters previously communicated to Lin Feng by Yang Kuan. Governor Chen Jinli was particularly curious about how Lin Feng had come by that information. When he inquired, Lin Feng had already anticipated this question during the journey and had prepared a response. However, if he were to fabricate an answer, Chen Jinli's keen judgment would likely see through it, potentially incurring the governor's displeasure, which would be counterproductive for Lin Feng. Governor Chen, I must respectfully decline to disclose that. It is a personal secret, Lin Feng replied directly. Since we cannot engage in frivolities, let us leave it at that. I cannot very well say that I am a reincarnated soul. Can I? Such matters have long ceased to be secrets after a decade in the apocalypse. If I were to reveal that, Governor Chen might suspect I had sustained a head injury during the Great Earthquake. Lin Feng chuckled internally. Ah, indeed. It is your personal secret, and you need not share it if you do not wish to. Governor Chen Jinli did not press further but shifted topics. May I inquire, Lin Feng, what extraordinary ability you have awakened? Governor Chen's straightforward inquiry was also within Lin Feng's expectations, given his claims of possessing extraordinary fruits and his extensive acquisition of them. It would be hard for anyone to believe that Lin Feng had never consumed any extraordinary fruits. Lightning type. Lin Feng exclaimed without hesitation, could you demonstrate it for me? Governor Chen Jinli expressed interest. After all, nature-type abilities were rare, and lightning type was among the most potent. The power of lightning had been revered throughout history, and Lin Feng had only found 10 lightning-type extraordinary fruits among his collection of over 10,000. Highlighting their rarity. Certainly, Lin Feng had no intention of concealing his lightning abilities. His time-space ability was his ace in the hole, while his lightning ability was his means of survival in the apocalypse. Soon, Lin Feng was led to the training ground. Without hesitation, he summoned a bolt of lightning that struck a distant willow tree, charring it black. Seeing Lin Feng indeed wield lightning abilities, Governor Chen Jinli's eyes sparkled with excitement. Young brother Lin Feng, would you be willing to enlist? I can make a direct decision. If you agree to join, I will promote you to the rank of Centurion. What do you think? Governor Chen Jinli proposed earnestly, his gaze towards Lin Feng filled with appreciation for talent. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. In his past life, he had considered military service, but he had no such intentions now. However, the fervent invitation from Governor Chen Jinli stirred a complex feeling within him. After a brief pause, Lin Feng smiled and declined. Governor Chen, I am truly grateful for your kind invitation, but I am accustomed to a free-spirited life, and fear I may not withstand the constraints of military regulations. Thus, I must respectfully decline your generous offer. Young brother Lin Feng, please do not hastily reject my proposal. Before Lin Feng could fully refuse, Governor Chen Jinli interrupted. Should Lin Feng complete his rejection, the governor would find it difficult to continue the conversation. Lin Feng, caught off guard by the interruption, felt a twinge of frustration, but Governor Chen Jinli continued. If you agree to my proposal, you need not come to the military department regularly. We would only summon you for special missions when necessary. I can grant you the honorary title of 100-man leader. Just moments ago, Governor Chen Jinli had mentioned the rank of Centurion, which had now been downgraded to that of a 100-man leader. Though it was merely an honorary title, it still held a certain status and convenience within the military department. Despite the favor extended by Governor Chen Jinli, Lin Feng refrained from nodding in agreement. He understood that this was the governor's utmost sincerity, yet he did not wish to shackle himself with such a commitment. Thank you, Governor Chen. My primary purpose for coming here is to discuss the matter of trade. As for other matters, I kindly ask for time to consider further, Lin Feng reiterated. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, even Yang Kuan, the centurion beside them, felt that Lin Feng might be somewhat ungrateful. Not to mention the status of the 4 battle zones in the Xia country. Given the current societal circumstances, entering the military department would naturally offer protection that no matter how strong an individual's abilities, they would ultimately pale in comparison to the might of a state apparatus. Noting Lin Feng's response, Governor Chen Jinli did not pursue the previous topic, but directly addressed the matter of trade. The proposal of exchanging 50 pounds of spatial stones for 300 extraordinary fruits and the secret Lin Feng mentioned was not disadvantageous for the military department. However, since negotiations were underway, both parties aimed to maximize their benefits. Thus, the military department ultimately proposed that Lin Feng provide 600 extraordinary fruits in exchange for the 50 pounds of spatial stones. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, shook his head slightly. Governor Chen, even if you were to sell me, I could not possibly produce such a quantity of extraordinary fruits for you. Moreover, I believe that the secret I possess would certainly pique the interest of the military department. If we were to negotiate seriously, this secret of mine could very well be worth 50 or even 100 pounds of spatial stones, Lin Feng asserted earnestly, while Lin Feng could part with all the strength-type extraordinary fruits. The nature-type and animal-type extraordinary fruits were irreplaceable. These would serve as vital resources for cultivating his own forces in the future. Are you certain that the secret you possess is worth that much? Governor Chen Jinli remained skeptical. Lin Feng smiled calmly. Surely the military department has conducted numerous tests by now, discovering that those who consume extraordinary fruits experience a tenfold increase in power, correct? Upon hearing Lin Feng's assertion, those present were taken aback. This was indeed the case. Yet how could Lin Feng, who wielded lightning abilities, possibly know about the strength-type extraordinary fruits? Lin Feng did not keep them in suspense and continued. Since the onset of the Great Earthquake, I have acquired quite a number of extraordinary fruits, which is why I instructed my company's International Trade Department to gather extraordinary fruits from neighboring countries. Naturally, I have conducted research on these extraordinary fruits. In other words, the secret you intend to exchange is derived from your own research. Governor Chen Jinli inquired once more, to which Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, and it is without a doubt authentic. By adhering to my method, a power-type ability user can enhance their strength by a staggering 15 times during the initial stage. 15 times? Yang Kuan's expression mirrored his astonishment. Clearly struggling to believe Lin Feng's assertion, Lin Feng smiled faintly and continued, precisely. Should my method fail to yield results, I shall offer all 400 of my ability fruits to the military department. However, if my approach proves successful, I shall exchange those 400 ability fruits for 50 pounds of spatial fruits. What say you? Upon witnessing Lin Feng's unwavering confidence, both Yang Kuan, the commander, and Governor Chen Jinli appeared somewhat hesitant. If Lin Feng's claims were indeed accurate, the enhancement for the soldiers of the military department would be monumental. Furthermore, based on their research and estimations, their own abilities would consequently improve, elevating them to higher tiers of power. Very well, I accept your proposal. Please elaborate. Governor Chen Jinli promptly assured that in truth, the ability fruit plants not only yield edible fruits, but their other components can also be consumed raw. Ingesting them entirely can lead to enhancements in both talent and abilities. Lin Feng explained, it is worth noting that this secret was only unveiled long after in my previous life. Initially, ability users who consumed only the fruits could indeed later compensate for their earlier deficiencies by ingesting the roots and stems of other related plants. But the effects were never quite as potent as those derived from the original fruit and roots. Now that Lin Feng had revealed this secret, there was no doubt that the strength of the ability users in the military department of Xia would surpass that of neighboring nations. The humiliating circumstances of his past life would be eradicated. Is that all? Governor Chen Jinli expressed his surprise, having anticipated Lin Feng would unveil something more astonishing. How so? Have you in the military department already discovered this? Lin Feng countered. Governor Chen Jinli shook his head, admitting that no one had previously proposed the notion of consuming the roots and body of the ability plants altogether. His astonishment stemmed from the simplicity of the solution. Governor Chen, you could dispatch someone immediately to verify my method, correct? Lin Feng suggested with a smile. That as soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Governor Chen Jinli promptly arranged for someone to conduct the experiment. After the individual departed, Governor Chen Jinli continued to inquire with Lin Feng, is it true that the fruits of other attribute abilities can also be enhanced using this method? Lin Feng nodded emphatically. Indeed. Thus, within a mere 10 minutes, the messenger returned to report the results. Upon hearing the outcome, both Governor Chen Jinli and Commander Yang Kuan displayed expressions of joy. Was it successful? Lin Feng feigned ignorance. Yes, let us proceed as you suggested. 400 ability fruits in exchange for 50 pounds of spatial stones, Governor Chen Jinli declared, waving his hand in agreement. Wait a moment. Lin Feng interjected suddenly. Startled by Lin Feng's interruption, Governor Chen Jinli turned to him, asking, is there something else you require? It is not a demand. However, we agreed upon 400 ability fruit plants in exchange for 50 pounds of spatial stones. Yet I am curious as to how much value my revelation to you and the military department of Xia holds in spatial stones. Lin Feng sought to leverage his advantage for greater benefit. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Governor Chen Jinli quickly comprehended his intentions. You rascal, do not overreach. Governor Chen Jinli chuckled. Are you not a citizen of Xia? Should you not contribute to your own country? Lin Feng, displaying a somewhat cheeky demeanor, replied, Governor Chen, one cannot simply view it that way. I am indeed a citizen of Xia, and it is my duty to contribute to my nation. However, given the substantial contribution I am making, should it not be just for the state to reward me accordingly? Lin Feng's brazen demeanor amused Governor Chen Jinli greatly. Currently, the military department of Xia had collected fewer than 10,000 ability fruits. with the remainder either hidden away in various obscure locations or already consumed or traded by the populace. Each battle zone had, on average, just over 2,000 plants at their disposal. Lin Feng's offering of 400 ability fruits was already a significant boon to Governor Qin Jinli, especially with such a crucial secret accompanying it, which delighted him even more. You young man, while I can consider a reward, spatial stones are indeed off the table. The nation has its own considerations. Presently, spatial stones are strategic resources, and our Qinglong battle zone can only afford to part with 50 pounds under considerable strain that if I were to give you more now, it would be beyond my means. Please propose a different request, Governor Qin Jinli said earnestly, his tone sincere. However, Lin Feng was not inclined to relent simply because of Governor Qin Jinli's words. He had witnessed such situations countless times in his past life, and he was determined not to leave without securing additional benefits. Yet, having already revealed his trump card to Governor Qin Jinli, Lin Feng found himself without any leverage, noticing Lin Feng's prolonged silence. Governor Qin Jinli chuckled and playfully scolded, "You little rascal, truly a shrewd one. How about this? I have a piece of spatial equipment designated from above as compensation for you. Will that suffice?" Upon finishing his sentence, Governor Qin Jinli produced a small backpack from his desk, a spatial backpack. Lin Feng examined it, discovering it contained an impressive 2,000 cubic feet of storage space. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "Thank you, Governor Qin." The exchange of 400 useless ability fruits for 50 pounds of spatial stones had already exceeded Lin Feng's expectations, and now receiving a spatial backpack with such substantial capacity felt like a stroke of fortune. Lin Feng handed over the 400 power fruits, leading everyone to assume he retrieved them from his spatial ring, unaware that spatial abilities were exclusive to him, as no one else possessed them yet. Moreover, Lin Feng's abilities were not merely spatial, but rather a more advanced and superior form of time-space abilities. Following the completion of the transaction, Lin Feng departed via helicopter under Commander Yang Kuen's arrangement. The moment Lin Feng left, Commander Yang Kuen approached Governor Qin Jinli, saying, "Governor, I have a nagging suspicion that Lin Feng is concealing something significant. He must harbor secrets of great import." Governor Qin Jinli glanced at Yang Kuen and smiled. "Have you noticed as well?" Yang Kuen nodded in affirmation. Governor Qin Jinli continued, "Lin Feng undoubtedly possesses secrets, but his willingness to disclose the secret of the ability fruits at least indicates that he is someone who cares for the nation and is by no means an enemy of our military department. In the future, should any issues arise, extend him a helping hand when possible." "Did you hear me?" Commander Yang Kuen promptly nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, the commendations from Commander Yang Kuen and Governor Qin Jinli were far removed from his awareness. He remained immersed in exhilaration and joy. Upon landing from the helicopter, he sought a secluded area to absorb the spatial stones that in an instant, Lin Feng's time-space energy surged from 252 points to 752 points. This marked an increase of nearly threefold in his time-space power. In his past life, Lin Feng was aware that spatial stones could bolster spatial abilities, but he was oblivious to their impact on time-space abilities. Discovering such a significant enhancement filled him with delight. However, relying solely on spatial stones to elevate his time-space power would undoubtedly complicate Lin Feng's future advancement, but he quickly dismissed that thought, reminding himself that if the most advanced abilities could be easily enhanced, they would hardly warrant their esteemed status. Comforting himself with that notion, Lin Feng's spirits soared as swift spatial traversal brought him back to the underground sanctuary, where it was now nearing 10 o'clock in the evening. After a day's rest, it was likely that Li Shuer had nearly recovered. As Lin Feng entered the sanctuary, he found Li Shuer asleep on the living room sofa, curled up in a gentle, endearing manner that evoked a sense of tenderness within him. Seeing her in such a state stirred an indescribable feeling of affection in Lin Feng that he approached her softly, intending to lift her into his arms. Despite his gentle movements, Li Shuer was startled awake. "Let go of me," she instinctively shouted, struggling against him. "Shuer, do not be afraid. It is me." Lin Feng reassured her gently, upon hearing Lin Feng's voice and focusing her gaze. Li Shuer finally calmed down. "You have returned at last." Her voice contained a blend of anxiety and joy. "Yes, I have returned." Lin Feng held on to Li Shuer without letting go, and as she lay in his embrace, she could distinctly hear the rhythm of his heartbeat. Feeling the warmth of his pulse, her fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson. You should put me down first, she stammered, upon witnessing her adorable demeanor. A smile crept across Lin Feng's lips, and unable to resist, he leaned down and pressed his lips against her charming, rosy ones. Although Li Shui had been gently struggling in Lin Feng's arms just moments ago, she now found herself frozen in place, seemingly devoid of any will to resist him. Thus, Lin Feng effortlessly lifted her into his embrace, and as the night unfolded, the gentle spring breeze rustled the embroidered pillows, heralding the warmth of blossoming feelings. Throughout the night, silence enveloped them. Earlier, Li Shui had been somewhat perturbed by Lin Feng's prolonged absence, but in this moment, all traces of her prior discontent seemed to dissipate into thin air. Nestled in Lin Feng's arms, savoring the fruits and snacks he conjured from his spatial ring, she radiated joy akin to that of a little girl, almost bouncing on the bed in sheer delight. Lin Feng cradled her tenderly, his expression one of deep affection. This ring contains an abundance of delicacies. Whatever you desire, simply ask, and I shall fetch it for you, he remarked with a smile. Over the course of the day, Lin Feng had not only tripled his temporal power, but also acquired 2 pieces of spatial equipment. A ring with a capacity of 500 cubic units and a backpack boasting a staggering 20,000 cubic units. Such bountiful gains filled him with immense satisfaction. Lin Feng, are you truly giving me this ring? Li Shui exclaimed in astonishment, realizing the ring's current value, even though she had accepted her reality as Lin Feng's woman. And her voice had grown tender when addressing him. His generosity still left her utterly surprised and deeply moved. Did I ask that for real? Li Shui questioned, uncertainty clouding her eyes, which brimmed with love as she gazed at him. You are my woman. Of course, I must treat you well. Moreover, I have vowed to take responsibility for you and protect you. Do you wish to part ways with me? Lin Feng replied softly, fully aware of the type of woman Li Shui was. Understanding her profound yearning for love and her sacred view of it. Once she devoted herself wholeheartedly, she would regard love and her beloved as more precious than life itself. Lin Feng's seriousness toward Li Shui remained unwavering. Regardless of past lives, she had always held a significant place in his heart. Feeling his genuine affection, Li Shui buried herself against him, quietly sobbing as her feelings for him continued to deepen. Witnessing this, Lin Feng felt a warmth spread through his heart. Perhaps it was because he had become a first-tier ability user, and his heightened temporal power greatly aided him in matters of intimacy. As the two fully immersed themselves in each other, Lin Feng's temporal strength surged by 5 points to as he sensed Li Shui's enhancement of his temporal power. Lin Feng was filled with joy. With her now resting on him, he felt an overwhelming sweetness enveloping him that he relished the emotional bond they shared. While romance in a post-apocalyptic world seemed absurd, who was to say it was impossible? Humans are inherently emotional beings, and their connections can often unleash formidable energy. That as the gentle breeze subsided, Li Shui lay down to rest, and Lin Feng's heart brimmed with tenderness for her. However, when he checked his temporal power points, he was astonished to find no change whatsoever. Lin Feng, temporal ability level 1, lightning ability level 1, temporal power points, 757, lightning power points, 1000. Skills. Instantaneous movement. Consumes 10 points of temporal power to leap to any location within 5 meters. Unaffected by spatial barriers. Spatial traversal. Utilizes a spatial orb to traverse space, consuming 2 points of spatial power per use. Temporal blade. A blade formed from temporal power that bypasses defenses, capable of cleaving through any obstruction. Requiring 10 points of temporal power per second to maintain. Time dilation. Controls the flow of time within a 3-meter radius, slowing it by half. Each second of maintenance costs 50 points of temporal power. Lightning strike, level 1, consumes 50 points of lightning power to unleash a bolt of 10,000 volts within a 500-meter radius. In essence, aside from the 5 points added to his baseline of 752. Their shared joy had not granted Lin Feng any further increase in temporal power. What could this mean? Was it possible that one partner could only enhance his temporal power once? Contemplating this, Lin Feng closed the door and used spatial traversal to return directly to the villa. When he had departed earlier, he had informed Lu Li and Sun Mingya that he would return that night. Now, at 3 in the morning, the two women had naturally gone to bed early. Lin Feng was uncertain about his suspicions. If they held any truth, his future endeavors to enhance his temporal power could become troublesome. He called the two women awake and, after verifying, was met with the disheartening realization that his temporal power points had still not increased. Such a discovery left Lin Feng at a loss for words. Could it truly be that one partner could only grant a single enhancement to his temporal power? Unfamiliar with such matters in the past, he now found himself in a state of uncertainty. With his mind swirling in confusion and having worked tirelessly for so long, Lin Feng felt utterly exhausted. After leaving some food and water behind, he decided to use spatial traversal to return to the underground shelter for some much-needed rest. The following morning, Li Shui arose early to prepare breakfast for Lin Feng, gently calling him to wake and eat. Seeing her in the guise of a charming girlfriend brought a smile to Lin Feng's face as he got up. The delicate porridge, 5 poached eggs, and 2 plates of side dishes created an atmosphere reminiscent of a young couple sharing their lives together. Although Lin Feng had little need for food, he and T savored a home-cooked meal in quite some time. He thoroughly enjoyed the intimate moment shared with Li Shui. However, after breakfast, she suddenly voiced her thoughts. "Brother Feng, do you plan to go out today?" Li Shui hesitated for a brief moment before finally asking. Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. He had to venture out. While there were still resources to scavenge, the more he could collect, the better. Otherwise, once the sweltering heat set in, many items would spoil and become inedible. "Can I come with you? I want to go out with you," Li Shui implored earnestly, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng, brimming with anticipation upon hearing her request and observing her serious expression. Lin Feng knew she was not joking. However, he simply couldn't take her along, not out of reluctance, but because he was unable to perform spatial traversal with others yet for the nearby resources. He had little interest. Lin Feng did not wish to attract unwanted attention to his stronghold. "You cannot accompany me. I have more important matters for you to attend to," Lin Feng stated firmly. At first, Li Shui felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing Lin Feng's refusal. Yet when she heard that he had tasked specifically for her, a smile blossomed on her face. "Really? You truly have something for me to do?" she asked, her expression radiating joy. "Of course," Lin Feng replied, realizing that Li Shui wasn't merely anxious to escape the underground shelter, but had been waiting for him, feeling unproductive as she spent her days just eating and waiting for him to return. This sense of waiting and her own perceived uselessness left her feeling quite uncomfortable. She longed to assist Lin Feng rather than merely being a decorative presence. "Before I assign you a task, there is something even more important I wish to discuss with you," Lin Feng added. "What is it?" "We have now entered the early stages of the apocalypse. Conditions will only worsen from here. With various ability users emerging in droves that I enter past life, Li Shui never had the chance to become an ability user and was killed before she could. Therefore, Lin Feng was unsure which type of ability she desired to attain. Thus, he directly inquired about her wishes that an ability user. Li Shui had recently seen related videos online and was unable to fully grasp the reality of everything said on the internet true. Her question revealed a hint of disbelief. "Indeed, it is all true," Lin Feng affirmed, then turned his gaze toward the nearby iron door. With a snap of his fingers, a bolt of lightning shot forth. The other appliances in the underground shelter flickered briefly before one of the lights emitted smoke from Lin Feng's lightning strike that seemed he would need to exercise caution in the future. Using abilities indoors could prove perilous. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Speaking of which," he then retrieved a lamp from the space of his abilities and climbed the ladder to replace the light bulb. "Now, do you believe it?" Lin Feng inquired of Li Shui. Upon hearing this, Li Shui nodded earnestly. "What kind of ability do you wish to acquire?" Lin Feng asked again. Li Shui shook her head. "I don't know." Lin Feng remained patient. After all, for others to possess even a single fruit of ability was an immense blessing. Yet for him, the choice was entirely at his discretion. Li Shui had yet to comprehend the luxury of being able to select her ability. But given Lin Feng's conditions, he would certainly not treat her unfairly. He began by sharing all his knowledge regarding the fruits of ability with her, allowing her to take her time in making a decision. The probability of gaining the first type of ability by consuming a fruit was exceedingly high, although there was a minor risk of failure, which was less than 1 in 10. Just like Lin Feng had previously consumed 10 Thunder-type ability fruits to awaken his Thunder ability, primarily because it was his secondary ability, and he had also fortuitously benefited, as his innate talent for Thunder abilities was tenfold that of an ordinary Thunder ability user. "Take your time to contemplate and let me know when you have made your decision," Lin Feng spoke gently to Li Shui. While you ponder, please help me contact every possible connection you can to procure a substantial amount of supplies. Whether they prefer online payment or cash is inconsequential, and no matter how high their price is. It matters not. As long as there are supplies, purchase them all. At this juncture, Lin Feng raised the spatial backpack at his waist, chuckling. This backpack is still empty, yet it has a capacity of 20,000 cubic units. Just imagine how much I need to buy to fill it. He continued, in the future, the issue will not be the exorbitant prices of goods, but rather the inability to acquire them even with wealth. Lin Feng articulated this grave matter, and Li Shuer could naturally sense he was not jesting or exaggerating. The current industrial system was on the brink of collapse, making it nearly impossible to restore production under such circumstances, leading to an ever-increasing scarcity of supplies. After Li Shuer expressed her thoughts, Lin Feng nodded in deep agreement. At that moment, her words reminded Lin Feng that with the current industrial collapse, many modern factories lay abandoned. Yet most of their machinery remained intact, that if the extreme heat and cold were to arrive, much of that machinery would undoubtedly be damaged, especially with ice layers reaching 10 meters thick. Many modern machines would essentially be entombed, rendered utterly unusable. Rather than allowing that to happen, it would be wiser for Lin Feng to relocate all the machinery and factories of potential utility, so that when manpower was sufficient or when he needed to produce supplies, he could simply utilize those machines. The thought exhilarated Lin Feng. De Shuer, you are truly remarkable. In his delight, Lin Feng planted a firm kiss on Li Shuer's cheek. Li Shuer, taken aback by the kiss, stared in bewilderment at the jubilant Lin Feng, utterly unaware of what she had said to provoke such elation. You begin your tasks while I continue to search for supplies outside. Under no circumstances should anyone be allowed in if they come knocking. Understood. Lin Feng cautioned Li Shuer earnestly. She nodded firmly, knowing that after Lan Qiure's betrayal, she could trust no one else. Lin Feng exited the underground shelter and soon traversed through space, arriving directly in the Eagle Nation. It was now 7 in the morning in the Summer Nation, yet evening in the Eagle Nation. The sky gradually darkened, with only a faint glimmer of light remaining. Without delay, Lin Feng contacted Lin Xiao. Having not seen him for a day, he was curious about Lin Xiao's current state. However, one thing he was certain of: armed with such weapons, even ordinary robbers would not stand a chance against him. As Lin Feng approached Lin Xiao's villa, an uneasy feeling began to settle within him. Upon reaching the front of the simple shelter, he knocked on the door. Lin Xiao, it's Lin Feng. Are you in there? He called out. Just as his voice faded, someone came to answer the door, accompanied by the sound of a woman's sorrowful weeping. Chapter 58, The Magma Ability Fruit. What's wrong? Lin Feng was taken aback by Huang Jingjing's appearance. Instinctively sensing that something was amiss, Huang Jingjing's gaze was fixed on Lin Feng, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Is it Lin Xiao who was in trouble? Lin Feng quickly deduced where the issue lay. And as he inquired, Huang Jingjing's sobs intensified. Lin Xiao has been shot, she managed to say through her tears. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng disregarded everything else and dashed inside. Upon entering the simple shelter, he found Lin Xiao lying on the sofa. Although Lin Xiao's face bore a horrific wound, the injury had stabilized, and he lay there looking half alive. What on earth happened? Lin Feng asked Lin Xiao. Surprised by Lin Feng's sudden arrival, Lin Xiao attempted to sit up from the sofa, but as he moved, excruciating pain contorted his face. Lin Feng observed Lin Xiao's injuries and realized they were grave. The bullet had penetrated his internal organs. Given the situation, taking Lin Xiao to a hospital for surgery seemed nearly impossible. Not only would he struggle to find a complete hospital and operating table, but he also lacked a doctor. Yet encountering such a predicament did not mean Lin Feng was without options. Brother Feng, I'm sorry, I've let you down. Lin Xiao's voice trembled as he spoke. Clearly mustering all his strength that in his current state, continuing on this path would undoubtedly lead him to death. Lin Feng assessed Lin Xiao's condition, which was indeed dire. Their eyes met, and Lin Xiao's gaze was filled with despair. I feel utterly useless. I couldn't accomplish anything and ended up gravely injured. Lin Xiao's feelings of guilt toward Lin Feng were palpable. When Lin Feng pressed him for details about what had transpired, Lin Xiao's lips twitched. More than 30 armed men attacked me for my belongings. Even in such a situation, the fact that I managed to escape with my life is quite impressive, Lin Feng replied. Considering the circumstances, it's remarkable that you returned alive. Lin Xiao continued. Among them were ability users. I was immobilized by one for just 2 seconds before I was hit. Ability users? What type? Lin Feng inquired. Intrigue. Point one concealed beneath a black cloak, capable of manipulating my shadow, rendering me immobile. Lin Xiao recounted, feeling somewhat absurd as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Based on Lin Xiao's description, a certain figure surfaced in Lin Feng's mind. During the apocalypse of his previous life, although not as powerful as Lin Xiao, this individual was a formidable assassin and one of Lin Xiao's most capable subordinates, known as Shadow, who had consumed a special type of ability fruit that allowed him to manipulate shadows. It was astonishing that in this life, during their first encounter, Lin Xiao had nearly met his demise at this person's hands. Let's not dwell on anger right now. Once you recover, we shall seek him out for retribution. Lin Feng remarked casually that if given the chance, would you wish to become such an ability user? Yes, I would definitely be stronger than that guy. Lin Xiao replied resolutely. Hearing this, Lin Feng wasted no time and retrieved one of the 2 special ability fruits he had seized from the hurricane boss. The very one they had suggested Lin Xiao and Lin Feng test. Unlike other fruits, the special ability fruit could not reveal its potential ability until consumed. In contrast, fruits of the power, mental, or nature types could often be inferred from previous experiences. While Lin Feng was uncertain if the fruit in hand was indeed the magma fruit, judging by the trajectory of events in his previous life, it was undoubtedly the magma fruit. Unfortunately, this particular fruit lacked a complete plant, preventing Lin Xiao from maximizing his potential. Even so, Lin Feng did not feel regret, for magma ability fruits were exceedingly rare. In his previous life, he had only heard of a single individual possessing one. Perhaps there were others, but their abilities had yet to be awakened, or their owners had perished before their potential could be realized. Regardless, Lin Feng placed the ability fruit directly before Lin Xiao. Consume it, Lin Feng instructed. Although Lin Xiao's current condition was far from optimal for consuming an ability fruit, if he did not eat it now, he would likely face death. Only if the magma ability fruit could exert its effects would Lin Xiao stand a chance of survival. Lin Xiao harbored no doubts about Lin Feng's words. After all, he truly had little left to lose. His very life was hanging by a thread, leaving him no time to ponder the myriad complexities of a situation. With that, Lin Xiao swallowed the entire ability fruit, skin and flesh alike, in the next moment, anguished cries of pain erupted from him as it felt as though magma coursed through his veins. Lin Feng could even witness the horrifying sight of blood that resembled molten rock surging through Lin Xiao's skin and veins. Such agony was not unfamiliar to Lin Feng, who had endured similar torment himself. Yet, fortunately for Lin Xiao, the duration of his suffering was brief, lasting no more than 3 minutes. When the excruciating pain vanished in an instant, the injuries that had afflicted him disappeared, and the remnants of bullets lodged within him had been reduced to nothingness. How do you feel? Lin Feng inquired, approaching Lin Xiao despite having confirmed that he was unharmed. Brother Feng, I feel absolutely fantastic. Lin Xiao replied, rising from the sofa. The genuine leather sofa had been burned through entirely during Lin Xiao's fusion with the magma fruit. And Huang Jingjing, who had been silently observing, finally transformed her worry into joy, flinging herself into Lin Xiao's embrace. That I'm fine. I truly am. Lin Xiao exclaimed, tears of relief streaming down his face as he held his wife tightly. During the day, the thought of his wife and children had spurred him to bravely charge through the chaos. Similarly, the brief yet excruciating ordeal he had just endured would have been unbearable without the thought of his loved ones. Most importantly, he had been saved by Lin Feng once more, owing him yet another life debt while simultaneously receiving an incredible opportunity from him. Chapter 59. Overwhelming domination. Lin Xiao's knees buckled, and he nearly fell to the ground before Lin Feng caught him, saying, I saved you because I wanted to treat you like a brother, that if you kneel before me at every turn, it will only earn my disdain. Lin Xiao halted his descent, stifling the urge to kneel. Brother Feng, I don't know how to express my gratitude. You saved me again. Lin Xiao said earnestly, that I told you. Just do your part for me. If anyone bullies you, I will stand by your side. If you need anything, just let me know, and I will procure it for you. Lin Feng replied resolutely, that we don't lack for anything now. Thank you, Brother Feng. Huang Jingjing expressed her heartfelt appreciation at this moment. Huang Jingjing and Lin Xiao regarded Lin Feng as their greatest benefactor and the closest family member in their lives. Take some time to recuperate. Once you're well, we will confront those individuals together. Lin Feng added. Brother Feng, I can handle it alone. With the newfound power of the magma fruit, Lin Xiao brimmed with confidence, fully aware of its formidable capabilities. Compared to other special abilities, the destructive and lethal force of the magma fruit was nothing short of terrifying. Indeed, had it not been for Lin Feng's lightning abilities being tenfold more gifted, he would have struggled against Lin Xiao. Even an ordinary lightning wielder would likely be utterly overpowered by a magma user. Nevertheless, Lin Feng felt no trepidation or wariness towards Lin Xiao's magma powers as he had in a previous life. After all, with just his lightning abilities, Lin Feng could easily suppress Lin Xiao's magma powers. Not to mention, he possessed time-space abilities that were unheard of in his former life. Enough of the chatter. Let us go. Though Lin Feng wished to enlist Lin Xiao's assistance, he knew when it was time to take action that on one hand, he wanted Lin Xiao to remember his debt of gratitude. On the other hand, he needed Lin Xiao to understand his own strength, as the human heart is the most unpredictable and uncontrollable of entities. Besides gratitude, Lin Feng's power served as a formidable deterrent against any thoughts of betrayal from Lin Xiao. Lin Feng refrained from turning Huang Jingjing into a superpower user as well. After all, the decisions between husband and wife should be made by them alone. Lin Feng was merely an outsider, focused on achieving his own objectives. Once Lin Xiao had sufficiently rested, he and Lin Feng charged headlong into the territory occupied by the shadows. Currently, the military of the Eagle Nation was busy seizing resources from various locations while guarding 30 grain depots. Entirely oblivious to the chaos unfolding in society, Lin Feng had previously refrained from raiding the Eagle Nation's grain depots due to time constraints and other logistical issues. Now, however, he could meticulously plan his approach, perhaps even uncover some vulnerabilities. As Lin Xiao and Lin Feng arrived in the vicinity, they donned Special Forces combat suits. The moment they slipped into the tactical gear, a wave of security washed over Lin Feng, providing a comforting sense of safety. Not long after they entered the territory of the shadows, their presence was detected. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Feng hoisted a rocket launcher and fired it forward. Lin Xiao was taken aback by Lin Feng's ferocity and the revelation that he possessed such weaponry. Have you ever operated a tank? Lin Feng asked with a grin. Lin Xiao paused, a wild thought crossing his mind. Could it be that Lin Feng even had a battle tank? In the next moment, Lin Feng opened his spatial backpack, revealing a multifunctional light tank that was perfectly suited for the current terrain. Lin Feng had mastered tank operations in his previous life. And now, with Lin Xiao as his loader, they barreled forward, sweeping through their enemies, obliterating anything they deemed suspicious with cannon fire. Initially, Lin Xiao anticipated confronting the 30 or so members of the shadows, knowing their lair likely housed even more, that he braced himself for a fierce battle, even planning to stay behind to cover Lin Feng's escape if danger arose. Who could have anticipated the current turn of events? Lin Xiao could not fathom it, nor could the shadows, who were equally bewildered. They were currently in their lair, tallying the day's spoils and enjoying dinner while planning for tomorrow's operations when suddenly, the explosive sound of cannon fire jolted them into alarm that as cannonballs rained down, their lair was left in ruins. When they spotted a tank barreling toward them, the collective shock rendered them speechless. Is this some sort of dream? Where did this tank come from? They could not recall when they had crossed paths with such formidable foes, or whether the military of the Eagle Nation had sent forces to eradicate them for their misdeeds. With so many criminal organizations surrounding them, why were they the ones targeted? The shadows were utterly perplexed by the situation, but they had no time for speculation that if they did not flee soon, they would be buried beneath the collapsing buildings. Even if the bombs did not claim their lives. Run! Someone shouted, and chaos ensued as everyone fled in every direction as Lin Feng continued to unleash cannon fire. Many of those attempting to escape met a gruesome end at his hands, their remains reduced to ash. Eventually, the debris ahead blocked the tank's path, halting their advance. All right, let us dismount and deal with these cornered rats. Lin Feng laughed. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Xiao wasted no time in following him out of the tank. As they stepped down, Lin Feng stored the tank back into his spatial backpack. Previously, Lin Feng had showcased a spatial ring to Lin Xiao, and today he revealed the spatial backpack. Though Lin Xiao was curious about these extraordinary items, he refrained from asking questions, knowing it was not his place to pry. Seeing the two emerge from the tank, the shadows ground their teeth in frustration. Now that the duo had dismounted, they felt emboldened, yet the sight of the tank vanishing in a thin air astonished them. Cementing their belief that Lin Feng possessed even more incredible abilities, the group brandished their handguns and charged at the two. Chapter 60. Ruthless Suppression. While operating within the Eagle Nation, Lin Feng's approach was markedly different from his conduct in his homeland. Here, he embraced an audacious and unrestrained demeanor. Within Lin Feng's realm of extraordinary abilities lies a plethora of advanced weaponry, an array of cutting-edge warships, state-of-the-art fighter jets, and even the world's largest super-nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. However, these formidable assets are not yet ready for public display. Nevertheless, conventional tanks, the sovereigns of the battlefield, remain at their disposal, in the early stages. Before the extraordinary beings reach level 5, these firearms wield considerable lethality against them. Presently, despite the emergence of numerous extraordinary beings worldwide, the majority are mere level 1 practitioners, with level 2 and above being exceedingly rare. After all, there exists a scarcity of resources capable of enhancing one's abilities. Unless an individual fortuitously ascends to level 2 upon consuming an ability fruit, a scenario so rare that Lin Feng had only heard whispers of it in his past life, never having witnessed it firsthand. Under the cloak of night, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, Lin Feng and Lin Xiao, each wielding submachine guns, unleashed a barrage upon the shadowy figures before them. Previously, Lin Xiao had held his own against them. But with Lin Feng's arrival and his relentless assault with tank shells, the once formidable band of over 50 minions had dwindled to fewer than 20 combatants these adversaries, emboldened by their numerical advantage, began to encroach upon Lin Feng and Lin Xiao. An abrupt sensation seized Lin Feng, as though an unseen force had immobilized him. Lin Xiao experienced a similar fate, yet he managed to utter, "That shadow had ambushed me in a building during the day, utilizing the darkness to strike." No sooner had Lin Xiao's words left his lips than a crimson glow emanated from his right hand, which then transformed into a molten state, engaging in a fierce contest against the shadow's controlling powers. Under Lin Xiao's overwhelming force, the shadow found itself on the verge of losing control. Just then, a bolt of lightning erupted from the void. A scream pierced the air as one of the assailants collapsed to the ground. In that instant, the blinding light dispelled the darkness before them, rendering the shadow's abilities ineffective. In a state of sheer panic, the shadow realized he had little time to regain his composure before another bolt of lightning struck without warning. The unexpected thunderclap sent the shadow's minions into a frenzy, with their handguns proving utterly inadequate against the submachine guns wielded by Lin Feng and Lin Xiao. The tide of battle remained overwhelmingly in favor of the two with the lightning abilities already displayed before Lin Xiao and the shadow. Lin Feng saw no reason to hold back, unleashing a series of 12 lightning strikes, with the 12th finally striking the shadow. Amidst the chaos and under the cover of night, Lin Feng found it challenging to identify which among the throng was the shadow. Once the shadow was incapacitated, the remaining 5 minions, in a state of panic, fled in terror, no longer daring to confront Lin Xiao and Lin Feng. Lin Feng, showing no mercy, continued to fire upon the retreating figures, ultimately leaving it to Lin Xiao to eliminate them all. Approaching the fallen shadow, Lin Feng noted the charge scent emanating from him and his remaining companions. Seeing Lin Feng and Lin Xiao advance, the shadow and his cohorts no longer harbored any thoughts of resistance. Despite being so close that their handguns could easily find their mark, they could clearly see that both Lin Feng and Lin Xiao were clad in bulletproof vests, heavily armed and prepared for confrontation. Lin Xiao quickly located the shadow, having received instructions from Lin Feng en route. Lin Feng envisioned Lin Xiao establishing a powerful faction that would not only assist him, but also serve as an unwavering safeguard for his family. The shadow was to be the first formidable recruit Lin Feng had identified for Lin Xiao for how to subdue the shadow. That task was left to Lin Xiao himself. With a forceful step, Lin Xiao planted his foot upon the shadow's face, eliciting a pained cry from the defeated foe. "I almost perished at your hands. You tell me, how shall we settle our score?" Lin Xiao demanded without a hint of courtesy. The shadow, acutely aware of his perilous situation, recognized that he stood no chance against Lin Xiao and Lin Feng. As Lin Xiao maintained his oppressive stance, his right hand morphed into a stream of molten lava, droplets seeping onto the ground and scorching it into a gaping hole. The first-tier magma ability was already an exceptional force among extraordinary powers. Lin Xiao had yet to master long-range attacks. But in close combat, Lin Feng, without utilizing his time-space abilities, would likely not match Lin Xiao's prowess. "What ability have you awakened?" The shadow stammered, panic evident in his voice, having previously glimpsed Lin Xiao's molten hand. He now felt acutely aware of the danger up close. "And you dare to question me? It is I who pose the inquiries now," Lin Xiao asserted, showcasing his domineering nature as he delivered a harsh kick to the shadow's face, prompting further cries of agony. After all, they had been mortal enemies by day, and had it not been for Lin Feng's timely arrival, Lin Xiao might have met his demise at the shadow's hands. It was unreasonable to expect Lin Xiao to treat the shadow with any semblance of respect. "What do you desire? As long as you spare my life, I shall agree to any condition," the shadow hastily offered. Lin Feng, observing the shadow's craven demeanor, felt no surprise that in his past life, he had heard tales of the shadow's repeated betrayals of the magma-scarred one, only to be vanquished time and again by the latter's overwhelming strength. Ultimately, submitting without a flicker of defiance, content to serve as a loyal lackey. While Lin Feng remained unaware of the intricate dynamics between the magma-scarred one and the shadow, he was certain of one thing: so long as Lin Zhao's strength was formidable enough, the shadow would not dare to betray him. "That if you submit to us, your life shall be spared," Lin Feng proclaimed with authority. "Submit to you? Become your subordinate?" The shadow was evidently taken aback by Lin Feng's proposition, his fear of Lin Feng palpable. After all, it was Lin Feng who had unleashed the bolts of lightning. Without him, the shadow would not have been so thoroughly defeated. "What's this? Are you unwilling? Should you refuse, we shall take your life," Lin Xiao threatened, applying more pressure to the shadow's face, prompting another round of anguished cries. "We lack patience. Choose death or surrender. You have 3 seconds," Lin Feng declared, counting down without granting him any opportunity for reprieve. "1, 2, 3, I submit. I am willing to submit," the shadow exclaimed, his voice filled with desperation as he raised his hands in surrender, the barrel of Lin Feng's submachine gun aimed squarely at his head. Chapter 61. A surprise. Having accepted the shadow as a subordinate, Lin Feng naturally laid claim to all the resources and supplies that had belonged to the shadow. Despite his reluctance, the shadow had no choice but to relinquish his accumulated assets. Fortunately, Lin Feng's earlier bombardment with the tank had spared their warehouse from destruction. After a thorough search amidst the ruins, Lin Feng soon located the shadow's storage facility. Upon entering, he was immediately captivated by a faint glimmer of light. It was a space stone. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng rushed toward the source of the illumination, disregarding the presence of Lin Xiao and the shadow. The shadow expressed his willingness to submit to Lin Xiao and Lin Feng. The 5 combatants who had previously been incapacitated by Lin Feng's lightning also declared their allegiance, bringing Lin Xiao's ranks to 6 loyal followers. The 7 individuals, including Lin Xiao, were perplexed by Lin Feng's ecstatic demeanor. However, upon discovering a pile of glowing space stones within the warehouse, Lin Feng could hardly contain his excitement, nearly exclaiming in joy, "Indeed, these are space stones. Where did you acquire these?" Lin Feng's voice brimmed with uncontainable enthusiasm. Noticing Lin Feng's fixation on the stones, Lin Xiao turned to the shadow, signaling him to divulge the truth that "We found them 3 days ago in the outskirts. There was another group present, but we managed to secure them first." The shadow explained. "Was there another group that possessed such stones?" Lin Feng inquired, his tone laced with hope. "That I do not know," the shadow replied curtly. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt an urge to strike the shadow in frustration, thinking how utterly useless he was. Yet, with nearly 20 pounds of space stones before him, he quickly dismissed the thought. He would forgive the shadow this time, given his generous offering. "Brother Feng, what are these stones used for?" Lin Xiao asked, breaking the silence. Lin Feng smiled slightly, responding, "You must have noticed my space ring and this spatial backpack, correct?" Lin Xiao nodded, and in the next moment, realization dawned upon him. "Your spatial equipment is made from these stones?" "Precisely," Lin Feng responded with a refreshing demeanor. After finishing his words, he extended his hand and directly stored all the spatial stones into his spatial backpack, since the backpack had already been refined into a spatial equipment. It would no longer absorb spatial stones. Otherwise, Lin Feng would not dare to place all the spatial stones within it. That I have taken all these spatial stones. As for the other supplies, you should take your people and deliver them to the back of the villa, where it will serve as your warehouse. After a few days, I will create a few pieces of spatial equipment and give you one, so you can collect supplies more efficiently, Lin Feng commanded. Lin Xiao did not expect Lin Feng to share such valuable items with him. Feeling touched, he repeatedly waved his hands to decline. We are brothers. There is no need for such formalities, that I do not require so many. After speaking, Lin Feng, as if performing a magic trick, pulled out a heavy truck directly from the dimensional space. With a loud rumble, the truck appeared before everyone, startling them. Having learned from previous experiences, the crowd naturally assumed that this truck was also retrieved from Lin Feng's spatial backpack. Load all the supplies onto the truck. From now on, your task is to gather supplies in large quantities. Bring back everything you can find. These items will be of great use in the future. Most importantly, if you find any spatial stones, no matter the cost, you must acquire them for me. Whether through trade or by force, do not let them slip away. You understand? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Xiao naturally complied. Thus, the group set off towards the villa where Lin Xiao resided. Huang Jingjing, inside a makeshift shelter, felt a sense of unease as the heavy truck drove into the villa's courtyard. Through the thick, bulletproof glass, she observed everything, and her anxiety eased upon seeing Lin Xiao emerge from the vehicle. The labor of unloading supplies was naturally something Lin Feng and Lin Xiao did not need to partake in. In fact, Lin Feng could have used the spatial backpack to directly transport the supplies, yet he chose not to. Instead, he made the shadow members handle it themselves to ensure they understood their current position and did not lose sight of their status. The supplies were quickly unloaded, and the next task was to continue searching for more resources. Lin Feng decided not to accompany Lin Xiao and the others, as their presence would hinder mobility and waste his time. He learned from the shadow members about the location where the spatial stones were previously discovered and the areas where that group might appear, that he then revved up his heavy motorcycle and rode towards that location alone. The remaining 6 members of Shadow were no match for Lin Xiao, especially with Lin Feng, a formidable presence, looming over them, that in the short term, they would not dare to betray him, let alone act against Lin Xiao. As Lin Feng drove away, he absorbed the approximately 20 pounds of spatial stones along the way. His temporal power surged from 757 points to 952 points. It is worth mentioning that Lin Feng had previously engaged in a battle of wits and tricks in the Qinglong War Zone for 50 pounds of spatial stones. Yet acquiring these 20 pounds was far too easy. Therefore, he needed to continue scavenging the surrounding rogue factions, either by seizing or purchasing spatial stones from them. In his previous life, spatial stones were abundant within the borders of Xia country, but even more so in the territory of the Eagle Nation. While the Neon Nation had an abundance of ability fruits, spatial stones were scarce. Lin Feng realized that to find more spatial stones, the Eagle Nation was the best choice. However, he felt slightly disappointed when, upon reaching the area indicated by Shadow, he found not a trace of spatial stones, nor any sign of the mentioned faction. Yet, such matters could not be forced. Thus, Lin Feng began collecting abandoned factories around the area left in the wake of a massive earthquake, unsure if the machinery inside would be useful in the future. Regardless, he stored everything intact into his ability space. After 2 hours of action, a phone call came in. To his surprise, it was Fujiwara Yi. Lin Feng knew that his collaboration with Fujiwara Yi was a diminishing partnership. Should Fujiwara ever attempt to act against him, Lin Feng would uproot him entirely, ensuring he vanished from existence. Regardless of the past grievances, the things Fujiwara had done to Lin Feng warranted 100 deaths. However, for now, Fujiwara still provided a significant amount of supplies, which granted him some usefulness. Upon receiving Fujiwara's call, he stated that he had brought 10 trucks filled with food, primarily snacks and various treats. Precisely as Lin Feng had requested. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Such a time, where had Fujiwara procured these items? Given Fujiwara's tone during the call, he seemed unlikely to deceive Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng feigned excitement. Since he could not find more suitable items in the Eagle Nation, the nearly 20 pounds of spatial stones made this operation worthwhile. He entrusted all subsequent search tasks to Lin Xiao, confident that with Lin Xiao in charge, the minor factions would not pose a threat. Lin Feng also contemplated that once he obtained another piece of spatial equipment, he could leave behind the tank. At that point, those smaller factions would have no choice but to submit. After all, the commotion created during Lin Feng and Lin Zhao's previous collaboration was sufficient to demonstrate this point. Ordinary factions, even with ability users, could not compete against the destructive power of modern weaponry like tanks. Lin Feng conducted a brief search in the vicinity, but encountered no exceptional Eagle Nation ladies. In this apocalyptic scenario, lives were worth less than grass. Lin Feng was eager to ascertain how he could enhance his temporal power through interactions with women, questioning whether the issue lay with him or them. Unfortunately, during the late hours, the women of the Eagle Nation were well hidden, and since he could not find any, Lin Feng opted not to pursue them. After a while, Lin Feng utilized spatial traversal to appear in the warehouse. However, he was taken aback to find that, perhaps due to Fujiwara's earlier precautions, someone was already waiting inside the warehouse. Upon seeing Lin Feng suddenly appear, the individual fled in panic. Lin Feng would not let him escape. A gunshot rang out, and Lin Feng swiftly dealt with him. Afterward, he scanned the warehouse and found no surveillance equipment, which put him at ease. This person was clearly sent by Fujiwara to monitor Lin Feng's movements. He had entered the warehouse ahead of time, but before he could act, Lin Feng had arrived and eliminated him. Lin Feng quickly searched the body, discovering monitoring and listening devices that IT was fortunate that he arrived in time. Otherwise, if those devices had been set up in the warehouse, Lin Feng would have been exposed. After handling the body, he resumed his pretense of waiting casually in the warehouse for Fujiwara to arrive. As Fujiwara made his way, he attempted to contact the subordinate he had sent to gather information, but was astonished to find that he could not reach him as he approached the warehouse. Just as Fujiwara was puzzled, Lin Feng pushed open the warehouse door. "Mr. Fujiwara, you are quite punctual," Lin Feng remarked with a smile. Upon seeing Lin Feng at the entrance, Fujiwara could no longer attempt to contact his subordinate. He approached Lin Feng with a forced smile, engaging in polite conversation as they exchanged pleasantries. Lin Feng distinctly felt Fujiwara's gaze linger on his hands for a considerable time, likely searching for the spatial ring Lin Feng had forcibly purchased the day before. Observing Fujiwara's expression of disdain, Lin Feng showed no mercy. "Mr. Fujiwara, what delightful items have you brought today? By the way, do you have any more of those rings or similar items? Our boss is quite interested. And if you have more, we are willing to pay a high price for them," Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Fujiwara's face immediately fell. The speed at which his expression changed was truly remarkable. "I no longer have any. I genuinely do not. Those items were brought in by people from the company headquarters. That my position is not high, so it is impossible for me to acquire such valuable items." Fujiwara laughed lightly, then began to display the goods he had brought to Lin Feng. With a mere glance, Lin Feng confirmed that indeed, there were 10 trucks filled with snacks, and these provisions did not appear to be expired. After examining them a bit longer, he finally discerned the underlying issue. How intriguing. Lin Feng turned to Fujiwara, who, evidently aware that Lin Feng had uncovered something amiss, maintained a nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unfazed by Lin Feng's scrutinizing gaze. "I'll take all these snacks, but the price should be a bit cheaper than before, right?" Lin Feng inquired with a smile. In response to his words, Fujiwara nodded in agreement without uttering a single word of protest. It was hardly surprising. These so-called snacks and foods were all products of the Neon country's Tsushima. After the nuclear leak on Tsushima, all local food was contaminated, and the products manufactured since then were severely radioactive and unfit for consumption. Under the years of propaganda and favorable policies in the Neon country, aside from a few misguided regions, no one was inclined to purchase these radioactive foods. To Lin Feng's astonishment, Fujiwara seemed to consider him a gullible fool, attempting to deceive him with such items. However, Lin Feng was indifferent, as he had no intention of consuming these goods. He would simply store them away. Those inedible items would eventually be given to the people of the Neon country when the extreme cold arrived. Lin Feng mused and then turned his attention to the other goods that Fujiwara had delivered today. What surprised Lin Feng was that, aside from the 10 trucks of snacks, Fujiwara had not brought a single ability fruit this time. Lin Feng looked at Fujiwara again and said with a smile, "Mr. Fujiwara, why didn't you bring any of those mutated fruits this time? I can overlook the absence of the glowing stones. But not a single fruit is quite unacceptable. Are you referring to those ability fruits, Mr. Lin? Fujiwara no corrected Lin Feng's terminology directly. Upon hearing Fujiwara no's words, Lin Feng understood that Fujiwara no had completely placed his trust in the videos of ability users circulating online, while also hoping to extract more wealth from Lin Feng in a short span of time. They remained oblivious to the calamity that awaited them, which made their belief that currency would ultimately hold no value somewhat understandable. However, once Fujiwara no ceased to possess any value to Lin Feng, he would be no different from Refuse. Indeed, they are ability fruits that I wonder why Mr. Fujiwara has not brought any this time. Lin Feng remarked with a smile directed at Fujiwara no. Fujiwara no's expression became somewhat complex upon Lin Feng's seemingly rhetorical inquiry that he had previously regarded Lin Feng as a clever individual, yet now Lin Feng was brazenly placing such a question on the table, which seemed to intentionally disrupt the facade of tranquility. What do you think, Mr. Lin? Fujiwara no posed with what he believed to be an inscrutable smile. Honestly, I would rather not think too much about it. If pressed, I can only conclude that your time is up, Mr. Fujiwara. Lin Feng replied, shaking his head in resignation. What? Fujiwara no gasped, utterly taken aback by Lin Feng's statement. Did I in the next moment? Lin Feng swiftly drew 2 pistols and shot at the nearby drivers and unloading workers. His speed astonishingly quick. 10 bullets claimed the lives of 10 individuals instantly. Just as Lin Feng prepared to turn his attention to Fujiwara no, a sudden burst of flames erupted from Fujiwara no, and a fireball the size of a bowl hurtled straight toward Lin Feng's face. The fireball advanced with remarkable speed, but just as it was about to strike Lin Feng, a lightning bolt struck it, dispersing the flames. Before that could settle, another bolt of lightning struck Fujiwara no directly, leaving him charred and battered. How could this be? Fujiwara no stared at Lin Feng in shock, unable to fathom that Lin Feng had launched a sudden attack and killed several of his associates without warning. How could I allow someone who is of no use to me, yet knows so many of my secrets, to continue living? What were you thinking? Or perhaps the individual you arranged to ambush me in the warehouse was not sent by you. Lin Feng accused, casting aspersions on Fujiwara no. At this point, whether Fujiwara no intended to act against Lin Feng was irrelevant. Lin Feng needed only a flimsy pretext to act. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Fujiwara no turned pale with fear. No, Mr. Lin, it's not like that. At this juncture, Fujiwara no still attempted to plead his case, but Lin Feng denied him the opportunity, firing a bullet into his leg, causing Fujiwara no to scream in agony. Mr. Lin, please, don't kill me. We never intended to oppose you. Those ability fruits are vital for us as well. Fujiwara no tried to explain further, but at that moment, Lin Feng had already aimed his gun at his head. I am not one to concern myself with processes. I focus solely on results. You failed to provide me with what I needed, instead attempting to deceive me with worthless items, and worse yet, you even sent someone to ambush me. You have crossed my line. Tell me, why should I spare you? Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Fujiwara no trembled in fear and hastily protested that it was not the case. I'm no longer concerned with your excuses. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. You will take me to your company's headquarters warehouse. If you dare to pull any tricks, I will take your life immediately. Lin Feng barked at Fujiwara no upon hearing Lin Feng's command. Fujiwara no's earlier composure dissipated entirely. Initially, he had believed that becoming a fire ability user would ensure his safety, even if Lin Feng launched a sudden attack. However, given the current situation, he realized he was no match for Lin Feng. His prior assumptions were utterly absurd and laughable. With his current predicament, how could he even contemplate opposing Lin Feng? Under the barrel of Lin Feng's gun, Fujiwara no, despite his numerous misgivings, had no choice but to comply with Lin Feng's orders. Lin Feng first stripped him of all communication devices and then shackled his hands with iron chains. Even though Fujiwara no possessed fire abilities, his current level as a first-tier ability user could not sever the chains. Ironically, Fujiwara no's fate was altered by Lin Feng, not because he was destined to die at Lin Feng's hands, but because in a past life he had awakened earth abilities, while in this life he was entirely unrelated to fire abilities. It was indeed laughable to contemplate. Thus, Lin Feng led Fujiwara no, storing the 9 trucks he had brought into his ability space, while he himself drove the remaining one, escorting Fujiwara no along the way. Currently, Lin Feng intended to raid the headquarters of Fujiwara No's company, that as the extreme heat and cold had yet to erupt, Lin Feng could still roam freely, pillaging resources. Once the extreme heat struck, many supplies would spoil within a short time, losing their value for Lin Feng's acquisition. Lin Feng aimed to recover those losses as swiftly as possible, for the importance of these items would only escalate with time. Throughout the journey, Lin Feng kept Fujiwara No firmly under control, leaving no room for resistance. Approximately an hour later, they arrived at the headquarters of Fujiwara No's company. The route they took had been prearranged by Fujiwara No's team, circumventing roadblocks, resulting in a notably smooth journey. Upon arriving at the warehouse, since Lin Feng was driving one of their own company's trucks, no one was suspicious as they approached. Is this it? Lin Feng inquired, glancing at Fujiwara No. Fujiwara No's face was pale with fear, yet he nodded solemnly. Lin Feng surveyed the area. It indeed resembled a vast storage facility. At this point, Lin Feng hesitated not for a moment. Aiming his gun directly at Fujiwara No's head, Mr. Lin, you promised that if I brought you here, you wouldn't kill me. Fujiwara No exclaimed, growing increasingly anxious. Oh, did I say that? Lin Feng replied with a smile. Without further ado, he pulled the trigger, ending Fujiwara No's life in an instant. Subsequently, Lin Feng shot Fujiwara No's head, extracting a small crystal the size of a red bean from within, which he promptly pocketed. Having donned the driver's uniform of the company, and with the silenced gun he had used, no one noticed that Lin Feng had executed Fujiwara No in the driver's seat. He then swaggered toward the warehouse with confidence. Stop! What are you doing here? A guard shouted angrily as Lin Feng approached the warehouse entrance. This is not a place for you. Leave at once. The guard at the entrance reprimanded Lin Feng, but Lin Feng paid no heed to his ramblings. The two individuals approached him wielding baseball bats. Lin Feng swiftly drew a handgun from his pocket and dispatched them with remarkable efficiency, subsequently storing their bodies within his dimensional space. Without delay, Lin Feng made his way to the warehouse entrance, where he unleashed the blade of time and space, cleaving the lock of the warehouse door with a single strike. The blade of time and space was an unparalleled instrument, utterly indomitable, making it an invaluable tool for Lin Feng in his current endeavor of raiding the warehouse. Upon breaking through the warehouse's grand entrance and surveying the vast array of supplies within, Lin Feng showed no reluctance in seizing everything, transferring it all into his dimensional space. This warehouse housed a substantial amount of resources, with a total of at least 10 warehouses at his disposal. Following the same method, Lin Feng set a timed explosive in each warehouse he raided, ensuring that the power of the large explosives would be sufficient to obliterate the entire structure. However, upon breaching the final warehouse, he was met with disappointment. There was no sign of the otherworldly flora or spatial stones. Clearly, these items had been hoarded away by the company's higher-ups. After setting the 10th time bomb, Lin Feng continued his exploration within the warehouse. Although there were some security personnel patrolling the perimeter, their numbers totaled less than 100 earlier. Lin Feng had silently eliminated nearly 30 of them. Each time he dealt with an adversary, their corpses and blood were absorbed into his dimensional space, leaving the area devoid of any signs of struggle, apart from the solitary guard at the warehouse in trance, making it appear as if everything was proceeding as usual. Eventually, as Lin Feng emptied the contents of all the warehouses, the patrolling security personnel finally sensed that something was amiss. This was primarily due to Lin Feng's astonishing speed. He completed the looting of each warehouse in under 2 minutes, a duration too brief for the unprepared guards to detect any anomalies. Just as a group of over 20 individuals rushed into the warehouse and called for reinforcements via their radios, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to infiltrate the office building within the warehouse. The security measures in the office building were evidently far more stringent than those in the warehouse. Lin Feng deduced that the items he sought were concealed within that very building. Upon arriving at the office, he noted that over 50 security personnel had already entered the warehouse, and at that moment, the timed explosives detonated in succession. Boom! Those within the warehouse, oblivious to the impending danger, were obliterated by the blast while Lin Feng scoured the office building. That he soon encountered some security personnel, who at first did not recognize him as a threat and instead rushed towards the explosion site. In an instant, Lin Feng wielded his submachine gun, swiftly neutralizing this group. Although some among them carried handguns, they were no match for Lin Feng's firepower, and one by one, they fell like dominoes in less than 5 minutes. Lin Feng had eradicated all visible security personnel. Among them were 10 individuals who had ingested the fruit of otherworldly abilities, but they posed no threat to Lin Feng, who dispatched them with ease. After silencing them, Lin Feng extracted a crystal core from each of their heads. However, he still could not uncover the location of the coveted items. Lin Feng found himself reflecting on the stark contrast between his current prowess and the days of his past, when he wielded nothing but a wooden stick. Now, with a submachine gun in hand, he was a formidable force. Donning a bulletproof combat suit from the elite forces of the Eagle Nation would render him virtually invincible. As Lin Feng continued his search, he finally spotted two figures fleeing in panic. Without hesitation, he surged forward, and in no time, he confronted the pair, one of whom, displaying considerable bravado, aimed a gun at Lin Feng as he approached. Despite not wearing a bulletproof vest, Lin Feng was prepared. The moment the adversary raised his weapon, Lin Feng opened his spatial dimension, effortlessly absorbing the bullet fired at him. Having previously experimented with this ability, he was now able to employ it effectively. The assailant, witnessing this phenomenon, was struck with terror. Just as he attempted to pull the trigger again, Lin Feng denied him the chance, releasing the captured bullet back into the air, striking the man down. The two before him were clearly users of otherworldly abilities. The one Lin Feng had just eliminated was a strength-type ability user, while the last remaining individual was a wood-type ability user. Early-stage wood-type users were typically limited to nurturing plants, but once they matured, they could become extraordinarily formidable. Unfortunately for this individual, he would not live to see that potential realized. "Please don't kill me," the remaining individual pleaded. Retreating in fear and unable to meet Lin Feng's gaze. "Hand over everything you've hidden," Lin Feng demanded. All right, I'll give it all to you," the man stammered, scrambling to his feet and pushing open a nearby door. Lin Feng then saw that the office was nearly bare. Without waiting for further instruction, the man rushed to a nearby safe. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the safe. That it was a spatial safe. These scoundrels had actually crafted a spatial safe using spatial stones. What a tremendous expenditure of resources. Anger surged through Lin Feng, yet he refrained from immediate action. When the man began to extract various otherworldly fruit plants from the safe, Lin Feng's discontent grew as he realized he had only produced fewer than 300 specimens. That all. Lin Feng expressed his dissatisfaction. However, when he saw the man produce several pieces of spatial stone, Lin Feng's demeanor softened slightly, though he gathered over 3,000 otherworldly fruits from various countries, and they were all sent to the royal palace. The man continued to explain, sensing Lin Feng's displeasure and promptly kneeling. "Are there any more? Surely, you don't have just this one safe." Lin Feng pressed on. The man, though reluctant, produced a small cloth bag that emanated a faint glow and then opened a drawer to reveal another trigger. "Is this all? Is there nothing else?" Seeing the contents, Lin Feng felt satisfied but was still greedy for more. "That's all. Please spare me." Before he could finish his plea, Lin Feng shot him dead without hesitation. "Spare you? Even if I agreed, my ancestors from a century ago would never allow it." Gazing at the considerable haul before him, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of triumph, yet his heart ached at the thought of the resources squandered. Chapter 65. Promotion to Second-Tier Ability User. Those wretches deserve their fate. Setting aside the spatial bag and the spatial trigger, the mere cost of that spatial safe must have consumed an astronomical amount of spatial stones. Lin Feng approached the interior of the spatial safe, discovering it had a capacity of 200,000 cubic units. Based on his calculations, this safe must have required at least 100 gene of spatial stones. The size of spaces created from spatial stones is inherently unpredictable. 100 gene could yield anywhere from 100 to 500 cubic units, while it might also produce spatial gear with capacities ranging from 10,000 to 500,000 cubic units. The creation of spatial gear from spatial stones is primarily random, leaving no room for complete control. Lin Feng's heart ached at the thought of the wasted spatial stones. However, after rummaging through the contents of the safe, he discovered 63 gene of spatial stones, which brought him a slight sense of solace. In addition, the safe contained a substantial amount of gold and silver, as well as a variety of precious gems and jewelry, all of which Lin Feng eagerly absorbed into his dimensional space, allowing the Qian Kuan Pearl to refine and assimilate them back into his dimensional realm. Among the 305 otherworldly fruits, only one was of a special type, while the rest were predominantly strength-type fruits, leaving Lin Feng lamenting his ill fortune. Upon inspecting the spatial bag concealed on his person, he found it brimming with cash and gold, with nothing else to speak of. The spatial trigger, on the other hand, was entirely filled with 1,000 cubic units of various high-end cigarettes and cigars. What was this individual planning to do with such a hoard of tobacco? Smoke it until the next century. After rummaging through the place once more over the course of 4 weeks, Lin Feng managed to take away everything he could carry, yet he did not uncover any additional space equipment or supernatural fruits. Having completed this task, Lin Feng then set a medium-sized time bomb in the center of the warehouse before speeding away on his heavy motorcycle. 10 minutes later, a thunderous explosion resonated as the warehouse, which Lin Feng had previously plundered, was reduced to rubble, along with all the surveillance equipment inside, leaving no trace of his presence, aside from the 3 pieces of space equipment and a substantial amount of supplies he had collected. Lin Feng also acquired 12 supernatural crystal cores, which he considered a modest gain. Regrettably, these crystal cores were insufficient for him to advance in rank, and he was disinclined to consume them at that moment. Although Fujihara was eliminated by Lin Feng, there remained an abundance of resources in Neon Country, and he had no intention of relinquishing his pursuit. Holding the contact list he had extracted from the office building, along with various introductions, Lin Feng swiftly identified his next potential partner. However, he was not in a hurry. He first sought a secluded location and began absorbing space stones. Just as he finished absorbing 5 kilograms of space stones, Lin Feng felt an unexpected release, as if a shackle that had long bound him had been undone, causing his heart to tremble with joy. He had made a breakthrough. Lin Feng transitioned directly from a first-level time-space supernatural being to a second-level one. Experiencing the transformation within his body filled him with elation, and without hesitation, he absorbed all the remaining space stones before assessing his current state. Lin Feng, second-level time-space supernatural being, first-level lightning supernatural being. Time-space power value, 1,587 points. Lightning power value, 1,000 points. Skills. Instant teleportation, consumes 9 points of time-space power to jump to any location within a 10-meter radius, unaffected by spatial barriers. Spatial traversal, utilizing the spatial golden sphere to traverse space, consuming 2 points of spatial power each time. Time-space blade, a blade formed by condensing time-space power, capable of bypassing defenses and breaking through any obstruction. Requiring 9 points of time-space power to maintain for each second. Time deceleration, controls the flow of time within a 5-meter radius, slowing it by half, consuming 50 points of time-space power for each second maintained. Lightning strike, first level, consuming 50 points of lightning power to unleash a 10,000-volt electric strike on a target within a 500-meter range, seeing his time-space power elevated and its value doubled. Lin Feng could not contain his excitement. Although he had not acquired any new skills, the enhancement of his existing abilities, coupled with a reduction in the consumption of time-space power, was unprecedented in his past life. Moreover, upon successfully leveling up, Lin Feng distinctly felt his comprehension of time-space power deepen. Not only that, but his spatial capacity also expanded from 10,000 cubic meters to 50,000 cubic meters. However, Lin Feng found it somewhat disheartening that should his time-space power rely solely on space stones for enhancement, it might hinder his future progress in the realm of time-space. Yet, as a mere second-level supernatural being, he felt such concerns were premature. With his elevation to second-level supernatural being, he could distinctly perceive the enhancement of his abilities. In addition to the increase in supernatural powers, Lin Feng's physique had also been significantly bolstered, now being 8 times stronger than his original state. Even in a pure strength contest against a first-level power-type supernatural being, Lin Feng would not be at a considerable disadvantage. Lin Feng took another glance at his supernatural space, noting that the golden land within had expanded by 50 acres due to his recent absorption of gold, totaling 11,500 acres. The miscellaneous supplies had also increased considerably. Lin Feng meticulously organized the items he had procured that day, and he set aside a specific area for the food produced in Tsushima, which would be released at an appropriate time. Similarly, the contents of his spatial bag and spatial ring were completely transferred to his supernatural space. The internal space of the spatial bag measured 1,000 cubic meters, perfectly suiting Lin Feng's promise to provide Lin Xiao with a piece of space equipment. Had it not been for the inconvenience of carrying the spatial safe, Lin Feng would have considered giving it to Lin Xiao for resource collection. Every time he gazed upon the safe, he felt a pang of regret, deeming it a wasteful luxury. After a moment of reflection, Lin Feng began to contemplate his next course of action. Although he had severed the connection to Fujihara, he was determined not to forfeit the resources in Neon Country. More importantly, with the knife coins he had recently scavenged from the spatial bag, Lin Feng now possessed 220 billion knife coins. If he did not spend this money soon, he would miss his opportunity. With this in mind, Lin Feng promptly retrieved his phone and dialed the number of the agent he had selected earlier, who seemed somewhat familiar. To his surprise, when the call connected, he was met with the sound of a woman sobbing on the other end. Chapter 66. The Poisonous Beauty. Mena, hello. May I speak with Miss Mena? Lin Feng inquired. Yes, this is she. May I ask who is calling? She responded that my name is Lin Feng, that I wish to discuss a collaboration with you and would like you to act as an agent to help me procure some items. Lin Feng stated, outlining his requirements. Yes, that's so. Mena's voice brightened with excitement, but she quickly added, however, prices are currently exorbitant. Are you prepared to accept that, sir? Unclear about the reason for her sudden enthusiasm, Lin Feng confidently replied. Of course, price is not an issue, as long as you can secure the goods. He then suggested, shall we arrange a time to meet? Certainly. Mena agreed readily. After confirming the time and location for their meeting, Lin Feng drove his heavy motorcycle towards Tsukimi, realizing that Neon Country, being a small island nation, had been significantly affected by recent earthquakes. Even amid a global catastrophe, the citizens of Neon Country seemed to cope better than those in other nations. As he sped towards their meeting point, Lin Feng observed the desolation around him, ruins and cries for help. But his spirits remained high, almost appreciating the scene like a masterpiece, that if not for his own plans, he would not mind if this small island sank into the sea. While lost in thought, his phone rang again. It was Mena, indicating she had arrived. Having been absorbed in his reflections, Lin Feng had not noticed anyone approaching. As he turned, he spotted a striking woman standing less than 300 meters away, her back to him and her long ponytail swaying gently. From a distance, he could only admire her silhouette. But as she turned to search the area, Lin Feng's steps suddenly halted. In that instant, an impulse to flee surged within him. What a coincidence! Earlier, the name Mena had seemed familiar, but now, seeing the woman's face, he recalled vividly that she was none other than the third-ranked supernatural being in Neon Country and the top female supernatural being, a notorious poison beauty. In his previous life, Lin Feng and his companions had often referred to her simply as the Poison Woman. As Lin Feng hesitated, Mena approached him with a smile, bowed slightly, and said, Are you Mr. Lin Feng? I am Mena. Hello, Miss Mena. I am Lin Feng. I am here to discuss our collaboration as agents. Lin Feng responded directly, without unnecessary preamble. His requests were straightforward. He required supplies of any kind, as long as she could procure them. Ideally, he sought precious metals like gold and silver, along with various foodstuffs and daily necessities. But he had no need for furniture or appliances, as most places lacked electricity to power them in the wake of the recent catastrophic earthquakes. After discussing the terms of their collaboration, Lin Feng noticed that Mena had likely been crying recently, as evidenced by her demeanor. Sensing his gaze linger on her, Mena, though feeling somewhat awkward, spoke up, Before we proceed with the collaboration, I have an ungracious request, and I hope Mr. Lin Feng can assist me. With that, she bowed deeply to Lin Feng. Miss Mena, please, what is it? He urged. Lin Feng spoke with an air of remarkable generosity, saying, Mr. Lin Feng, I wonder if I might be able to receive an advance on a portion of my commission. My family has been without food for several days, and my mother is on the verge of starvation. As she spoke, Mena's voice trembled with suppressed tears as she looked up at Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with hope and sorrow. That is certainly not an issue, but I happen to have no neon coins on me, Lin Feng replied. Hearing this, Mena's eyes dimmed, as she feared Lin Feng was merely offering polite refusal, simply brushing her off. However, the next moment, Lin Feng continued, How about I lend you some knife coins? I have 100,000 knife coins that I can advance to you. The disappointment from a moment ago was instantly replaced by overwhelming joy. Mena could scarcely believe Lin Feng's words. 100,000 knife coins was an immense sum. Yet before she could express her gratitude, she saw Lin Feng produce the knife coins and place them directly into her hands. Is this sufficient? If not, I can provide more, Lin Feng assured her. That is more than enough. "Thank you so much," Mena exclaimed, her gratitude palpable. Seeing Mena before him, Lin Feng felt a swell of emotion. There were numerous rumors about her from her past life. Some claimed she was inherently promiscuous, having consorted with many older men before consuming a rare fruit that granted her poison-based abilities, and upon awakening those powers, she eliminated all those men from her past. Others spoke of her as being utterly deranged, having even killed her own parents for the sake of a superpower fruit, a truly heinous act devoid of any morality, given these prior rumors. Combined with Lin Feng's own experience of witnessing Mena's ruthlessly brutal methods of killing, he had initially been taken aback upon first seeing her, instinctively wanting to flee from her presence. However, after their brief interaction, he did not find her to align with the dreadful tales he had heard that, on the contrary, aside from her striking beauty, she emanated a sense of vulnerability that instinctively invoked a desire to protect her. As he watched Mena's retreating figure, Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, curiosity piqued by her earlier words that if what she said were true, then the rumors from her past life regarding her being an unfilial daughter committing despicable acts must surely be false. Driven by insatiable curiosity, Lin Feng decided to follow her at a leisurely pace. Chapter 67. Unworthy of Parenthood. Lin Feng moved slowly, surrounded by the ruins of collapsed structures, many of which offered ample cover. Mena, however, hurried swiftly towards her home. Lin Feng trailed behind her, and after approximately half an hour, Mena finally arrived at her dwelling. "Father, Mother, I'm back," Mena's voice rang with cheerfulness. Yet upon entering, she was confronted by several unfamiliar faces. One of whom she recognized as a local thug, recently released from prison after serving 30 years for the brutal assault of a female high school student. Now nearing 60, he was a menacing presence. "Who are you? Get out. You are not welcome here," Mena shouted, her voice laced with fear and defensiveness, though her retreating posture betrayed her inner turmoil. "Mena, do not be afraid. We are here to help you," the old thug said, flashing a repulsive and lecherous grin, his gaze fixated on Mena like a ravenous wolf eyeing its prey. "Stay away. Don't come any closer. Get out of my house," Mena screamed, drawing a small dagger from behind her back. Originally, the dagger had been intended for Lin Feng, as she had viewed him with suspicion due to the unexpected call and his proposition. Yet, to her astonishment, Lin Feng had shown her kindness instead. The dagger, though, still held a semblance of deterrence, albeit limited, for Mena was merely a delicate young woman standing against 3 older men, none of whom she could hope to overpower. Now at the threshold, Mena did not flee, but bravely attempted to drive the 3 men away, for her parents remained within the home. Earlier, during her call with Lin Feng, she had explained that her family had been without food for 2 days. As the sole breadwinner, her meager salary barely sufficed to support her parents, and with the recent devastating earthquake, her company had been unable to pay wages. With prices skyrocketing, she had spent her last funds on food, leaving her with nothing. "Father, Mother," Mena shouted, brandishing the dagger at the 3 older men, hoping to ascertain her parents' safety. Mena, a weak voice came from within the room, and upon hearing her mother's frail tone, Mena felt her vision blur with emotion. As long as her parents were unharmed. "Get out, all of you, or I will call the police," Mena threatened, though deep down, she knew the futility of such a threat. As an island nation, Neon had suffered catastrophic damage. Nearly all buildings over 6 stories had collapsed, and many smaller structures had been severely compromised. Mena's family resided in a modest 2-story home, which, due to its seismic-resistant design, had sustained relatively minor damage. Concern for her parents' safety consumed her, yet they remained silent, recognizing her voice. "Leave. Get out. Do you hear me?" Mena continued to shout defiantly, struggling against the intruders. The more she resisted, the more the 3 men relished in her fear. "Mena, put down the knife, that if you mar that pretty face of yours, we would all be very displeased," the foremost thug taunted. "That's right if you comply. We'll ensure your family doesn't go hungry," another chimed in, while the last added, "Your parents have already agreed to our terms. We've delivered food to their room. If you don't believe us, just smell the sushi." These words pierced through Mena's resolve like daggers. "No, stay away. My parents wouldn't agree to this." "You're lying," she protested vehemently, her emotions spiraling out of control. Her agitation only served to amuse the 3 men. who exchanged glances before attempting to coax her into submission. Since you refuse, know this. While we've given you food today, should you wish to request more in the future, you'll need to come to us. The lead thug growled ominously. With that, the three began to retreat towards the door. The narrow hallway left Maina with no room for error as she held the dagger firmly, unwilling to let her guard down. Feigning disinterest, the men moved towards the exit, but just as the last one was about to step out, Maina's parents suddenly emitted muffled sounds of distress. Instinctively, she turned to look inside the room. At that moment, the last thug lunged forward and seized Maina, holding her tightly. "Let go of me! Father! Mother! Help me!" Maina cried out, struggling fiercely. Did I end the chaos? The thug managed to wrest the dagger from her grasp and brought her crashing to the ground. The other two quickly returned to join him. Maina fought desperately. Her body collided with the door, flinging it open. The sight that greeted her would haunt her for a lifetime. Her parents were greedily devouring sushi. The sound of her mother's earlier discomfort stemming from her hasty eating, not from any danger. "Father! Mother!" Maina screamed, but her pleas fell on deaf ears as her parents, engrossed in their meal, turned away from her, seemingly fearful that she might take their food. "Take her to the next room. Don't disturb us while we eat," her father mumbled, mouth full. In that moment, Maina's body trembled violently, and despair settled deep within her heart. How could her parents treat her this way? The mingling of despair and unbridled malice threatened to push Maina over the edge into madness. Even though her heart was filled with rage, Maina was utterly powerless to resist the three elderly men who were dragging her away. She was forcibly pulled into the adjacent room by these three old men. Chapter 68. Assisting her growth. "Let go of me! Don't come any closer!" Maina screamed in despair, but no matter how much strength she summoned, it was all in vain. Her clothes were being torn apart, and soon enough, the 100,000 coin notes that Lin Feng had given her were snatched away by the three old men, who erupted in a boisterous laughter, claiming the money for themselves. "Rest assured, as long as you listen to us, we will ensure your happiness." The three old men bound Maina's hands with torn rags, and at that moment, she had no strength left to resist. Despairing tears blurred her vision as she screamed in anguish, fully aware of the horrific fate that awaited her. "Indeed, it is quite lively here," a melodious voice rang out. Just as the voice echoed, the nearest old man turned his head, only to see a shadow dart past him. In an instant, he felt a sharp pain in his neck and collapsed to the ground. The other two old men met the same fate, having been taken down before they could even discern the identity of their assailant. "Who are you?" the first fallen old man croaked, but his tone was now lacking in confidence. Through her blurred tears, Maina turned to see the familiar figure she had just encountered, Mr. Lin Feng. "How did you end up here?" Lin Feng stepped forward, removing his jacket to cover Maina's modesty. In that moment, Maina felt as if she had glimpsed a savior, and a surge of hope flooded her heart. "I noticed something was off when you left, so I came to check if you needed assistance. I never expected to stumble upon this situation." Lin Feng spoke, his voice frigid. It seemed that the rumors of the poisonous woman during the apocalyptic era were not without merit, given the circumstances. Had Lin Feng not appeared, there was no doubt that Maina would have fallen victim to the whims of these three old men. Perhaps for a prolonged period, Maina's heartless parents would resort to sacrificing her dignity for mere sustenance. In truth, the rapid onset of food shortages faced by the citizens of Neon Country was largely connected to Lin Feng. Had he not seized all the grain from the two major granaries, the nation would have had enough food reserves to last at least a year and a half. With only one state granary remaining, the higher-ups were naturally focused on preserving their own survival, indifferent to the plight of the populace. This led to Maina's tragic fate, which had unfolded months after the apocalypse in her past life, manifesting far earlier this time around. As Lin Feng gazed at Maina, he enveloped her in his embrace. "Are you all right?" he inquired in a calm and gentle tone. Encountering such a formidable otherworldly being from his previous life, Lin Feng certainly would not squander the opportunity to win her allegiance. His approach varied according to each individual's circumstances. Maina suddenly threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. Had he not arrived, her fate was all too predictable. "No, you cannot leave. Her parents have already made promises to us," one of the old men shouted, his expression fierce, as if Lin Feng were the one who had committed a heinous act. "Did you not already seize the 100,000 coin notes?" Lin Feng cast a disdainful glance at the coins in the three old men's possession. The meager food you provided her parents should more than suffice for 10,000 coins. Wouldn't you agree? To put it bluntly, the lives of you three old fools together are hardly worth 10,000. With a mocking tone, Lin Feng delivered a swift kick, shattering the jaw of the man who had been speaking, rendering him mute. Lin Feng had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with them. The items you brought have already been paid for. Now, it is time to settle the score for your bullying of Mena. With that, Lin Feng retrieved a sharp, long knife from his space and handed it to Mena. She instinctively grasped the knife, but the next moment, she looked at Lin Feng with a mixture of fear and confusion in her eyes. How you deal with them is entirely up to you. The world is currently reeling from a catastrophic earthquake, and we cannot predict what further calamities may ensue. Social order has collapsed. You must decide how to handle them. But I must remind you, while I can save you this time, it does not guarantee that someone will come to your aid the next time they appear. With those words, Lin Feng strode out of the room. Witnessing his departure, both the three old men and Mena were left in a daze. The rapid shift in Lin Feng's thoughts left all four in the room momentarily stunned, as Mena remained motionless. One of the old men lunged forward, attempting to snatch the knife from her grasp. However, he grossly underestimated the force of his own charge and collided with another old man also rushing towards Mena. The knife plunged deep into the abdomen of the old man in front of her, blood oozing from his mouth as he let out a pained scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Lin Feng paid no mind to the unfolding chaos in the room. If Mena were to be harmed in such a situation, it would incur no loss to him, effectively ridding the world of a pest. Though losing the chance to recruit them was regrettable, Lin Feng did not feel regretful that he believed that the poisonous woman from his past life would not disappoint him, and his current actions were merely to aid her growth, guiding Mena toward a future that diverged from the perverse path she had once traversed. Less than 5 minutes later, Mena emerged from the room, her clothes tattered and bloodied. "Mena," Lin Feng called out. And upon hearing his voice, she seemed to awaken from her stupor. She rushed into Lin Feng's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Feng understood her sorrow and held her without uttering any comforting words that I asked for the scene in the room. He did not care to witness. It was certain that the three old men were no longer a threat, and whether Mena's parents lived or died held little significance for her now. Without Mena's desperate sacrifices, her parents would not survive long in such a harsh societal environment. Lin Feng retrieved a coat from his space and draped it over her shoulders before lifting her into his arms and walking forward slowly. Chapter 69. An unexpected confession. The poisonous beauty of the apocalyptic era, known as the Poisonous Woman, was a source of great distress even within Neon Country. The torments Mena had endured in her past life had left her psyche somewhat unhinged, leading her to intermittently spiral into madness and indiscriminately kill, even poisoning her most loyal subordinates time and again. In this life, while Mena's path still mirrored that of her past, Lin Feng's interference had prevented her from experiencing the same horrific trials. Of course, Lin Feng would never allow Mena to suffer the same fate as before. Otherwise, she would have no reason to willingly submit to him. As Lin Feng held Mena, they departed from her home. In his embrace, Mena wept silently, her tears flowing for an indeterminate length of time. After nearly an hour of walking, Mena finally lifted her head to look at Lin Feng, Mr. Lin Feng. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng gently set her down. "Are you feeling better?" he asked. Mena nodded slightly, unable to meet his gaze, especially given her disheveled state, which left her feeling an inexplicable embarrassment in front of him. With her head lowered, she wore an expression of unutterable dejection. "What do you plan to do next?" Lin Feng inquired again, that he was unaware of how Mena had awakened her poisonous abilities in her past life, or where she had obtained the fruit of those powers. However, considering the circumstances she faced in her previous life, it was likely that the fruit had been found near her home. After all, with those few old perverts and her parents watching over her, they would not dare allow her to roam freely outside. Otherwise, if she managed to escape, she would surely never return home. Yet this was merely Lin Feng's speculation. He had no way of knowing the reality. "I want to return to the old house," Mena replied. "The old house?" Lin Feng was taken aback by her response, but since she had already voiced her desire, he would not deter her. "Where is it?" "I will take you there." "No more, I've already troubled Mr. Lin Feng enough. Thank you for today. If it were not for you, I would have been unable to voice my thoughts here, nor would I have been able to articulate what main Nazi wished to express. Just recalling the earlier scene makes her shiver all over, as if trapped in a nightmarish dream that I now feel utterly useless and am at a loss for how to express my gratitude to you, Mr. Lin Feng. Upon hearing Mei Nazi's words, Lin Feng smiled. Did you forget that I need your assistance? At present, I require a substantial amount of supplies, and I need the connections of your company and your network to help me acquire them. Mr. Lin Feng, you are also an ability user, aren't you? At that moment, Mei Nazi's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Oh, what makes you say that? Lin Feng had not revealed his abilities in front of Mei Nazi. You have been conjuring items out of thin air. You must possess some wondrous powers, Mei Nazi continued. Hearing this, Lin Feng chuckled and removed the ring from his finger, presenting it to Mei Nazi. Try wearing it on your finger, that on my finger. Mei Nazi replied, somewhat skeptically. Yes, Lin Feng offered an encouraging glance. As soon as Mei Nazi slipped the ring onto her finger, a peculiar thought surged through her mind, compelling her to instinctively open the space within the ring, revealing a dazzling array of items. How marvelous! Mei Nazi gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Indeed, she was utterly shocked, yet she remained blissfully unaware that her actions had a profound impact on Lin Feng. The name Mei Nazi was certainly fitting. Her beauty was undeniable, and her figure was strikingly alluring. This unexpected display of adorableness before Lin Feng stirred feelings within him that he could hardly suppress. Little did he anticipate that the infamous poison maiden from his previous life would possess such an enchanting side. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the time and place, Lin Feng would have eagerly engaged her in a deep discussion about life, that I am indeed an ability user, but I specialize in lightning powers. Sensing that they were alone, Lin Feng snapped his fingers, and a bolt of lightning struck nearby. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's extraordinary abilities, Mei Nazi's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never expected him to be an ability user, let alone one who could control lightning. How astonishing! Actually, this is not uncommon. To my knowledge, there are many ability users that if you wish, you can become one as well, Lin Feng informed her. Mei Nazi appeared thoroughly amazed, her expression one of disbelief to me. Is that really possible? Absolutely. No, it is certain, Lin Feng asserted earnestly. Really, Mei Nazi remained uncertain. Lin Feng truly wished to tell her, you are the strongest female ability user in the post-apocalyptic Neon country. What is there to doubt? Mei Nazi returned the ring to Lin Feng, who then placed it back on his own finger. Now endowed with formidable strength, along with the capabilities of spatial travel and instantaneous movement, Lin Feng felt secure. Given the strength of those around him, none could harm him, let alone detain him. Observing Mei Nazi in her tattered attire, Lin Feng took out a set of clothing for her to change into, then produced a heavy motorcycle, speeding off with her towards the old house she had mentioned. The old house was nearly 100 miles from the center of Sakura City, and with the poor road conditions, it took Lin Feng 3 hours to reach their destination. Upon arrival, Lin Feng noted that many of the surrounding houses had been damaged in the great earthquake, including the old house Mei Nazi had referred to. Mr. Lin Feng, thank you for your assistance. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Mei Nazi bowed deeply once more to this point. If Lin Feng were to continue feigning a virtuous demeanor, it would be rather absurd. You need not worry about how to thank me. To be honest, I was captivated by you the moment I laid eyes on you, which is why I have gone to such lengths for you. Lin Feng replied candidly. Startled by Lin Feng's sudden declaration, Mei Nazi instinctively lowered her head, her thoughts a mystery. Perhaps she found it hard to accept his words at that moment. I apologize for being so forward, Lin Feng said with an apologetic tone. Now that I have brought you back here, let us tidy up this place. At the very least, it will provide you with a shelter, preventing any recurrence of what happened before. As Lin Feng spoke, he began to take action. However, upon stepping into the old house, he was taken aback. Chapter 70. The poisonous ability fruit. Lin Feng was unaware of Mei Nazi's true character, but having assisted her so directly and openly expressed his feelings. He believed that even if she could not accept him now, there would be opportunities to win her over in the future. Yet, upon entering the dilapidated structure, he was confronted by a sinister-looking fruit of an ability in the center of the wooden room. The sight of it instilled a palpable sense of malevolence within him. Simultaneously, he noticed dark, venomous tendrils emanating from the fruit, undulating ominously. Undoubtedly, this was a special type of ability fruit, and it was a premier poison-type ability fruit. In the post-apocalyptic world of his previous life, many ability users possessed poison-type abilities, but May Nazi was among the best. She was not only the foremost female ability user in Neon Country, but also a formidable presence on a global scale. In years past, May Nazi had engaged in fierce battles with a magma scar, and despite sustaining severe injuries, she could not be defeated. Even the magma scar suffered from her poison, ultimately paying a hefty price to rid himself of it. Now, witnessing the very fruit that could transform May Nazi into the formidable figure she had been in his past life stirred emotions within Lin Feng. As he gazed at the poison-type ability fruit, May Nazi entered the room, equally astonished by its presence. "What is this doing here?" she exclaimed, approaching Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin Feng, is this the kind of ability fruit that can grant one the powers of an ability user?" Lin Feng turned to her, particularly noting the innocence in her eyes, and nodded. This brought joy to May Nazi, who stepped forward eagerly. "Wait," Lin Feng called out, halting her. "Mr. Lin Feng, what is it? Do you not want this plant?" May Nazi countered, her gaze filled with suspicion. Lin Feng was taken aback. Was she truly intending to offer the ability fruit to him? "I find this fruit somewhat unsettling. Do you not feel uncomfortable?" he inquired. Anyone encountering such a peculiar ability fruit would likely be unable to ignore the discomfort it induced. Yet, in response to Lin Feng's question, May Nazi shook her head. "No, I don't feel that way at all," she replied honestly. Listening to her, Lin Feng's gaze returned to the poison-type ability fruit, and at that moment he felt an unusual connection to it. It seemed to resonate with May Nazi, almost as if it were calling out to her. This prompted Lin Feng to recall a legend from his previous life. It was said that individuals with a natural affinity for water would possess extraordinary talent in water-type abilities upon mastering them, a kind of innate compatibility. Many referred to this as a natural gift. The scene before him evoked that very sentiment. Could it be that May Nazi and the poison-type ability fruit shared a fated bond? If so, it would explain why so many poison-type ability users existed. Yet May Nazi was the most renowned, her fame intertwined with her unparalleled beauty and ruthless methods of killing. "May Nazi, do you wish to consume this ability fruit?" Lin Feng inquired. At his words, May Nazi paused. "Mr. Lin Feng, do you not want it? It is worth a great deal. I borrowed so much money from you earlier, so consider this fruit as repayment, if you will," she earnestly suggested. Lin Feng smiled. "Did you forget what I mentioned at the door? You need not concern yourself with that money. If you assist me, my commission is quite generous. If you help me procure supplies, you could easily earn over $100,000 coins in a single day." While Lin Feng had indicated that he needed her to leverage her company's resources and connections for acquiring supplies, he had yet to discuss the commission rates. Though the poison-type ability fruit was impressive, Lin Feng could not consume it himself. If he could win May Nazi's allegiance, what difference would it make compared to possessing that fruit? "Do you wish to become an ability user?" Lin Feng once again inquired of Mayna. Hesitating for a moment, it was only after a considerable pause that Mayna firmly nodded and declared, "Yes, Mr. Lin Feng, I wish to become a supernatural being." "Very well, then swallow it," Lin Feng instructed her. After a brief hesitation, Mayna stepped forward and plucked the fruit from the top of the poisonous supernatural fruit. Under Lin Feng's watchful gaze, she promptly consumed the fruit. As soon as Mayna swallowed it, a look of anguish twisted her face. This pain was familiar to Lin Feng, who understood that at this moment, he could offer no assistance to Mayna. She had to endure it on her own. While Mayna writhed in agony, Lin Feng reached out to collect the remaining branches and roots of the poisonous supernatural fruit. One of the significant reasons Lin Feng felt at ease allowing Mayna to consume the poisonous supernatural fruit was his confidence that she would not turn against him. The abilities derived from the poisonous supernatural fruit were indeed highly toxic. Yet the branches and roots served as the most potent antidote. Once Mayna ingested the leaves and roots, the poison from the fruit would not be fatal to her and any other toxins she encountered. As long as they were less potent than the fruit's poison, would be ineffective against Lin Feng. This was a secret Lin Feng had inadvertently learned during his previous life in the apocalypse, and it had been verified. With the branches and roots of the poisonous supernatural fruit in his possession, Lin Feng felt no fear, even if Mayna were to revert to the deranged and malevolent figure she had once been. Lin Feng was uncertain about how long it would take for Mayna to activate her powers. During this interim, he retrieved a simplified version of an apocalyptic shelter from his supernatural space. After subduing Lin Xiao, he had gifted him a rudimentary version of the shelter. Now, as he intended to bring Mena under his wing and had other plans, he could not afford to be stingy. Chapter 71. Mena's poisonous supernatural ability. Lin Feng produced the simplified, portable apocalyptic shelter and carried Mena inside, activating the internal defensive mechanisms that he also extracted sufficient supplies to sustain her for half a month. It was not that Lin Feng was reluctant to provide Mena with more resources. Rather, he anticipated that once she assisted him in acquiring a substantial amount of supplies, she would naturally receive a share of those resources. Furthermore, should the timing be right, Lin Feng might even present her with a piece of spatial equipment. These considerations were contingent upon Mena's performance. If she were to betray him, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. After waiting for half an hour, Lin Feng received messages from Lu Li and Sun Mingya, who were in the country. Following Lin Feng's departure the previous day, he had left them with food for a day. Yet they had consumed it all and were now left without sustenance. With Lin Feng's prolonged absence, they took the initiative to contact him. Although phone calls and messages were still functioning, it would not be long before the power system faced further destruction at the end of the month. Limiting communication to satellite phones only. Many people lack satellite phones, but Lin Feng had recently acquired a warehouse full of them during a raid in the Eagle Nation that he had also seized several expensive mobile phones equipped with satellite communication capabilities. Lin Feng paid no heed to Lu Li and Sun Mingya's calls and messages. Having opened his phone, he glanced through the messages. The first thing that caught his attention was the news in the residential owners group about Gao Jianxing's demise, which had spread like wildfire. Even days later, discussions surrounding the event showed no signs of waning. Additionally, the situation had stabilized somewhat, with law enforcement and personnel from the Qinglong battle zone working to maintain order, causing previously rampant criminals to retreat. Consequently, some residents had begun to procure supplies through official channels, and a few engaged in charitable acts, selling food from their stockpiles. The atmosphere in the owners group was lively, with signs of hope and recovery. Seeing this, Lin Feng shook his head. Perhaps allowing the people a moment of joy served as a final consolation. After a considerable wait, Mena finally regained consciousness upon seeing her awake. Lin Feng promptly rushed over and lifted her into his arms. "How do you feel?" he asked with genuine concern. Mena initially reacted with surprise and resistance, her body trembling slightly. However, she soon calmed down. "Mr. Lin Feng, it seems that my powers are related to poison," she stated. Lin Feng smiled. "Indeed. What you have just activated should be the poisonous supernatural ability. This is a formidable power, Mena. Congratulations on officially becoming a supernatural being." Upon hearing Lin Feng's congratulations, Mena momentarily failed to grasp its significance. As Lin Feng lifted her to her feet, a faint blush colored her cheeks. Lin Feng's presence had altered the fates of many, beginning with Li Shuer, followed by Lin Zhao's family, and now Mena. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the twisted, murderous poison woman from his previous life should not resurface. Yet Lin Feng did not wish for Mena to become useless. Otherwise, her value to him would diminish considerably. "Thank you, Mr. Lin Feng." Just as they exchanged words, Mena glanced around the uniquely designed room they were in. "Where is this place?" she inquired. "This is my mobile fortress. As long as you reside here, the current strength of those outside will not pose a threat to you for quite some time," Lin Feng explained. The simplified mobile shelter, also known as a portable apocalyptic fortress, was constructed from steel walls several centimeters thick. Although its capabilities paled in comparison to the underground shelter where Lin Feng resided, finding a comparable refuge among the current external residences would be nearly impossible. Unless one were a fellow enthusiast of the apocalypse, outsiders would never possess such a level of fortress. Noticing Mena's lingering confusion, Lin Feng chuckled and continued, "This fortress is designated for your use. All the food inside is for you. Your assistance in securing supplies will ensure your safety here." Lin Feng did not intend for Mena to become a sheltered flower. However, to prevent her from transforming into the malevolent figure she had once been, he preferred her to be slightly weakened, that he firmly believed that with his careful guidance, Mena would not fare much worse than during their previous life in the apocalypse. No, this fortress is too valuable. "I cannot stay here." Mena immediately rejected the offer. Having received so much care and assistance from Lin Feng, Mena felt overwhelmed. Despite knowing the shelter was undoubtedly safe for the time being, she was reluctant to exploit Lin Feng's generosity. "Mena, Do you refuse my goodwill? Lin Feng asked earnestly, his voice imbued with an unparalleled tenderness. Or do you think my words outside were mere whims? I assure you, I am quite serious, at the very least. You should allow me to demonstrate my intentions. That S nodded. Mena found herself at a loss for words in response. Seeing Mena's flustered demeanor, Lin Feng smiled inwardly. Do you think you can evade my grasp? Chapter 72. Do not treat me so well. Dealing with each individual requires different approaches. And even with the same person, the methods employed at various stages differ significantly. In his previous life during the apocalypse. Had Lin Feng attempted to engage the poison woman in this manner, it would have undoubtedly led to his demise. If the poison woman did not unleash her most potent toxins upon him, it would have been a courtesy. Yet now, Mena's heart was in turmoil, and it was impossible for her to accept Lin Feng's intentions in such a short time. Her emotions were chaotic, leaving her unsure of how to navigate her feelings. Lin Feng chose not to provoke her further, mindful of the potential backlash. Could it be that you wish to encounter that previous situation again? The outside world is currently in chaos, with incidents of vandalism and robbery occurring incessantly. Here, at least, you can find some safety, which puts my mind at ease. Lin Feng continued. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Mena Zi appeared somewhat bashful. Lin Feng chose not to dwell on the matter further, and instead took her on a tour of this makeshift mobile apocalypse fortress. Initially, Mena Zi was perhaps merely astonished by the sudden appearance of this rudimentary fortress model, but upon learning of its formidable capabilities, she became even more convinced of Lin Feng's assertions that as long as Mena Zi resided here, she could rest soundly at night, for it would be nearly impossible for any wrongdoer to breach its defenses. The fortress's protective measures exceeded her expectations. In Lin Feng's eyes, however, the fortress's defensive capabilities were merely mediocre. It was undoubtedly secure until a fourth-tier ability user appeared. Yet should a fourth-tier or higher ability user emerge, it could very well be compromised. Conversely, the fortress where Lin Feng resided could withstand attacks from fifth-tier ability users, boasting a significantly higher level of comfort and security. After completing the tour of the fortress's internal facilities, Mena Zi, who had previously felt a tinge of embarrassment regarding Lin Feng's fortress, no longer harbored any intention of refusal. She was acutely aware of the chaos outside, that if the situation escalated further, even staying at home might lead to being hunted down by nefarious individuals, leaving her as nothing more than remnants. Mr. Lin Feng, do you truly wish for me to stay here? Mena Zi hesitated for a moment before timidly inquiring. Lin Feng nodded emphatically, awakening the fortress's intelligent butler and promptly inputting Mena Zi's information. Presently, access to the fortress was restricted to Lin Feng and Mena Zi alone. With Lin Feng as the primary controller, he could add Mena Zi to the management system to enjoy the fortress's services or revoke her access at any time. In contrast, Mena Zi possessed only usage rights within this model fortress. This arrangement was consistent across all three of Lin Feng's fortresses, including the underground sanctuary, as he held absolute control over the core operations. Lin Feng nodded again, speaking with an air of certainty. Of course, do you doubt my intentions? To be blunt, Miss Mena Zi, there is nothing about you that I covet, aside from your own sentiments. Lin Feng's forthrightness only heightened Mena Zi's anxiety. Her unease was not born of fear. Rather, she recognized that if Lin Feng truly desired to force himself upon her, she would be utterly powerless to resist. Setting aside Lin Feng's status as a lightning ability user, the disparity in strength between the sexes rendered her incapable of opposing him. Moreover, Lin Feng had shown no hesitation in granting her abilities, providing her with an abundance of food and this invaluable refuge in these trying times. Mena Zi's apprehension stemmed from her feelings of unworthiness. The kindness Lin Feng bestowed upon her was overwhelming, leaving her with a sense of unreality. Mena Zi, what troubles you? Lin Feng asked gently, noticing her downcast gaze. As he slowly raised her chin, he was taken aback to find her in tears. Why are you crying? He inquired, surprised by her appearance. Just then, Mena Zi threw herself into Lin Feng's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Feng was at a loss regarding her distress, but soon, as her tears fell, he made an astonishing discovery. Even now, as a poison ability user, Mena Zi's tears were venomous. The corrosive liquid soaked into Lin Feng's clothing, burning a hole through the fabric. Fortunately, he wore thick enough attire that the damage was not immediately harmful. Mena Zi, What is the matter? Did my earlier words offend your pride? I apologize, Lin Feng said earnestly. At that moment, Mena Zi shook her head vigorously, indicating that it was not his fault that Mr. Lin Feng. Today marks our first meeting, yet you have been so kind to me. I am frightened. No one has ever treated me this well. Not even my parents, who have always viewed me merely as a tool for their retirement. They forbade me from interacting with other males, from dating, and certainly from marrying. Mena Zi's voice trembled as she relayed her grievances, revealing the oppressive environment in which she had been raised. Lin Feng listened intently, gaining insight into the exploitative nature of her family life that in such a challenging household. Mena Zi's endurance and filial piety were remarkable. But I don't understand. I truly don't know if they ever regarded me as their daughter. I could accept being their caretaker, but why must they treat me this way? For the sake of food. They would sell me off, she cried, her body trembling in Lin Feng's embrace. Lin Feng had encountered countless similar situations in his previous life, where even cannibalism became a grim reality among families, especially in the wake of an apocalypse. However, many remained oblivious to the severity of the situation, clinging to their former mindsets. Regardless, Mena Zi belonged to a tragically unfortunate category. If Mr. Lin Feng's kindness stems solely from a desire for my body, I am willing to offer it to you now, as it is the only way I can repay you. But please do not be so kind to me. I cannot bear the thought of having your kindness withdrawn once I have accepted it. Mena Zi earnestly implored, her voice laced with a pitiful sob. Just as her words faded, Lin Feng could no longer contain himself. He gently pushed Mena Zi away before hastily removing his clothing. Could it be, just as I suspected? Mena Zi thought, preparing to follow suit and remove her own garments. Chapter 73. Toxic effects that it hurts. Lin Feng instinctively cried out, hastily tearing off his clothing as the sensation of the venom on his skin was excruciating. Mena Zi, awaiting Lin Feng's next move, was nearly amused by his frantic antics as he jumped about, seemingly in a panic. Lin Feng quickly stripped off his clothes and changed into another outfit. When he finally looked up to see Mena Zi, he was taken aback. You aren't experiencing similar burns, are you? As he spoke, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that her own tears, even if toxic, should not harm her. Upon finishing his thought, he approached Mena Zi, staring intently at her, searching for any signs of burns on her body. However, despite his scrutiny, he found no evidence of damage under Lin Feng's somewhat heated gaze. Mena Zi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. To Lin Feng's earlier remark, she became aware that the two black holes in her clothing were indeed the result of the corrosive venom. Furthermore, Lin Feng's attire was evidently still being affected. A sight that left her astonished. Is all of this really due to my tears? Mena Zi asked, bewildered. Lin Feng nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he responded. What else could it be? Look at my clothes, they've been burned through. I thought, Mena Zi stammered, her bashfulness evident. Observing her flustered demeanor, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Mena Zi's embarrassment intensified. I apologize, Mr. Lin Feng, I never intended to hurt you. It was unintentional. She stammered, I am well aware that it was not your intention, that it is entirely normal for you to struggle with controlling your newly awakened poison abilities. Lin Feng reassured her. Once you gain a better understanding of your powers, you will be able to manage the secretion of your venom. Yes, Mena Zi nodded earnestly. Despite her profound shyness, she gradually lifted her gaze to meet Lin Feng's. Mr. Lin Feng, I was serious earlier, that if you wish to claim my body, I would be willing to offer it. Mena Zi trailed off, her words hanging in the air. However, Lin Feng swiftly interjected, draping her clothing back over her shoulders. I understand that you are sincere, and I am sincere as well. What I seek is not merely your body, but also your heart. Lin Feng's declaration warmed Mena Zi's heart, in this regard, he was indeed quite earnest. Ultimately, Lin Feng's primary desire was to secure Mena Zi's loyalty. Without her unwavering allegiance, all his efforts would be in vain. Thus far, the most earnest in her affections has undeniably been Li Shuer. Should Mena Zi manage to be successfully captivated and remain steadfastly loyal to him, Lin Feng would certainly not be averse to having her join the ranks of the women by his side. Contemplating this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Despite possessing 11 plants of psychic ability fruit within his anomalous space, he is acutely aware that, given his current circumstances, he cannot absorb a third type of ability for the time being. As for whether he might continue to absorb abilities in the future and successfully awaken a third one, Lin Feng remains uncertain. Regarding this matter, he attempted to communicate with the Qinquan Pearl. Yet it offered no response whatsoever. Psychic ability fruits are inherently rare, and Lin Feng cannot afford to consume them indiscriminately as he did with his lightning ability, should he devour all 11 and still fail to awaken. It would be a lamentable waste of such precious resources. If he could awaken psychic powers to perceive the thoughts of others or to exert control over their mental will, Lin Feng would find himself sparing the need for elaborate schemes. As a single psychic ability would suffice for control or inquiry, at that moment, as Lin Feng pondered, Mena Zi enveloped him in a warm embrace, a gesture of gratitude. Although she has not yet fully accepted him, her heart has gradually begun to embrace Lin Feng. That alone is more than sufficient. After imparting the operational details and utilization of the proposed apocalyptic sanctuary to Mena Zi, along with some insights on employing abilities, Lin Feng reminded her to procure supplies for him before taking his leave. "Mr. Lin Feng, will you return?" Mena Zi stood at the door, a hint of reluctance in her demeanor. "Mena Zi, just call me Lin Feng. I will certainly return while you are here." Lin Feng responded with a smile, before turning to mount his heavy motorcycle and depart. After riding a few kilometers and ensuring the surroundings were clear, he stowed away his motorcycle and traversed back to the villa in Ungshi through spatial shifting. Upon his return, he found the two women absent. Leaving him somewhat perplexed, he promptly retrieved his phone to call them. At that moment, he couldn't shake the thought. Had they encountered misfortune during his prolonged absence? If that were the case, he would feel no regret, though he might seldom visit the villa again. Just as Lin Feng dialed their number, a melodious tune resonated from the entrance. Upon hearing the sound, he saw Sun Mingya and Lu Li push the door open. "Lin Feng, you're back." Their initial surprise at seeing him in the villa was palpable, though joy was not immediately evident. After a brief moment of astonishment, they donned expressions of delight and rushed towards him. Lin Feng, indifferent to the commotion, casually dropped a backpack filled with numerous snacks from the island. Unaware that Sun Mingya and Lu Li, unable to comprehend the neon language, mistook them for high-end treats he had brought specifically for them. "Enjoy," Lin Feng remarked with a seemingly detached tone. 2 hours later, Lin Feng sat at the edge of his bed, his demeanor clearly less than cheerful. What is the situation? Has the power of time and space failed to increase even a fraction? Lin Feng's foremost desire remained the enhancement of his abilities. Without such growth, facing the myriad formidable creatures in the latter stages of the apocalypse would thrust him into a life shrouded in darkness that he wished to avoid the extreme frustrations of his past life, which felt akin to imprisonment. Moreover, even in confinement, one must possess sufficient means for self-preservation. Otherwise, in the apocalypse, possessing a skill such as spatial shifting does not guarantee absolute safety. After all, the strength of the 10 corpse emperors is terrifying, and they too possess the ability to move swiftly over short distances. Among them, the Dragon Kuei Corpse Emperor is renowned for his spatial abilities, being one of the most formidable and fearsome beings known to Lin Feng from his previous life. However, he had yet to witness the Dragon Kuei Corpse Emperor wielding the treasured Qinquan Pearl before meeting his demise. With this thought, Lin Feng felt apprehensive. Should he encounter the Dragon Kuei Corpse Emperor in this life? Would the Emperor recognize the Qinquan Pearl in his possession? "First, tell me about the situation outside," Lin Feng inquired of the two women. Upon hearing Lin Feng's request, they wasted no time in relaying all they had witnessed beyond the villa. In summary, order in the outside world was gradually stabilizing, with significant progress in disaster relief efforts orchestrated by higher authorities, particularly in their severe crackdown on criminals exploiting the chaos. These relentless measures have notably alleviated the societal security situation, and various disaster relief supplies have been transported to the most severely affected cities and regions across the nation. Numerous supermarkets and businesses have responded to the directives from above, opening their doors to assist in disaster relief. Yet, even amidst this improving environment, the prices of food and supplies remain exorbitantly inflated, often exceeding 5 times their previous rates. Previously, due to the societal turmoil, many households lacked the habit of stockpiling supplies, and their food reserves had long since dwindled. Many were too fearful to venture out to shop, as the chaotic scenes outside made it difficult to find places to purchase essentials, with their greatest concern being the potential danger of not returning home after going out. With society stabilizing slightly, most people have begun to venture out, employing various strategies to hoard whatever supplies they can procure. Understood, Lin Feng concluded, tossing aside a bundle of cash amounting to 100,000 xia currency. Currently, he possessed little more than knife currency, having nearly exhausted his xia currency previously, leaving him with less than 1,000,000. However, this amount was inconsequential to Lin Feng, as he preferred to let them procure food themselves rather than making repeated trips to provide for them. Upon seeing Lin Feng toss out tens of thousands of xia currency, the two women began to scramble for it that in the past, such a sum would have earned Lin Feng only an appreciative nod from Lu Li. But now, without a financial benefactor, she could not afford to treat Lin Feng with the same disdainful attitude as before. This is for me. Let go. No, it's for me, you release it. Initially, the two engaged in a minor skirmish over the money. But before long, they were embroiled in a full-fledged tussle. Lin Feng, however, remained entirely unconcerned. Just as he prepared to leave, he was suddenly alerted by a cry for help from outside. Help! Someone is being robbed. The desperate plea for assistance instantly captured Lin Feng's attention, primarily because he recognized the voice all too well. She was one of the reasons he had left her in this community. Mu Wanting, upon hearing the voice, Lin Feng dashed out in a flash. Upon confirming it was indeed Mu Wanting, he rushed over with a concerned expression, asking, "Are you injured?" Mu Wanting quickly shook her head. "I am not hurt, but that person stole the food I worked hard to buy." As she spoke, she pointed towards a man who had already fled into the apartment building. Without hesitation, Lin Feng surged forward. With remarkable speed, Lin Feng reached the second floor just as the man, who had been fleeing, was about to ascend. He seized the man's arm. "Kong Hao, stop!" Lin Feng shouted with authority. The man, startled by his name being called, faltered momentarily in his escape that he struggled to free himself from Lin Feng's grasp, but found it impossible. Itsu, Lin Feng. After the previous incident with Gao Jiansheng and Gao Daba, Lin Feng was now a recognizable figure among the majority of the residents. Kong Hao, however, was bewildered as to how Lin Feng knew his name. "Hand over the goods. Whatever you wish to eat, I shall provide later," Lin Feng asserted in an uncompromising tone. "Impossible, even if you call the police. I'll accept that my family is on the brink of starvation. Let me return home to feed them first, and then you can do whatever you want with me," Kong Hao pleaded desperately. Lin Feng refrained from immediately resorting to violence against Kong Hao, primarily because, in his previous life, Kong Hao had been one of his initial subordinates to that time. Kong Hao's family was nearing starvation, and all his funds were tied up in his bank account with little cash on hand. However, due to the catastrophic earthquake, many people were now shunning online payments, and the network was highly unstable, resulting in the complete breakdown of the banking system. After all, a string of numbers cannot compare to the peace of mind that comes with having real cash in hand. Thus, cash transactions have become paramount. Consequently, families like Kong Hao's with minimal cash reserves were severely impacted. The abandonment of the banking system, as Lin Feng had learned from his past experiences, was the wisest choice for most, as within a few days, the banking system would collapse entirely, rendering even online payments impossible. Lin Feng's words fell on deaf ears for Kong Hao, who was solely focused on rescuing his family. Realizing that lecturing him was futile, Lin Feng swiftly kicked him to the ground, simultaneously reclaiming the large bag of food that Kong Hao had snatched away. "Please, my family is on the brink of death. I beg you for some food," Kong Hao cried, tears streaming down his face. "There is food in the basement stairwell on the first floor. Go and take it all. However, you must return what you have stolen," Lin Feng declared, and with that, he dashed downstairs, clutching the large bag of food that Mu Wanting had purchased as he passed the staircase on the first floor. He casually flicked his hand, retrieving 2 boxes of food from his spatial abilities and placing them at the bottom of the stairs. In the previous life, Kong Hao did not hold much significance for Lin Feng. This was primarily because shortly after Lin Feng took him in, they ventured out together to scavenge for supplies. Only for Kong Hao, who had not yet become an ability user, to fall into a trap and lose his life. Lin Feng knew little of Kong Hao's character, but it was evident that he was willing to resort to extreme measures for survival. Had he not met such a tragic end in his past life, it was likely he would have managed to make something of himself. Now, motivated by a shred of compassion stemming from their past, Lin Feng decided to provide Kong Hao with a small amount of resources. Otherwise, even a single peanut would have been deemed excessive. Once Lin Feng returned the supplies to Mu Wanting, who had been in tears. Her face transformed from despair to joy upon seeing him approach with the items. "Thank you. I am truly grateful." As Mu Wanting caught sight of Lin Feng, a sense of familiarity washed over her. Yet she could not recall where she had seen him before. To be more careful next time, that if you encounter any danger or require assistance, feel free to seek me out. Lin Feng extended an olive branch. Although Mu Wanting did not recognize him, her gratitude remained profound. That as she prepared to leave, they exchanged contact information at Lin Feng's insistence. "Should you need anything, you may reach out to me, that I will not intrude upon your life otherwise," he assured her. With that, Lin Feng turned and departed. If Li Shuer had been his first woman in his past life, then Mu Wanting was undoubtedly the second. That time, Mu Wanting had a boyfriend, and their first encounter had not been one of camaraderie, but rather a confrontation, as her unscrupulous boyfriend had falsely accused Lin Feng, placing them at odds with one another. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng and Mu Wanting met again under such circumstances, altering the course of their fates once more. As dusk descended, Lin Feng delayed his return to the underground shelter, contemplating whether to retrieve the spatial golden sphere from the villa and promptly relocate it to the nearby Silver Elephant country, known for its vast grain reserves. Previously, Lin Feng had only plundered a fraction of the food that had, due to a massive earthquake, sunk into the earth. The remaining reserves were still considerable. While lost in thought, a phone call interrupted him. Upon seeing the caller ID, Lin Feng wasted no time in answering. It was Lin Xiao, who briefed him on the day's operations, reporting a successful acquisition of over 100 ability fruits. "Continue your search for supplies. I will bring a spatial device when I arrive." They exchanged a few more words before hanging up. After a moment of reflection, Lin Feng resolved to return and retrieve the spatial golden sphere, as it had lost its significance at the villa. Should he require it again, he could always drive back or wait until he had enough silver to craft a fifth spatial golden sphere before discarding it here. Upon returning to the villa, he collected the spatial golden sphere. Seeing him return, the two women attempted to approach him, but Lin Feng coldly dismissed them. "I have important matters to attend to. Do not disturb me." The two women understood the gravity of his demeanor and retreated. "If a woman named Mu Wanting comes looking for me, you must inform me immediately." "Understood," Lin Feng instructed solemnly. They both nodded in agreement. Fully aware of Lin Feng's lethal capabilities, they dared not pry into his affairs, knowing that incurring his displeasure could lead to their expulsion, leaving them without shelter. They had narrowly escaped the collapse of their previous residence, and had they been inside, their lives would have been in jeopardy. After securing the spatial golden sphere, Lin Feng mounted his heavy motorcycle and departed. His confident exit caught the attention of several residents, some of whom contemplated targeting him. However, recalling Lin Feng's recent actions and the rumors of his annihilation of the property management team, no one dared to act against him. As for the petty gangs, Lin Feng regarded them with disdain. In his eyes, they were mere cannon fodder. Speeding along the road, Lin Feng chose not to utilize spatial travel this time, opting instead to drive straight to the underground fortress. Along the way, he multitasked, organizing the supplies within his spatial inventory. Upon reviewing his stock, a broad smile spread across his face. Setting aside the 5 Great Lakes potable freshwater, the 48 million tons of seafood alone sufficed for an ample food reserve. Additionally, Lin Feng had pillaged nearly 20 million tons of grains from Neon Country, Beautiful Country, and Silver Elephant Country, along with 200,000 tons of mineral water, 120,000 tons of carbonated beverages, and 300,000 tons of various alcoholic drinks, over 80 of which were beers. He also possessed 800,000 tons of vegetables, 500,000 tons of pork, 236,000 tons of beef, 200,000 tons of lamb, 500,000 tons of snacks, 1,000 tons of oils, salts, and sauces, over 800 million barrels of crude oil, and an array of clothing and daily necessities occupying 300,000 cubic meters, along with enough gourmet dishes and street food to last him a century. Moreover, Lin Feng had seized all the medicinal supplies from the Eagle Country's Lala Pharmaceutical Company, encompassing nearly every type of medication available on the market, all in vast quantities. This was merely his supply inventory. When he surveyed his weaponry, Lin Feng's excitement grew, eager to showcase his arsenal. Aircraft carriers, cruisers, frigates, nuclear warheads, bombers, nuclear submarines, and an array of cutting-edge tanks, long-range drones. and stealth fighters were all at his disposal. Given Lin Feng's current armaments, waging war against a mid-sized nation would pose no challenge. However, such an endeavor was clearly unfeasible at present, as he lacked the means to operate so many weapons simultaneously. Even if Lin Feng ascended to the pinnacle of ability users and lived for thousands of years, his resources would suffice for his survival. Lin Feng was undoubtedly at the forefront of the apocalyptic landscape, and as he found himself in a position entirely different from his past life, he began to contemplate future possibilities. Yet he hesitated, hoping that such circumstances would never arise where he would need to take action himself. As Lin Feng's thoughts wandered, he arrived at the entrance of the underground shelter. To his surprise, he noticed two unfamiliar vehicles parked outside. His expression shifted. Outsiders had entered. Xiao Shui, pull up the surveillance footage from the shelter. Lin Feng commanded as he entered the villa upstairs. Uncertain of the happenings within the underground refuge, he relied on the AI housekeeper, Xiao Shui, to present the situation and comply with his orders. Though Lin Feng could traverse both domestic and international landscapes, this underground refuge was his stronghold. With the impending threats of extreme heat and cold, the shelter would serve as his crucial sanctuary. Lin Feng had an unwavering trust in Li Shui from his past life, yet people could change. Should this life Li Shui betray him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Various thoughts raced through Lin Feng's mind. He finally caught sight of the surveillance footage. However, upon recognizing the figure in the video, his brow furrowed. Lan Qir? Why has that woman returned? Xiao Shui, amplify the volume, play the video at 5 times speed. As Lin Feng swiftly consumed the entirety of the video content, he finally comprehended the events that had transpired throughout the day. Any lingering doubts he had harbored regarding Li Shui were promptly cast aside. After all, over 90% of the populace remained oblivious to the commencement of the apocalypse. Thus, it was entirely natural not to harbor complete wariness towards others. Lan Qir had taken the initiative to bring her companions directly to his doorstep. And initially, they were uncertain whether Li Shui was indeed present. Moreover, even if they were aware of her location within the underground shelter, their lack of permission rendered their entry impossible. That moment, an unforeseen scene unfolded before Li Shui. Lan Qir had awakened her own supernatural abilities, specifically those of the fire element. Furthermore, the 3 individuals accompanying Lan Qir had also awakened powers of their own. 2 possessed abilities related to animals, while the other wielded powers of the wind element. Witnessing this spectacle left Lin Feng utterly astonished. It was truly unexpected. Previously, while Lin Feng was in the process of awakening his own powers, Lan Qir had stealthily pilfered the fruits of his abilities, which he had stored in the underground shelter, primarily those of the natural and animal elements. This meant that after acquiring Lin Feng's abilities, the 4 individuals had awakened their powers and promptly sought to confront him. Their deceitful tactics aimed at Li Shui were rather simplistic. Lan Qir merely feigned remorse, employing emotional appeals. Naturally, Li Shui had no desire to engage with Lan Qir. Yet, under the persistent encouragement of the others, her resolve weakened, and she ultimately consented to meet with them face to face. The crux of the matter was that Lan Qir wished to apologize to Li Shui in person, continually invoking her own suffering. Lan Qir knelt at the door for nearly an hour, and Li Shui's inherent kindness eventually led her to believe that Lan Qir had not intended to abandon her. However, upon opening the doors to the villa and subsequently the entrance to the underground shelter, the 4 individuals disregarded their earlier display of sorrow and instead launched into vehement slanders against Lin Feng. Initially, Li Shui had harbored some fondness for them, which prompted her to allow their entrance to the shelter. Yet upon entering, they began to survey their surroundings with an insatiable curiosity, seemingly oblivious to their prior commitments to apologize, redirecting their focus entirely onto the underground refuge. Their behavior incited Li Shui's ire. You claimed you wished to apologize to me, and I have granted you entry. It seems all you wished to say was already expressed at the door. If there is nothing further, I kindly ask you to leave. Li Shui adopted an unmistakably dismissive demeanor. In her confrontation with the 4, she no longer exhibited any semblance of politeness to that moment. Lan Qir stepped forward, addressing Li Shui. Shui, I understand you have endured considerable hardship here, surely at the hands of that beast, right? You must have suffered greatly and endured much indignity. Lan Qir spoke with fervor, her righteous indignation palpable. Yet, such words fell on Li Shui's ears like daggers. especially since one of the two men present was someone she had once held dear. Lan Qi'er was fully aware of Li Shui's affections. And now that Li Shui had become Lin Feng's partner, something Lan Qi'er had witnessed firsthand, she brazenly reopened Li Shui's emotional wounds before those men. How could Li Shui hold her head high in their presence? Perhaps Lin Feng had indeed treated Li Shui with kindness, but the methods through which he had secured her affections were far from noble. It was impossible for Li Shui to claim that she bore no grudges. However, this sentiment had nearly faded until Lan Qi'er resurrected it with merciless blows, tormenting her spirit immensely. Under such torment, Li Shui found herself not filled with the hatred that Lan Qi'er had anticipated directed at Lin Feng. Rather, her animosity was squarely aimed at Lan Qi'er. After all, Lin Feng had been a victim of circumstance, and despite the painful memories he had inflicted upon her, he had consistently sought to make amends. In truth, Li Shui bore no resentment towards Lin Feng. Instead, she felt fortunate to have encountered him amid such dire circumstances. To Shui, rest assured, we are aware of the suffering you have endured, that if you cooperate with us, we promise that the beast will pay a heavy price. Trust us. Lan Qi'er presented herself as a paragon of virtue, yet her eyes betrayed her ulterior motives. Li Shui's expression hardened. She recognized that she had once again fallen into a trap. Realizing the folly of her innocence, Qi'er, I have not been subjected to any degradation, nor have I endured the humiliations you speak of. What transpired between Lin Feng and me was merely a ruse, a test to ascertain your sincerity as a friend. Lan Qi'er was momentarily taken aback by Li Shui's declaration, her eyes wide with disbelief. The fruits of power you stole from me were merely a severance of our friendship. Today, I had hoped for a genuine apology from you, yet you come with such intentions. You have truly disappointed me. Leave now, for you are not welcome here. Li Shui spoke with unwavering resolve. Chapter 77. Foolish Child Shui. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? As Lan Qi'er's facade crumbled, she resolved to lay bare her true feelings to Li Shui. I am fully aware of what I say and do. It is you who should ponder your intentions. I warn you, leave while you still can, for when Lin Feng returns, escaping will be no easy feat. Li Shui recognized the malice in their intentions and boldly issued her warning. How could I harbor such bitterness? Why was I so foolish? Have you been bewitched by that man? How dare you speak to us in such a manner? We are here to assist you. Do not be ungrateful. Lan Qi'er's fury surged. Silence. Cease your nonsensical prattle. Li Shui, incensed by Lan Qi'er's accusations, retorted vehemently. You are the one who, out of fear for your own life, resorted to thievery, only to stand here and wrongfully accuse me. With a fierce cry, Li Shui was poised to engage in a heated argument with Lan Qi'er. In an instant, however, a fireball coalesced in Lan Qi'er's hand, hurtling towards Li Shui, sending her sprawling backwards and scorching her clothing and arm. Daha! Li Shui, are you truly so naive? By the looks of it, you have yet to awaken your powers. That man is merely toying with you, and you refuse to see the truth. If he truly cared for you, why would he withhold the fruits of power? Allow me to clarify. The 4 fruits we took from here granted us our abilities. We have come to seize this underground refuge. If you wish to secure your fate, join us. Once we eliminate him, you too can awaken your powers and stand with us. Otherwise, prepare to meet your end alongside him. How shameless, Li Shui railed against Lan Qi'er. Shameless. At least I am not a discarded flower, tossed aside after being used by a man. Lan Qi'er retorted without hesitation. Consider this your final chance. Will you collaborate with us? If he returns, it will be too late for you, that we will strike together and eliminate you. But if you join forces with us, I assure you will awaken your powers. So, what say you? Never. You dream. Li Shui had already suffered greatly at Lan Qi'er's hands. To trust her again would be the height of foolishness. You deserve to perish. Li Shui had never anticipated uttering such words to her closest friend. Yet they reflected her innermost sentiments. Indeed, they deserved to perish. At that moment, a voice resonated from above, and the door to the underground shelter swung open as Lin Feng strode in with purpose. Upon his arrival, the group fell silent, taken aback by his unexpected presence. Lin Feng, hurry! They intend to kill you, Li Shui exclaimed in a mixture of relief and panic as she called out to him. Yet, Lin Feng paid no heed to her warning, continuing to advance with determination. What is this? Were you not searching for me? Now that I stand before you, what is with those expressions?" As Lin Feng spoke. His seemingly casual movements allowed him to swiftly advance to Li Shui's side before anyone could react, by the time they realized what had transpired, it was already too late to intervene. "How are you? Are you badly hurt?" Lin Feng inquired as he examined Li Shui's injuries. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the others, he opened his spatial ring, allowing them to witness firsthand how he wielded his spatial equipment. Indeed, upon discovering that Lin Feng possessed such equipment, the expressions of greed were unmistakable on the faces of those present. Initially, Li Shui was taken aback to find that Lin Feng had come to check on her injuries. To protect her, an indescribable warmth and guilt welled up within her heart. I'm so sorry. Lin Feng, I was foolish to let them in. She confessed with profound remorse. Forget about me. You should leave at once. Foolish girl, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I ever abandon you? Lin Feng replied tenderly in that moment. His words enveloped Li Shui's heart with warmth, causing tears to well in her eyes. Lin Feng quickly retrieved some burn ointment and gently applied it to her wounds, his movements delicate as if he feared that any slight misstep might inflict more pain upon her. Well, the infamous QJ offender has finally made an appearance, Lan Qi'er exclaimed brazenly upon seeing Lin Feng, audaciously reprimanding him. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng's brows furrowed immediately. If you dare utter another word, I will tear your mouth apart. The murderous intent surged within him as he gazed at Lan Qi'er. In his previous life, this very Lan Qi'er had ensnared Li Shui in a web of deceit. Although she had met a grim fate 3 years after the apocalypse, for the first 3 years she had thrived through flattery and her own allure. The mere thought ignited a fury within Lin Feng. "Damn it, you all deserve to perish," he declared, each word laced with venom. The others, confronted with Lin Feng's nearly predatory gaze, felt a chill run down their spines, albeit momentarily. They were emboldened by the fact that they had 4 ability users on their side. While Lin Feng was but one, especially Lan Qi'er, who felt a surge of indignation at her brief moment of trepidation. "What? I'm talking about you. Are you going to deny it? I saw it with my own eyes," she insisted, adopting a combative stance. This only fueled Lin Feng's ire further. "What did you see with your own eyes? Shui has always been mine. She wanted to bring you here and I opposed it. I intended to test your loyalty, but it seems you possess none. You even stole from me. Do you think that now, having gained abilities to what you pilfered from me, you can challenge me for my sanctuary? You should fear for your lives." Lin Feng spoke with unabashed scorn. Listening to Lin Feng, Lan Qi'er flushed with indignation and retorted, "You're talking nonsense. I clearly saw it. Silence, you wretched thing." Lin Feng barked once more. Chapter 78. Gatling. Lin Feng was acutely aware of the pain he had caused Li Shui in the past, and thus had refrained from discussing it, hoping that his future kindness would assuage her previous suffering. Yet, this vile woman continued to pour salt into her wounds. This was something Lin Feng could no longer tolerate. Unfortunately, Lan Qi'er seemed bent on testing his limits, if what you say is true. Then let me ask you, after all this time, why haven't you given her the ability fruit? Why not let her become an ability user as well? Speak up. Lan Qi'er pressed, her demeanor one of ridiculous triumph. Upon witnessing her behavior, Lin Feng could hardly contain his laughter. "Why should I explain our affairs to you, an outsider?" I knew it," Lan Qi'er declared, as if she had finally seized the upper hand. "What do you know beyond acknowledging your own depravity?" Lin Feng retorted without reservation. "Shut your mouth." Lan Qi'er, unable to withstand the humiliation of being berated in front of everyone, shot back angrily. Lin Feng merely chuckled at her reaction. "What? Have I struck a nerve? Do you feel uncomfortable? You haven't slept with all 3 of those men, have you? I can assure you, they each believe they are your sole partner," he said mockingly. Just as Lin Feng's words hung in the air, the expressions of the 3 men nearby shifted, glancing at one another with newfound wariness and scrutiny. Lin Feng's smile widened at this turn of events, while Lan Qi'er visibly began to panic.